Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. On a school rooftop, a girl stands nervously before a boy as if about to confess. The boy, identified as Park Rosa, blurts out that he likes the girl. He explains he has liked her continuously for the past 2 years. Rosa apologizes, clearly rejecting her feelings. Narration introduces the main character as 18-year-old Park Rosa, wondering who she even was to him. Rosa watches him leave after ending her 2 years of one-sided love, while he awkwardly excuses himself. She cries alone, described as a heartbroken 18-year-old. Curled up on the rooftop, Rosa laments that she thought just confessing would make her feel better, and is hurt he never really knew her. She sniffles and struggles to hold back more tears. Mortified, Rosa wishes she could destroy everything and erase this humiliation, calling it her earnest prayer. A bomb attached to the rooftop wall starts counting down as narration wonders if Rosa's desperate wish is being granted. The bomb's timer races towards 0, shaking ominously. Rosa looks up in confusion as distant explosions begin. The narration says her prayer did not help at all and the entire building suddenly collapses around her. Falling through debris, Rosa frantically begs to be saved and takes back her earlier wish. Outside, a blond young man watches in shock as Rosa is flung from the exploding high-rise. A blue-uniformed subordinate offers to intervene, calling out to his young master. Rosa thinks in panic that she is going to die miserably. She bitterly notes that this is happening immediately after being dumped. Just then, someone's arm shields her, and she looks up wide-eyed at her unexpected rescuer. The blond young man catches her midair and protects her from a massive chunk of falling rubble. Landed safely, Rosa thanks him, while he casually says it was nothing. He asks if she is hurt, and she stammers that she is fine. Someone calls the blond man Han Rao, and he rushes off, saying he will be right there. His senior orders him to chase a suspect into a nearby alley and scolds him for working in a school uniform, while Rosa timidly apologizes. Watching him leave, Rosa realizes she has fallen in love again. 2 years later, a brightly dressed girl introduces herself on a stream as Sei, greeting her viewers. Streaming from her desk, Sei chats with fans, glad midterms are finally over. A reminder pops up that she must wear her watch, and she hurriedly admits she got in trouble for forgetting it. A viewer asks about the watch, and she excitedly wonders aloud what it signifies. Sei explains that special police officers like her are required to wear this watch whenever they clean up or prepare for duty. The chairman of the Special Ability Headquarters says the watches reveal when officers are using powers and reminds Sei she was told not to use hers freely. Sei elaborates that special abilities count as performance enhancers and by regulation can only be used while on official work. Elsewhere, an officer waiting in a crowd complains that certain people have not arrived yet. Hearing the fans shouting that Sei has appeared, the officer turns toward the commotion. Outside, Sei walks among fans asking for autographs and photos, promising to sign later. In a chibi cut, she greets everyone with an unenthusiastic hi. Her senior arrives scolding her for broadcasting despite orders to wait, while Sei insists they rushed over by taxi. Sei asks about some twins, but is told they are busy studying for exams and should be observed instead. Using her ability of insight, Sei scans the surroundings when asked if she can perceive anything unusual. She predicts that 2 people are going to fall, prompting her senior to demand when that will happen. The senior sprints at super speed along the wall, beginning a countdown to reach the falling people in time. Identified as Special Reconnaissance Agent Longline with capability Hidoma, he runs straight up the building shouting at others to hurry. Reaching the top, he finds criminals and yells for them not to move as one shouts back in alarm. A criminal slips at the edge, eyes widening as he begins to tumble. Both crooks plunge off the roof, while the agent reacts in horror below them. Determined, the agent lunges upward, stretching out a hand. Screaming that he will handle it, he reaches desperately toward the falling men. Before he can, another blonde officer casually grabs one criminal midair with a glowing hand. The senior hauls himself back onto the rooftop, facing the blonde rescuer. The blonde officer easily holds one man by the belt, and the other perched on his fingertip like they weigh nothing. Smiling, he greets his sister, revealing their sibling relationship. He is introduced as Special Police Officer Han Raong with salt power and self-healing abilities, reminding his sister she is technically on vacation. He offers to carry her safely down, but she stubbornly replies she can manage herself. Onlookers below gape, stunned by the spectacle above. Han Raong lands gracefully and bows, gaining even more admiration. A street vendor drops his food in awe while muttering in disbelief. Huge advertisements and props depict Han Raong in heroic poses, reinforcing his celebrity status. Fans in the crowd shout his name and beg him to hold their hands as part of an exam ritual. Narration asks who Han Du Raong is as he salutes in full uniform. The story explains that criminals with special abilities have been rising rapidly. Such cases go beyond the capacity of regular police and are classified as special ability crimes. To fight this evil, a special ability headquarters was created to manage specialized officers. Special police are selected and trained intensely around a single unique power. Han Raong, however, was born with 2 powerful abilities. As a child he used them to save his entire elementary school from disaster. In middle school he went on to save the country in another crisis. Now he is hailed as the strongest special police officer in history. Thanks to restrictions he helped implement, crime rates and ability-related incidents in Korea have drastically decreased. Narration gushes over his good looks, calling him a crazy sexy beauty and similar nicknames. His charming personality and kindness towards citizens further boost his appeal. His popularity reaches idol-like levels nationwide. The narrator notes that even people who normally tire of celebrities are obsessed with him, and his fame surpasses all expectations. Excited fans crowd around saying they worried they would miss him since his vacation ends today, while an officer wonders how so many arrived. Han Raung casually explains that most of the crowd are neighbors from his own neighborhood. He says they supported his idea of doing an on-site competency permit event on his day off. We see him at home previously, cheerfully accepting a request over the phone to appear. Walking with his team afterward, Han Raung comments he is really hungry, while Se mutters beside another officer. Se remarks that Shin Hye will be the real-life #1 star, implying Han Raung's rise. Half joking, Se congratulates him but complains about when she will ever get a chance to be photographed like that. Han Raung glances back, mildly surprised by her grumbling. He encourages her, saying that if she keeps working normally she will eventually film her own daily life show and tells her to keep fighting. As he strolls away, Se Sr. angrily shakes her, scolding her name. The senior warns Se she has grown overconfident lately. They recall how nervous Han Raung once was, yet still heroically saved people, and joke about printing that memory. Han Raung asks Se to confirm she is only in her first year and still searching for her specialty species. High above, a hooded figure appears on a rooftop, watching and asking if Han Raung can handle what comes next. The masked person muses that if Han Raung bites off more than he can chew and a stronger criminal arrives, what will he do? Removing her hood, Rosa in a tactical suit smirks and asks Han Raung what he truly wants to do then. Back in full disguise, she stands on the rooftop edge preparing to act. A powerful vortex strikes the roof as she suddenly disappears from sight. Down below, Han Raung tells his team he will personally handle the situation. Se suddenly senses something amiss and looks shocked. She stops over a manhole or vent, reacting sharply to her perception of the enemy's movement. The gas-masked figure materializes on a street in a ring of light, facing them. Se skeptically comments on the gas mask. Then she visibly realizes something important about it, startled. As the masked Rosa dashes toward Han Raung from behind, Se shouts out to warn her senior. Rosa uses a vector-like throw to hurl Se toward the building while kicking Han Raung off balance. Han Raung looks up, stunned by the sudden assault. From behind her mask, Rosa focuses intently on him, echoing the word "you" twice. Han Raung demands to know who this masked attacker is. Narration reaffirms him as the top bombardment officer Han Du Raung facing a new threat. It then introduces the mysterious gas-masked figure now revealed as an important opponent. The narration states that the gas mask's true intention is now in motion as we see Se flying and Rosa closing in. It asks what outcome this masked person is aiming for as Rosa confronts Han Raung directly. Meanwhile, Long Line sprints along the building again in pursuit of the flung Se. He chases after her falling body, leaping between surfaces with explosive steps. Crashing through an office window, he catches Se midair, apologizing while startled workers encourage them. Outside, Han Raung watches debris fall from the shattered facade and mutters that he does not even know who this masked person is. Turning back, he steels himself and tells Rosa he is ready for whatever comes. He warns her that attacking a special police officer carries a minimum 3-year prison sentence. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he adds that such an attack also comes with a heavy fine. As they clash and Rosa dodges back, he continues saying it could be 10,000 won or more. Han Raung admits he does take these penalties seriously, especially once he starts talking. Preparing a projectile with his salt power, he demands to know where she thinks she is going. He flings a massive wooden sign upward with a sharp gesture toward her. Rosa manages to intercept the hurtling sign with her own power as Han Raung presses the attack from a distance. Han Raung leaps to grab the redirected sign, eyes widening as something unexpected occurs. A second impact slams nearby, startling him and blasting the ground. He turns to find Rosa suddenly behind him, having relocated in an instant. His face lights up with realization as something about her presence feels strangely familiar. Furious, he begins bombarding the street with nearby objects, shouting at the masked assailant. Rosa watches the incoming barrage, preparing to withstand it. A traffic fixture smashes into the pavement, leaving a crater amidst flying debris. Han Raung vaults through the air saying he has the situation under control. As he lands, he notices something on the ground with surprise. He approaches the scattered wreckage, trailing a length of orange hose or cable. Looking around, he wonders aloud where the masked criminal vanished to. Later, in a hospital or secure room, Se appears wrapped in a blanket and cheerfully greets the audience as Semi, announcing that she has news to share. In the hospital, the bedridden woman vows to poison the criminal once she recovers while the seated woman casually reacts. Rosa recalls that Se became a police officer back when she was still in middle school. Rosa explains that her ability called YJI first manifested during a stressful middle school exam when she knew none of the answers. She remembers what she witnessed then and starts to realize the nature of her power. In that memory she panicked as a dark monstrous presence appeared near her, marking the origins of her talent. The memory shows her unsettling, almost crazed reaction as her strange ability awakens. She recounts that she first actively used her powers in real life when fighting back against a violent attacker. Because of that incident, she was punished twice by a teacher after physically lashing out with her strength. Back in the present, Se gently asks Rosa if she is feeling uncomfortable. Han Durayong appears at Rosa's bedside, prompting her internal recognition of him and a brusque demand that he leave. The narration reveals that Han Durayong was born with his special ability already active as a baby. Rosa notes that her own powers emerged later, around middle school during sports. Other gifted people, such as a pair of kindergarten twins, also manifested abilities early in life. A black gas mask is shown, hinting at the future masked identity linked to these powers. The story explains that the timing of when one's special skill appears varies from person to person. It adds that for some, like Rosa, abilities surface much later than average. A gloved hand touches the shoulder of someone wearing the gas mask, echoing Rosa's future persona. On the rooftop, Rosa feels a hand on her shoulder and reacts to the contact. She is introduced as Park Rosa, 20 years old, experiencing her second year of a one-sided crush after feeling that touch. The narration jumps back 2 years earlier. At 18, Rosa had been saved by Han Durayong, which began her admiration for him. Like many others, Rosa becomes an avid fan and starts obsessively checking her phone about him. She discovers that Han Durayong is a famous special police officer with a huge social media following. She notices he even has a fan account and begins exploring it. Lying on her bed, she gushes over a handsome picture of him and decides to save it. Rumors and media hype build around the eerie but heroic special police, wrapping Han Durayong in endless mystique. An award ceremony is held outdoors by the Whiteham Police to honor Han Durayong. The reason for outdoor ceremonies is shown as Han arrives in a raincoat, stepping through the downpour. Fans see him in his yellow protective suit and swoon over his charming appearance. Han's many rain-soaked fans cheer loudly from the crowd as he walks by. Among those fans in the poncho-covered crowd, Rosa struggles to see him. She pushes through people, thinking about the special memories she shares with him. Rosa mentally thanks him for saving her life, unaware of something important about this fanbase. It is revealed that his fan club, called Hangusa, is largely composed of people whose lives Han has saved. Most of these fans were passengers he rescued from a sinking fleet of boats. Rosa, also among those saved, wants to tell him she is one of them. She desperately reaches out, wishing to see the real Han Durayong up close. A fellow fan stops her and politely tells her she is blocking the view, making Rosa apologize. That fan reminds her she cannot see from there, and she sheepishly backs off. Overwhelmed by the crowd shouting their love, Rosa momentarily questions why she came so far. She resolves that she cannot give up on meeting him despite the storm. Another person in the crowd silently echoes her determination. Rosa steels herself, declaring internally that she too has come specifically to meet Han Durayong. Amid thunder, a fan's cloak is grabbed, signaling an impending accident. Lightning strikes the area, and Rosa's powers flare uncontrollably, blasting a fan away. Rosa gasps in horror at what she has just done. Bystanders stare at her in shock, realizing someone has unleashed a powerful ability. Embarrassed and panicking, Rosa wonders what to do as everyone looks at her. She then vanishes from sight, leaving only a dotted outline where she stood. Rosa finds herself suddenly teleported into a peaceful park and is bewildered by the escape. Looking at the grass, she slowly realizes she has moved a long distance in an instant. She freaks out, and the narration labels her power as force and momentary movement. Rosa questions whether this strange experience is a dream. She adjusts her glasses as the narration clarifies that Rosa possesses more than just raw strength. Seeing clearly through her lenses, she tests her improved perception and awareness. The narration explains that Rosa, who accidentally hurled a fan during the ceremony, is now trying to stay unnoticed. To avoid being recognized by the Hangusa fandom, she begins wearing a silly mask in public. Masked, she continues to hunt for chances to see Han Durayong again. But an assassination attempt on Han Durayong suddenly erupts, shattering those plans. Han orders civilians to evacuate while chaos and gas spread through the area. Rosa, still masked, collapses and vomits rainbow from the overwhelming situation. She realizes that simply being near Han Durayong is far more dangerous than she ever imagined. Yet she refuses to back down, recalling the harsh lesson from her previous unrequited love. That earlier crush taught her that passivity only leads to regret. She decides that as long as she does not collide directly with danger, nothing bad will happen. Immediately afterward, she is struck by a speeding car while crossing in her mask. Instinctively, she uses her power to fling the car away and survive the impact. Standing in the street with her gas mask on, she is stunned by what she has done. She notices she is unhurt, while her flimsy clothes are shredded, proving her enhanced durability. 2 years later, Rosa has adopted a full tactical outfit and gas mask as an unidentified criminal, unaware something is deeply wrong. The masked figure announces a new beginning as this feared persona. At headquarters, officials gather to discuss this unknown S-level ability user shown on the briefing screen. Han Durayong is told they are starting an emergency meeting about the case. The chairman repeats that from now on, they must focus on this masked criminal. He declares they have a new S-rated criminal, prompting an urgent emergency session. The chairman silently considers the gravity of the situation. Another officer reports that their key reference agent has finally arrived for the meeting. That officer apologizes for the delay while his own capabilities remain officially unknown. Han nervously fidgets with his hands as he prepares to speak. He begins to say that Agent Kwok Soo is correct. The chairman questions why one particular agent did not respond to the alert, and the officer explains that he went out. We see that instead of engaging, the nervous agent once hid behind a tree watching a previous incident. In that old scene, Se appeared amid smoke, surprising the observer. Remembering Se's arrival, the officer tries to reassure himself that history will not repeat exactly. He recalls how that past confrontation involved 2 criminals and 2 special officers, forming a balanced standoff. Because of that symmetry, he claims he could not intervene back then. But as time ran out in that memory, Han Durayong arrived on scene anyway. The officer now thinks he would not mind facing danger again, but the memory of what he saw unnerves him. He admits he panicked and ran away from the powerful masked criminal, wondering how he could ever beat such a foe. The chairman says they must clarify once again the purpose of the meeting. He states that the reason they are gathered is to address this problem. He explains that after 52 years, an S-Gold level special offender like this has appeared. Han comments that if even veteran Han Ryan cannot handle it, the threat must be severe. Another officer suddenly calls for a pause, questioning what is wrong with the current briefing. It turns out he only wanted to straighten the slightly crooked projector, drawing demands that he leave. The chairman dramatically points back to the screen to resume the explanation. He spins his chair around, leaving the room briefly speechless. Facing the image again, he asks what name they should give this masked criminal. He invites everyone to offer suggestions, and hands shoot up. The room erupts into joking proposals about gas masks and techwear until the chairman angrily threatens to fire them. When someone sensibly suggests black gas mask technology, the chairman comments that the term is too long. Han proposes they simply codename the criminal Black Dog, which impresses the others. Han then requests to be removed from the initial response team and kept away from Black Dog. He explains that he lost his composure in the earlier encounter and feels outmatched. The narration reveals that, from Black Dog's perspective, Han Durayong is the particular target of her fixation. The chairman decides instead to form a team led by Black Dog's pursuers while excluding Han, prompting Han to protest. Han passionately insists he can still handle the mission and begs not to be sidelined. Someone calls his name firmly, cutting through his self-doubt. Later, Han sits alone on a bench, devastated after being removed from the case. Se appears and offers him a canned drink, telling him to cheer up. Recognizing her, Han gratefully calls out Se's name. Walking with her, he listens as she casually mentions taking a vacation and warns that people forget heroes quickly. After she leaves, the hospital corridor lies quiet. Han sits staring at the unopened can, still mulling over the conversation. He thinks that if the masked criminal is truly aiming at him, he must win no matter what. Clenching the can, he wonders bleakly who would be there to save him if he fails. A flashback shows a younger Han in danger, staring up in alarm at something falling. He spots a huge object plummeting toward him and realizes he cannot stop it. Just as he thinks he cannot hold it, a massive man intervenes and shatters the falling debris. The strong stranger then turns to the frightened young Han and calls him his baby. The rescuer asks if Han is hurt, and the narration says that if such a person appears now everything could change. Back in the present, Han's watch glows as if responding to that thought. Han stands and resolves to stop feeling weak and timid. He puts his uniform jacket back on, ready to face the threat again. Determined to fight within his limits, Han strides forward in full special police attire. Heavy rain begins pouring outside. In Rosa's room, a poster of Han in uniform trembles on the wall in the storm. Rosa slaps down a love letter addressed to Han, realizing something important. She blushes and kisses the paper, then a news broadcast suddenly interrupts her reverie. The anchor reports that around 3 p.m. today there was an incident at SY Bank. Rosa hears that criminals with special abilities are robbing the bank. She recognizes the bank's name and pays close attention. Inside the vault, 2 masked thieves discuss how Han is supposedly weaker now according to the news. One thief boasts about his explosive power and his partner's muting ability, claiming they make an ideal combo. He urges the other to think of this heist as an escape from the feared Han Haerip. Suddenly they sense someone behind them and turn in alarm. Han Durayong appears and coldly asks if they really think he has grown weak. One thief lunges at Han but is immediately overpowered. Han's body glows as the attacker realizes his blow has no effect. Han looks down at the shattered floor and calmly asks if that is the extent of their power. Surrounding the cowering thieves with levitating rubble, he demands if they truly believe they can defeat him. He motions with his hand, implying they do not even need to run for escape to be futile. One thief panics and attempts to flee anyway. The fleeing thief realizes he will just be captured here and now. Han, adjusting his gloves, declares that while he is present they will not get away. Another officer arrives behind Han, calling out his name to steady him. The colleague asks if Han intends to kill the criminals, concerned by his overwhelming force. Han replies that he will instead escort them into custody. He then curtly addresses his superior as ma'am, ending the confrontation. Outside in the rain at Seoul Bank, police sirens wail as backup arrives to secure the scene. Officers escort captured criminals through the rain. The lead officer orders the others to load the arrested men into the police van. Han Durayong reflects that revealing his true nature is difficult. The cuffed robbers complain there is little money in this line of work. Han Durayong tells himself never to lose composure no matter what happens. He decides his expression must never look weak or shallow. Han Du-ryong focuses his sharp gaze, bracing himself. Heavy boots splash toward the scene through puddles. Another officer announces that the expected person has arrived. Han Du-ryong sees the masked vigilante Black Dog appear before him. Recognizing Black Dog, Han Du-ryong realizes the vigilante has finally come. Black Dog, nervous and determined, vows internally to arrest Han Du-ryong and wonders what to do. Han Du-ryong recalls seeing Black Dog's side profile before. Black Dog blushes behind the gas mask, panicking about what to do. Han Du-ryong steps toward Black Dog, startling the masked figure. Black Dog excitedly thinks that Han Du-ryong is approaching. Han Du-ryong confirms to himself this is not a dream. He admits inwardly that Black Dog is intimidating. He forces himself to calm down, reminding himself many people are watching. Clenching his fist, he resolves that he must act. In a past memory, a woman sits happily writing a letter. She begins the letter formally to Officer Han Du-ryong. She continues the letter with a polite greeting. In the present, Black Dog continues walking toward Han Du-ryong. The letter writer identifies herself as Park Ro-se, whom the police once saved. Park Ro-se, now as Black Dog, steels herself despite the onlookers, deciding she will confess today. Pumping her fist, she encourages herself under the alias Rosa Park. In her memory she had shouted a direct confession that she likes him. Han Du-ryong remembers that confession from 2 years earlier. Black Dog now loudly repeats that she has liked him ever since he saved her. The other officers watch in stunned silence at the strange scene. Bystanders and police comment on the loud confession echoing down the rainy street. From a distance, Han Du-ryong hears only garbled shouting and is confused. He cups his ear and asks Black Dog to repeat what was said. Over the rain, he still cannot hear and calls out that the words are unclear. The narration notes the roaring rain that drowns out their voices. Black Dog lifts a hand toward the mask, remembering its interference. An officer orders the siren silenced to reduce the noise. Elderly onlookers excitedly discuss whether the criminal has been caught. A passing bus and city noises further disrupt their communication. Black Dog thinks about how the rain always seems to bring her bad luck. She recalls earlier attempts to confess with flowers, saying she likes the officer. Young Park Ro-se had once waited on a bench, practicing her line about the police officer flower. She tried to rehearse saying she likes Han Du-ryong while he sat unaware nearby. She psyched herself up, deciding to confess while alone. She called out Officer Han Du-ryong's name. Han Du-ryong turned toward her voice. At that moment an explosion sent her flying, interrupting the confession. On another mission, dressed as a firefighter, she again shouted for Officer Han Du-ryong. Under gunfire, Han Du-ryong protected her behind a shield while chaos erupted. On yet another day, she chased him through a storm, yelling his name. Buffeted by a tornado-like wind, she screamed that she liked him. Lightning struck as she fell, with narrations saying her luck had been bad for 2 years. Back in the present, Black Dog realizes he still cannot hear and decides on another approach. She switches to Plan B, intending to deliver her heartfelt letter instead. She steps forward thinking this time she will do it properly. She leaps toward Han Du-ryong, vowing to shorten the distance between them. As she closes in, she prepares to hand him the letter. An earthquake-like fissure opens between them, sending the letter flying. Officer Junkie uses his shape-changing ability to split the ground and orders Han Du-ryong back. Black Dog desperately reaches for the drifting letter. Junkie seizes Black Dog, intent on arresting the special criminal. The arresting officer slams Black Dog down, surprising everyone. Han Du-ryong sees the pink envelope land near him and wonders where it came from. The letter falls to the ground beside him. Rain continues to fall over the city as the commotion unfolds. Junkie throws Black Dog with a powerful technique. He snaps handcuffs onto Black Dog, exclaiming in surprise. Junkie explains that anyone touching his shape-changed handcuffs moves together with him. He notes that Black Dog is still attached and gets ready to report in. He hears a crack and looks at his gadget in confusion. One side of the handcuffs has been broken off by sheer strength. Black Dog gently removes the shattered cuff from Junkie's hand. Junkie stares in shock as Black Dog bows apologetically. Taking advantage of his shock, Black Dog runs away. Junkie gazes at the broken cuff in disbelief. Han Du-ryong picks the fallen letter up from the wet pavement. The narration notes that this is what Black Dog had been trying to give him. Holding the envelope, Han Du-ryong wonders why Black Dog did all this for him. Junkie screams at him to burn the letter immediately. Junkie rushes over asking if he is alright and what happened to Black Dog, while Du-ryong insists he is not weak. Seeing the snapped cuff, Du-ryong realizes Black Dog could have killed him but chose not to. Junkie orders one of the explosive suspects to destroy the envelope. Han Du-ryong protests that he must read the contents, but Junkie insists it is a death threat. Junkie has the letter blown up and says it was too dangerous to keep. Han Du-ryong stomps the burning pieces, questioning if it was really a threat. He thinks that someone strong enough to break handcuffs could easily have torn him apart. Yet he notes that Black Dog did not harm him. He stares at the ashes on the ground, asking himself why. He wonders if Black Dog truly wanted to talk to him personally. Emotion overwhelms him as he bends forward, trembling. The story shifts to the intact original letter Park Ro-se had written to the officer she admires. In the letter she says that without his rescue she would have died in a fall. She promises to cherish the life he saved and live well. She finishes by saying she is a fan of an honorable man like him. Meanwhile, the burned scraps are misread as a murderous threat against Han Durayon's life. Elsewhere, Roase removes her mask, exhausted but emotional. Relaxing on a rooftop, she wonders if they have read her letter. Back at the scene, Han Durayon stands dazed while colleagues react around him. In a black screen, an off-panel voice says he will take a vacation. Headlines report that Black Dog has issued a declaration toward Han Durayon. Another headline questions whether Han Durayon plans to resign for an extended break. Public chatter erupts asking who Black Dog really is. Elsewhere, a muscular man lifts heavy weights. The man keeps training, repeating the name Black Dog with interest. A dramatic recap image declares that Black has declared war on Han Durayon. Han Durayon's parents at home exclaim that their son's long vacation is coming soon. Watching the news, they discuss the special category criminal called Black. The father wonders who came up with that ominous name. TV commentary explains that the codename Black was given by the Special Skills Headquarters. The report lists Black's powers as extreme strength and teleportation. The father is shocked as he recognizes something familiar. Gripping cloth, he mutters in alarm about that particular skill. His wife rushes in with a knife in hand as he faints from shock. The family panics over him while he thinks about that terrifying power. He concludes Black's ability is not just about wearing a black mask. Trembling, he whispers that he knows that person. He shouts that that person has returned. Across the city, people react in horror, repeating the exclamation. Two elders wail, asking what will happen to the world now. An elderly man rallies others, saying they must go. He shouts for everyone to smash things in panic, while family members try to calm him. In a taxi, a young woman wonders what will become of Han Durayon. The distressed driver tells her to just leave quickly. Crying, he says he keeps working only because he is paid, since they will all die anyway. The narration flashes back 52 years, when everyone feared a mysterious, destructive individual. Back then even the police and special forces were helpless against that brute force. One day that person appeared suddenly amidst devastation. Just as suddenly, he vanished without a trace, leaving only ruins. The narration says only those who lived through it truly understand those horrors. Present-day citizens whisper that the current Black might be that same legendary figure. A visual reveals the worst special offender, a terrifying sorcerer-like man no one dares name. The narration clarifies that although people are right to fear him, that person is not currently in the city. On a bus, a massive older man in a floral hood and love shirt rides quietly as the next stop announcement plays. A young office worker nearby coughs awkwardly. When the bus lurches, he accidentally bumps the big man, startling himself. The giant tells the nervous youth to sit down. He repeats firmly that the youth must sit now, and the boy obeys. The man flexes as the bus prepares to stop, radiating menace. He listens to nearby teens gossiping that Black might be that legendary criminal. The boys excitedly debate whether Black could really be him, citing videos. One boy confidently claims it is truly that person, someone named You Die. Elderly passengers quote the warning that anyone caught by that person dies. The hulking man mutters the punning name You Die, connecting it with the phrase You Die. At that moment the bus's tires screech as it brakes. The jolt makes the young man accidentally tug the big man's hood. The hood falls, revealing the scarred face beneath. The man ominously says passengers should hold the railing properly. The boys scream that because of You Die they are now doomed. One of them begs the man for mercy, promising he will always hold the rail from now on. On a bus, a huge masked person bluntly asks the officials what killing people would actually mean. The muscular figure in a love shirt shouts to the bus driver that he is getting off. He steps off the bus, narration hinting that this is how things really are. A flashback says that 52 years ago there was a terrifying criminal whose name was about to be revealed. The narration introduces that criminal as You Die, also written as You Die. His real name is Diana, a superhumanly strong person. Diana thinks about a villain called Black that was on TV yesterday while holding groceries. The story explains that one day the worst villain vanished and has since lived hidden among ordinary people, with no one knowing who coined that title. A door lock clicks as someone enters a home. Narration adds that the public also does not know Diana now lives quietly as she cheerfully announces to her granddaughter that grandmother is home. The excited girl greets her, with narration stating that Diana has a granddaughter. Diana beams lovingly at the girl. A framed photo shows Diana with the girl as narration says the granddaughter keeps her from hurting people. A rice cooker finishes, signaling breakfast time. The narrative states Diana is 79 years old as she cooks. It clarifies she is a legendary criminal and the paternal grandmother of Park Rosa. In the kitchen, Diana tells Rosa something bad is happening outside, and Rosa agrees. As Rosa ties her shoes to go to school, Diana reminds her that when there is trouble with gas she must accompany her, asking where she is going. Rosa rushes out, saying she is late, while Diana yells that she must eat first. Diana grumbles at the messy sink, blaming the disorganization on Rosa. She looks at Rosa's untidy room and complains about the mess. Diana notices something among Rosa's things and reacts in surprise. Opening a drawer, she wonders what the object is. She pulls out a black gas mask stunned. Realizing it resembles Black's mask, Diana recognizes her granddaughter is following in her footsteps. Instead of only worrying, she feels pleased that Rosa is already growing up. Yet she admits she is not just happy as she stares at the mask and outfit. Determined, Diana decides she must go find Rosa. The scene shifts to the headquarters of people with special skills. There, a tiny yellow chick is admired as very pretty. An older officer, Choi Gil-bae, dotes on the chick, with narration noting he is unaware of anything else. The setting shifts to a large school building under a bright sky. Inside the school, students gape in amazement at something. A young man in a cap, identified by whispers as Han Do-ryong, walks through the hallway while students comment he looks even better in person. Students excitedly ask him about coming to their school and whether he is there to capture Black. In a flashback, an officer asks Do-ryong his holiday plans and suggests he should attend school. The officer encourages him to enjoy college life, praises his grades, and says he is proud. Back in the present, Do-ryong, embarrassed by the attention, mutters whether the others saw that. Crowds swarm him, wondering what is going on and loudly calling his name, while Rosa watches from behind. Rosa, overwhelmed, feels that her bad luck is beginning again. Another view shows the chick being called pretty again, echoing earlier. Choi Gil-bae coos to the chick, asking if it is sleepy and marveling at its cuteness. Suddenly the chick flies away, startling him. Gil-bae looks up in shock as something happens. Diana appears before him after many years and greets him. He recognizes her name in disbelief. From above, we see Gil-bae facing Diana while the chick flutters nearby and he remarks that this is amusing. Gil-bae's expression darkens as he states that corruption still exists. Looking down, he begins to address Diana seriously. Diana recalls his past support yet mocks his flattery as insignificant. The chick flits around while Gil-bae warns he will speak frankly to her. He adds that he will not publicly acknowledge Black, prompting Diana to ask what he means. When he implies the culprit is someone close, Diana blurts that Black is actually her granddaughter. Rosa, elsewhere, reacts in shock mentally to that revelation. Her breathing quickens as she fixates on Han Do-ryong. She internally screams his name and declares that she loves him, while other students confirm he is Han Do-ryong. Classmates excitedly ask Do-ryong why he came to school, one joking he must have classes. More students crowd around, bombarding him with questions about his specialty and his connection to their school, while he just wanted to come quietly. Realizing a large crowd is dangerous, Do-ryong thinks he must slip away quickly. A girl he previously saved thanks him, reminding him of rescuing her last week, while others crowd closer asking where he is. As he is jostled by the crowd, he begs them not to push him. In the commotion, his hand accidentally brushes and briefly holds Rosa's. He ends up gripping a teacher's hand instead, surprising them both. The flustered teacher accuses him of holding her hand, and he insists it was an accident, mentally wondering what is going on. Other students shout for hugs from him as Rosa watches from behind. Swept up in the excitement, Rosa nervously decides she wants a hug too. She clasps her hands, thinking but hesitating before acting. Do-ryong concludes he is causing trouble and decides to stand still rather than push through the crowd, considering removing himself from the center. Suddenly he senses something and turns in alarm. Rosa stares at him with pounding heart, wondering what is happening right now. As she wonders if he is looking her way, something slams into the window behind her. The glass shatters violently as an object crashes through from outside. Do-ryong instantly sprints toward Rosa as debris rains down. He tackles her aside as the wall and window explode around them. On the floor, he shields her with his body while shouting for everyone else to run. Cursing the situation, he checks his watch and prepares to activate his ability while Rosa lies under him stunned. He formally identifies himself as Han Do-ryong and announces he will use his special ability in this emergency. Using that power, he halts a massive falling chunk of building above the fleeing students. He then thanks Rosa, asks if she can stand, and she agrees, still shaken. Rosa starts to respond, clearly flustered by what just happened. Do-ryong decides to evacuate her down the stairs and orders everyone to leave the building immediately. Later he examines a shard of glass embedded in the floor, analyzing the attack. He notes that the impact was not from a gunshot. Surveying the devastated classroom, he deduces the damage was caused purely by brute force. At headquarters, Diana flips an egg toward Gil-bae as she utters a warning phrase. She tells him he had better retract his statement. She threatens that what she does next will involve more than a finger flick. Gil-bae, slightly injured and with his sleeve torn, apologizes but continues speaking. He declares he intends to arrest Diana's granddaughter as well, enraging her. Gil-bae adds another point as he calmly removes his gloves. He finishes by saying that today he also plans to arrest Diana. Diana smiles darkly at his challenge. She reminisces that he used to be the kid doing all the dirty work but has grown, while Gil-bae reacts with a questioning look. She approves, saying that is very good. Diana slams her fist into the floor, cracking it as she declares that so it shall be. Debris and ceiling pieces rain down while Gil-bae and the chick panic. Gil-bae begs her to wait and talk it out as she prepares to hurl part of the building at him. Holding up the chunk of headquarters, Diana warns that if she throws it many citizens will be harmed and challenges Gil-bae that catching her is his job. She taunts him, asking why he is not running away. The upper floors show shattered glass and massive structural damage from her strength. Back at school, Do-ryong tells the girl that something like this could happen again so they should evacuate, while she nervously asks for his autograph. He apologizes and says he cannot sign now because the situation is too dangerous. As he speeds off, a girl shouts her love for him. Do-ryong stands seriously, prepared for further action. He reflects that the glass could not withstand the enemy's speed and broke even when he tried to catch it with his skill. Inspecting a crater, he concludes that Black possesses considerable power. He reasons that if it was really that person using such strength, Black must know where he is. Feeling manipulated, he thinks that Black is toying with him. He curses and regrets taking time off from duty. Then he accepts that what is done and focuses on taking practical measures as he walks through the ruined corridor. Suddenly he senses another incoming chunk of the headquarters building. He cries out that it is happening again. He realizes the entire Special Forces headquarters is falling toward the school. He wonders in disbelief why the headquarters building itself is plummeting down. He notes he cannot dodge it entirely because there are still people inside the area. He questions whether he can catch the falling mass properly. He reassures himself he will survive thanks to self-healing even if he cannot stop it perfectly. Bracing himself, he prepares to intercept. He recalls a promise that if he were ever in danger he would be saved. As he faces the incoming structure, he wonders who will rescue him now. 2 feet suddenly plant themselves atop the rubble in front of him. Rosa, eyes glowing red, rushes into the scene. She punches toward the collapsing wall. Her blow shatters the massive concrete, deflecting it away from Doryang and the students. Afterward, Doryang reaches out his hand and asks Rosa if she is all right. A memory shows Diana sheltering a younger Doryang from falling debris with one arm. Diana, younger and powerful, asks the boy if he is injured. Over debris, someone worriedly asks whether he has hurt himself. Rosa turns around, shaken but standing amidst the destruction. Narration announces that before starting Chapter 7 the story will briefly return to Chapter 1, showing Rosa in her black costume. A new scene begins with a child calling for her mom in the kitchen, asking if she has ever seen such a situation. A baby's voice apologizes politely for being rude. The talking baby then bluntly asks its mother to change its diaper. The narration compares this to how newborns cannot speak fluently, and the mother reminds the baby it is not supposed to talk. It explains that handling special skills likewise requires time and training, as we see Rosa struggling with early powers. In a flashback, Rosa accidentally breaks objects while testing her strength. Narration sums up that Rosa's current control over her abilities is still like a kindergarten child's. Therefore, she created the masked persona Black to act despite her clumsiness. Someone hearing about a gas mask connects it to this mysterious figure. Realization dawns on that person as they react in alarm. In another scene, Doryang orders an officer to lift higher while an enemy clad like Black attacks from behind, making the girl yelp. The attacker grabs the girl's arm tightly. She is hurled away while crying out that she is sorry. Narration identifies Park Rosa as the one in the black suit who crashed into Gilbei. It adds that she did not truly understand what she was doing yet managed to get close to Han Doryang because of those events. Because of Sei's influence, Doryang looks toward the city, saying he does not yet know who Black really is. Rosa, fully suited as Black, is asked if she is ready, but she is too nervous to answer. Inside the mask she panics, thinking about how handsome he looked when rescuing her and struggling to focus. She keeps internally gushing over his looks while Gilbei scolds her in his thoughts to concentrate on the mission. The narration notes that Han Doryang of course cannot hear any of Rosa's inner fluster. At that moment, as Doryang touches her shoulder, Rosa snaps back to reality from her daydream. Rosa panics as she remembers the bet about being touched and curses Han Doryang for having grabbed her shoulder. Narration recalls how, ever since that touch, Han Doryang has faced numerous dangerous incidents. The story adds that all of Han Doryang's past crises are nothing compared to the danger he is in right now. Rosa, identified by name, realizes Han Doryang probably attacked her without recognizing who she really is, and the narration notes there is a problem. In a flashback at school, Rosa freezes in shock as someone swings a fist toward her and another hand reaches out. Rosa steels herself and internally screams in refusal. Dropping to her knees and clutching her head, Rosa wails that she never said anything and despairs about having to save Han Doryang twice. 2 classmates discuss exams, one lamenting cramming and needing to memorize everything again next week. People try to calm Rosa down, telling her she did well on the test, while she shakily assumes it is because she wrote almost everything correctly. Rosa berates herself for not having thanked Han Doryang, as someone points and tells her to look at something. Students notice something ominous in the sky, wondering if it is a missile, while Rosa sits confused on the ground. As debris rains from above, people scream for everyone to run, but Rosa stands staring upward. Rosa looks to the sky and wonders where Han Doryang is at a time like this, expecting the famed guide to come rescue them. A blur streaks past onlookers, startling them as they ask what just happened. Rosa's eyes flash red as she focuses intensely on the incoming threat. Rosa unleashes a powerful blow that shatters the falling structure, saving Han Doryang, who is thrown back by the shockwave. Han Doryang, lying on the cracked floor, reaches toward Rosa and asks if she is okay. Rosa turns back to him, worried, and asks if he is the one who got hurt. Later, Han Doryang stands in a damaged hallway, panting and stunned by what occurred. He starts to wonder how this could have happened when footsteps approach and someone announces they have found him. Witnesses excitedly exclaim that Han Doryang saved them, while he calls Rosa's name. Han Doryang grabs Rosa's wrist and urgently tells her to follow him. An exterior shot of the large school complex establishes the setting after the incident. Someone marvels that there are such powerful and talented people at this school. Sitting together on a bench, Han Doryang notes he has only now discovered this, while Rosa, flustered, reacts emotionally. Rosa blushes furiously as she realizes she has been talking casually with the Han Doryang the whole time. Han Doryang confirms her name is Rosa and asks if she has ever considered joining the special police, and she nervously answers yes. Embarrassed, Rosa downplays her skills, but Han Doryang reminds her she said they were the same age. He insists that letting someone as capable as her go would be a terrible waste, leaving her stunned. Rosa excitedly agrees, but then Han Doryang mentions that the attacker at school today wore black. Rosa repeats the word black questioningly, starting to suspect something, as Han Doryang checks his phone. When he confirms the villain's outfit was black, he says Rosa probably would not know much, since the disaster was not widely seen. He shows her his phone and urges her to look closely at a very clear image. On the phone is a full-body photo of the masked attacker in black combat gear, which Rosa recognizes as her own disguise form. Rosa, staring at the image, internally acknowledges that the person in black is herself and wonders if Han Doryang is afraid. She nervously asks Han Doryang if the person in the photo is a criminal, and he explains that Black is a newly emerging special criminal. Rosa is shocked to see a letter she once wrote on screen, in which she thanked the special police for saving her life and vowed to live as their fan. She realizes Han Doryang has read her letter, while he bashfully admits it. Han Doryang paraphrases the letter as saying Black wants to kill him, and Rosa internally protests that she never wrote that. Rosa corrects him, saying she only wrote that he should value his life, insisting the situation is a misunderstanding. Han Doryang confesses this is the first time he has admitted being scared. He worries aloud about losing a fight or dying and what would then happen to the citizens, leaving Rosa wondering what she should do. Rosa struggles internally over whether she should tell him that she herself is black. She reasons that even if Han Doryang ends up hating her, it would be better to reveal the truth so he will not suffer under a misunderstanding, yet she still dreads his hatred. Rosa agonizes over what to do as Han Doryang reaches a hand toward her, sensing something odd. He suddenly notices a wound on the back of her neck from the earlier explosion and anxiously asks if she was hurt, while saving him. Realizing he grabbed her rather roughly, Han Doryang apologizes. Rosa insists it is not his fault and asks again if he is okay. She notes in confusion that the injury does not actually hurt, just as Han Doryang points out that her nose is bleeding. Rosa recalls that even when she was once hit by a car, she was fine, suggesting her abnormal durability. Elsewhere, an older man explains that the one who fired that attack back then was Diana. Back on the bench, Han Doryang offers Rosa a handkerchief for her nosebleed, puzzling her. She thanks him but is startled when he asks how she managed to reach his side so quickly during the explosion. He says eyewitnesses claim she appeared out of nowhere and wonders if she used teleportation. Panicking, Rosa jumps up and blurts that she is simply very fast. Han Doryang muses that this could be a high-speed movement ability, comparing it to a fictional character called Quick Seal X, which Rosa does not recognize. Rosa imagines herself as a hedgehog-like speed mascot, and says she now understands what he means. Han Doryang then questions how she could have broken the falling structure, trying to make sense of her feat. He theorizes that a barrier can shatter easily if struck repeatedly at high speed in the same spot, easing Rosa's worries. Rosa reflects that it has been a long time since she spoke so comfortably with someone. Han Doryang says that while he has plenty of fans, he has no real friends and cannot share such worries in front of admirers. He explains that if he showed fear, those who believe in him would become anxious. A memory shows Han Doryang facing cheering crowds in the rain, thinking that his confidence calms them. Back in the present, he begins to say but. He tells Rosa she is not like an ordinary fan in his eyes. Han Doryang admits that, at least to him, she does not feel like just a fan. He adds that talking with her is genuinely pleasant and comfortable. Rosa decides she will keep it a secret that she is actually his fan. She starts to confess something important but trails off. Rosa looks to the sky and promises that next time she will say what she wants to say. Her ringing phone interrupts. She sees it is her grandmother calling. Rosa hurriedly excuses herself while Han Doryang apologizes for taking up her time, saying it was a pleasure to meet her. Walking away sadly, Rosa says goodbye and admits to herself that she also enjoyed meeting him. Han Doryang quietly says hello into the phone. With a warm smile, he tells Rosa he will see her again later. Rosa is struck dumb with shock and excitement at hearing him call her by name. The scene cuts to Rosa at home still frozen in that shocked expression, while her grandmother yells from behind. Startled by her grandmother, Rosa screams, and Grandma comments that she has already gone crazy. Their shouting match continues off-screen, with Grandma telling her to listen to her elders. Meanwhile, at night Doryang lies in bed under the covers, thinking about what happened. His thoughts replay his earlier confession that he is scared. He also recalls explaining that he cannot show such vulnerability in front of fans. Sitting up intensely, Doryang mentally berates himself, and calls himself crazy for opening up like that. He thinks that no matter how relaxed he felt, he should never have said such things to someone he barely knows. He rolls on the floor in embarrassment, screaming inwardly about why he said so many incompetent things. Then he reconsiders, trailing off with Will. Doryang realizes it has been a long time since he trusted someone that much. He remembers that day, thinking of Rosa and admitting he does not know how to properly thank her. Narration states that this was a special day Han Do-ryong will never forget. Rosa, in contrast, sleeps blissfully hugging a Do-ryong pillow, wrapped in a pink blanket. A recap states that Han Do-ryong nearly died and was saved by Park Rosa. It adds that although he looked fine afterward, in reality he was deeply shaken. Narration emphasizes that he was completely beside himself, unsure of what he was even saying or choosing in front of Rosa. When he later came to his senses, he realized how inappropriate it was to speak so frankly to someone he had only just met. He now beats himself up for essentially bragging about his worries and incompetence. Only after all this does Han Do-ryong fully remember Park Rosa, the person he had previously forgotten to thank. A voice asks whether he has forgotten anything else, prompting him to remember his duties as the general manager. At headquarters, a small talking bird named Pippi lands on an old officer's shoulder, chirping for medicine. The bird shouts medicine loudly into his ear, startling him. The officer agrees and reaches toward a tablet or device on his desk. He checks his phone alarm and notes it is time to take his blood pressure medication. Thanking Pippi, he admits he had dozed off again, but the bird says it is fine. A colleague tells him they plan to move him to another office while repairs are done, since staying would be uncomfortable for everyone. The damage recovery leader, whose ability restores materials to their original state, is asked how long repairs will take and complains about repeating himself. He reiterates he cannot say how long, and the director grumbles that Black has made a huge mess of headquarters. Someone addresses the suited older man as director. The subordinate bluntly asks why, if he was so close to Black during the attack, he failed to capture him. The accusation triggers the director's memories, and his watch begins to react as he tenses up. He recalls the earlier disastrous confrontation, labeled a disgrace. The present narration bridges that memory to now. In the flashback, the director charges at Diana in combat. Overlaid with Rosa's declaration "I am Black," the director remembers the expression she wore when she revealed herself. He recalls thinking that face was strangely beautiful even as Diana rushed him. In his office, the director toys with a potted plant as he reflects. He demonstrates his deadly power by killing the plant with a touch and admits he could not bring himself to use that power on Black, revealing his role as HQ president whose skill is erasing life. Realizing he touched the plant barehanded instead of with his safety gloves, he panics that he has endangered his own health. He begs the restoration leader to save their health, but the man dryly replies he cannot restore something already dead. The restoration leader asks how many healthy people the director has killed and says he should not wish for healthy victims, while the director protests that is not what he meant and mutters about getting old. Teary-eyed, the director admits he loved her, Diana, very much and asks Pippi to confirm. The bird stares skeptically, labeled with distrust. Another staff member calls out President to get his attention. Mrs. Kim of the damage recovery team, whose ability is manipulating cement, asks if he had called Do-ryong during the incident. When she confirms he did, she teasingly asks if it is time for him to retire. The director pulls on his protective gloves again, insisting they are still useful. He then says that if it concerns Han Do-ryong they should not worry so much, because he knows the young man's capabilities. Mrs. Kim slaps his back and orders him to just call Do-ryong instead of fretting, which he hurriedly agrees to do. A shot over the city shows a call going out to Han Do-ryong, while someone off-screen asks if the president is okay. The president replies confidently that of course he is fine, asking rhetorically who they think he is. News footage reports from the university, quoting Han Do-ryong telling students to keep working hard even on holidays. Social media posts share dramatic photos of Han Do-ryong, praising his power and perfection. Another clip labels him the #1 police officer in South Korea. Online commentary discusses why the Korean special police are untouchable, and how formidable they really are. A viral video explains why people should stay away from the special police, featuring audio of shattering glass and praising Han Do-ryong's actions. Viewer comments and statistics gush over Han Do-ryong's character, looks and strength, calling him invincible and undefeated. More text marvels at how he stopped the catastrophe without any deaths and notes the soaring view counts. A young woman named Se, a special police officer whose ability is presence, sees Han Do-ryong in the video and recognizes him with surprise. A profile montage praises Se's attractive appearance. It shows her in action subduing criminals at gunpoint with impressive 5-star skill. Another panel presents her as a born attention seeker who streams her daily life as a special police officer. Her channel Soy Se is introduced, boasting 500,000 subscribers. It is revealed that she is also Han Do-ryong's co-worker in the special police. Inside Rosa's mental world, her inner mascots treat Se as an emergency threat and Rosa's rival in love. Back in reality, Se lies on her bed scrolling her phone in boredom. On her screen she reads that Han Do-ryong is the representative of the Korea Special Police. Bristling, she hovers over the like button and decides she does not want to acknowledge that. She throws a tantrum on her bed, loudly denying that she likes or supports Han Do-ryong. Moments later at headquarters, Han Do-ryong checks if Se is feeling better, and she curtly says nothing. She remembers having asked the higher-ups about the oldest special officer. They assure her there is nothing to worry about while she tells Do-ryong she saw him in a viral video with 40 million views. Se points out with a smirk that this enormous view count is not even on his own channel, hinting at mixed feelings about his popularity. Han Do-ryong recalls someone once telling Park Rosa she was unfit to be a streamer. He wonders who that person is and senses danger. Rosa claims she is that person, but he doubts her despite their 5 years of acquaintance. Do-ryung inwardly admits he wants Rosa to become a special policeman. He decides it is safer not to explain yet while Rosa angrily demands to know who criticized her. Their watches suddenly start beeping, drawing their attention. Rosa agrees to postpone the argument and runs off, promising to talk later as Do-ryung thanks her. Left alone, Do-ryung breathes a sigh of relief. He casually walks down the corridor, humming. Narration says Do-ryung's security comes from knowing Park Rosa exists. He reflects that in danger he can be saved or even replaced by someone else. That thought comforts Do-ryung, though he realizes he does not have Rosa's contact information. He resolves to ask for her contact next time and prepares himself once more to fight with his life on the line. A helicopter approaches the city as a warning voice asks who is being confronted. Over radio, someone reports that special police are heading to the incident site. From the helicopter they order the hooded figure called Black to drop his weapon and surrender. In a classroom, students sit around while one slumps over his desk. A hooded boy in that class sits silently, tapping his leg. His restless foot shakes nervously beneath the desk. Narration introduces the boy as 18-year-old Kim Bu-sik, an extra who hates the world. It adds that Kim Bu-sik despises everything. A classmate calls out his name with surprise. Another whispers that Bu-sik's name sounds like corrosive fart. Enraged, Bu-sik mentally curses the classmate. Thinking that with a special ability he would destroy everything, Bu-sik slams his pen down in anger. His hand suddenly corrodes the pen, shocking him. As he passes gas, his corrosive power fully awakens, confusing classmates by the smell. Narration explains that Kim Bu-sik's awakened ability is corrosion and that this happened a month ago. After dropping out, Bu-sik decides to pursue a life of crime. He chooses this night for his grand criminal debut and begins releasing foul-smelling gas. He grabs a streetlight pole, planning to topple it. Reasoning that knocking down the pole will trigger a blackout, he proudly notes his cleverness. He decides that after causing the blackout, he will rob a convenience store. A security guard confronts him, threatening to call special police as Bu-sik declares he will destroy the pole. Hearing that special police are coming, Bu-sik mockingly reacts but continues. The frightened guard screams while narration says this day is significant. It is described as a great day for Kim Bu-sik. He is told to expect something as events escalate. Black appears, effortlessly holding up the fallen pole while calmly drinking from a juice box. Bu-sik looks up in horror and begins to call Black's name. Black stands with the pole raised, and narration says this follows a prior conversation with Do-ryung. Flashback: Han, Do-ryung and Rosa met earlier, and things became complicated for Rosa. Alone in a bathroom, Rosa worries that Do-ryung is suffering because of her. She concludes enthusiastically that she will save people like Black. She believes her actions today have proven to Do-ryung that Black is not dangerous. Narration comments that Kim Bu-sik is simply unlucky. It states that today is the day Black truly debuts as a hero, to Bu-sik's misfortune. Black checks on the guard, who thanks him while Black introduces himself as Black. Black sternly addresses Bu-sik. He warns Bu-sik he cannot do this and hurls the pole aside, protecting the guard. Bystanders shout that the situation is dangerous while Bu-sik stares nervously. Taking advantage of a momentary distraction, Bu-sik turns and runs away screaming. Black chases after him, shouting for the delinquent to stop as the pole crashes down. The broken light pole sparks dangerously on the ground. The city suffers a sudden blackout, and people complain about lost power and work while one decides to take a vacation. Bu-sik flees into a dark alley, panting. He wonders if he can escape as he runs. Black rapidly closes the distance from behind. Bu-sik shouts no just before Black strikes him on the head. Bu-sik collapses, dazed, and weakly answers when addressed. A passerby misinterprets the scene, shouting that Black has killed someone. Onlookers cry that Black killed a man while others insist he is still alive and pity Bu-sik. A child also identifies Bu-sik as a bad guy while running away. From the helicopter, officers lament Black's actions and say they have orders regarding him. Do-ryung and Rosa's team are told that the special police will reach the scene soon. Over the loudspeaker they accuse Black of having a gun and order him to drop it and surrender, confusing him. Black protests that he has nothing to shoot with while the officers threaten to fire if he moves, again calling him a delinquent. Black points at the unconscious Bu-sik, insisting the real delinquent is that guy. But when he looks back, Bu-sik has vanished, leaving Black wondering where he went. Bu-sik runs through another alley, cursing Black. Vowing revenge, he grits his teeth and admits he needs more exercise. Narration clarifies that Bu-sik, craving attention, is actually responsible for the chaos, not Black. In a rage he slams his hand on a wall and uses corrosion, shouting that he caused everything. Do-ryung appears, congratulates him sarcastically for revealing himself, and says Bu-sik saved him the trouble of searching. Do-ryung thanks Bu-sik for the confession, while Bu-sik recognizes him in shock. Bu-sik thinks that with Do-ryung approaching him, something important is happening. He wonders excitedly if this means he will finally become a true criminal. Next scene shows Bu-sik behind bars, suggesting his wish has been realized. Narration confirms he ultimately fulfilled his dream in prison. Do-ryung, watching events end, asks himself why all this happened. He repeats why as Black stands nearby, and someone asks if he is chasing criminals. Do-ryung tells Black he has many questions for him. He seizes Black's wrist to stop him from escaping. Doryang warns Black not to try running away like last time. The close-up shows Black reacting emotionally under his mask. Other officers announce that Doryang has captured Black, and Rosa's teammates cheer. Rosa internally apologizes to the other officers but prepares to act. She decides she cannot reveal her identity, and wraps an arm around Doryang as if taking him hostage. Rosa's classmates, including her blue-haired friend, are stunned. Rosa's friend examines the disturbed ground, insisting Black and Doryang had just been there. From a rooftop, someone comments that teleportation should not be possible. Doryang, now on that rooftop with Black, notes the watch's tracking device allowed him to find them. Black immediately pulls away and turns to escape again. Doryang realizes Black's true aim might be connected to him personally. He asks if Black's real purpose is to kill him. Black nervously shakes his head and denies it. Rosa internally panics, thinking she almost reveals herself. She reasons that her voice would give her away and prepares another idea using her phone. She begins playing a pre-recorded message on the phone while Doryang watches, puzzled. Holding the phone up to Doryang, she lets the recording speak for her, surprising him. The recording insists Black is not a bad person, and Doryang tentatively echoes that meaning. Doryang clenches his fist, trying to process this claim. He suddenly grabs for Black's mask, intending to unmask him. As he does so, two new special police officers start to emerge nearby. The two officers, revealed as twins, step forward and notice Black and Doryang together. They confront the pair, saying they could easily be found even in a hidden place like this. The red-haired twin tells them smugly that they are finished. The twins explain that their midterm exams are over and now they can act, and narration notes their unexpected arrival. From Black's point of view, they look small and he questions if such tiny people are really special police. Black hesitates, thinking he should retreat for now. He abruptly runs away while the twins shout that he is escaping. The red-haired twin launches after him with fire while the blue-haired twin moves to support. The blue-haired twin dashes forward using water to extinguish flames as Doryang watches silently. Afterward, he politely greets Doryang and is told he may continue pursuing. Narration introduces him as 16-year-old Special Police Officer Kang Mungryang, who manipulates water. Rosa in her black outfit sprints through the city streets, passing bewildered civilians. The red-haired twin chases after her, shouting "Black Dog." Narration introduces her as Kang Chunhyang, a 16-year-old officer with fire manipulation who vows not to let Black escape. Watching this, Rosa privately thinks Chunhyang looks impressive. Narration labels Rosa as Special Criminal Park Rosa, age 20, with super strength and teleportation, and notes she finds Chunhyang cute. Narration adds that this is Rosa's first time seeing Chunhyang and Mungryang in person. It humorously says Rosa is so overwhelmed she forgets she can teleport, continuing to flee on foot as the twins bombard her with fire and water. A character profile shot emphasizes Mungryang and Chunhyang as a powerful duo. Flashback to 16 years ago shows the twins as babies holding hands to their parents' delight. Their parents joke about their names being a famous romantic couple's names. Narration says the twins grew up well. It explains that in kindergarten Chunhyang gained fire powers and Mungryang water powers at the same time. Sadly, even in elementary school they were unable to control these abilities. In class, the teacher begins a literature lesson while the children listen. The teacher tells students to open to a specific page as the twins sit quietly. A girl looks over curiously. She notices water pooling under Mungryang's seat. Shocked, she realizes what has happened. She yells for the teacher's attention. She loudly announces that Mungryang has peed. The class mocks him while the teacher exclaims, and narration notes Mungryang is too lethargic to defend himself. Later an adult scolds Mungryang for not asking to go to the bathroom, while he resignedly accepts that he really did pee. Another day, children play with water guns outside. A boy notices Mungryang sitting alone on the school steps. The children call to Mungryang. They invite him to join their water gun game. He looks up, moved by their kindness. When water splashes his feet, his uncontrolled ability creates a massive wave that engulfs the playground. The kids beg for help as Mungryang gleefully runs along the water he has created. Narration states that from that day on, Mungryang's behavior changed. He grew even more withdrawn, preferring solitude while classmates decide to leave him alone. In contrast, his sister Chunhyang draws attention when a transfer student is seated beside her. That boy soon complains about the classroom becoming unbearably hot. Other classmates argue about the heat, telling him to be quiet. As he continues to protest, Chunhyang glares intensely, hinting that her uncontrolled fire ability is the true cause. In elementary school, Chunhyang accidentally blasts fire from her face in class and screams that it is hot. That incident leads to her being forced to transfer schools. Narration explains that Kang Chunhyang becomes labeled a deviant, while as a child she proudly asks her parents if she is the best, and they awkwardly agree. Time passes and the fire-using Chunhyang and her water-controlling twin Mungryang enter the same middle school, told by adults to look after each other. Despite their parents' worries, Mungryang is frequently called to help when Chunhyang causes trouble. Mungryang notes he actually gets along with his sister, using rain powers to help classmates, who comment on the sudden change of weather. Yet Chunhyang still often erupts in anger, demanding the school expel her. She refuses to calm down unless the air conditioner is turned on, while classmates and teachers struggle to restrain her overheated body. The twins' constant use of powers exhausts their parents, who sit miserably at the table discussing it. The parents watch a program about a solution and consider drastic measures. The TV explains that under the Special Police Corps, gifted youths can learn to use their abilities properly. The program also stresses learning to limit power usage in everyday life. Officers on screen cheerfully interact with children, promoting the organization. It highlights Star Officer Han Do-ryung as the most distinguished special police officer. An upbeat recruitment ad describes the path and benefits of becoming an honorable special police officer from age 17. Narration defines this prestigious role as being an honorable special police. On the day the twins, now honorary special police officers, finish midterms, Chun-hyang walks in uniform through town. While searching angrily for criminal Black Dog, Chun-hyang breathes fire that Mungryang must douse with water powers. Watching from above, Han Do-ryung vows he will catch Black Dog next time. Narration admits Han Do-ryung again fails to apprehend Black Dog that night. The scene shifts to Rosa's school campus the following day. Inside the classroom, Rosa dozes off, starting to recall what happened yesterday. She remembers being touched gently by Han Do-ryung as Black Mask and wonders what that strange encounter meant. Thinking of it makes her giddy, and she smiles to herself at her desk. She drops her mechanical pencil and bends to pick it up just as classmates begin gossiping nearby. A friend blurts that Han Do-ryung came to their school today, shocking Rosa. Other students explain he is at school not to study but to protect it from Black Dog. Rosa panics upon hearing Han Do-ryung is present. She worries he might have realized she is Black Dog, then reassures herself that is impossible. She hides under a desk between chairs as another student glances back in confusion. That student assumes Rosa is playing hide and seek and mutters that people will find her. Overhearing someone say Han Do-ryung has arrived, Rosa darts out from under the desk in alarm. She sees his legs approaching and wonders fearfully if he is coming toward her hiding place. She agonizes about what to do, decides she must at least return his handkerchief, and clutches it. As she rushes up saying "excuse me," she bangs her head on the underside of the table. A male classmate helps her up and asks if she is okay. Dazed, she says she is. Rosa urgently thrusts the checkered handkerchief at him, insisting on giving it back. The boy Nam Woo-seop stares in surprise as he accepts the handkerchief from her. Rosa, mortified and aware classmates are staring, wonders who he is as she still holds the cloth. Their hands touch over the handkerchief in a brief, awkward exchange. Woo-seop cheerfully thanks her for the handkerchief. Rosa turns figuratively to stone in disbelief as he says he will use it well. She jumps up yelling no, unable to accept what just happened. Classmates greet Woo-seop's late arrival, teasing that Rosa is confessing to him, while she protests she was not. Others comment Woo-seop is lucky while Rosa flusters and the teacher prepares to take attendance. During roll call, Rosa taps Woo-seop's shoulder to get his attention. She meekly tries to bring up the matter of the handkerchief with him, while nearby boys listen in. When her classmates react with romantic excitement, she internally curses the situation. As roll continues, Woo-seop casually pockets the handkerchief, prompting Rosa to scream no internally. She blurts out that the handkerchief is not his, right as the teacher calls Nam Woo-seop's name. Woo-seop happily confirms he is Nam Woo-seop, inadvertently matching the name Rosa remembers from Han Do-ryung. Attendance shows many names while Rosa hides her face, mortified. After class, Woo-seop turns, saying "excuse me," as Rosa approaches again. Bowing nervously, she asks if he can give the handkerchief to her. Woo-seop is confused at first, then suddenly understands what she means. Rosa berates herself for being tactless but says wait, ready to fix her mistake. She has him write something on her open palm with a pen. Woo-seop finishes and explains that what he wrote is his phone number. Rosa stares blankly at the glowing digits on her palm as her own name is called in roll. The teacher repeats Park Rosa's name, wondering aloud if she is absent. The scene cuts outside the school buildings under daylight. Special police officers, including Han Do-ryung, brief younger members that Black Mask's teleportation drags along anyone she touches. The rookies are ordered to grab Black Mask immediately if they encounter her, even though they fearfully say they want to go home. Their leader says he will assume they agree if they stay silent, while Han Do-ryung stands by listening. Han Do-ryung senses something and abruptly turns toward the bushes. He questions to himself what he just felt or heard near the greenery. Convinced something is there, he whirls around with a shout. Anger veins pop on his head as he readies himself, sure someone is nearby. The team leader assigns patrol areas, starting to direct Han Do-ryung before noticing his odd behavior. Han Do-ryung, doubled over at a trash can, looks like he is unwell. His senior asks what he is doing and if he is having a hard time lately. Han Do-ryung insists he thought someone was there, while his superior shrugs it off and leaves him to patrol. Left alone, Han Do-ryung rubs his eyes, wondering if fatigue is making him imagine things. Suddenly his eyes sharpen as he realizes he did sense something real. He spins and lunges toward the hiding presence, demanding to know who it is. Looking upward, he is shocked by what he sees. Rosa, in casual clothes, is mid-leap from her hiding spot in the trees as he calls her name in surprise. Realizing it was her, he awkwardly asks what she was doing hiding there, while narration admits she was avoiding Ki Jungi. When Jungi and others approach, Han Do-ryung grabs Rosa protectively, and she mutters it is all because of the handkerchief. Han Do-ryung, misunderstanding, offers to buy her another similar handkerchief as compensation. Rosa, hood up, insists he does not need to get it back, trailing off shyly. Internally she notes she actually still has that handkerchief with her. Back in class, Wusiop is instantly popular, classmates crowding him with invitations and telling him to call them. Rosa gloomily concludes he probably lost the handkerchief already but says it is fine. Han Dorian guesses she came looking for him because of the handkerchief, and says she could have just called him to bring it to class. Instead, he unexpectedly asks for her phone number so he can contact her sometimes. Rosa explodes with inward joy, loudly agreeing while hastily typing into his phone. She hands his phone back, saying here, and he thanks her. She then realizes in horror that his number is still written on her palm. Panicking, she worries he might notice the duplicated number on her hand. She secretly checks but relaxes when it seems he did not see it. Han Dorian smiles and remarks that fate has brought them together again. He sincerely thanks her for yesterday's help, while she thinks in relief that he really did not notice the number. He explains that he actually met Black Mask the previous day. He cheerfully says the masked person was not scary at all and that any misunderstanding was cleared up. He recalls nearly pulling off Black Mask's gas mask during their confrontation. Mid-sentence he looks over, noticing Rosa's odd reaction. Rosa, hoodie pulled tight over her face, internally screams that the misunderstanding is nowhere near resolved. She remembers he was actually trying to rip her mask off in battle. Her single visible eye widens in alarm as she realizes the danger. Another officer, Ki Jungi, suddenly appears running toward them, which Rosa recognizes with dread. Han Dorian greets Jungi and begins to explain the situation. As he raises his hand, Rosa instantly teleports away, leaving only a ripple of air. Jungi, unnerved, asks why Han Dorian has been acting strangely. He suggests Han Dorian see a doctor, but Han insists that is not the issue. Han Dorian merely thinks Rosa must just be shy and brushes it off. He then focuses, determined, his golden eyes narrowing. He quietly recites the number he remembers from Rosa's palm, confirming it matches. Elsewhere, a pink-haired girl is angrily confronted by a relative who accuses her of hiding her identity. She insists she meant no harm, but the unseen mother's voice yells at her to shut up. The furious parent shouts that their family suffered huge losses because of her, cursing at her while she sobs that she did not know. Afterward, the tough grandmotherly figure tells Rosa she will sleep early, brusquely wishing her good night. Alone, the older woman grudgingly concedes the girl should have been honest, while the girl's muffled voice apologizes. Wearing a shirt emblazoned with love, the muscular guardian calls out to Rosa that they need to talk. Rosa's bed is shown empty, indicating she has already slipped out. The guardian punches a hole in the wall in anger upon discovering she is gone. Out in the city alley, suited as Black Mask, Rosa hears her grandmother's earlier question echoing about lying to her. She steels herself, thinking it is fine and that she expected things would not be resolved easily. Deciding she must now work hard to do good, she trudges along the alley in her vigilante gear. She grumbles that everything has become a real nuisance. Narration says that whatever she does, situations with Han Dorian keep getting more tangled. She feels as though she is trapped in a spider web she cannot escape. She then literally sees a web in front of her mask, confused. A small cartoon spider clings to the web inside her eyeline, startling her. Her terrified scream echoes over the city skyline, causing someone elsewhere to yell back for quiet. On a nighttime street, Wusiop hears someone shrieking to get something off. In a nearby alley, Rosa flails in full Black Mask outfit, frantically asking where the spider went. Panicking, she wonders if the spider crawled inside her clothes. Wusiop, in pajamas and holding an ice cream bar, yells at whoever is there to get out. He steps fully into view, still shouting, as his snack wrapper falls. He locks eyes with the masked Rosa and repeats the word handkerchief in recognition. Shocked, they both point and stammer at each other, each trying to explain. As he starts to say she is the Black, she leaps up and clamps a gloved hand over his mouth to silence him. He muffles the full phrase Black Mask while she desperately keeps his mouth covered. Just then Mungryong and Chunhyang appear in uniform with glowing hands, declaring that Black Mask is finished and identifying themselves as honorary special police. Rosa whispers urgently in Wusiop's ear that those kids are dangerous, while nearby the twins argue whether they will be scolded for acting alone and decide to catch the villain first. Rosa realizes Wusiop is dangerous too because he knows her identity, and frets over what to do. She answers her own question by deciding they must flee and drags Wusiop away at high speed. A tornado-like gust marks their sudden teleportation, leaving the twins stunned in the empty street. Watching them vanish, the twins wonder what to do next and decide to call their superiors. The chase resumes later that night deep in the moonlit forested hills. There, Wusiop casually eats his ice cream while sitting with Black Mask. He confirms her name is Park Rosa, and she nervously agrees. Wusiop smiles and says it is amazing that she is actually the notorious Black Mask. Rosa punches a nearby tree, splintering it near his head in frustration. Her shout echoes over the forested mountains under the moon, startling wildlife. Looming over him, she orders him not to say what he is thinking, demanding to know if he intends to say it. Wusiop innocently guesses she wants to admit she is technically a criminal. Rosa, eyes shining red with emotion, insists she is not a bad person despite her vigilante acts. Wusiop calmly replies that he already knows she is not bad. Rosa listens silently, looking distant and unreadable. Wusiop explains he is only investigating her because of a class assignment, not because he thinks she is bad. When Woo-sub says his class is terrorism studies, Rosa panics and asks if that makes her a terrorist. Woo-sub calmly confirms his terrorism studies major while Rosa stammers in disbelief. Rosa reveals she herself majors in security, stunned by the irony. Realizing Woo-sub's field opposes her vigilante persona, Rosa thinks of him as an enemy. Woo-sub reasons that if Rosa were truly a criminal, she would already have killed him. Rosa shyly asks if she should keep her identity and their connection a secret. Woo-sub shows interest but hints he will agree only under certain terms. He says he will accept her request but adds that he has one condition. Later, Woo-sub happily eats in the cafeteria, clearly pleased with the deal. Rosa, now in casual clothes, muses that she is a poor college student as she eats with him. Woo-sub confirms that buying her a meal fulfills her promised condition and prepares to say more. Rosa mentions that Special Ability Headquarters want her to report how she met Woo-sub. She explains that the headquarters ordered her to call them immediately about how she knows him. At headquarters, officers record a witness describing Woo-sub's height. Using her perfect depiction ability, Chu Mongta rapidly sketches Woo-sub's likeness from witness descriptions. Mongta calmly confirms details of the creature that attacked, using her perfect depiction power. The witnesses describe Woo-sub looking at something while Mongta keeps drawing. Back at the cafeteria, Woo-sub starts to share a thought with Rosa. Rosa anxiously predicts that headquarters will summon her as a witness to the Black Mask incident. Woo-sub awkwardly offers her more rice while she nervously insists on discussing something first. He leans in and says there is something specific he wants to do. Cut to their rooftop test, where Rosa grabs Woo-sub and launches them into the air, making him scream. Hurtling through the sky together, both yell for various family members in terror. They plummet from great height, spinning violently downward. The pair whirl across the city skyline in a high-speed aerial maneuver. The scene shifts to an empty roadway far below, showing how dangerous their fall was. Somehow landing safely, Woo-sub marvels that Rosa's flying technique really works while she shakes in fear. He excitedly tells Rosa he had fun, calling her by name. Woo-sub praises her as the famous Black Mask while she glares, embarrassed. He keeps chanting that Park Rosa is the best as she sits hugging her knees and demands he keep his promise. Rosa firmly orders Woo-sub not to reveal anything about her to headquarters, and he cheerfully agrees. Woo-sub then asks why she still uses the distinctive gas mask. Rosa says she keeps using it because Doryang is fixated on catching the Black Mask. She explains that Han Doryang is extremely responsible and has accumulated thick case files on Black Mask. Rosa believes that as long as Doryang views Black Mask as dangerous, he will never stop pursuing her. Woo-sub worries that if Black Mask suddenly disappears, Doryang will bear a heavy mental burden. Rosa complains that Doryang seems too rigid, while Woo-sub insists that reliability is his charm. Woo-sub is surprised, thinking Rosa dislikes Doryang, because news reports said Black Mask threatened to kill him. Rosa insists Doryang is not rigid but faithful. She earnestly says Doryang puts public safety above everything else. Rosa adds that although Doryang is popular and handsome, he worries himself by trying to solve everything alone. She gushes about how his once pretty boy looks have sharpened with age yet remain gentle and non-aggressive. Woo-sub notes how Doryang's voice turns stern but impressive when confronting criminals like her. He adds that Doryang never shows weakness to his fans, mid-sentence being interrupted. Rosa freezes as Woo-sub bluntly asks whether she likes Han Doryang. Flustered, Rosa insists she is only a hidden fan and rambles that she will not act on her feelings. She clasps Woo-sub's hand, begging him to keep her fandom secret, and he warns her to beware of fraud. Under the moon, the narration resumes, preparing to sum up Rosa's intent. Woo-sub concludes that Rosa wants to clear Black Mask's name without exposing her true identity. Deciding to help, he agrees, trusting that her intentions are good. Rosa beams with joy and promises to keep her side of their bargain. She clings to his shorts, anxiously confirming he will not reveal anything at headquarters. Still gripping his clothes, she asks if he can really keep quiet even if Doryang questions him directly, and he reassures her. They laugh together about how kind Doryang appears on TV while Rosa giggles mischievously. Looking over the city, Woo-sub jokes about being technically Black Mask's victim yet declares he will support himself in this risky plan. The next day at headquarters, Doryang invites Woo-sub to begin his official testimony. Sitting across from him, Woo-sub nervously wonders what is with this intense setup. Doryang, radiating authority, heightens the intimidating atmosphere of the interrogation room. Woo-sub introduces himself in narration as Nam Woo-sub. He explains he is a popular freshman majoring in security. He recalls how a girl in his class recently gave him a handkerchief. At the time he assumed the handkerchief was a romantic confession. He then realizes it actually was not meant that way. Woo-sub narrates that the girl he thought he knew turned out to be the notorious supervillain Black Dog. He remembers first discovering Rosa as Black Dog and being shocked. He reassures the audience that despite that, she is actually kind and funny. He notes that because of Black Dog he has now been summoned to Special Ability Headquarters. Approaching the headquarters building, Woo-sub wonders if he can successfully lie in front of a special officer. At the entrance, Doryang notices Woo-sub arriving. Another officer tells Doryang that Woo-sub is the man who survived being Black Dog's hostage and will be interrogated. Doryang briefly suspects Woo-sub might be Black Dog's accomplice, then dismisses the thought. Reviewing Woo-sub's file, Doryang lists reasons for suspicion, including his attending the attacked university and living nearby. He reads that Woo-sub is also a freshman security major and infers that Black Dog must frequent that area. Seeing something on the paperwork, Doryang's hand stops abruptly. He recognizes a certain number on the document and is startled. In the interrogation room, Woo-sub greets Mongta nervously but politely. Mongta confirms Woo-sub saw Black Dog's unmasked face and prepares to record his account. Woo-sub anxiously confirms she is asking him specifically about what he saw. Mongta asks for a detailed description, and Woo-sub panics internally about what to say. He decides he will answer with descriptions completely opposite to the truth. He starts by lying that Black Dog had short white hair while Mongta dutifully notes it. He piles on more false details about crooked eyes and a terrifyingly sharp jaw, claiming they looked lethal. Woo-sub continues exaggerating, describing huge, shark-like teeth. He adds mismatched features like a crooked nose and even a snout, confusing Mongta. Her drawing ability dutifully produces a monstrous caricature that does not resemble Rosa at all. Mongta repeats one of his details, visibly dubious as she continues sketching. She privately senses he is giving a false statement, alarming Woo-sub. As staff whisper, Woo-sub panics, sure he is about to be caught, and thinks of a desperate move. He suddenly bows hard onto the table, apologizing loudly. He claims he was too terrified during the incident to remember Black Dog's face accurately. Mongta accepts this explanation and says she understands. She gently reassures him that there is nothing to fear. She adds that Korea is safe thanks to Special Officer Han Doryang, causing Woo-sub guilty inner commentary. Then she suggests they carefully review his memories together. Woo-sub asks for a break, but Mongta refuses, saying time is short, when Doryang interjects to stop. Doryang announces that from this point he will personally question Woo-sub. He enters, formally taking over the interrogation. Woo-sub and Doryang sit facing each other in a tense stare-down. Woo-sub again wonders why the mood feels like he is the criminal instead of a witness. Doryang also notes that the atmosphere makes Woo-sub seem like a sinner despite being summoned as a witness. Woo-sub, sweating, internally remarks on how impressive Doryang looks. He cannot help thinking that Doryang is extremely handsome. Doryang recalls that the suspicious number on Woo-sub's form matches the one written on Rosa's hand. He replays the moment he noticed the number on the file. He remembers seeing the same digits written on Rosa's hand and suspects a connection. During questioning he repeats Woo-sub's name thoughtfully, prompting the student to start his story. Observers in the monitoring room comment on how different Doryang looks in person compared to TV. Back inside, Doryang tells Woo-sub he is simply doing his job, and Woo-sub meekly agrees. Doryang clasps his gloved hands and prepares to probe the key point. He bluntly asks whether Woo-sub actually saw Black Dog's face, making Woo-sub stumble over his answer. Doryang summarizes Woo-sub's earlier claim that fear blurred his memory, then questions how Black Dog could release him unharmed. Mongta, watching, is horrified when Doryang jumps to accusing Woo-sub of possibly being Black Dog's accomplice. Woo-sub frantically denies any connection, insisting that was his first time meeting Black Dog. Doryang presses, asking why Black Dog spared him, and Woo-sub realizes he must answer carefully. Woo-sub reframes the interrogation in his mind as if giving a class presentation about his Black Dog research. He tells himself he is currently presenting before a professor. In his mental image, Doryang sits as the professor while Woo-sub presents that his assignment concerns Black Dog. The imagined professor asks whether Black Dog has ever killed anyone. Woo-sub answers no and adds that Black Dog has never extorted anything either. He concludes dramatically that Black Dog kidnapped him purely by mistake. The professor version of Doryang skeptically repeats the phrase by mistake. He reasons aloud that Black Dog likely kidnapped Woo-sub because he saw her face. He then infers that Woo-sub must have been released in exchange for promising to keep Black Dog's identity secret. Back in reality, Woo-sub thinks he is doomed and weakly suggests Black Dog might just have been bored. Doryang calls that explanation ridiculous and starts analyzing Woo-sub's true intent to defend Black Dog. Woo-sub, ashamed, mentally apologizes to Rosa while realizing his excuse makes her sound psychotic. Frustrated, Doryang feels the interrogation is going nowhere. Interpreting Woo-sub's nervous behavior, Doryang assumes Black Dog must have threatened his life and sympathizes. As the session winds down, Doryang begins to thank Woo-sub for his cooperation. When Woo-sub wipes his face with the checkered handkerchief, Doryang suddenly reacts in shock. Doryang recognizes the handkerchief and demands to know about it. Woo-sub, startled, claims it is probably a coincidence while Doryang awkwardly backs off. Doryang admits he also received that handkerchief from a girl at his school, internally realizing it is actually his. Woo-sub, blushing, wonders what Doryang is talking about. Doryang accepts Woo-sub's boast that he is popular and listens as he elaborates. Woo-sub proudly explains that a classmate gave him the handkerchief, assuming it meant she liked him. Doryang dryly suggests she may simply have lent it because he looked sweaty. Woo-sub insists it felt like a present, and notes the brand seems girlish, while Doryang disagrees. Observers facepalm as Woo-sub generalizes that everyone their age carries handkerchiefs, while a note reveals Doryang indeed does. Woo-sub muses that, as suspected, the gift probably was not a confession after all. He recalls the girl saying she already liked someone else and now questions why she gave it to him. Doryang internally admits he also misread the girl's intention and gave her his number, realizing the misunderstanding. Woo-sub realizes Doryang was the one the girl actually liked. A flashback shows Rosa at home texting excitedly, revealing it was her hand. Her phone shows Han Doryang's contact, confirming she has his number. Rosa blushes happily over her phone, thrilled about her connection with Doryang. A chat window shows Rosa nervously sending Doryang a casual message asking what he is doing. The story closes with a formal thank you for Wusup's cooperation in the investigation. Wusup is ordered to leave and floats away in shock. He tumbles out and catches his breath. Looking at the sky, Wusup consoles himself that he did his best. Relaxing on the floor, he thinks about getting another meal from Rosa and feels proud of himself. 2 officers hurry down a corridor. A superior scolds the blonde officer for his attitude, and he admits he knew it was wrong. She asks why he acted that way if he knew, leaving him speechless. Wusup fondly remembers receiving Rosa's number. The blonde officer explains his behavior was for personal reasons and says he cannot do what she asks. Alone, he wonders why he acted like that. His phone beeps, catching his attention. A message from Rosa pops up asking what he is doing. Another officer notices him reacting to the text. She bluntly asks Han Doryang if he is dating someone, surprising him. He denies it, and she just hopes he has calmed down. In the control room, staff confirm almost everyone is present for the operation. The team leader checks that Mungryang has Chunhyang restrained. Chunhyang is shown bound in chains, declared useless for today. Another member asks the team leader where they should head first, and he has no idea. Watching rioters and masked people outside, he wonders which incident to prioritize. Officers curse the brazen masked troublemakers and speculate that the real Black Mask might use shadow powers. They are told these are not the real Black Mask but merely followers. Han notes, Sei predicted this mob, yet it is still overwhelming to see in person. Someone realizes Sei is missing and starts to call her. On a live stream, Sei's friend screams that an enemy is coming and urges Sei to run and take a taxi. In the server room, the team leader wonders what is going on with the Black Mask followers. Another officer explains the followers are petty criminals riding on Black Mask's reputation. Outside, a masked speaker riles up the crowd against Han Doryang, accusing him of violating their rights. The mob chants absurd rights, like stealing and venting their anger on society. The speaker claims Black Mask has sent them a message. He proclaims that message is to not fear Han Doryang and leads the crowd in insulting him. The group formally announces themselves as the Mask Leavers, Black Mask Believers. The leader orders the crowd to follow Black Mask's will and flip off the special police. He dramatically asks Black Mask if she is watching their rebellion. Narration clarifies that Black Mask is not watching. Instead, Rosa lies face down on her bed, exhausted. She stares at her unanswered message to Han and laments that he is not responding. Overwhelmed, Rosa quietly starts crying into her pillow. Her intimidating grandmother suddenly appears and asks why she is crying. Rosa tearfully calls out to her grandmother. Rosa explains she sent a message and feels ignored, worrying it means Han does not want to be bothered, which shocks her grandmother. The grandmother snatches the phone, saying that being busy is no excuse. She bellows that leaving someone on read is bad manners. She begins composing an angry, insult-filled lecture about replying to messages. The drafted text threatens Han, demanding replies as basic manners and promising a beating if he is seen outside. Rosa panics and tries to stop her grandmother from sending it. They wrestle over the phone, Rosa begging for it back. Outside, rioters and followers scatter and cower as chaos erupts. A chef screams for the arsonist to stop as his restaurant burns. The masked punks mock him over pineapple pizza, arguing about toppings while terrorizing the shop. A graphic explains Fine People, Mungryong's beloved pineapple pizza parlor, has been forced to close today. Narration notes that on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and also Tuesdays and Thursdays, and every weekend, Mungryong habitually eats pizza from that parlor. 2 masked followers spot Mungryong fighting and wonder if he is a special police officer, then are told he works with the red-haired girl and is not a big threat. Someone nearby says Mungryong is fine, surprising a follower. Mungryong unleashes a huge stream of water, admitting he was scared for no reason as he attacks. His superior shouts his name while riding the water wave with a captured rioter. She directs Mungryong to turn the water into a side alley, sweeping criminals along. The swept-up followers complain they are getting motion sickness on the turbulent water ride. 2 drenched followers suddenly react with alarm. Handcuffs snap open in midair. The freed riders move to attack but are immediately double-punched while still bound together. Their bodies slam into the ground as Han Doryang stands above them. Han sits casually on a police van, levitating more followers in a force field with his phone in hand, stunning everyone. The rioters recognize Han Doryang and debate fleeing, thinking he is not paying attention. Han casually asks a follower if he is busy, intimidating the man into saying no. Han invites them to advise him on how to reply to a text asking what he is doing. The terrified follower guesses Han should say he is working. Han agrees and reasons that telling the sender he is working would stop further questions. Another captured follower notes that Rosa even used an emoticon, so Han should reply in a way that keeps the conversation going. Han proposes a more engaging answer and asks if it sounds right. The follower suggests replying that he is working and asking what she is doing, remarking it shows interest. Han's superior suggests going further and inviting her to meet after work, leaving him flustered. Han insists the text is from a friend, but the follower teases him that he is treating it like a crush. Another follower says he must still answer sincerely, but the superior interrupts with more advice. She uses another officer as an example, asking what the follower would text back if that male officer messaged him, while labeling the officer a shape-shifting special cop. The damage recovery team leader nonchalantly restores the ruined area while cussing about working hard because of that brat. Two staffers gossip that Han Doryang seems to be dating someone. Rosa mentally repeats in disbelief that Han Doryang might be dating. Han finally sends Rosa a message saying he is working and asks if she wants to meet later. Rosa receives the reply and explodes with joy. She flops on her bed, and her grandmother asks if she got a response, which she denies in embarrassment. Alone, Rosa panics over how to reply and decides she cannot ask her grandmother for further help. She thinks about who else would understand this kind of situation. Wusiop walks through smoke-filled streets, amazed at the destruction. He looks around at the ruined city and comments on how messy everything is. His phone buzzes with a message from Rosa. Rosa texts Wusiop begging him for help. Reading it, he wonders what she needs help with. He then notices a single black mask helmet half embedded in a cratered road. Wusiop is stunned by this bizarre sight. Narration reveals the person under that helmet is a fervent mask leaver, one of Black Mask's believers. The buried mask leaver blames his predicament on Special Officer Ki Jungi. He laments he could not fulfill his role properly, and seethes with anger. Lying helpless, he bitterly notes how nice the weather is despite his misery. Wusiop leans over the hole and asks if the person is alright, met with confused silence. He scolds the buried man for ending up like this after Wusiop tried so hard to hide Black Mask's identity. Wusiop realizes he should be asking how the man got buried in the road, while the mask leaver wonders if Wusiop intends to save him. Wusiop deduces the man must be one of the Black Mask believers. He directly asks if the person is a mask leaver. The buried believer is taken aback and confused. The mask leaver hurriedly insists he is still loyal, saying once a mask leaver, always a mask leaver. Wusiop notices the voice sounds different from Black Mask's. He impulsively starts pulling off the helmet, and the hidden man panics, screaming for him not to expose his identity. Wusiop realizes he grabbed the wrong mask and hurriedly puts it back as the man begs him to cover him again. Wusiop then understands Rosa's earlier message referred to Han Doryang inviting her out, and gets a notification confirming Han wants to meet her after work, proving he himself is not a mask leaver. Annoyed, the mask leaver calls Wusiop a traitor for caring more about romance than the cult. The fanatic, still buried, vows the mask leavers will one day rule the world while Wusiop calls him crazy. Explosions echo overhead as the city continues to reel from the chaos. Walking through the mayhem, Wusiop texts Rosa that if Han Doryang asks to meet, she should absolutely go. Rosa hesitates in chat, worrying that since Han is working he must be busy. She further frets that he may be annoyed if she shows up and wonders if it is okay to ask a busy person to meet, prompting Wusiop to reply emphatically. Wusiop texts back telling Rosa to get moving, and she agrees. Suddenly another fanatic bursts from rubble near Wusiop, making him jump. That fanatic runs naked through the street screaming, "Mask leavers forever!" And Wusiop dismisses him as a lunatic. Wusiop texts Rosa that many Black Mask followers are rampaging outside and asks if she will be okay. She is shocked he means her and is urged to answer Han's call. On the phone, Wusiop tells Rosa to look at what is happening around him. He shows her crazed followers shouting that Black Mask is their god, explaining that the streets are full of people like that. Rosa asks what to do since Han is still on duty, and Wusiop asks when Han suggested meeting. Rosa panics that Wusiop's practical suggestion may not work. She suddenly gets another idea while staring at her phone. Rosa makes a cute to-do list doodle. First, catch the fake Black Masks. Second, properly greet and cooperate with the special police officers. Third, clear up misunderstandings about Black Mask and then enjoy a fun meeting with Han at 7 o'clock. She sits stunned, absorbing the enormity of her plan. Then she yells that she will talk to Wusiop later and resolves to get moving. Narration contrasts Rosa and Wusiop's worries with the reality that thanks to the special police, the mask leaver's terror is nearly over. Streaming again, Sei reassures viewers that she is fine and the subjugation of the rioters is almost complete. Someone taps her shoulder from behind. The tap knocks her selfie stick to the ground, shattering her phone. Sei looks down in disbelief, muttering about her lost phone as ominous laughter approaches. A hulking mask leaver named Sam Gakshin appears, his power causing people to drop valuables when they touch his shoulders. He calls out Sei by name, saying he knows her. He mocks her as a powerless female student, while she warns him not to underestimate her because of that. Sei explains that to become a special police officer she endured intense training and conditioning. She says all of that hardship must be shouldered to earn the title. She declares proudly that she is now an official special police officer. With fierce eyes, she tells him to bring it on. Sam jeers and boasts that no one can defeat his mighty shoulder blades. A title card announces Sei's secret technique that will save the world. Episode 1 of her secret techniques shows her rapidly sidestepping around Sam, creating afterimages while he shouts that he is everywhere. Exhausted, Sam huffs and wonders if it is finally his chance to shine. Episode 2 of Sei's secret techniques begins as she charges and despite saying she is not ready, she tries her serious punch, poking and guessing where his shoulders really are. Realizing his weak point is above, she launches an aerial kick at his shoulder area. Sei lands triumphantly while a junior officer gushes that her performance was amazing. Sei orders the junior to start filming her now since her own phone is broken. She strikes cool poses as the junior records her on the ground. Electricity crackles around Sei's determined face, signaling that she is fully fired up for what comes next. Rosa senses a strange change in the air and excitedly remarks to her senior how vibrant the atmosphere has become. Looking at the sky, she announces that the real Black Mask is coming, not an imitation. Seeing his silhouette reflected in her eye, she realizes he is accompanied by a terrifying monster. A damage recovery worker, doubting his senses, wonders if he forgot his medicine while his colleague urges him to flee. The real Black Mask sprints in, shocking everyone. An onlooker shouts Black Mask's name as he appears. People exclaim that Black Mask is running while dragging a gigantic octopus-like monster behind him. Nearby mask leavers see him arrive and panic. One mask leaver notices someone beside Black Mask and reacts in shock. The narration identifies the monster as Park Byung-gi, the mask leaver's secret weapon whose ability is to transform into whatever creature he ate the previous day. Mask leavers believe Black Mask has come alone to rescue Byung-gi and call out to him for help. In truth, Rosa is desperately thinking about how to shake off the pursuing octopus monster. Byung-gi, in monster form, is delighted to be chasing the genuine Black Mask. A recap poster introduces the Mask Leavers, a group of Black Mask believers. The recap explains that criminals unhappy with Han Do-ryong formed the Mask Leavers and began terrorizing the city. Park Rosa decided to infiltrate the Mask Leavers. She joined them as a fake Black Mask to clear up the public's misunderstanding about the real one. Donning the Black Mask suit, Rosa fully adopts the role. A girl screams for help as a hostage situation unfolds. Mask Leavers holding her hostage taunt the authorities to come rescue her. One mask leaver threatens to drop her laptop containing all her all-night assignments, horrifying the girl. The girl, frantic about her work, yells at the mask leavers while they laugh. Rosa, as Black Mask, charges between them saying she refuses to comply. She strikes the mask leavers to free the hostage. Rosa flips them out the window while the girl dives to catch her falling laptop. Rosa then hurls the saved laptop back to the girl, amazing the watching officers. The officers panic as Rosa and the villains plummet toward them. Ki Jungi, the shape-shifting special officer, dives forward criticizing Rosa's tactic of using allies as bait. Jungi crashes into the mask leavers, and narration clarifies his shape-shifting ability. The junior officers cheer for Ki Jungi, calling out to their respected senior. One assistant looks up to see the air swirl where Jungi vanished and wonders where he went. Jungi suddenly senses something and shouts for a stop. Narration lists one special officer, Jungi, 2 assistants, and 3 captured mask leavers as the current lineup. When asked what to do next, Jungi abruptly says he needs to leave, baffling his assistants. Grabbing his face, Jungi declares he cannot stand an asymmetrical situation any longer, apologizing to the confused juniors. He runs off, vowing to report the crazy situation to the chairman, saying he has reached his limit. Elsewhere, Rosa is still being chased through alleys by the octopus Byung-gi. As she flees, someone off-screen asks if their actions were actually helpful. Rosa encounters another scene where a criminal is menacing civilians. A mask leaver on the ground recognizes Black Mask's arrival with shock. Rosa, looming over him, tells the cowering mask leaver where she intends to send him. She launches him skyward toward the prison. Guards at the prison see a mask leaver flying in and wonder where he was hurled from. The impact craters the wall, and narration introduces this mask leaver as Han Dayman. Guards examine Dayman and note he has a special ability. Narration explains that Dayman becomes as strong as the external force that strikes him, and he marvels at his newfound power from the huge hit. Rising, Dayman thanks Black Mask for empowering him, startling the guards. A terrified scream echoes over the city. Rosa proudly thinks about how many mask leavers she has captured. Suddenly the ground shakes and she wonders if it is an earthquake. The pavement begins cracking and breaking apart from heavy impacts. Rosa turns toward the source of the destruction. The gigantic octopus Byung-gi appears again, happily calling out to Black Mask and having tracked her by smell. Rosa stands alone in the devastated street as the octopus looms over her, greeting her cheerfully. Seeing the monster up close horrifies Rosa. A flashback shows young Rosa being forced to eat wriggling octopus tentacles and demanding to know why. Her large guardian whines that it looks scary while she insists it is not frightening. He claims octopus is tasty and healthy, trying to feed it to her. The narration concludes that Rosa is deeply afraid of octopus. Back in the present, Rosa runs away screaming for the octopus to stay back while Byung-gi, as her fan, keeps chasing her. The story jumps back from flashback to present time. The damage recovery worker again thinks he must have skipped his medicine as people scream about a monster, while his colleague tells him to run. Rosa and Byung-gi race past, and onlookers shout that the real Black Mask has appeared. Another bystander calls out Black Mask's name as he passes overhead. Citizens exclaim that Black Mask is dragging a huge monster behind him. The 2 recovery workers nervously run on the spot in shock. One of them dashes away from the chaos. He looks back in dismay, muttering in disbelief. He trips and crashes to the ground, his partner shouting that their team leader has fallen. Believing he is dying, his colleague runs toward him in tears, declaring he cannot die. She crouches to shield him as the octopus barrels past, narrowly missing them. After the danger passes, she watches the distant octopus bounce away and wonders what just happened. The team leader apologizes for showing such cowardice despite leading the damage recovery team. She looks at him, surprised as he addresses her by name. Standing solemnly, he tells her something he wants to do once the repairs are done. He shyly invites her out for soju after work. She accepts the invitation with a small smile. Narration reintroduces them as Won Sang-bak and Kim Sin-yo of the Special Ability Headquarters Damage Recovery Team. Later, people in the city shout Black Mask's honorific title, searching for him. Rosa, still in disguise, hears that Black Mask Nim is present and reacts nervously. She sees a group of mask cleavers gathered ahead on the road calling to their idol. Rosa worries that if she keeps running, the octopus will crush those mask cleavers. But she hesitates because they are criminals. She decides she still cannot let them die. Rosa abruptly turns to face the charging octopus instead of leading it into the group. She steels herself to be brave even while yelling at Byung-gi to stop following her. The octopus swings a huge tentacle at her while she screams for him to leave her alone. The impact smashes into her, distorting her mask. The restrained mask cleavers stare in shock, calling out to Black Mask. Elsewhere, the recovery duo happily repaint road lions, oblivious. A limp mini-octopus is suddenly flung overhead, catching the team leader's attention. He calls to Sin-yo, who answers while still thinking about going for drinks. They watch the unconscious Byung-gi slide down the road and decide their drinking plans are ruined. Meanwhile, Han Do-ryong, the powerful officer, slings himself into the air toward the battle. He swings on his wire toward the octopus, his colleagues below screaming. He prepares to strike as he descends, focused and serious. He launches a massive vertical attack, splitting the ground and slamming into the octopus. Rosa is relieved to see that Han Do-ryong has finally arrived. Do-ryong fixates on Rosa with determination, calling her name in his thoughts. Narration wonders if Do-ryong can truly be angry, as Rosa silently wishes him luck. Team Leader 1 stares at the destruction and quietly mutters Han Do-ryong's name. A moment later he erupts in a furious scream, cursing Do-ryong. He and Sin-yo chase after Do-ryong, yelling that he broke the area again right after they finished fixing it. Checking his phone, Do-ryong stresses about being late for his 7 o'clock meeting with Rosa. Hovering in the air before the mask cleavers, he asks them to wait a moment, while he messages on his phone, confusing everyone. The mask cleavers assume his phone use means he is supremely confident, worrying their own leader Black Dog might lose and pointing out something strange. They notice that even Black Dog, Rosa in disguise, is secretly on her phone, which they interpret as more confidence and think she looks cool. Do-ryong reschedules his date with Rosa to 8 o'clock and ends the call. He and Rosa face each other midair, both still holding their phones. Do-ryong then thanks Black Dog for patiently waiting. Rosa and the mask cleavers stare blankly, not understanding what he just said. Realizing they could not hear him, Do-ryong reaches behind his back. He pulls out a megaphone and loudly repeats his thanks to Black Dog for waiting. Addressing Rosa through the megaphone, he says she came bravely to save her comrades but that everything ends here, which confuses her since she does not see them as allies. He vows to make Black Dog regret sparing his life in their previous encounter. Do-ryong unleashes another overwhelming attack that rips up the street. One, being restrained by Sin-yo, continues raging over yet more destruction. Do-ryong rockets up a canyon-like chasm created by his own power, shouting for Jungi. Jungi orders him to pin down Black Dog. Rosa, startled mid-attack with her scythe, reacts in confusion. Jungi taunts that even Do-ryong cannot move an entire city. An assistant runs up with handcuffs, but Jungi yells that they are useless since the enemy could easily break them. The other assistants console the scolded junior, saying Jungi treats them the same and is not actually angry. Down in the crater, Rosa complains that she keeps sinking into the ground and frets about being late for her own plans. She looks upward anxiously as the earth continues collapsing around her. From Rosa's viewpoint, Do-ryong poses dramatically in the sky while rocks rain down. Determined, Do-ryong decides that using a massive amount of force is necessary. The resulting shockwave devastates the ground and sends bystanders flying. Jungi is knocked back but quickly sits up, calling out. He shouts that Do-ryong went too far and questions who Do-ryong should be worrying about. Do-ryong dismisses concerns, insisting the mask cleavers will not die from this. In the crater, Rosa worries that if she is captured she will miss her later plans, but narration says there was no need to worry. The answer appears as the revived octopus Byung-gi lumbers up behind Do-ryong. The exhausted octopus body flops along the ruined street. Footsteps echo, signaling someone rushing to the scene. Nana, the blue-haired girl, runs urgently, saying they must hurry. She tells her companion that Do-ryong might be in serious danger. As she continues, another girl yells Nana's honorific title in panic. They consider using a police car but reject it because Nana admits she does not have a driver's license. Back at the fight, Do-ryong hovers as an enormous tentacle rises toward him. Hurt but standing on the octopus's head, he curses at the pain while supporters cheer on Park Byung-gi, calling him their weapon. Enraged on Do-ryong's behalf, Byung-gi swings his tentacles and vows revenge. He grabs and crushes Do-ryong with multiple limbs. Byung-gi, eyes blazing, proclaims that he will never forgive Han Do-ryong. Do-ryong, pondering if Byung-gi is an ability user, studies him while being constricted. He concludes that aside from the creature's size there is nothing exceptional about it. Narration notes that in Rosa's terrified eyes the octopus looks far more horrifying. To Rosa, Do-ryung appears to be genuinely in mortal danger within the monster's grip. Watching from below, Jungi curses the octopus and realizes that Black Dog is actually a woman. Jungi is then struck hard by flying debris and crashes to the ground yelling. Dazed but alive, he predicts he is likely to suffer a concussion from the blow. The blue-haired girl catches and cushions the falling officer as they crash to the ground from a great height. Lying tangled together, she cradles his face while he groans in pain from the fall. She excitedly asks if he is okay as he lies with his head in her lap, dazed. Relieved, she says things could have ended badly, while he starts to comment on her appearance. He points out her messy hair and asks if she can retie it. Annoyed and hurt, she thinks to herself that she just saved his life and he only cares about her hair. Up above, another officer realizes his long-range attack missed its target. The masked Black Dog lunges straight at that officer through the dissipating blast. Black Dog tackles the blonde officer off the rooftop, yelling for him to get his hands off someone. The pink inflatable cushion under them squishes in shock as they hit it. The blonde officer shouts agreement, while Black Dog slashes upward with a blade. Black Dog's knife only cuts the front of the blonde officer's uniform, leaving both of them shocked. Black Dog leaps away to the side as the earlier blast strikes the ground far below. Midair, Black Dog looks back in alarm at what just happened. The blue-haired girl stares in horror at the scene from a distance. She screams in despair as smoke covers the fallen area where the blonde officer landed. A bystander villain praises Black Dog's skill, while the blonde officer panics that events are not going as he planned. Black Dog grabs the dazed blonde officer by his torn jacket and begins to speak to him. Realizing she only has a piece of his uniform, Black Dog stares at the scrap of blue cloth in confusion. The blonde officer looks down, startled, realizing his shirt has been shredded. He stands up, chest exposed through the ripped jacket, embarrassed and stunned. The blue-haired girl hysterically shouts that Black Dog should just kill him instead of humiliating him like this. She continues screaming that the situation is too humiliating, while the blonde officer begs Black Dog not to leave him like that. Watching him, Black Dog frantically looks around for something to cover his exposed torso. The blonde officer silently stares at Black Dog, waiting. Black Dog hands him a propaganda poster about joining Black Dog's devotees, using it to cover his chest. The blonde officer lets out a dry laugh as he looks down at the ridiculous poster on himself. Still sitting, he tells Black Dog that of all the criminals he has met, this one is the worst. He finishes that Black Dog is the worst criminal he has ever encountered. Black Dog stands in silence, absorbing the insult. The blonde officer glances upward, the poster still on his chest, thinking about what just happened. A swirling gust of wind marks Black Dog's sudden disappearance, leaving the officer alone in the ruined courtyard. Night falls over the city's rooftops, signaling the end of the chaotic day. A TV reporter explains that the damage caused by Black Dog and his worshippers is now being repaired by the Special Ability Headquarters. At home, Rosa returns in her Black Dog outfit and her muscular grandfather asks if she is back. He begins saying that Grandma always knew something, hinting he knows about her secret identity. Rosa bursts into tears in front of him as he tries to say she is Black Dog and then urgently asks what happened. A narration recalls that just when the terrorists were about to be captured, the situation changed. Their leader Black Dog appeared and completely turned the tide of the battle. The narrator adds that some terrorists used the chaos to escape. It is summarized that Han Do-ryung and Park Rosa ended up severely hurting each other. Meanwhile, another scene shows glasses clinking together as a different group celebrates. Two older civilians happily drink, with narration saying they are in bliss and that restoring the city has been completed. At a barbecue, staff remark that it has been a long time since they went out without the chairman. Other officers joke that it is a bad day for the special police, but since it is not their job they only laugh about it while the blue-haired girl broods. One of the civilians wonders aloud if Do-ryung managed to make it in time to his appointment. Do-ryung is shown sitting alone by a window at night, checking his phone about the missed date. He nervously pulls down his hood and continues staring at his phone. Their previous text exchange shows they agreed to meet at 8 p.m., and he messaged late asking if they could still meet after work. Looking at the moon outside, he starts to speak but trails off. Elsewhere, Rosa bawls in her grandfather's arms from the emotional fallout of the day. He pats and comforts her as she cries in his lap and he starts questioning her about what happened. He asks if everything happened because she kept following that bastard Do-ryung, and she admits it did while still crying. He says he is fine with her being Black Dog but clearly upset about her connection to the officer. He explodes that she is crying over a special police officer and demands to know where her pride is. Rosa shyly insists Do-ryung is just really cool, while her grandfather scoffs that he looks like a weakling. Clutching his chest dramatically, he laments raising her like a princess only for her to chase after a cop, and she worries he might hurt himself. Calming down, he asks if that bastard likes her back, complaining that her unrequited feelings are driving him crazy. With tears still in her eyes, Rosa is surprised to hear that her grandfather also suffered from one-sided love. He confirms he has, answering yes. He explains that his own one-sided love happened when he was her age, setting up his story. Back at the barbecue, the two civilians freeze when the chairman suddenly arrives at their table. They awkwardly ask why he came, and he cheerfully insists on joining them despite their protests. They demand to know how he found them, and he smugly indicates the tracking watch that lets him monitor them. One man peeks around him in curiosity. Do-ryung appears behind the chairman, having been brought along because he looks so sad after today's events. The chairman laughs that this is Do-ryung's worst day ever, drawing a scolding for finding that funny. The others complain that his misery is not amusing, but the chairman says Do-ryung looked cute being so down. One of the elders addresses Do-ryung directly, getting his attention. They ask why he is here instead of with his girlfriend, shocking the chairman who did not know about any girlfriend. Do-ryung insists Rosa is not his girlfriend and still feels like a kid to him. He then dejectedly claims that no one would ever want to date him, to everyone's disbelief. His co-workers grab his face and shout in disbelief, asking how girls could dislike someone as handsome as him. While they keep pressing him for reasons, another pours him a drink, declaring he is old enough. The woman gleefully decides this is their chance to get him drunk, though another calls her out for being drunk herself. They raise their bottles in yet another toast. An empty cluster of bottles shows how much they have already drunk. Seeing Do-ryung still sober, the two owners look at him nervously. Do-ryung slams down his glass and wonders aloud why he cannot get drunk. Agitated, he yells that he cannot become drunk at all, with a note clarifying his self-healing ability. One owner complains how annoying he is, and the other remarks he is not drunk, just acting crazy. The chairman, now fully drunk himself, asks why Do-ryung is so annoyed just because he lost once in battle. Do-ryung mutters that being a special police officer feels like nothing special right now. He laments that he could not even keep one promise, and thinks this is why he has no real friends. The chairman counters that he has many friends among officers, but Do-ryung says he meant civilian friends. Do-ryung admits he finally befriended a civilian girl, but after seeing him defeated by Black Dog she seems to dislike him and has stopped contacting him. Frustrated, he asks how anyone can expect him to win every fight and questions why he is not allowed to lose once. The chairman concludes Do-ryung is just going through late puberty. He drunkenly reminisces that when he first met Do-ryung he was so serious it was funny, while Do-ryung insists he is being serious now. The chairman declares that love is not everything, while Do-ryung protests that his troubles are not about love. Another owner teases the chairman about not forgetting his own first love. She recalls that even 10 years ago, when he was drunk, he kept calling out a woman's name. The group is surprised to hear this, and they gossip that he both hated and loved that woman. One staff member concludes this is why the chairman has never married. Someone bluntly asks if this mysterious woman is even still alive, provoking choking reactions. The chairman admits he long believed that woman was dead. Another staffer reveals that the woman is in fact alive. He adds that she even has a granddaughter now. The chairman sadly repeats that she must have married long ago, which others say is natural after 50 years. He nervously clasps his hands, claiming he is simply glad to know she is alive. Rose's grandfather, pictured separately, thinks about how happy he was to see that woman again. Back at the table, the staff asks the chairman what kind of person his first love was. Do-ryung quietly remarks that she must have been very strong. A flashback shows the red-eyed woman as young and powerful, with innocent eyes that he really liked. The chairman says he once thought his feelings were just respect for her strength. But he confesses he could never stop thinking about her. Another flashback shows him remembering her bright smile among roses. Hearing this, Do-ryung's eyes widen as he relates the story to his own feelings. Narration from the chairman continues that whenever he talked to that woman in person, he felt nervous. He recalls being so flustered that he sometimes could not speak properly, even getting knocked down. Quick images show him lying stunned after one such encounter. He admits that little things about her bothered him and made him jealous at times. Thinking back, he realizes he was very young when all this happened. Do-ryung praises his senior's dramatic love experience. The chairman says he missed that woman terribly whenever he could not see her. The three staff stare up at Do-ryung, realizing he is implicitly describing his feelings now. Do-ryung blushes furiously as the realization hits that he, too, is in love. They all lean in and ask who exactly he is missing so much. Embarrassed, Do-ryung insists it is nothing while the others laugh, saying he claimed this was not about love. They tease that he is already old enough to get married, much to his flustered protest. The chairman intervenes, telling them to stop teasing because Do-ryung is uncomfortable. He then suggests to Do-ryung that they step outside for some fresh air. As they leave, one staff member shouts after them, demanding to know more about the mystery girl. Outside near a cat cafe under the moon, the conversation shifts to Do-ryung's feelings. Do-ryung insists he only thinks of Rosa as a friend. He adds that they have not known each other for long, but the chairman says timing does not matter in love. The chairman points out that people can fall in love at first sight. Walking down the street, he tells Do-ryung he wants to test something. He asks how Do-ryung would feel if Rosa liked someone else. Do-ryung answers that he already thinks she likes another person. The chairman asks how that makes him feel, forcing Do-ryung to reflect. The chairman admits that honestly it feels bad to know the person you like loves someone else. Do-ryung says that even so he does not want to interfere with her feelings, which the chairman says is exactly like him. The chairman suggests it is still possible that Do-ryung is actually the one she likes. Do-ryung argues he has never shown Rosa any of his good sides, doubting she could like him. The chairman jokes that aside from criminals and arrestees, hardly anyone in Korea dislikes Han Do-ryung. Do-ryung grimly notes that criminals, their associates, and social misfits could all want to stab him someday, though his self-healing means he would survive. The chairman pats his back, telling him to have more confidence. He reminds Do-ryung he is Korea's special police officer. Do-ryung then nervously asks what the chairman meant earlier about not having shown his good sides and if he has done something wrong. He hurriedly bows, apologizing for hiding something he should have reported. Do-ryung confesses that during the university incident, it was actually Rosa who saved the school, not him. The chairman freezes in shock, almost as if his mind has malfunctioned. Regaining himself, he asks Do-ryung to repeat what he just said. Do-ryung clarifies that the chairman's assumption was wrong, that he was not the hero. The chairman processes that Rosa was the one who shattered the building Black Dog hurled. Confirming it, Do-ryung says yes, she did it, not him. The chairman recalls Rosa's grandfather's plea not to arrest Black Dog and now reconsiders its meaning. A mental caption declares that she is someone very important. The chairman finally realizes with horror that Black Dog is actually his own granddaughter. Someone is shocked to realize Han Do-ryung likes the person known as Black Dog. Frightened officers ask what Black Dog's ability is. Han confidently claims her power is simply high movement speed, which others find absurd. The chairman grabs Han's shoulders and calls his name. The chairman gently says he thinks Han is being deceived. Han protests that destroying a huge building with just speed is impossible. He recalls the chairman once telling him something important. In a flashback, the chairman says powers can be strange, but feels this case is an exception. He vehemently objects, waving a finger at Han. The chairman worries that a special police officer liking Diana's granddaughter will cause trouble if Diana learns of it. Han decides he must end his feelings right away. He tells the chairman that his feelings for the girl are not genuine. The chairman insists Han is confusing fear with love. Han tries to argue, but the chairman says that emotion is not love and asks him to listen. The chairman yells that this concerns Han's life, leaving Han confused why his life is at stake. Han addresses the chairman respectfully and prepares a proposal. He declares that, instead of giving up, he will recommend her as a special police officer. Han explains he wants her near him to confirm his feelings and for another reason. The chairman thinks Han's idea might actually be safer for both of them. Han insists no criminal is stronger than the chairman, who objects by bringing up Black Dog. Remembering Diana's terrifying warning gesture, the chairman falls silent. He still says Han's plan will not work. After more back and forth, he finally yields with a reluctant okay. Worried Han is angry. The chairman calls after him as Han turns away. Han resolves that, regardless of opposition, this time he will do what he wants. The chairman shouts he will make her a special police officer no matter what. They argue about Han's stubbornness and how he could accomplish it, each claiming expertise. Han starts to suggest another idea. He thinks the chairman will change his mind once he meets her in person. Later at the office, the chairman sits troubled. He broods over how Han came to like Black Dog. A subordinate brings him a composite sketch of Black Dog. Seeing the rough drawing, he muses that maybe she is not really Diana's granddaughter. The subordinate doubts the sketch's accuracy, but he confirms it is correct. He decides the picture should remain between them and not be used officially. Looking at a tablet, he admits she resembles her grandmother. His subordinate says she had not known that connection. The chairman comments that Han seems attracted to appearances. Elsewhere, Rosa is shocked to hear Han wants her to disguise herself as Black Dog. Rosa tells her grandmother she can handle it, but Grandma retorts that living as a criminal is hard. Grandma warns that until the world forgets, Rosa would be hunted forever. Pulling on a gas mask, Grandma says. Fully suited, Grandma vows she will do anything for Rosa. Rosa protests again, calling out to her grandma. Grandma, half in costume, argues Rosa's plan is wrong. After being beaten up in practice, Rosa begs for mercy while Grandma recalls her own criminal youth and asks for Rosa's judgment. Grandma states she does not regret her actions. She explains she hates special police officers, whom she considers the worst people. Rosa is told that trusting such officers will only lead to betrayal. Grandma sums up grimly, and Rosa questions her. Rosa exclaims, asking if Grandma herself was a criminal. When Grandma says she has done nothing bad lately, Rosa argues that means Rosa is innocent too. Rosa shouts that liking someone is not a crime. Grandma counters that committing crimes is allowed but liking that man is not. Rosa argues that makes no sense and Grandma warns her to stop throwing tantrums. Furious, Grandma threatens to punish her. Pouting afterward, Rosa sulks that Grandma's reaction is unfair. Grandma dramatically says Rosa is breaking her heart. Rosa objects that Grandma also tore her dress. Grandma wails that her own body is also in pain. Rosa yells she will stop talking to Grandma from now on. Narration reveals Rosa ended up getting spanked. Later, Rosa walks down the street lamenting that Grandma tore her clothes, carrying the ruined Black Dog outfit in a bag. She cheerfully greets the local tailor shop. Inside, she asks the tailor to repair something. The tailor peers into the bag of shredded clothing and asks what happened to them. In the back, the tailors dramatically prepare tools while calling Rosa's name. They ask Rosa how long she has been wearing her current rabbit shirt, noting they saw it a decade ago. Rosa admits she bought it in middle school, and they scold her. The staff ominously say they know what to do, making Rosa nervous. The exterior of the shop shakes with their enthusiasm. Han Woo-seop arrives at the shop to pick up his clothes. The tailors drag him over, asking if Rosa looks pretty. Woo-seop is stunned speechless by Rosa's transformed look. Everyone admires how pretty she is. Rosa, now dressed stylishly, shyly receives their compliments. Time passes and the scene shifts outside, near a parking area. Later, Wooseop and Rosa walk together. He cannot stop laughing about her old clothes. Rosa defends her rabbit shirt, saying she does not understand the fuss. Wooseop asks if she had planned to wear that ragged shirt on their date. Embarrassed, Rosa collapses face down on the pavement. Lying there, she mutters Han Doryang's name. She narrates that Han once said meeting someone as wicked as her was a first. The sky turns to sunset as time moves on. Rosa and Wooseop continue walking as she begins to speak again. Wooseop points out Han's comment was aimed at Black Mask, not at her. Rosa, stunned, asks if he is stupid. Realizing this, she brightens up with sudden joy. Rosa laughs, concluding Han did not actually dislike her, accidentally smacking Wooseop aside. She apologizes as Wooseop, aching, says it is fine if it cheered her up. She worries his shoulder feels strange from her hit. He downplays it. Rosa panics that Wooseop cannot die, while Han Doryang watches them from a distance. Narration notes Han is out walking. The story flashes back to 1 hour earlier. An hour ago, Han was in an inner conference with versions of himself. He was having a discussion with his other selves. His officer self scolds him for thinking about dating instead of focusing on the Black Mask case. Han insists he and Rosa are just friends, which another self questions. A historical self yells that men and women cannot be just friends and that it is no time for romance. Another self challenges Han, asking why he felt jealous of Wooseop if they were only friends. The selves argue about dating versus duty, shouting conflicting opinions. One self addresses Han seriously, asking what he is really thinking. Another self reiterates the question under a spotlight. Snap back to reality. Han is startled by Ki Jungi entering his home. Ki Jungi says he rang the bell. Han complains and listens. Jungi explains that Black Mask behaved oddly during their encounter. He says the masked person was strong enough to escape but chose to stay until the octopus monster attacked Han. Jungi points out Black Mask only fled once Han was in danger. Han is not listening, instead obsessing over whether Rosa and Wooseop are actually dating. Jungi teaches a class while still ranting about his lost handkerchief being given to someone else. Han fixates on the idea that Rosa personally handed the handkerchief to Black Mask. Frustrated, Jungi leans in and says he is sharing something very important. Han bluntly asks Jungi where he lost his sanity. Realizing his rudeness, Han apologizes while Jungi complains. Han decides to go out for a walk to clear his head. Narration jumps back to the present. While Han is walking, events with Rosa and Wooseop unfold nearby. The narration notes that the ice cream Han bought during that walk never reached Jungi. Back at the office, Jungi suddenly feels an ominous premonition. Seeing Rosa and Wooseop getting along, Han's mood cools as he approaches. Looking at Rosa, he comes to a realization. He understands his own worrying feelings for her. He greets them calmly, remarking that they meet again here. Han awkwardly says hello directly to Wooseop. He reminds Wooseop they have met before, which makes Wooseop uneasy. Han's serious officer self internally reacts in disbelief. Han wonders if his stern officer persona and friendly self are even the same person. Wooseop thinks this situation feels weird but decides to respond politely. As Wooseop begins to greet him back, he instead blurts out a question about where Han came from. Wooseop explains he just visited the tailor to fix his clothes and asks about Han. He wonders if Han dislikes him, and what he might have done wrong. Han reflects that Wooseop always opposed whatever he said and that it now annoys him. He concludes Rosa may be with a dangerous man who could be Black Dog's accomplice and vows not to allow that. Han judges Wooseop for boldly writing his number on Rosa's hand while ignorant of her special abilities. Yet, seeing Rosa does not hate Wooseop, Han grudgingly accepts his presence because she seems to like him. Both Han and Wooseop independently decide Rosa's identity as Black Dog and her abilities must remain secret, while Rosa is confused by their thoughts. Rosa starts to bring up what happened during their last meeting. Han apologizes for being late that day and assumes she waited a long time. Rosa remembers she never replied to his message. A flashback shows her freaking out at home on her grandmother's lap after realizing she had ignored his text. In the present she hurriedly lies that she was also busy then, while internally berating herself. Han asks if she is free now. She answers yes, while Wooseop stands between them feeling invisible. Narration notes that Wooseop is actually quite perceptive. He begins to address Rosa directly. Intending to test Han's feelings, Wooseop claims he and Rosa were on their way to eat dinner together. Rosa looks at him blankly, not following his plan. Wooseop stomps Rosa's foot to remind her of the act, and she exclaims that she forgot. She awkwardly insists she already has something scheduled, while Han inwardly criticizes her bad acting. Han thinks the excuse is an obvious lie but realizes Rosa is trying to spare his feelings. Rosa herself is baffled, wondering when she and Wooseop supposedly made those plans. The blonde man sees the other two together and comments that they already have plans. The dark-haired guy reluctantly agrees to go along since he has no choice. The blonde man admits he misjudged things and insists they take him with them. The dark-haired guy checks if including him is really okay. Time passes and the scene shifts to a busy city street at night. At a cafe, Wooseop complains that Han Doryang's earlier questioning was frightening, while Doryang insists on separating work from personal life and they agree to speak more casually. Rosa explains that talking to Doryang before felt like nervously presenting in front of a professor. Wooseop says he envies Rosa, and she clarifies he misunderstood what she envies. Rosa shyly admits she wants to visit Doryang's headquarters to see him working. Doryang asks if she really wants to go. Woo-sub is shocked he might go to headquarters, and others react in disbelief. Woo-sub excitedly says he wants to visit too and adds there is something else he wants to discuss. Doryang gently asks what Woo-sub wants to talk about. Rosa says she will tell Doryang her secret later when they are alone together. Woo-sub realizes his suspicion was correct about Doryang's attitude. He concludes that Doryang actually sees him as a romantic rival. Rosa laughs joyfully, thinking the situation is good but also a bit complicated. Woo-sub, overwhelmed, just wants to go home. Rosa decides that as long as everyone is happy she is content. Doryang feels hot and starts unzipping his jacket. He takes off the jacket, saying the room is warm. Rosa accidentally breaks a glass and panics, insisting she did not mean to. Doryang and Woo-sub are startled and wonder why the cup suddenly broke. They worry that Rosa might get caught revealing her powers. Woo-sub loudly calls a server for another glass while Doryang checks if Rosa is hurt. Woo-sub jokes that Rosa caused a mess, prompting Doryang to call him out. Doryang scolds Woo-sub for teasing her instead of worrying that she could have been injured, and Woo-sub quickly backs down. Doryang warns everyone to watch the broken glass while Woo-sub quietly cleans up, feeling ignored. Narration notes that Doryang and Woo-sub are not getting along well, with Rosa stuck in the middle. Despite their tension, Rosa feels extremely happy to be between them. Woo-sub bluntly asks if Rosa is happy, and she admits her joy is very obvious. Rosa apologizes, explaining she has few friends and this is her first time hanging out like this. She says she has always been shy, so she never made many friends. Rosa recalls only having one friend in elementary school and none since then. She recounts how her grandmother told her to stop playing and focus on more serious things. Rosa glances over, still affected by that memory. Woo-sub apologizes if her story was boring, but Rosa says it is not boring while hesitating. He asks if she can even see with her bangs covering her eyes, and she insists she can, while narration shows how hidden her face looks to others. Woo-sub begs her to move her bangs aside a little because not seeing her eyes is frustrating. When he suggests she cut them, Rosa vehemently refuses. Woo-sub pleads one last time to change her bangs, saying he has endured it for a long time. Rosa angrily twists his arm, yelling that she does not want to, and he cries out in pain. Doryang calmly but firmly sides with Rosa, saying never. Doryang then reaches his hand toward Rosa's head. He gently brushes her bangs aside, asking why she hides them. Doryang tells Rosa she has beautiful eyes as he looks at her closely. Rosa blushes hard, stunned by the compliment. The scene shifts to their home, now quiet at night. Rosa's muscular grandmother studies a photo frame, thinking about her granddaughter. Looking at an old photo of herself carrying young Rosa, Grandma regrets scolding her only grandchild and calls herself terrible. She hears something and turns toward the hallway. Curious, she walks toward Rosa's room. She finds Rosa inside cutting her own bangs and asks what she is doing. Rosa hesitantly addresses her grandmother. Rosa, holding scissors and fallen hair, nervously asks if she is cutting her bangs correctly. Grandmother and Rosa stare tensely at each other, both nervous. A montage recalls their earlier fights, ending with Rosa declaring she will not talk to Grandma anymore. Now, they stand awkwardly apart in the present, embarrassed by their past quarrel. Grandma breaks the silence by saying Rosa is cutting her hair the wrong way. She reaches out and gently takes the scissors from Rosa. Rosa sits while Grandma prepares to cut her bangs properly. Rosa apologizes sweetly for raising her voice at Grandma. Grandma in turn apologizes for being too hard on Rosa. As she cuts Rosa's hair, Grandma anxiously asks if Rosa hates her. Rosa smiles under the haircutting bowl and says she does not hate her. Grandma softly says she likes Rosa cutting her hair like this, showing affection. She finishes trimming and removes the bowl, saying the haircut is done. Rosa eagerly checks the result in a hand mirror. Grandma peers over her shoulder in the reflection, happily saying Rosa looks pretty, though Rosa seems unsure. Rosa recoils in horror at the short, uneven bangs. She furiously yells at Grandma about the disastrous haircut. Grandma roars back just as fiercely, the two shouting at each other again. Their argument continues in exaggerated fashion, though it now feels more comedic than hurtful. Later, Woo-sub rushes through the street on the phone, worried. Outside, Rosa with her new bangs pummels Woo-sub with her hat, furious about how she looks. Woo-sub frantically points to a hair salon as a solution. Inside the salon, the stylists are shocked by Rosa's ruined hair. Time passes to sunset over a large building complex. Walking together, Woo-sub asks if Rosa will keep wearing a hat until her hair grows out, and she agrees. He says the new cut actually looks fine but admits the hat makes her look a bit awkward. Rosa despairs, wondering how she can face Han Doryang now. As she starts to complain further, she bumps into someone. Rosa hurriedly apologizes while the man she collided with tells her she should watch where she is going. A flashback shows this man once grabbing Rosa by the shoulder in a crowded, rainy protest. The scene reveals his face clearly in the present. Narration explains he is one of the people Han Doryang saved and an early believer in the Peach S group. Text adds that Doryang rescued him when he was 17. A flashback shows young Doryang gallantly carrying the man in his arms. The man remembers instantly becoming Doryang's fan after being saved. In that memory he excitedly reaches for Doryang. The flashback continues with Rosa accidentally teleporting him, sending Doryang flying. Rosa's uncontrolled teleport hurls Doryang onto the street, though he survives. The man howls about his injured back and narration says he became Rosa's first victim. Back in the present, files on a prosecutor's desk show he has vowed to catch her. The same fan is now a prosecutor, swearing he will put Rosa behind bars. He declares he has been searching for her all this time specifically to imprison her. Facing Rosa in the mall now, he demands if she remembers him, while Woo-sub whispers that he does not understand what is happening. Despite his bravado, the prosecutor quietly decides they actually need to run away. He rallies Peach's supporters to chase Rosa and Woo-sub, who sprint through the plaza. While running, Woo-sub demands to know what Rosa did, and she insists she has behaved lately. Someone shouts that the pursuer is obviously a prosecutor, and Rosa is in big trouble, prompting her to consider pleading with him. Rosa halts the advancing prosecutor with a raised hand. She nervously asks if she perhaps broke his house window long ago. He flatly replies that she did not. Still fleeing, Woo-sub tells her to get her apology straight as she struggles to remember what she actually did. Rosa tries again, starting to say she met him at school. Woo-sub yells that she is wrong and scolds her for not remembering properly. From above we see the chase through the mall as Rosa asks if she can just teleport, while Woo-sub argues she cannot reveal her power in public and blames her for using it recklessly before. Woo-sub looks back anxiously to gauge how close their pursuers are. Rosa suddenly spots a possible escape route and pulls Woo-sub toward a building entrance. The prosecutor curses as they slip away inside. Inside a packed multi-level mall, he realizes they have been outmaneuvered. Woo-sub and Rosa hide among the shoppers, relieved that this cover might be enough. Catching his breath, Woo-sub proudly claims they survived thanks to him. Rosa wanders off with purpose while Woo-sub, exhausted, asks where she is going. In a store, Rosa is approached by a clerk and shyly admits she is looking for something. She explains she wants to buy a checked men's handkerchief, with Woo-sub overhearing in surprise. A cut to the interrogation room shows Doryang and Woo-sub discussing that the fancy handkerchief brand seems like a gift, making Woo-sub wonder if Rosa really used it. Back in the shop, the clerk asks if the item should be wrapped, and Rosa eagerly requests nice gift wrapping, shocking Woo-sub. Outside the store, Rosa clutches the gift bag and Woo-sub asks why she bought a handkerchief. Rosa looks serious and avoids answering directly. The mall interior is shown as they walk together. Woo-sub presses her, asking why she gave Han Doryang's original handkerchief to him if it belonged to Doryang, and Rosa says she mistook Woo-sub for Doryang at the time. He complains that she never asked for it back, and she says he had not listened then and she eventually forgot. Rosa admits Doryang told her she could keep it, but she still wanted to buy him a replacement. Woo-sub realizes this explains why Doryang was so concerned about that handkerchief during the earlier questioning. Woo-sub wonders aloud if he should return the old one, but Rosa tells him to forget it since he already used it a lot. Woo-sub looks thoughtfully at her, piecing together what her gift means. He asks Rosa to buy a similar handkerchief for him too. Rosa bluntly refuses and tells him to buy his own. Woo-sub looks slightly dejected but thoughtful. Later, Woo-sub drags Rosa across the mall while loudly calling out, causing her to shout at him to be quiet. She clamps a hand over his mouth to silence him as people stare. Elsewhere in the mall, the prosecutor circulates a crude drawing of Rosa, insisting the Peach's followers find her. Woo-sub tells Rosa it is going to be hard to escape, seeing how many people are searching. Rosa suddenly asks if he has any money, surprising him. Off-panel she apparently suggests buying more clothes, and someone yells no. From behind a changing room door Rosa refuses some outfit, worrying she will stand out, while Woo-sub urges her to hurry despite her protests it covers her face too much. The sales clerks watch them fondly, assuming Woo-sub is buying a gift for his girlfriend and commenting how cute they are. Meanwhile Peach's members patrol the mall looking for them. The prosecutor smugly notes that his group is watching every entrance. He calls out, demanding that Rosa and Woo-sub reveal themselves. Catching sight of someone's hair length, he thinks he has identified Rosa. He confidently concludes a stylish couple in black suits must be them in disguise. The woman, actually someone else with similar hair and eyes, looks over coolly. Her ponytail whips the prosecutor's face as she walks past, startling him. Someone shouts for them to wait, causing more confusion in the mall. A man tells the woman in sunglasses to remove them so he can verify her identity. The woman nervously prepares to take off her glasses, suspecting their ruse has failed. She takes off the sunglasses and casually asks what is going on. The prosecutor, realizing she is not Rosa, is left stammering in embarrassment. The hooded woman is confused, realizing the person she saw might not be who she thought. The investigator shows a doodle of a girl and says he is searching for someone who looks like her, like the woman in front of him. The woman politely apologizes. She firmly states that she is not the person they are seeking. Their companion asks if they can leave now. Another person rushes in, shouting that someone resembling their target has been spotted nearby. The investigator whips around, wondering if that is the suspect, as the disguised pair prepare to slip away. After they pass unnoticed, the man is surprised that their disguise actually worked. He praises Rosa's composure, amazed that she is not even trembling. The scene shifts to a busy park at sunset. Two other characters sit silently together on a bench. The man compliments Rosa's impressive English accent, and she explains it comes from her American grandmother, prompting him to say he is grateful to her. Once out of sight, Rosa slumps over, exhausted from the tense encounter. She admits they disguised themselves specifically to avoid Peach's, but had not expected to run into them on the street. Doryang is surprised that Peaches still remembers him and begins to suspect something. He notices the clothing tag still on Rosa's jacket and realizes she forgot to remove it. He points out the tag, asking why she is still wearing it and telling her to move her hair so he can fix it, which she nervously agrees to do. Rosa lifts her hair, exposing the back of her neck so the tag can be removed. Doryang, flustered by how she looks, confirms that she should hold her hair like that. The story cuts to another part of the park filled with people. Doryang tears off the tag and reassures Rosa not to worry. He tells her that even if Peaches has seen her face, with careful planning and avoidance they will never be able to capture her. He adds that Peaches members are ordinary people, while she has special abilities, giving her an advantage. They briefly wonder if Peaches took any photos of them, then decide that even if they did it is probably fine. Narration warns that a new disaster is approaching as someone insists he remembers Rosa's face clearly. Frustrated, the investigator wishes they had a perfect composite sketch, or montage, of Rosa. Elsewhere, Sei and her superior stare at a phone together, shocked by what they see. On the screen are sensational online videos about Doryang's abs and a supposed hot reveal targeting the black mask. Doryang is shown watching these clips himself while fans squeal over him. Blushing, he mutters that it is fine if Sei is involved and claims he is only collecting data, though his superior questions his behavior. She notes that she feared Doryang being trampled by the black mask would damage their image, but the public seems focused only on his abs. She then shows him a gossip article titled something like Han Doryang's Everything, asking if he wants to see it. The article alleges he once dated 50 people at the same time during school, leaving him wondering what that even means. Another article accuses him of being associated with gangs, using a dubious photo. Doryang insists the figure shown is not him. He concludes that all of these rumors are nonsense, and resolves to respond somehow. His superior suggests Sei do a YouTube stream explaining everything, which makes Sei protest loudly. Whispering, the superior tempts Sei by saying her subscriber count will skyrocket. Fired up by the idea, Sei excitedly asks Doryang if she can really do it. Doryang tries to decline, but Sei clings to his arm and changes the subject by asking for a restaurant recommendation so she can meet a friend. Their superior says Sei is an expert in food, explaining that Sei frequently films mukbangs. She adds that because of that, Sei must know all the best date courses and similar spots. Sei offers her services, asking if Doryang needs an expert guide, and he shyly agrees to rely on her. They shake hands and decide to do the live broadcast together, but Doryang insists it will be only this once. Their superior comments that the location they are in is also great for photos and very social media friendly. Later, Sei leans into Doryang while planning, asking if he is watching a movie. He is flustered but plays along. Their superior secretly snaps a picture of the two getting along well, thinking about uploading it. Narration notes that Ju Mongta has no idea what she is about to set in motion. The black and white shot of Doryang and Sei close together foreshadows upcoming trouble. Text wonders what kind of storm this picture will cause. The scene shifts to a lively night street full of people. Passers-by gasp and stare upward at something surprising. Two girls spot a man who looks like Doryang, debating if it is really him while peeking at his phone. Doryang waits alone on the street, nervously checking his phone and his outfit. He worries he may have arrived too early for his meeting. He anxiously wonders if he is the only one who sees this as a date, and whether he is getting ahead of himself. Admitting to himself that he is indeed fluttering, he is suddenly tapped from behind as someone calls his name. Rosa appears and asks if he waited long, but he quickly says he just arrived. He turns fully toward her, stunned by how she looks. Rosa, dressed up and carrying a gift bag, shyly greets him. She begins to realize something about their matching outfits. They both notice that their clothes unintentionally match, making them look like a couple. In Doryang's mind, Woo Sip is thanked for advising him on this outfit. They confess they both came earlier than planned, each hoping to arrive first. Doryang nervously scratches his neck and tries to speak. He gathers courage and tells Rosa she looks gorgeous today, making her blush and clutch her bag. She stammers a thanks and compliments him as well, still flustered. Doryang notices she is holding something and grows curious. He asks what the bag is, and Rosa awkwardly begins to explain. Inside is a checked handkerchief identical to one he once borrowed. Doryang explains he lost her original hanky and bought the most similar replacement he could find. Embarrassed by this small gesture, he coughs and insists he did not have to go that far. Rosa thanks him warmly for being so considerate. The scene skips to the bright moon over the city. Doryang and Rosa arrive together at a building, looking up at it expectantly. Rosa stares wide-eyed at something that catches her attention inside. They choose a horror movie called Call the Devil to watch together. Even though Doryang suggests another film, Rosa eagerly insists on this horror movie since it is her first time watching one. As they line up, Doryang secretly worries about what to do if he gets scared and considers backing out. Another couple exits the theater, clinging to each other while saying how frightened they were. Determined, Doryang says they should watch it, and Rosa is delighted to be watching a movie with him. Just before it starts, he gulps, feeling uneasy. The movie begins, showing gory scenes of bloody doctors and a girl warding them off with a cross. In the theater, many viewers cower, but Doryang and Rosa sit still, watching intently. Doryang thinks to himself that it is not that scary. He glances at Rosa, worried about how she is handling it. He relaxes when he sees Rosa calmly sipping her drink, seemingly fine. Then someone on screen begs to be saved, making Do-ryung tense up. The film's victim cries out for the police and wonders why they are not arriving. Rosa is startled by the plea and turns toward Do-ryung. On screen, the character complains that the police will not answer his call, which deeply disturbs the duty-bound Do-ryung. He looks stricken as the dialogue echoes his fears. Rosa's hand quietly reaches over, resting on his leg in concern. She asks if he is alright, noticing that he is shaken. Do-ryung blushes, touched by her worry. The movie reveals that the heroine's boyfriend has secretly been a demon all along and betrayed her trust. Do-ryung consoles himself that the movie is nearly over. Rosa, moved by the betrayal, trembles and thinks the demon is truly wicked and deserves to be cast out. Do-ryung, hearing her reaction, wonders which part of the story upset her so much. Rosa struggles not to cry but fails, tears streaming down as she watches. As the heroine declares she can never forgive the demon, Do-ryung gently wipes Rosa's tears in the dark theater. Outside, people discuss how this is considered the scariest film in the series. Walking home, Do-ryung asks Rosa which scenes frightened her. She admits a particular moment scared her. He clarifies that what scared him most was the idea of the police failing to arrive to help, which impresses Rosa as a sign of his sense of duty. Do-ryung then asks why she cried earlier. Rosa explains that she found the demon boyfriend's hidden identity tragically sad, prompting Do-ryung to tease her for being very emotional. She falls silent, suddenly worrying about her own hidden identity. Rosa begins, you see, Do-ryung, preparing to confess something important. Instead, he abruptly grabs her hand and pulls her along, changing the subject. Smiling brightly, he suggests they look around another place together, still holding her hand. Rosa lets herself be led, cheeks flushed, deciding not to confess just yet. Under the moonlight, she resolves to say what she needs to say sometime later. Back at work another day, Do-ryung bends over laughing at something. His colleague holds up a cat keychain that resembles Rosa's expression and jokes that they look identical, baffling Rosa. Do-ryung asks if she dislikes it, insisting the keychain is cute, and saying that in that case she must think he looks like some other character. Rosa cheekily holds up a rabbit-like mascot and says this one resembles him, leaving Do-ryung confused. When he protests, she insists it is cute, while he complains about whether he really looks like that. Blushing, he admits the real him looks much better than any caricature. Rosa immediately snatches the rabbit mascot away before he can buy it. She steps up to the counter, telling the clerk she will pay for it herself, surprising Do-ryung. Later, Do-ryung examines Rosa's replacement handkerchief again at home, clearly cherishing it. Rosa, watching him, is impressed and shyly thanks him once more. Out on the street, she snaps a photo of the new cat keychain, intending to remember the day. As she looks at the shot, she hesitates, thinking about taking a picture with Do-ryung instead. Meanwhile, Do-ryung, elsewhere, wishes he could have taken a picture with Rosa by his side but assumes it is impossible. He is startled when something changes. Rosa suddenly comes up beside him and asks if they should take a picture together, raising her phone toward the moonlit street. The camera view shows them side by side, both blushing as they pose. They count to 3 and snap the photo while standing very close. The image reminds Rosa of when she took a fan photo with Do-ryung in uniform during the protest incident. The moon shines over the city, marking the end of their date. Later that night, they discuss going to an escape room that one of Do-ryung's colleagues recommended. Rosa gets excited at the word escape, thinking it sounds fun and her heart races. At the escape room, the staff asks what theme they would like. Do-ryung picks the one Sei suggested. The attendant enthusiastically confirms it is a couple-themed room with a ridiculously heart-racing name, which Do-ryung finds strange. The attendant begins explaining the rules of the game. They must search the room for clues to escape, while also finding the key to unlock a pair of handcuffs binding them. The clerk double-checks that both of them are adults, which embarrasses them. Realizing what kind of room they chose, Rosa and Do-ryung blush deeply. They are then taken into a suggestive, adults-only themed puzzle room. Seeing that a naked mannequin is part of the setup, both awkwardly comment on it. Sei elsewhere gleefully screams Rosa's name, pleased that her recommendation is being used. As they exit afterward, Rosa and Do-ryung are still flustered, recalling what happened inside. Flashbacks from inside the room include Do-ryung begging Rosa to stop whatever she is doing. The scene implies Rosa had to search an embarrassing area of the mannequin while he pleaded with her not to touch there. In the present, Do-ryung, red-faced, stammers Rosa's name as he remembers it. Inside the room, she had been gripping a certain item far too tightly, prompting him to shout at her not to hold it like that. It turns out the object only contained batteries, adding to the comedic awkwardness. Still handcuffed together, they hurry around the room holding hands, vowing to find the escape key while arguing about where to search. During the frantic search, Do-ryung tries to take over but something happens to his bound wrists. The lights suddenly go out, leaving Do-ryung in the dark wondering what exactly is happening now. A frightened boy wonders why the red-eyed girl restraining him is so strong. They see a taped note on a cabinet begging people not to open it because it only contains props. The boy yells Rosa's name as she moves to interfere. Rosa scolds him for opening something that explicitly warned against it and calls the situation suspicious. The boy looks shocked and nervous. Rosa lunges and twists his arm, pulling him away as the cabinet starts to topple. She plants herself between him and the fallen cabinet, still gripping his handcuffed wrist. Rosa braces her hand against the cabinet to stop it from crushing him. She succeeds, left blushing and surprised by her own action. He sits on the floor amid scattered books, staring up at Rosa, who is close to him and holding his arm. Struggling to speak, he asks her to stop. He suggests they pay for the damages and leave the scene. Night falls over the quiet city streets. Walking side by side, he apologizes, saying he did not realize the haunted house would have that kind of theme. Rosa, flustered, insists she still had fun. He recognizes someone nearby and is sure the person is Han Do-ryung. The observing criminals notice Han Do-ryung with an unknown girl who is clearly not a special police officer. The villain duo, Transparent and S-Lime, decide to capture the girl as a hostage to lure Han Do-ryung. As Rosa and Do-ryung talk about whether he will attend school, Transparent stalks them, planning to kidnap her. Transparent rushes forward with a cloth to grab Rosa from behind. Rosa feels the touch on her face and reacts with mild confusion rather than fear. Thinking it is just a fly, she casually swats, sending Transparent hurtling into a pile of boxes far away. Rosa turns, startled by the distant crash, and Do-ryung also looks back. A shop owner finds his cargo boxes mysteriously knocked over and wonders why they fell. The man looks around in confusion, trying to understand what happened. Do-ryung politely offers to help him pick up and stack the boxes. The man is unexpectedly charmed and blushes at Do-ryung's kindness. Elsewhere, S-Lime finds the battered Transparent in a trash heap and checks if he is alright. S-Lime angrily demands to know why Transparent toppled over for no apparent reason. Transparent weakly explains that Rosa is incredibly strong and vows to return. Rosa thanks the shop owner for his help while a small slime version of S-Lime secretly approaches. S-Lime hides and thinks that Rosa letting down her guard will make it easier to kidnap her. The slime decides to latch onto Rosa's shoe and drag her away as revenge. S-Lime wraps around her ankle and tries to pull, but her leg will not budge. Shocked, the slime wonders what is happening. S-Lime strains in disbelief, unable to move Rosa even slightly. Rosa asks Do-ryung if they should leave and starts walking, unknowingly stretching the slime along the ground. Do-ryung steps on the slime, electrocuting it with his ability. Rosa and Do-ryung pause, confused by the strange sensation underfoot. Do-ryung asks what is wrong and Rosa replies that she stepped on something sticky, while S-Lime panics nearby. Transparent scolds S-Lime, saying he warned him to be careful. Watching them secretly, S-Lime concludes that Rosa is far from normal. Rosa confronts the pair directly in the alley, leaves swirling around them. The criminals sweat nervously, intimidated by her presence. Rosa moves aside to take a phone call, keeping an eye on them. Later, a female officer happily thanks Rosa for turning in the captured special criminals they had been searching for. In the police car, Transparent is bound and glowing with sticker-like seals while S-Lime is confined in a clear container. An officer remarks that their abilities explain why they were hard to find. The officer praises Rosa for catching them and asks how she managed it, while Rosa bashfully claims she barely did anything. Do-ryung reflects that he noticed nothing while Rosa did all the work and jokes that she should be the special police instead. The officer tells Do-ryung he must be busy and sends him off. He replies politely and salutes back. As Do-ryung leaves, the officer turns to Rosa with something else to say. The officer teases Rosa to take good care of Han Do-ryung, causing her to blush deeply. Embarrassed, Do-ryung tells Rosa they should go quickly while the officer cheerfully waves them away. Walking off together, Rosa waves goodbye, while Do-ryung sighs in exasperation. Rosa apologizes to Do-ryung for how things turned out. He admits he feels embarrassed because she keeps seeing his uncool side. Rosa, worried, assumes he thinks she is disappointed in him. She vehemently denies it and explains the assailants were invisible and crawling on the ground, so it was natural he did not notice. She reassures him again that anyone could have missed them. Touched, Do-ryung tells Rosa she is really kind, leaving her flustered. Rosa reflects that he defended her and acknowledges she sees him as one of the strongest people she knows. Do-ryung repeats that he truly respects her, and internally she senses a charged, almost romantic mood. Stepping closer, he resumes his interrupted speech to her. He gently takes her hand and begins asking a question. Do-ryung finally asks Rosa to join him in capturing the criminal known as Black Dog. At Enigla's headquarters, an idol-like recruiter cheerfully tells her fans they are hiring for their scanlation team. The recruiter explains they need help in all roles and promotes reading on their site. Rosa replies that she alone might be insufficient to confront Black Dog, but believes it would be possible together with Do-ryung. He formally asks her to become a special police officer. News screens in the city show Black Dog's masked image, emphasizing the growing threat. Rosa thinks about how Black Dog never seemed malicious to her. Looking up at his image on the screen, she wonders what would happen if that perception is true. Do-ryung, puzzled, asks what she means by saying Black Dog had no ill will. She suggests Black Dog might have had a reason for what they did. Before she can go further, Do-ryung calls her name to interrupt. He firmly insists that Black Dog has no justifying reason for their crimes. He explains that even if Black Dog had motives, their actions still endanger many people, so they must be stopped. Do-ryung adds that only luck has prevented casualties so far and leaving Black Dog free would increase the risk. He concludes that regardless of intention, the special police are obligated to capture Black Dog. He then raises the question of what happens to Black Dog after capture. Rosa presses him to explain what fate awaits prisoners like Black Dog. His serious gaze shows he knows the harsh answer. Elsewhere, a senior officer muses that criminals deemed dangerous to citizens. He notes that those with special abilities can face execution. Rosa concludes grimly that if Black Dog is caught, they will certainly be executed. She and Doryung walk in heavy silence under the moonlit sky. Doryung senses the solemn mood and wonders why it feels so awkward. He had imagined Rosa enthusiastically agreeing to catch an evil criminal with him. Now he regrets mentioning execution, realizing how it affected her. He recalls that Rosa even cried during a movie, recognizing her sensitive nature. He worries she might be too emotional for the brutal duties of a special police officer while she fixates on the word execution. Deciding to change the subject, he anxiously looks for something else to talk about. He suddenly notices a commotion ahead and reacts. A crowd gathers, assuming a drama is being filmed and admiring an actor with a small face. Rosa and Doryung arrive at the outskirts of the crowd to see what is happening. Rosa realizes they are looking at a real celebrity and is starstruck. She then looks to Doryung, perhaps comparing him to the star. When she asks if he is impressed, he coolly says meeting celebrities is normal for him. She quietly admits it is her first time seeing one, envying his experience. Doryung shifts closer to her in response. Leaning in, he gently asks if she wants to move closer to the celebrity. Rosa declines, saying that from here she can already see his face clearly referring to Doryung rather than the star. Doryung internally notes how close the two of them are standing. Rosa reflects on how much Doryung hates Black Dog, yet Black Dog, thinking back on kind moments with Doryung, believes he personally does not hate her. She starts to consider a hypothetical scenario for herself. Black Dog imagines confessing her feelings to Doryung while still wearing her villain disguise. Rosa, as Black Dog, wonders if Doryung would accept her if he knew her true identity. She tells herself she is merely one fan among many who admire him. Then she steels her resolve, reminding herself she chose to face this challenge head-on. Determined, she decides she should at least try to reach out to him. Just as she is about to speak, someone in the crowd recognizes Han Doryung aloud. The crowd surges toward Doryung, shouting and searching excitedly for him. Fans start screaming their love and begging him to accept their hearts, while Rosa bows her head. She reminds herself that this overwhelming adoration is exactly the kind of life Doryung leads. Tearfully, she thinks she is only one among countless admirers. Doryung reaches his hand out toward her. Rosa is startled as she is suddenly pulled down out of sight of the crowd. Doryung has dragged her into a crouch, signaling her to stay quiet while holding her arm. Rosa protests that she should not use her ability while off duty. Doryung, smiling, urges her to use it anyway. He specifies that he wants her to rely on her incredible movement speed. Rosa grabs his wrist in agreement. Power crackles around their feet as she gets ready to dash through the crowd. The fans only manage to seize Doryung's hat, arguing that it is just an accessory. While the crowd wonders where Doryung vanished, Rosa, now wearing the hat, shouts for quiet as part of the diversion. Hidden in a narrow alley, Doryung presses Rosa against the wall to keep them out of sight. He apologizes for suddenly pulling her there in his rush to find a secluded spot. Worried she might be uncomfortable, he asks, but Rosa insists she is fine. The night sky over the city remains calm and bright. Outside the alley, passers-by chat idly, unaware of the pair hiding nearby. Inside, Rosa shyly asks Doryung if he usually receives many love confessions. When he acts clueless, she clarifies she means situations like the fan who just shouted that she loved him. Doryung points out that such declarations might be genuine. Still flustered, he admits that is possible. Rosa begins to say that for a simple fan, that kind of confession can be heavy. Doryung suggests that fans act that way because they have fantasies about him. His eyes darken as he reflects on their expectations. He confesses he is unsure he can live up to what those fans imagine him to be. He adds that the crowds are really drawn to the heroic image of Han Doryung, not the real him. He concludes that what they truly like is the special police officer persona. Rosa realizes in surprise that he sees it that way and that he never assumed she was like those fans. He tells her it feels like she sees and judges him as a person, not just as a public figure. Because of that, he explains, he has allowed himself to show her his vulnerabilities for the first time and feels nervous about it. Rosa turns away slightly and asks if she can continue trusting him. News reports emphasize again how dangerous Black Dog is and how the risk around them is rising. Remembering this, Rosa hesitates. Doryung gently answers that she can trust him. He notes that the crowd outside has quieted and offers to walk her home. The scene shifts to the exterior of Rosa's apartment building glowing under the night sky as their evening together comes to an end. After walking her to the school doors, Doryung and Rosa wave goodbye to each other. Outside under the moonlight, Doryung stands alone, smiling as he recalls the evening. His expression turns serious as he starts thinking deeply about what happened. He remembers the strange sensation when his hand grabbed someone during the incident. He recalls being suddenly tackled midair by the black-masked criminal. From behind, he reasons that what he experienced was not simple high-speed movement. The scene shifts to an equipment storage room full of old monitors. Doryung, now in uniform, inspects the room, still pondering the encounter. He replays the moment of grabbing the opponent's arm. He concludes that the enemy's ability was something other than super speed. Analyzing further, he identifies the power used against him as teleportation. Facing two bound criminals, Doryang wonders why Rosa lied, while the men panic over his behavior. One criminal anxiously asks how long they must stay like this and suggests fleeing. Doryang refuses to release the man's arm despite his desperate plea to go to the bathroom. The two crooks suddenly sense someone approaching and exclaim that he has arrived. Another officer enters scolding Doryang for being late, only for the criminals to frantically call to the officer. The crooks drop to their knees before the newcomer, begging to be taken away. Doryang turns, surprised to see his colleague Han Doryang there, and says his name. The colleague tells Doryang they will talk after he finishes dealing with the situation. A quiet corridor in headquarters is shown, setting up their later conversation. When Doryang's friend hears he is dating, he loudly insists that it is perfectly fine. He then tells Doryang that if Doryang is happy, he is happy too. Getting close to him, the friend points out how clear-headed Doryang currently is. Doryang is reminded he is in his right mind and thinking straight. The friend presses him to recall whether he has lost any criminal while on duty lately. After hesitating, the friend admits no such mistake happened but hints there is something else. In a flashback, sirens blare as a police van speeds through the city and the friend asks if Doryang knows what chaos he caused. During the ride he reminds Doryang that while he's zoned out escorting crooks, something embarrassing happened and he wonders about a smell. From the front seat he hears a criminal nervously address him as officer. One of the crooks reveals that the bad odor in the car is coming from their companion's accident. The friend recounts that because of this, the police car's interior was ruined while Doryang calmly flew away. Back in the corridor, he admits the incident was minor, though he still feels like he smells it on his clothes. Doryang confides that if such carelessness continues, a real crisis could happen one day. He then bluntly asks whether Doryang could defeat the Black Mask in his current state. A memory shows the friend passionately teaching math, emphasizing how firmly he believes in Doryang. Later in the lobby, the friend asks Doryang to repeat everything he said about the Black Mask at his house. Off-screen, the friend realizes Doryang had not been paying attention during that earlier explanation. He prefaces his upcoming theory, saying it is only his personal hypothesis. He proposes that the Black Mask actually has no intention of harming Doryang. He admits the threatening letter that mentioned Doryang's death did not explain any motive. Doryang silently listens, recalling these confusing events. The friend remembers Black Mask once showing him a sign and is about to recount that meeting. He says that Black Mask himself claimed he was not a bad person. Upset, Doryang demands to know why the friend is just saying this now. The friend thought Black Mask was just a crazy guy toying with officers. Doryang recalls that even during a previous confrontation, Black Mask apologized to him. He begins to add something else to his list of reasons. Suddenly another officer pops out from behind a vending machine, asking what Doryang is doing there. Laughing sheepishly, the man says he was hiding because he wanted to hear the conversation. He cheerfully leaves, explaining that if he stayed, Ki Jungi would just run away from them. Later, Jungi is sternly reminded by a superior that one more unapproved absence from work will result in punishment. Jungi is then startled by the appearance of several colleagues. Wondering why everyone is gathered, Sei bursts in cheerfully, announcing her arrival with a pose. Jungi abruptly grabs and hugs her in the hallway, leaving her confused and asking what is wrong. A senior officer thanks Sei for coming, questioning why she is here on her day off while she insists she still is on break. She brightly says she came specifically to look for Doryang, which surprises him. With a secretive smile, she asks Doryang if he remembers what they planned and whether he has forgotten. Her expression turns intense as she reminds him in a low voice about the live broadcast. The scene shifts to a bright university campus bustling with students. Rosa sits alone on a bench there, waiting with a drink in hand. Looking stunned, she wonders whether the date with Doryang really happened or was just a dream. She remembers the movie outing and blushes, questioning if it counted as a date. She replays the memories and realizes she truly went on a date with Han Doryang. Overwhelmed, she squeals internally, not knowing what to do. In her fluster, she sprays her drink all over her own face. Nearby students watch the spectacle. One begs his friends not to laugh as he witnesses it. Woo-sub, chatting about his bleak future, notices Rosa's antics, laughs, and tells his friend he just saw something funny. He excuses himself from his group, announcing that he will leave first. Woo-sub approaches Rosa on the bench, confirming with his friends that she is the girl from the handkerchief story. Rosa stands, startled and dripping from the drink she spilled. Woo-sub's friends glare at him and curse under their breath as they realize he is about to meddle again. Rosa later screams from embarrassment in the women's restroom. Afterward, Woo-sub tells her she is impossible, and that walking around wet like this must be uncomfortable. He then asks what she had been thinking about when she made that mess, trying to draw out the truth. Rosa blushes and looks away, clearly thinking about Doryang. Elsewhere, someone loudly reacts in disbelief to gossip they have just heard. Rosa shushes Woo-sub in panic as he reacts to her confession, muttering that Doryang is sly yet amazing. Rosa tentatively asks what he thinks of the situation, wondering if she is overthinking it. Woo-sub bluntly tells her that Doryang would truly be a jerk if he did not like her back. She processes this, thinking to herself that Han Doryang is simply a good person. Then she jumps to the conclusion that if he is a good boy, it must mean he likes her, and she explodes with excitement inside. Somewhere else on campus, people talk about Sei, jokingly telling someone he worked hard and asking if he saw her live stream. Rosa is told that Sei will be streaming together with Han Doryang this time, which shocks her. Other girls gossip, wondering if Doryang and Sei are close, while Rosa listens quietly in the background. One of them claims to have heard that Doryang and Sei are actually dating, leaving Rosa stunned. On the rooftop livestream, Doryang sits by Sei, who enthusiastically greets her viewers. She announces a special guest and pressures Doryang to say hi to the camera. Viewers ask Sei why she is not in uniform, and she says that because it is her rest day she is not supposed to work or use her powers. When chat calls her out for previously using abilities on a day off, Sei awkwardly freezes, unable to answer. A flashback shows Sei being punished and writing an apology, swearing never to misuse her powers again. Back on the roof, Sei explains to viewers that this relaxed pose on a ledge is just how Doryang patrols. Doryang shyly admits that he cannot walk the streets easily because he attracts too much attention. Sei adds that Doryang also finds it visually easier and more comfortable to watch from above. In the chairman's office, an older officer watches the stream on his phone, casually commenting that he often has to fly more than walk while working. A subordinate notices and asks if he is also a fan of Sei's channel. He replies that he is. During the Q&A, Doryang answers a chat question by saying he does not currently have a girlfriend. He clarifies on stream that the rumor about him dating 50 girls was completely false and absurd. He further denies ever having been in a gang as rumors suggested, while the viewers gleefully zoom in on his face. Asked about his ideal type, Doryang says he is not sure but thinks he likes someone strong. When the chat asks if he has a crush on anyone, Sei is visibly startled behind the camera. She quickly blurts out a firm denial, insisting there is no one. Doryang hesitates, while Sei repeatedly thinks to herself that he must not say anything. Ignoring her silent pleas, he admits on stream that he does indeed have someone he likes. Elsewhere, an older officer watches the broadcast up close on his phone, joking about Doryang being fearless around fans and remarking it is good to be young. Back on the roof, Sei abruptly ends the stream and stomps toward Doryang, demanding to know why he said that. She confronts him face to face, asking if he has gone crazy for revealing such a thing live. Viewers, now cut off from audio, speculate in the chat about what the two are talking about and whether Doryang was referring to Sei. Later, Doryang leans over the dejected Sei and anxiously asks if he did something wrong, while she shouts that of course he did. His communicator suddenly beeps urgently on his wrist. Doryang says he has to leave immediately, leaping away as Sei complains that he is fleeing after dropping such a bomb on her channel. He rockets off into the sky using his powers while Sei yells after him, demanding to know where he is going. Left alone on the locked rooftop, Sei realizes she cannot open the chain exit and panics over how she will get down. Jungi appears at the edge of the roof, announcing that he received a report about something happening up there. He finds Sei curled up by the locked door, and she miserably tells him she has been abandoned. Online headlines explode with gossip claiming Doryang is dating Sei and that romance has bloomed between special police officers. Among the fan reactions, one person curses because they had liked him romantically. Two women discuss the news, scoffing at the idea and questioning why the media cares so much about a special officer's dating life. Others counter that Doryang is practically a half-idol among officers and speculate he must have been secretly dating, pitying him for the sudden exposure. Someone points out that Doryang never actually named Sei, but another shows proof that suggests otherwise. A social media post from the official police account shows a close, affectionate-looking photo of Doryang and Sei at work, fueling the rumors. Rosa later checks her phone alone in the hallway, clearly affected by everything she has seen. The scene widens to show Woo-sup meeting her in the lobby as they continue talking. Time passes to evening at a bar district outside a PC zone and pub. Inside, Rosa sits at a table sobbing hard into a glass of beer. Woo-sup sits with her, as she insists she only likes Doryang as a fan, while he dryly notes she has been crying for 2 hours. Woo-sup observes that her tolerance is much lower than expected and thinks Doryang has simply been nice to her, not necessarily romantically. Rosa downs more alcohol, lamenting that she should never have let herself hope, while Woo-sup tries to stop her from drinking more. Despite his efforts, she chugs another large mug, and he watches, thinking how strange the situation is. He remembers Doryang's character and believes strongly that Doryang would not behave the way the rumors suggest. Back at the table, Rosa slumps as Woo-sup says her name and admits to himself that he already knew she liked Doryang. Rosa sadly says Doryang is handsome and popular with everyone, making her feel insignificant. She remembers Doryang gently helping her during their previous encounter, which only deepened her feelings. The memory of his bright smile convinces her that expecting mutual feelings from someone like him was foolish. Woo-sup bluntly tells her it is impossible for Doryang to like her, reinforcing her despair. He then asks if she is alright as she slouches over the table in silence. Suddenly Rosa slams her fist down, shattering the glass and screaming a defiant no. She collapses to the floor, calling herself trash for not being able to simply wish for Doryang's happiness, while Woo-sup tries to keep her out of the grime. As he struggles with her on the floor, some classmates arrive and greet him, surprised to see him there. Woo-sup hurriedly stands to greet them, pretending everything is normal. When they invite him to drink, he claims he already had other plans, hinting at staying with Rosa. They notice the seemingly empty seat and ask why he is alone, but Woo-sup insists he is drinking with a friend. He gestures to the spot on the floor where Rosa had been, insisting his friend is right there. One of the girls laughs that Woo-sup is hilarious, not realizing the drunken girl is under the table. Night falls outside as the busy street around the pub is shown. Realizing Rosa has wandered off, Woo-sub runs through the streets shouting her name. Panting, he panics that he is in deep trouble if she causes a scene in her current emotional state. Remembering her teleportation ability, he fears what could happen if she uses it while drunk. With tears in his eyes, he begs fate to let him find her just this once and promises not to let her drink again. He sprints desperately through the streets, pleading aloud as we see Rosa already talking to someone else nearby. Spotting her at last, Woo-sub yells that he has found her. Rosa stands with a blonde stranger who is showing her something on a phone, while she silently watches, unaware of Woo-sub's approach. Narration explains that Han Do-ryung is currently battling a special criminal, while Rosa looks up at the moonlit sky. Rosa suddenly grabs a red-haired bystander's arm, alarming Nam Woo-sub, who demands to know what she is doing. As Woo-sub panics about how worried he was, a whirlwind engulfs Rosa and Nam Do-ryung, leaving Woo-sub confused. Woo-sub shouts that Rosa and someone else have vanished, while a passerby asks what he means by disappeared. Woo-sub insists he really saw a person vanish, but the other person dismisses it as drunken nonsense and tells him to stop drinking. Rosa and Do-ryung materialize in an alley and tumble to the ground together. Do-ryung, disoriented, realizes he has been teleported somewhere unfamiliar with Rosa. He looks up in shock as shouting and noise from the distant fight catch his attention. Onlookers film Han Do-ryung floating among multiple red-suited enemies high in the sky, and Do-ryung realizes this is where the hero is. The cloning criminal taunts Do-ryung with countless copies, revealing his special ability and boasting that Do-ryung is only facing a clone. Rosa stands over Do-ryung, who nervously asks what she intends to do. Rosa grabs a parked motorbike, intending to throw it. Close up on Rosa's fierce eyes as she warns not to bully Han Do-ryung. Rosa hurls the bike toward the airborne fight, vowing not to let them bully Han Do-ryung. The motorbike appears among the enemies, surprising both Do-ryung and the clones. The bike smashes through several clones while Do-ryung watches, astonished by the unexpected attack. Do-ryung glows in midair, and then notices Rosa and Do-ryung together below among the crowd. Recognizing Rosa, Do-ryung stares down at her with surprise. Back on the ground, Do-ryung suddenly hugs Rosa tightly to shield her. Onlookers speculate the thrown bike came from Rosa, and Do-ryung anxiously wonders if she will be caught. People around them insist Do-ryung was the one who threw the bike, pointing at his guilty face while he reacts in confusion. Do-ryung embraces Rosa and lets the crowd believe he acted out of righteous anger, earning praise as a good guy. Rosa comments on Do-ryung's strength, and he proudly says it is because he majored in physical education. Embarrassed, Do-ryung holds Rosa's hair like reins, which startles both of them. Han Do-ryung lands nearby and asks Do-ryung and Rosa to stay where they are as he approaches through the crowd. The crowd falls silent as Do-ryung realizes the hero is heading straight toward them while Rosa hides in his arms. Do-ryung and Rosa stand face to face with Han Do-ryung, the crowd watching the tense encounter. Do-ryung awkwardly greets Do-ryung by name. Still hugging Rosa, Do-ryung nervously begins to explain the situation while Rosa remains silent. Do-ryung senses Do-ryung's intense gaze and stiffens. Do-ryung then reaches toward Do-ryung, who looks alarmed while still holding Rosa. Do-ryung calmly orders Do-ryung to come with him, leaving Do-ryung stunned and asking if he really means him. Do-ryung handcuffs Do-ryung and insists he come for questioning despite Do-ryung's protests. Do-ryung activates his ability and sends the handcuffed Do-ryung flying upward, frightening him. As Do-ryung floats helplessly, he begs Do-ryung to wait. Do-ryung says he could go but insists Rosa is drunk and needs his care, trying to negotiate. Do-ryung continues to argue that Rosa should not be left alone even as Do-ryung's power hoists him higher. While being hurled away, Do-ryung yells that Rosa must not be left alone, emphasizing his concern. Do-ryung suddenly finds himself cradled in the arms of another blue-uniformed officer, confused by the abrupt change. The new officer princess carries Do-ryung, staring at him closely in a surreal romantic pose. The officer nervously greets Do-ryung, who is speechless in his arms. Do-ryung blushes and his hair bristles as he realizes the awkwardness of the situation. Another officer, angry and disheveled, glares at the sight. In the street below, other officers escort Rosa away as the crowd mills around. One officer reaches toward Rosa's covered eyes, about to move her hair aside. Rosa stiffens as the gloved hand brushes her hair away from her face. Tears fall from Rosa's eye as the officer gently wipes them. The sparkling officer tells Rosa he will take her home. Night sky and cityscape show Do-ryung speeding away with Rosa. Do-ryung runs across a rooftop carrying Rosa in his arms. He gently sets her on the rooftop edge and sits beside her. Do-ryung leans close and, noticing Rosa's mood, asks if something has happened. Rosa blushes and looks away without responding. She quietly says the word superstar, prompting Do-ryung to ask what she means by that. Sitting side by side on the ledge, Rosa hesitates and begins to speak. She suddenly tells Do-ryung not to be nice to her. Rosa explains that he is kind to everyone, so she assumes he spends time with her and escorts her home for the same reason. Do-ryung reacts indignantly, asking if she thinks he hangs out with her merely out of kindness. He moves closer, saying he believed they had become much closer than that. Concerned, he asks if he has made her feel pressured, and Rosa frantically denies it. Rosa adds that he has a girlfriend, so she feels awkward, but Do-ryung is confused by this assumption. Dorian calmly clarifies that he does not have a girlfriend. Rosa, surprised, asks if that is really true, and he begins to add a qualification. Dorian admits there is someone he likes. Rosa's eyes well with tears as she struggles to process that revelation. Dorian teases her by asking if she is not curious who he likes. Flustered, Rosa shouts that she is not curious and pushes him away. She hangs her head and begins to say she is just his friend. She finishes, calling herself only a friend while Dorian listens in silence. Rosa's trembling hand clutches Dorian's uniform over his heart. Rosa then changes her mind and says she is curious to know who he likes. Dorian bluntly asks Rosa whether she, perhaps, likes Nam Woo-sub. Rosa freezes, remembering his question and silently weighing whether she thinks Woo-sub is a good person. Dorian reluctantly agrees that Woo-sub is indeed a good person. He begins to say Woo-sub is a good guy but trails off. Turning away, Dorian concludes that he himself is just in the way. He apologizes, saying he will no longer stand between Rosa and Woo-sub, but Rosa suddenly bolts toward the rooftop exit. As Dorian reaches for her, Rosa, half asleep, mumbles that she is tired and wants to go home. Rosa unexpectedly flips Dorian and slams him down, shocking him. She grabs him and speeds off, ignoring his plea not to take the stairs. A swirling trail marks their rapid descent down the building. The two crash into Rosa's apartment, tumbling onto a bed. Dorian sits up, panting and startled by the abrupt teleport home. He realizes Rosa has fallen asleep beside him, resting peacefully on his arm. Looking around the unfamiliar room, Dorian wonders where he is. He spots shelves and recognizes the setting, his eyes widening. Seeing a giant poster of himself on the wall, he notes his own image displayed in Rosa's room. When Rosa's muscular grandmother appears, he mentally identifies her as the grandma. Dorian blurts out grandma in confusion, realizing this intimidating woman is Rosa's relative. Sitting awkwardly by the sleeping Rosa, he internally curses at how bizarre the situation is. Dorian stares in shock as realization dawns about who the grandmother might be. He wonders if she is actually the legendary hero who once saved him. Nervously, Dorian begins to ask the grandma to confirm her identity. She silently places a heavy hand on his head, intimidating him into silence. In another apartment, two women chat casually over a meal about a worker from the previous day. Loud crashes from above make one woman complain about the upstairs neighbors. The other considers going up to complain, but her companion advises letting it go. The narration explains that the strict old lady upstairs is harsh with her granddaughter, while we see the wrecked room from Dorian's arrival. The grandma stands by Rosa's destroyed bedroom door and curtly orders Dorian to explain himself. Dorian insists he did nothing wrong, saying he only tried to take a drunk Rosa home when she suddenly brought him here. The grandma listens grimly as he explains Rosa teleported him into the apartment. She angrily asks if he expects her to believe that story while physically overpowering him. She declares she will never allow her granddaughter to date someone she views as only good-looking on the surface. Upside down on the floor, Dorian thanks her for the compliment, and she snaps that it was not meant as praise. After more discussion, a caption notes that the misunderstanding is finally resolved, showing Dorian bowing apologetically. Calmer now, the grandma admits she was really startled by the situation. Dorian respectfully tells her he never imagined Rosa was her granddaughter. She retorts that it should not be surprising since they look exactly alike, while he hurriedly denies that is what he meant. Dorian clarifies he meant that only Rosa and the grandma have ever saved his life. The grandma agrees that the two of them once rescued him. She casually asks if Dorian's blonde hair is dyed, and he explains it is his natural color. Dorian says it is fine if she does not remember him. A flashback shows the younger Dorian cowering as debris falls and the same muscular woman confronts the threat. In the flashback, she asks if the scared boy is hurt after saving him from destruction. The young Dorian replies in shock that he is unharmed. As she walks away through the wreckage, she tells him not to linger there and to hurry home. Narration explains that after that incident, Dorian's life changed. Text states that he aspired to become someone like her. Following that inspiration, he eventually became a special police officer. Returning to the present, Dorian tells the grandma she saved him back then. He says he always wanted to thank her properly if they ever met again. The grandma notes he also possesses a special ability. She says that if he works at headquarters, their superior Choi Gilbei must have kept some things from him, which confuses Dorian. She adds that since he has confessed he likes Rosa, she wants to ask him one serious question. She asks whether he could choose between his work and Rosa if forced to pick one. She continues, asking if he would abandon his duties to protect Rosa should she ever commit a crime. The grandma presses whether he could truly defend Rosa even at the cost of his responsibilities. Dorian hesitates, clearly unsure how to answer. He starts saying "I," but trails off anxiously. Turning away, he says that since such a situation has not happened, he cannot answer decisively. The grandma exhales in disappointment at his indecisive response. She coldly states that she will not accept him as Rosa's partner. She tells him to break up with Rosa now while she is being polite, but he insists what she fears will never happen. Sometime later, Dorian faces Rosa and begins to say something important. Narration clarifies his thoughts, saying his feelings are one-sided and Rosa does not like him back. Dorian turns his back, resigned to the idea that his love is unrequited. A tall government building under the moon hints at the headquarters where the next scene takes place. At the office, a female officer greets Nam Woo-sub, recognizing him from before. She asks Woo-sub if the recent events were caused by Ji Jungi, while he sits nervously in front of her. She apologizes for having suspected him earlier and says his testimony accurately described the criminal black dog, leaving Woo-sub surprised. The scene briefly shifts to the building's elevator hall, setting the office location. Back at the desk, she remarks that Woo-sub must be strong to have thrown a motorbike, and he modestly replies that he works out a bit. She summarizes that he tossed the bike into the air and hit the target perfectly, and he jokes that he used to throw bikes when bored. Worried, Woo-sub asks what will happen to him now, and she reassures him not to worry. She explains he only needs to pay for the damaged bike and the authorities will handle the rest. Woo-sub anxiously asks how much it will cost, and she tells him to wait. She hands him an envelope detailing the expense, and he stares at it wide-eyed. Stammering, Woo-sub asks if he really has to pay that amount, while she laughs and asks if he is scared by it. He protests that Do-ryung said he would cover the cost, surprising the officer. The officer responds that since Woo-sub helped catch a criminal and seems close to Do-ryung, it makes sense the hero offered to pay, leaving Woo-sub bewildered by their supposed closeness. The guy is surprised and repeats what he just heard about their relationship. The woman teasingly insists they are extremely close best friends. He happily agrees and internally wonders what Han Do-ryung is scheming. The scene shifts to the police office environment. She dismisses him for the day, and he thanks her before leaving her desk. As he looks around the office in silence, he notices Han Do-ryung working. She hesitates, about to call out to him. He says he has a question, and she tells him to ask freely. Nervously, he begins asking if Han Do-ryung is really dating someone, loudly enough for the whole office to hear. The female officer reacts in total shock to that question. He awkwardly asks if she truly did not know, explaining Do-ryung never talks about himself. Excited, she asks who the girlfriend is and says it sounds interesting. He reveals that Han Do-ryung is supposedly dating the special police officer Se. Hearing Se's name, she is stunned and repeats it in disbelief. Se is shown cheerfully walking through the city in her uniform. Someone watching her confirms that this girl is indeed Se. Realizing she has been recognized by her hair, Se giggles and wonders what is going on. Elsewhere, someone remarks that using Do-ryung to stir things up seems to be working already. Se suddenly looks distressed, sweat dripping as if struck or shocked. She now faces a hostile group angry that she allegedly flirted with Han Do-ryung. Confused and nervous, Se tries to tell the angry crowd that they have misunderstood. A tomato slams into her as the mob begins physically attacking her. One woman hurls a vile insult at Se. The girl leading the mob accuses Se of seducing their pure Han Do-ryung. Se protests, asking what they are even talking about. Another girl yanks Se's hair, saying she always hated that attention-seeking hairstyle. While being pulled, Se is ordered repeatedly to break up with Do-ryung. Se goes silent, eyes wide, as the abuse continues. Bystanders gleefully film, mocking her appearance. Se, humiliated and shaking, hears them vow to upload the video online. The scene jumps to Se in pajamas, revealing she precognitively saw that mobbing incident, and calls it a serious problem. Streaming to viewers, she recalls that she denied the rumors but nobody believed her as chat blames her for Han Do-ryung. After ending the vision, she slumps on her bed exhausted. She then grins fiercely, deciding she will never let that future happen. She re-enters the earlier street scene, now wary as she walks. The tomato is about to be thrown again. Se's eyes snap into focus as she anticipates the attack. She swiftly catches both the incoming tomato and something else in her gloved hands. She spins gracefully, fully intercepting the tomato this time. Onlookers wonder what just happened. One of the bullies is shocked that Se actually caught the throw. When accused again of flirting with Do-ryung, Se calmly denies it while gripping the tomato. She openly admits her hairstyle is for attention and sarcastically asks if it is working. Her main attacker is left speechless. The girl lunges to grab Se's hair and again orders her to break up with Do-ryung. As the hand closes on her hair, the strands slip away instead of being grabbed. Se activates her power, her hair seemingly phasing away while the attacker is bewildered. A mock shampoo ad appears, advising people never to let anyone catch their hair, branded with Se's phrase "catch me if you can." Se turns to someone filming and pointedly asks if they are recording. She tells the filmer that if they insist on filming, they should at least capture her good side. Crowds continue photographing as police sirens arrive at the scene. A police van pulls up outside. Inside the van, Han Do-ryung watches the aftermath, confused by what he just witnessed. The scene cuts to a dim stairwell door and an emergency exit. Se hides there, curled up alone on the steps. Startled by the door opening, she clings to her knees. Han Do-ryung finds her and gently asks if she is alright, while she demands to know why he is there. He says he was worried and asks what had just happened, prompting Se to mutter that it was all Han Do-ryung's fault. Exploding with anger, she screams that everything is Do-ryung's fault, startling Han. She rants that if only he had not confessed liking someone on her live stream, none of this would have happened, leaving Han baffled. He cautiously says he is sure Han Do-ryung did not cause trouble on purpose. Se glares and asks if he is taking Do-ryung's side. He flusters that he only meant to calm her. From outside, the others hear her shouting profanity, shocked by her temper. Later, Han Do-ryung walks the corridor rubbing his ears, admitting she has an intense temper. He then spots Han Do-ryung's blonde colleague and says his timing is perfect. The blonde officer asks what happened to Han Do-ryung. Han Do-ryung just stares blankly, at a loss for words. A vending machine display sets the scene for their talk. Han Do-ryung teases the blonde, saying he looks like someone who was dumped. The blonde calmly answers that he indeed got dumped, and Han Do-ryung apologizes awkwardly. The blonde admits Han was right that he had gotten too relaxed. Han then carefully asks if his friend is planning to do something now. The blonde throws away an energy drink can, saying he will focus on finding Black Dog from now on. A poster of Han Do-ryung in uniform hangs in Rosa's room. Rosa wakes up on her bed with a throbbing head. Still lying curled up, she falls silent in thought. She abruptly bolts upright, eyes red, remembering something. She recalls herself screaming during a rampage and calling someone a crazy woman. A montage shows her earlier violent actions, and she realizes she must have been out of her mind. Horrified, Rosa clutches her head and screams, asking if she has gone crazy. Her grandmother's voice calls out asking if she is awake. A muscular grandmother appears, telling Rosa to come eat. Breakfast is laid out with multiple dishes on the table. While eating, Rosa narrates that she had teleported right in front of Han Do-ryung. She anxiously wonders if he realized she is actually Black Dog. Her grandmother suddenly calls Rosa by name, startling her. Grandma says that when she first discovered Rosa was Black Dog, she felt proud. Over the meal, Grandma asks if Rosa knows why she felt proud. She explains it was because she believed her granddaughter shared her own ideals. Rosa then asks why Grandma likes special police officers so much. Unsure, Rosa hesitates before answering. She finally says she likes them because they save people, which Grandma questions. Grandma tells her not to forget that. Clenching her spoon, Grandma says the Special Ability Headquarters does not view people like them as human. She emphasizes that the organization refuses to see ability users like them as real human beings. Back at another incident, Sei rushes through a crowd toward a disaster scene. She arrives at a bombed building, asking what happened, and learns there was an explosion as she helps deal with it. Hearing onlookers doubt her precognition, she insists no one died precisely because she foresaw and acted. She frets that Han Do-ryung is not there yet and it worries her, while others joke there is only one Han Do-ryung. A superior orders Sei to guard the perimeter and keep civilians out while she fetches the team leader. Sei stands in front of the tape, already tired from the chaos. She mutters that it is yet another terrorist case. Nearby civilians complain that crime seems to have increased since rumors of Han Do-ryung's relationship started. They go further, blaming potential victims on Han, and Sei supposedly dating instead of working. More bystanders pile on, saying she should not have flirted with innocent Han Do-ryung, which makes Sei curse internally. Their gossip is cut off as someone challenges them. Sei sternly tells the crowd to stop crossing the line. People are taken aback, wondering if they heard her right. Sei steps forward and openly confirms she said it. She calmly argues that she only told them not to cross the line and repeats that she is not dating Do-ryung. Her colleague, panicking, decides he needs to fetch help. The scene shifts to an industrial site where another operation is underway. Two cultists insist they do not know anything while detained in a warehouse. Han Do-ryung suspends debris over them with his ability, warning them not to lie. He accuses them of worshipping Black Dog without even knowing who that person really is. One cultist protests that even their leader does not know Black Dog's identity. They add that members do not even know each other's true identities. Han Do-ryung cracks the ground with his power, terrifying them. Panicking, they beg for mercy and promise to talk. One cultist says he does not know who Black Dog is but does know where the next gathering will take place. Han Do-ryung snaps back that he does not care about their rules if his life is at risk. They nervously ask where Black Dog will go. The cultist finally reveals the next gathering will be at a university event. Another officer arrives, reporting that headquarters is requesting backup. Han Do-ryung turns, asking where the backup is needed. The junior officer relays, via radio, Sei's shouted insistence that she and Do-ryung are not dating. Back at the bombing site, Sei says if everyone insists they are dating, then asks them to consider some things. She demands to know if they really think Han Do-ryung would become sloppy at his job just because of dating, and whether they themselves quit working when in relationships. Some onlookers filming begin to agree, questioning whether it is wrong for special officers to date, and criticizing the crowd's hypocrisy. Sei sighs, thinking how every case makes people only talk about Han Do-ryung. She smiles and says there is only one Han Do-ryung in the world. The watching crowd listens closely to her speech. She turns specifically to the earlier hecklers, challenging their claim that she failed to foresee the bombing. She reminds them that without her intervention there would have been casualties. Han Do-ryung pushes through the crowd toward the scene. He reaches the front and looks at Sei, startled by what he is hearing. Sei shouts that special police officers are human beings too. She turns her frustration on Han Do-ryung, asking what more people expect from officers like them. Han Do-ryung steps in front of her, gently blocking her from the crowd. He tells her that is enough and tries to calm her down. Inwardly, Sei bristles, feeling she still has plenty to say. Han Do-ryung admits he has always wanted to tell her something. He bluntly says she should stop pretending to be nice. He criticizes her for not being able to handle her own personal affairs and tells her not to act like a saint. Sei elbows him aside, determined to speak for herself. She faces the crowd, announcing loudly that this is her first time declaring something in public. Someone filming leans in, startled and eager to capture her words. Her teammate also looks on in shock, wondering what she will say. Han Do-ryung turns back toward her, bracing for the declaration that is about to change everything. Se reels back in rage. Se publicly screams that she hates Han Do-ryung. Because of her outburst, Se is punished with a month of probation. An older officer sits alone in his office, brooding. The old officer watches Se's viral rant on his phone. On stream, Se says the probation does not bother her. She tells her viewers she will rest and see how things go without her, while chat mocks and flirts. She starts listing the downsides of being a special police officer and hints the worst part is the watch. She complains that the regulation watch is extremely annoying. She explains the watch tracks their location and power use off-duty, and chat notes, she often removes it. Se angrily questions why having special abilities is treated like a crime, exciting her viewers. She argues that people with talents or strength should not be restrained like criminals. She clenches her fist and curses the restrictive watch. Se rants that she is thrilled she will not have to wear the watch during her month off. Her fiery speech on stream pushes her subscriber count past 1 million. Later, the old officer asks a younger subordinate if he agrees with Se's complaints about the watch. He presses whether the subordinate also thinks the watch is a burden. The younger man answers that great power requires responsibility and believes wearing the watch is right. He recalls being told that special abilities are like deadly weapons. The remembered words state plainly that special abilities are highly dangerous weapons. Another memory shows a stern elder telling a younger Rosa to prove she is superior because of her abilities. Rosa remembers being told that special police who try to fully control ability users are wrong. She and the blonde officer internally judge the controlling police as mistaken. Night falls on Rosa's apartment complex. A voice congratulates Se on hitting 1 million subscribers, noting she always wanted it. Rosa walks with Se, mentioning that even the rumors of Se dating Han Do-ryung have died down. Their colleague wonders how anyone ever suspected such an unlikely pair of dating. Seeing Se hugging Ji Jungi, he remarks that no one could have predicted this situation. Narration notes that Se and Ji Jungi now seem unusually close. The observer, shocked, wonders what happened between those two. He recalls that it started on the day devotees were causing trouble in town. He remembers they had apprehended the cultist leader, yet still felt powerless. Se recalls that even Han Do-ryung had been unable to act that day. Ji Jungi admits the situation still makes him angry. He tells Se he had assumed she joined the special police only for fame. Hearing her passionate answer, he is surprised to realize she was serious about justice. Ji Jungi regrets not foreseeing the incident earlier, believing things might have turned out differently. Han Do-ryung gently pats Se's head and insists she did well enough. He praises her thoughtfulness and suggests she stop blaming herself and go eat with him. Watching him walk away, Se is left flustered and touching the spot where he patted her. Blushing, she realizes she has feelings for him. They arrive together at a small restaurant later. They sit down to share a meal. Over food, Han Do-ryung wonders aloud what Ji Jungi is doing now. He suddenly falls silent, troubled by his thoughts. Se quietly sets chopsticks for him on the table. She looks at him with soft, expectant eyes. Flustered, he starts to thank her but can barely get the words out. Internally he panics, wondering what is wrong with her demeanor. In another memory, an explosion or impact erupts during a fight with devotees. Han Do-ryung curses as the situation worsens. He notes that the current battle is an unfavorable 2 versus 3, then a junior officer rushes in to help. Han Do-ryung thinks he cannot properly use his special ability under these conditions. He glances back at Se amid the chaos. Se glides forward on a Segway, hair streaming, looking unexpectedly heroic. Seeing her like that, Han Do-ryung is visibly smitten. Later, a gag segment shows Ji Jungi sitting on a bench with a twin ice cream bar. He calls out to his son Bae while holding the 2-stick ice cream. Se leans in close to whisper something in his ear. She casts a spell-like phrase as he takes a bite. Her words cause his ice cream to suddenly taste extraordinarily good, shocking him. Se laughs, addressing him teasingly as Madam. He nervously corrects that he is Adam. Embarrassed. Back in the present fight, Han Do-ryung grabs Se's shoulder. Panting and flushed, he urgently yells for her to stop. She innocently asks what she should stop, and he cries out in frustration. When she steps close to straighten his name tag, he panics even more. He jumps back, shouting that she should not do intimate things like that. Se demands to know why he is acting so strangely. He stands there blushing furiously, unable to answer. Overwhelmed, he clutches his head. He finally says no to her unspoken feelings, prompting her to ask why. He insists she is still a student and he is an adult, though she points out he is only 3 years older. He stubbornly repeats that no means no. Se starts to protest with a "But!" Looking away at the sky, Han Do-ryung awkwardly asks why she even likes him. Se smiles tenderly, clearly knowing her own reasons. She points out that if his answer is already no, he should not be asking such questions. Flustered, she tells him to forget it, and not tell her his reasons. In her thoughts, she calls him an idiot but also admits she finds him cool. Elsewhere, Ji Jungi struggles as Se clings to him, telling her to get off, but she refuses. She worries aloud about being seen together like that. She asks why he does not just say he dislikes her if that is the case. His shouted response echoes that she is driving him crazy. The scene shifts to the exterior of a large government building under a clear sky. Inside, another blonde officer is told he looks unwell, but he blames it on lack of sleep. His female colleague eyes him skeptically. She asks if he is bothered by Sei's harsh comments. He remembers her shouting that she hates Han Do-ryung, and is told not to take it to heart. She reassures him that Sei probably did not mean those angry words. He replies that he knows Sei very well, easing the colleague's concern. She then notes that Mr. Woo-sub was surprised. She explains Woo-sub was shocked because the blonde officer paid to replace a wrecked motorbike. She asks why he did something so generous, suggesting it was out of gratitude. He recalls that he did it because there was something he wanted to investigate. In a later meeting, he narrates that this curiosity led to the current briefing. A tiny yellow bird appears on the conference table. A scientist panics, swearing at the bird and wondering why it is here. He chases the bird around the room, shouting insults. Brandishing a feather it dropped, he screams that it should take its feather with it. The old director gently scoops up the bird, telling his irate sister not to be so harsh. She yells that he should stop trying to raise strange creatures, and his title as Ability Research Director is displayed. He calmly asks the bird Pippi to step outside for a bit. She keeps ranting that talking to animals is pointless because they cannot understand humans. Outside, G.I. Jungi opens the door and is startled when Pippi flies straight into his face. As the bird zooms past, it crudely calls the scientist an ugly old witch. The scene cuts back to the meeting room's quiet ceiling and walls. The old director announces that interrogation has revealed the devotees' plan to appear at a college festival. He says they will capture the leader, and someone asks what they will do with that leader. The director answers that their real goal is to capture the mysterious black dog. He blames the blonde officer for earlier failures, saying everything happened because he did not do his job properly. The scientist adds that since the blonde officer is the strongest ability user they have, he must handle it. She taps him on the head with her cane and demands to know why he cannot just catch Black Dog. She keeps poking and shouting, while someone calls out to stop her. She angrily asks if he is ignoring her, cane still pressed to his head. He remembers the night he confronted Black Dog while a motorbike flew past. Black Dog's swift movement through the air flashes again in his mind. Another memory shows Black Dog landing with ease after that rooftop confrontation. The director orders him once more to just capture Black Dog. The command ends with a strict order that, no matter what, he must bring Black Dog in alive. The blonde officer accepts the mission with a calm "Understood." Days later, students gather outside a college building for the upcoming event. Inside, the hallways bustle with students preparing festival booths. Rosa walks out of a classroom, checking her phone, as others leave yawning. On her screen she sees a news article quoting Sei saying she hates Han Do-ryung, realizing the scandalous article is genuine. Rosa recalls confessing to G.I. Jungi on a rooftop and him insisting he has no girlfriend, realizing that night really happened. Overwhelmed, she collapses by the classroom door, thinking it is good he is single but feeling conflicted. She remembers her own dramatic rooftop leap aided by his power, which complicates everything. She panics about how she could ever explain that supernatural incident to him. She notes that even if she wants to excuse herself, she has already texted him apologizing and he has not replied. Her chat log shows unanswered messages, and she laments being left unread. Rosa stares miserably at her phone, eyes tearing up. She trudges alone through the nearly empty hallway. She berates herself, thinking she is a terrible person. She recalls telling G.I. Jungi not to be kind to her, yet now regrets those words. Rosa reasons that if he truly suspected her of being Black Dog, he would have contacted her, so maybe he does not suspect her. She convinces herself that his silence means he does not suspect her, while another student nearby calls the class president crazy. As Rosa approaches, she overhears classmates complaining about a male class president's weird idea, wondering why he picked only women. They gossip that he wants their festival booth to focus on Black Dog and the devotees, and Rosa wonders what they are talking about. Another classmate walks up to ask if they have decided on a concept, while others rant that the idea is absurd. Rosa learns that the president's concept specifically centers on Black Dog and the devotees, leaving her stunned. One girl jokes she would rather dress as the Joker and mocks the president for thinking he is clever. They discuss that most students will wear devotee gas masks, but someone must cosplay Black Dog, likely an unassigned student. They conclude they just need a volunteer willing to be Black Dog. The trio suddenly notice Rosa standing alone nearby. The scene shifts outside as the girls confront Rosa together. Nervously, Rosa tries to greet them. One of them grabs her wrist and addresses her. Surrounded, Rosa is asked if she is free on the day of the event. Rosa looks up in alarm, realizing they intend to rope her into being Black Dog for the festival. Rosa sends a hesitant message asking how the recipient is doing. Han Do-ryung stands on the stadium rooftop, checking his phone during the college festival. He pockets his phone and looks down over the busy festival grounds. Under the night sky, Han Do-ryung gazes outward, alert while on duty. Another officer joins him on the roof, remarking how nice the college event looks. She asks if he wants to do something like this too, but he answers that he has little choice in the matter. Two junior officers dash toward the edge wanting to see the festival, while their supervisor yells for them to stop. The moon glows over the campus building as the festival noise continues below. On the rooftop, the supervisor lines up the two juniors and tells them to repeat an oath. She has them promise not to use their special abilities without permission, though they mumble it reluctantly. When Chunhyang pouts, the supervisor threatens to send her home if she misbehaves. Chunhyang jokingly adds a condition to her promise, so the supervisor seriously considers sending her home. Down at the festival booths, someone wonders why their group has come to this place. From the rooftop, the 3 officers watch the festival because it looks fun, though one protests. The supervisor reminds the kids about the black dog case and the dangerous devotees. Elsewhere, a man explains that the devotees' leader, essentially a mob boss, is expected to appear at the festival. Han Doryung is told that he and the kids will patrol the grounds and handle any trouble. Chunhyang is warned that Han Doryung will catch the culprit, so she must not do anything reckless. The kids privately wish they could fight and defeat an enemy themselves. Fired up, Chunhyang unleashes a massive blast of flames, declaring she will fight too. As chaos of powers erupts behind him, Han Doryung calmly praises Mungryang's efforts. Chunhyang tries to slip away from the rooftop, but another officer panics and shouts not to be left alone. Excited, the 2 kids beg to head down quickly before Han Doryung defeats all the enemies. Dragged along, the supervisor laments her fate and inwardly misses her mother. One booth advertises a drunken charity event under the social welfare course. At another booth, customers order joke-themed drinks named after crimes, confusing onlookers. Students running a booth wear gas masks like the devotees, joking about how realistic and scary the costumes look. Their class president, also masked, theatrically announces life imprisonment for a table while serving food, clearly enjoying himself. Someone at a table worries that their strange booth theme might go viral online and finds the situation annoying. 2 people discuss that at least this is better than what another girl endures, a girl so unnoticeable they cannot even recall her name. The real black dog, in full gear, mutters Rose's name while standing at a booth titled as his own killing attraction. Nearby students assume he is only a cosplayer and comment on his impressive outfit. A girl excitedly asks to take a picture with him, leaving him flustered. She snaps a cheerful selfie with Black Dog thumbs up, unaware of his true identity. Afterward, Black Dog quietly stands alone, considering his next move. He then approaches a man sitting on a bench, revealing his ominous booth sign. The man recognizes him, nearly calling him Black Dog, before catching himself. Sitting with his mask off, Black Dog admits he was genuinely scared earlier. The man jokingly calls him a Schrodinger's Black Dog. Someone dressed as Black Dog but not actually acting like him. They sit on the bench together as Black Dog says he is just taking a break because the festival area is too hot. The man awkwardly offers his drink to Rose in disguise, then hesitates while she curiously asks why. He is startled that she questioned his motive and fumbles for an explanation. Rosa advises him not to drink so much, and he apologizes. He mentions the police station was warm and again apologizes for what happened there. He looks thoughtful, recalling what he heard from the officers. He tells Rosa that according to the police, there is nothing going on between Se and Han Doryung. Rosa listens in silence, eyes lowered, clearly affected. Sensing her mood, he asks why she is not happy and whether something else has happened. She says it is nothing but trails off. She finally admits she is worried, prompting him to look at her seriously. He reacts in shock to something unsaid, clearly anxious. Rosa starts rambling that Doryung might misunderstand her Black Dog costume because of her drunken antics before, when Doryung suddenly appears and calls her name. Rosa looks up in surprise, realizing Doryung is standing right behind her. The panel shows Doryung's tall figure blocking her view, emphasizing his presence. Nervous, Rosa greets Doryung awkwardly, noting it is him again. She internally panics and blushes under the hood. The man jumps up and hurriedly insists that what Doryung is seeing is not what it looks like. Rosa curls in on herself, mortified, while he explains that her costume is just a booth concept and wonders why Doryung is here. Doryung, confused by the word concept, listens while the man angrily calls the festival students insensitive, given Doryung is working to catch the real criminal. Doryung tells the man to guide him to the problematic booth, startling him. The man says Rosa knows the location better, putting the spotlight back on her. Rosa steels herself, determined rather than embarrassed. She runs after Doryung, grabbing his arm and calling out his name. She tries to tell him something important, but the touch triggers his power and he pulls away. Doryung looks back at her, surprised and conflicted. He says he is on duty now, implying he cannot talk about personal matters. Walking away with the man to investigate, Doryung promises to hear her out later, leaving Rosa watching them go. The man glances back to see another masked figure silently watching them from the benches. The scene shifts back to the lively festival grounds at night. Someone's shadow looms over the bench where Rosa's discarded gas mask lies. Rosa retrieves the mask and examines it. She stares intensely at the mask, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the man chases Doryung, shouting for him to wait. He demands to know what is wrong, asking if Doryung argued with Rosa, but Doryung denies it. Impatient, Doryung urges him to hurry since they have little time, while the man yells after him. Doryung is reminded of how the man once wrecked a motorcycle, wondering why he did it. The man answers that he paid for the motorcycle because of how they used it. Doryung glances back, listening to his explanation. He says the man does not owe him for the bike because he caught the criminal with it. When asked why he still arrested him then, Doryung answers simply that laws must be followed. Hearing that, Doryung broke the law for him. The man becomes teary-eyed and emotional while Do-ryung flatly denies it. The narrative returns to the central festival stage, set up for a runway show. The man changes the subject, asking Do-ryung about his own feelings. He recalls the earlier moment, when he shielded Rosa in his arms in front of Do-ryung. He blurts out the question of why Do-ryung protected Rosa back then. Do-ryung continues walking ahead, making the man confront his own assumptions. The man is stunned by this line of questioning. Nervously clenching his fist, he begins to stammer a reason. In his thoughts he wonders why Do-ryung is pushing him like this. Do-ryung presses further, asking what exactly he means by protecting Rosa. Then, dropping it, Do-ryung says to forget it if he does not want to answer and asks for final directions to the booth. The man worries whether Do-ryung already knows about Rosa's dangerous power but reasons that if he did, he would have arrested her. He starts to suspect another explanation for Do-ryung's behavior. A sudden realization hits him, and his eyes widen. He concludes that Do-ryung is jealous and directly asks what Do-ryung's relationship with Rosa is. Delighted by his own deduction, he mentally calls Do-ryung cute and sings out his name, insisting the situation is a misunderstanding. Catching up, he pats Do-ryung's shoulder and clarifies that he and Rosa are not romantically involved. Before Do-ryung can react, both men are startled by panic screams nearby. At a booth, students shout for someone to call 911 as they discover a bleeding victim. They realize that someone in a gas mask has suddenly stabbed the booth's president. People panic that the attacker might still be among the many gas-masked students, making it impossible to identify him. One person accuses a masked friend while the friend frantically denies being the assailant. The terrified crowd starts to flee, fearing they will be killed if they stay. Do-ryung activates his ability, freezes everyone in place, then releases only those he chooses. The man discovers he can still move while others are immobilized, and Do-ryung orders him to help the victims. Do-ryung continues to manipulate his power while the man agrees to assist. The freed man and others hurriedly pull off gas masks to check who is who. They quickly realize the real killer is not among those stopped on the field. Do-ryung concludes the culprit cannot have gone far and prepares to pursue. He launches himself from the field in a powerful sprint. Another caller phones emergency services while Do-ryung speeds into the distance. Away from the field, voices in the trees scold someone for acting alone instead of as planned. 3 masked devotees argue about the impulsive stabbing and the risk of ruining their original operation. One chastises the attacker, saying everything is over now that Han Do-ryung has arrived. Nervous, they wonder how Do-ryung reached them so fast. They suspect someone might have leaked their plan but insist their group never betrays each other. Suspicion turns inward as one asks another if he was the attacker. Another, still gripping the bloody knife, denies it even as he is accused and told to drop the weapon. Their leader says they have gone too far to turn back and must continue with the plan despite their panic. He confirms that Han Do-ryung is the only special officer present and shapes the plan around that. Back at the field, bystanders gossip that a booth president was stabbed and wonder if they should also run away. As Do-ryung investigates, sudden explosions and screams erupt across the campus. Flames and blasts spread through the festival area while crowds stampede and Do-ryung tries to control the chaos. Someone yells for everyone to run, and Do-ryung watches in shock as the situation escalates beyond control. The scene cuts to a quiet view of the campus and moon, contrasting the turmoil below. On a rooftop, another masked figure trudges along alone. This person, likely a mask leaver, gloomily considers just going home, convinced no one will notice their absence. Hearing something, they stop with a confused "Huh!" Chun Hyang and Mungryang suddenly appear in front of the masked figure, blocking the way. The 3 stand facing each other in silence, tension building. Chun Hyang bluntly asks if the stranger is Black Dog, but the person denies it. Internally, the masked person panics, recognizing Chun Hyang and Mungryang as Black Dog's allies and wondering why they are there. Alarmed, they turn toward the campus, realizing something is wrong. In the reflection of their mask they see the festival exploding in flames and think, "That's where." A flashback begins, explaining that today is planned as the first official demonstration fighting for the rights of people with abilities. The narrator notes that university is where such revolutionary thoughts take form. In a dim room, the devotees' leader declares they will finally display their suppressed abilities. Only 2 masked members show up to his meeting, leaving him frustrated that the rest are missing. The story cuts back to the present festival, stating that at that moment the mask leavers were also on the grounds. One mask leaver, bundled in a turtleneck and hat, marvels that there is a festival happening. He sadly reflects that he has never been able to enjoy a festival before because of his condition. Remembering how people complain about his smell and spray deodorant on him, he fears he will stink up the place. Resolute, he decides he will no longer hold back his ability. He asserts his right to enjoy the festival, revealing himself as mask leaver on Hyangi with the ability Lethal Stench. His power makes nearby people gag and choke violently. Around the food booths, patrons suddenly find everything unbearably spicy and hot. Another mask leaver, Shin Taeyang, happily assumes the food must be delicious, her ability turning all surrounding dishes scorching. A third mask leaver watches others run and declares he also wants to help. A cook elsewhere echoes that desire, wanting to help the suffering people. The muscular mask leaver charges toward the cook, shouting that he will no longer hold back, frightening her. He slams his hand down onto the grill or hot plate, activating yet another ability as the scene ends. Gi Baxil unleashes his power, causing an explosion that reveals his ability to destroy anything he touches. Their masked leader laments, bringing incompetent subordinates who complain about the smell and spiciness. A tall banana-shaped monster approaches the frustrated leader. The leader confirms the banana is Byangi, whose ability lets him become a monster based on what he ate the previous day, and despairs at the lack of help. Black Mask notices explosions in the distance and recognizes the direction. Two cadets address him as Black Mask, demanding his attention. The cadets deduce he really is Black Mask when he reacts to the name, and he protests that they were the ones who called him. The red-haired cadet proudly says she has memorized his voice. Black Mask nervously insists he is only in festival cosplay, but the cadets flatly reject this excuse. They precisely match his height and build to Black Mask, leaving him stunned by their sharpness. The cadets' watches start ringing, drawing their attention. Black Mask seizes on the call, urging them to hurry off to their duties while they suspiciously consider it. Deciding they cannot let Han Doryang handle things alone, the masked cadets resolve to go fight. As Black Mask pumps himself up to move, he suddenly notices he has been handcuffed. While he protests, one cadet apologetically says they must restrain him just in case he is Black Mask. They secure him to a bench with the cuffs as he frantically yells for them to stop. The two cadets sprint away to the emergency, leaving Black Mask chained and shouting after them. Left alone under the night sky, Black Mask silently processes what just happened. He checks that the cadets are gone and looks down at his handcuff. Preparing to rip off the handcuff, he is interrupted by bystanders screaming that Black Mask is there. Startled, he again claims it is just cosplay while a passerby relaxes, having believed him. Surrounded by curious people who think it is an event, he mutters that he must find the key to the cuffs. When another person approaches kindly to ask if he is looking for someone, he panics and desperately tells them to go away. Elsewhere, a balloon pops at a festival booth as someone laughs ominously. A man happily plays a dart game at the festival, enjoying himself as balloons burst. Han Doryang arrives, orders the troublemaker to stop, and the man with darts nervously recognizes him. Han Doryang points at the man and commands him to drop the dart. As he approaches, Doryang recoils from the awful stench, exclaiming how bad it is. Overwhelmed by the smell-based ability, Doryang struggles to arrest the villain while onlookers taunt and cheer him on. Just as the smelly attacker boasts, something strange begins to happen around him. Both he and Doryang are confused as the villain starts levitating in a glowing spiral. Doryang realizes he has lifted the man high into the air with his power and breathes in relief, thinking he almost died. Nearby stalls erupt in flames, shocking the festival crowd. Fire races along the ground and structures as the blaze spreads. Another special police cadet rushes in, telling civilians they are safe and to stay put. Approaching the inferno, this officer curses at the intense heat. Chun Hyang arrives, pushing past the officer despite being told not to act alone, but is grudgingly accepted since she is already there. Carrying an incapacitated person on her back amid the flames, Chun Hyang grumbles about her fate while being ordered to evacuate quietly. Gi Baxil, exhausted before the burning stalls, recognizes the special police officer's arrival. He flails and shouts for them to leave while Chun Hyang replies she does not want to stay there either. She declares she does not need the special police's help just as Gi Baxil's hand hits her watch. The watch violently surges with energy, shocking Chun Hyang. After a comedic beat, she decides everything is probably fine. Still holding the unconscious person, Chun Hyang confidently says it is time to go, and the narrator notes one crisis has been resolved. Her partner summons a massive column of water into the sky. The silver-haired cadet directs the water, shouting its name. Nearby delinquents who ate spicy food scream for water to cool their burning mouths. Rain pours down on them from the summoned water, leaving them stunned but relieved. As the blue-haired cadet continues dousing them, Chun Hyang watches and complains that it is boring. Suddenly feeling something odd, Chun Hyang looks down in surprise. She notices a trail of liquid footprints on the grass and wonders what it is. The oily footprints lead away across the field as someone in boots walks off. Chun Hyang whips her head around, tracking where the trail leads. She spots her partner and reacts urgently. Chun Hyang dashes off following the footprints while her partner chases her, asking where she is going. Even the oily footprints seem to hurry after them, metaphorically asking to be included. Their supervisor relaxes and praises the outcome with a satisfied comment. At the now secured site with ambulances, arrested culprits sit on the ground while an officer notes that everyone has been captured. The supervising officer adds that the kids did not cause any trouble. When Doryang approaches looking worried, she asks him what is wrong. He realizes two of their members are missing and says they are not there. The officer is shocked to learn Chun Hyang and Mungryang have disappeared. Meanwhile, Chun Hyang and Mungryang secretly enter the university library, and Mungryang urges that they leave quickly. The yellow-coated boy retorts cryptically, leaving oily puddles at his feet, and Mungryang demands to know what he means. Kwon Jisung, introduced as having the oiliest skin, explains he has never been able to attend school properly because of his ability. When Mungryang objects, Jisung splashes oil toward him and shouts about the library. Jisung emotionally yells that he wants to read the library's books too. Mungryang angrily tells him to stop, warning about the many special police officers outside. At that moment, Chun Hyang appears and announces she has found them. Chun Hyang confronts them in the corridor, ordering them to stop. Mungryang smugly remarks he was right, while Jisung nervously suggests the boss at least should escape. Chunhyang charges, telling them to halt, but is cut off mid-accusation. The mask leaver's boss looms over her, confirming that she is a special police officer. Chunhyang starts to affirm it, then awkwardly clarifies she is not officially one, prompting him to call her pitiful. He criticizes the special ability headquarters for driving children like her so hard. The boss grabs her wristwatch, recognizing it as the notorious device that tracks and controls abilities. He questions why someone so young must wear such a thing while Chunhyang struggles and orders him to let go. She insists she is simply strong, but he denies it. A hand reaches through darkness, reflecting on the nature of the watch. A senior officer appears in Chunhyang's mind, calling the watch a shackle he has placed on her. Chunhyang stares upward in shocked realization. The illusionary officer admits he uses children like her to achieve his ideals, and she cries out that he is lying. She clutches the watch, about to state what it truly proves. In her mind she concludes that Choi Gilbei is trying to monopolize all powers. The vision continues, accusing Choi Gilbei of hoarding power under the pleasant label of special police officers. Curled up and crying, Chunhyang hears that the watches exist to control all of them and rejects this idea. Her scream that it is not true manifests, as Mungryong surrounded by towering flames. Outside, the mask leaver's boss coolly says his delirium ability is weak but works well on a child like her, revealing his power. He warns Jisung that the oily residue will make the library fire spread quickly and says they must get out because it is dangerous. As they flee, Jisung worries aloud whether the trapped child will be alright, not seeing Mungryong hiding nearby. Mungryong anxiously watches from his hiding place inside the library. Flames surge out of the library windows, showing how fast the fire is growing. Jisung and the boss look up in alarm at the burning building. Black Mask arrives and demands to know what is happening. Recognizing her as Black Mask, the boss thinks he expected her to appear. He greets her, saying they have been waiting, while she apologizes for being late and questions why everything is on fire. Inside, the library collapses under the spreading blaze. Mungryong shouts Chunhyang's name as he sees the fire engulfing everything. Chunhyang stands blank-eyed in the inferno, still trapped in the delirium as Mungryong yells for her to wake up. Observers outside exclaim in horror that a special police officer is still inside the burning building. The hooded figure scolds the masked man for not taking a girl away from danger but insists there is no need to worry so much. The hooded figure calmly assures that the girl will not die. Close up, the hooded figure in a gas mask focuses intently, hiding their thoughts. As the masked man suggests they should head back, the hooded figure stops him and calls out to them. Gripping his shoulder, the hooded figure points out that these masked men are not actually from their department. Elsewhere, a wounded masked student lies on a stretcher in front of an ambulance. Students anxiously discuss whether the school president is safe and note that the attacker has not been caught. One student, looking down in confusion, wonders what is happening. Seeing blood on his trembling hand, that student admits he is terrified. He clenches his bloody hand into a fist, trying to steady himself. Nearby students gossip that someone called Black Mask ordered the attack, which the shocked boy silently doubts. The boy stares ahead in alarm as he processes the rumor about Black Mask. Remembering his friend Rosa, the boy recalls the earlier scene where the hooded figure halted the masked man from leaving. The hooded figure again confronts the fake department members, repeating that they are not from her organization. One of the imposters, confused about the mention of a department, begins to question her. Realizing she is not the real Black Mask, the imposter curses and accuses her of impersonating that figure. The imposter reaches out toward her, apologizing in advance for what he is about to do. He tells her she should have ignored what she saw as he grabs at her, intending harm. The hooded figure counters with a powerful blow that sends the imposter flying. The scene shifts to a building engulfed in intense flames. A student in uniform tries to douse the fire with water, but the blaze keeps surging. He realizes the flames are so fierce that they are evaporating the water before it can work. Sweating and panicking, he looks up at the burning building, overwhelmed. Through the flames he desperately calls to Chunhyang, urging her to wake up inside the inferno. He turns in shock as something within the blazing ruins draws his attention. His eye widens as he spots something alarming in the fire. He recognizes the hooded rescuer and stammers Black Mask, startled by her sudden appearance. Terrified, he warns the hooded figure not to approach him. He threatens to attack with his water ability if she comes any closer, while she frantically tells him to stop. Despite her plea, his water blast slams into her, knocking off her mask. Still spraying water, he tries to continue the attack while she shouts for him to wait. She rushes in, grabbing his head and yelling for him to stop the attack. Struggling against her grip, he calls her a criminal and demands to be released, while she insists he look at something. His expression softens to confusion as he finally looks at her closely. She smiles reassuringly through sweat and soot, telling him that everything is okay. Removing her mask, she reveals her face and says she has come to rescue him. She confirms that the person still trapped inside the burning building is his friend Chunhyang. Holding his hands amid the flames, she urges him to trust her. She tells him their priority is to save Chunhyang together. He looks down anxiously, struggling with fear and doubt. Seeing his hesitation, she prompts him by referring again to the fire. He explains miserably that the fire refuses to go out and that, although he could normally extinguish it, he now cannot. She voices her fear of what will happen if Chunhyang dies in the flames. She grips his waist from behind, steadying and grounding him. Smiling, she asks why he is so worried and reminds him that Chunhyang is his twin. She tells him that if Chunhyang is capable of such power, then he is equally capable. Standing behind him like a coach, she urges him to give it everything he has so he will not lose Chunhyang. He repeats the phrase all his might in his thoughts, beginning to focus. He recalls childhood memories of happily controlling water while playing with friends, realizing his true potential. Even as he starts to accept his power, he hesitantly protests, and the hooded girl listens behind him amid the burning ruins. Mungryong worries that using his power might hurt innocent people. The building continues to burn and collapse in flames. Standing by the fire, Mungryong recalls his parents warning him not to cause trouble. As debris falls toward them, Chunhyang shields Mungryong, fearing he might be hurt again. Chunhyang grimaces under the impact, clearly injured but focused on protecting him. Amid the cracked ground and flames, someone reassures Mungryong that harming others was never his intention. Chunhyang stands firm, telling Mungryong she is unhurt. Mungryong, looking up at her, begins to say that if he might hurt others. Chunhyang smiles intensely and vows to stop his power herself if it becomes dangerous. Elsewhere, the university building is engulfed in fire at night. Panicked civilians call for firefighters and help as the blaze spreads. A figure in a gas mask decides that the first priority is to evacuate everyone. Mungryong realizes the crowd will be in danger if anything goes wrong and agrees to help evacuate. The masked figure gives a confident thumbs up, asking everyone to trust them. Despite that bravado, the masked person privately doubts how they can possibly move so many people. They anxiously wonder how to evacuate such a large crowd while the fire rages. A girl with red eyes spots the gas-masked figure and recognizes them as the feared Black Mask. Onlookers debate whether this really is Black Mask or just someone cosplaying, while the masked person thinks this reaction is exactly what they expected. Park Rosa steels herself, telling herself to think carefully. She recalls the person she fears most, Han Doryang, who once loomed over her while she nervously handed him a report card. A woman approaches Black Mask, about to ask something as Rosa prepares to make an announcement. Rosa mentally declares to the crowd that she will devour them all alive. The civilians scream in terror at that ominous declaration. Rosa notices an empty plaza and realizes it can be used in her plan. Back near the fire, she finds unconscious enemies lying on the ground. Though tempted to abandon them, she hoists the unconscious pair onto her shoulders. Using her power, she speeds them away toward the safe plaza. She sets one of the unconscious people down. Both rescued enemies end up deposited safely on the benches in the plaza. One of them slowly regains consciousness under the open sky. Meanwhile, panicked spectators trample each other trying to flee, shouting that they do not want to die. An officer spreads her arms to stop the stampede, warning that running will only make things more dangerous. Another officer, floating above, wonders why the crowd suddenly lost control. He confirms he has located Mungryong but cannot find Chunhyang, suspecting something is wrong with her tracking watch. A voice off-screen says they think Chunhyang's watch has malfunctioned. The blonde officer reacts with growing worry. He resolves to prioritize saving Mungryong first. Suddenly someone spots Black Mask again, drawing his attention. The officer's eyes widen as he focuses on something above. He sees Mungryong being held aloft as a hostage, and is shocked the young kid is in that position. Black Mask grabs Mungryong and leaps high into the air with him. In midair, Rosa asks if the height is sufficient, and Mungryong confirms it is. Mungryong closes his eyes, centering himself. He thrusts out his hand, activating his water ability. A massive torrent of water erupts, shattering the burning structure and dousing the flames. Spectators stare in awe at the towering water pillar extinguishing the fire. The blonde officer realizes the spectacular water ability is Mungryong's, not Black Mask's. Rosa spots Chunhyang's location inside the building. Chunhyang, still inside a fiery chamber, panics that the blaze has not been fully extinguished. Rosa drops Mungryong safely on a rooftop and tells him to wait, while she jumps back toward the danger. The roof partially collapses behind her as she heads back toward the ruined building. She walks through ankle-deep water toward the remaining flames. Inside, Chunhyang hangs unconscious, surrounded by fire, as Rosa approaches. Rosa and another masked ally rush in, one of them yelping at the heat while greeting the burning Chunhyang. Rosa suddenly notices something alarming. She realizes Chunhyang is unconscious yet her power is still raging. Rosa worries that this uncontrolled state is dangerous, and wonders how to wake an unconscious person safely. She pauses, falling silent as she considers. Rosa pulls Chunhyang into an embrace in the flames and calls her name. Chunhyang abruptly awakens, furious that Rosa was late, and yelling that she had told Rosa to wake her. Recognizing Black Mask, Chunhyang is startled to see who rescued her. Elsewhere on the rooftop, Mungryong nervously paces alone. He calls out to be released, demanding to be put down. On another rooftop, Chunhyang thrashes in Rosa's grip, shouting and demanding to know what Rosa intends to do to her. Chunhyang babbles that she promised her grandfather she would put out the fire, while Rosa softly calls her name. Chunhyang turns toward Mungryong's voice. Mungryong stands there on the rooftop, on the verge of tears. Overwhelmed, he sobs that he managed to extinguish all the flames. Chunhyang cries that she thought Mungryong had died. She immediately yells back that there was no reason she would die. The reunited twins hug each other tightly while Rosa watches from a distance. Rosa, exhausted and woozy, wonders why it suddenly feels so suffocating in her mask. She realizes she may have inhaled too much smoke. Dizzy, she starts to fall from the rooftop. As she plummets, she dimly glimpses Mungryang and Chunhyang looking down at her. Mungryang dives after her, reaching out. He catches the unconscious Rosa in midair. As she comes to briefly in his arms, she weakly looks up at him. Rosa murmurs Han Doryang's name in confusion. Later, heavy rain falls over the empty festival grounds. The downpour drenches the charred remains of the university library. In the rain-soaked plaza, officers stand over Rosa's unconscious body. Mungryang kneels and reaches toward her. His gloved hand touches her mask. Another officer shouts for him to stop. Mungryang is physically restrained from removing her mask. The twin explains through tears that Rosa saved Chunhyang. He begs the blonde officer not to kill Rosa, who reluctantly agrees. Mungryang insists he only wanted to see Rosa's face, stunned by their reaction. He stares down at her, thoughtful. Kneeling in the rain, Mungryang notices an empty ring of air where Rosa had been lying. Realizing she has vanished, he looks around in shock. Elsewhere, Rosa's ally paces anxiously, worried she might have been captured. He checks his phone, hoping news will confirm she escaped safely. He calls her, praying that she is alright. Her phone, left in her clothes, vibrates unanswered in an empty room. Rosa wakes up massed on a couch, groaning. Disoriented, she wonders where she is. She recalls seeing Doryang catching her and questions whether that moment was only a dream. Voices around her announce that she is awake, startling her. Rosa jumps up, finding herself in a room full of masked people. One of them calmly tells her she has finally woken up. Facing a crowd of masked followers, Rosa hears them collectively introduce themselves as the devotees. They excitedly exclaim that Black Dog Nim, their idol, is awake. The devotees' commander asks if she is physically alright, and Rosa realizes who he is. He formally introduces himself as the commander of the devotees. Rosa thanks him for saving her and inwardly reels at the idea that he is their leader. She stiffens awkwardly, worried he may have seen her unmasked. He reassures her that they never touched her gas mask while she was unconscious. He adds that they would never expose Black Dog Nim's identity. The gathered devotees affirm that they protect her identity because they consider themselves on her side. Rosa timidly tries to speak up. A nervous devotee with a bloody knife confirms she is the real Black Dog Nim, and then screams. Another devotee proudly claims he has taken revenge with that knife. Rosa sees the bloodied student president he stabbed and is horrified. She demands to know what he is talking about, while he insists the president ridiculed them. He recalls how the president mocked him in front of others instead of inspiring fear. Another devotee adds tearfully that the president turned him into a laughingstock. Rosa says that stabbing someone over that is wrong. Suddenly another masked girl enthusiastically greets Black Dog Nim, interrupting. The girl asks if Rosa remembers her from an earlier encounter. Rosa fumbles to identify her, and the girl decides Rosa will not recognize her in a mask. She holds up a decorated fan letter featuring a photo of Rosa mid-battle, introducing herself as Park Weapon. Rosa and Park Weapon bow to each other, each apologizing for their earlier clash. The commander respectfully addresses Black Dog Nim again. He tells her that all of them are waiting for her commands. They emphasize that she came to the festival because she cared about them. The commander vows they would even give their lives if she asked, but Rosa hurriedly tells him to wait. When another devotee tries to speak, the commander hushes him so Rosa can talk. Rosa nervously begins to address them. The devotees kneel expectantly, hands clasped as if in prayer. Rosa declares firmly to the whole group that she is not a criminal. Outside, the moon shines over the quiet campus. The corridor outside their meeting room stands silent. Several masked devotees listen intently as Rosa prepares to explain herself. She tells them she thinks they are misunderstanding her. The commander, kneeling, cannot fathom that possibility, since all the devotees share the same experience. He explains that everyone there was rejected because of odd special abilities. They resent always having to be the ones who are considerate of others. He says that when Black Dog first appeared, they believed a protective god had finally arrived. His fervor boils over as he asserts that with Black Dog Nim, they could even kill Han Doryang. Rosa immediately knocks him down and scolds him that such an idea is absolutely unacceptable. Another devotee asks if they must keep living like this, calling the situation unfair. Rosa reflects that some ability users are adored like celebrities. She contrasts that with others whose abilities disgust people just by being near them, like Park Weapon. A devotee argues that the special ability headquarters created this inequality, so they should be allowed to attack the special police. Rosa silently considers their anger. She begins to respond, hesitantly. Rosa says she prefers searching for a better way over punishing others. One devotee marvels that this is Black Dog Nim's true belief. Masked Black Dog berates the kneeling crowd for abusing the trust they placed in him. Clutching his chest, he insists this outcome is not what he wanted. He freezes, stunned behind his gas mask. In a flashback, Nam Wusub doubts he can meet people's expectations. He thinks people actually admire the special police officers, not him. Black Dog reflects that he never asked for this role or reputation. Time shifts to a calm morning at the university building. Black Dog quietly packs up gear in a storage office. He checks his phone and sees several missed calls from Nam Wusub. Nam Wusub runs anxiously toward the campus. He spots Black Dog unmasked as a long-haired girl and calls out to her. As she starts to ask why he called so much, he suddenly hugs her. Worried, he checks if she is alright and notes she looks fine. She scolds him for terrifying her when he jumped into the fire. She complains he vanished afterward and tried to take the cult's crimes on himself. Woo-sup tells her he will stop trying to fix Black Dog's public image. The scene shifts to clear skies, signaling a new day. At headquarters, officers mill about outside the main building. Inside, a records hallway leads toward the evidence room. An older officer in blue uniform ponders something seriously. Hearing that Black Dog saved the twins, an officer is surprised. The older officer finds it odd and wonders why Black Dog would do that. He heads off to verify something despite a junior's question. In the dark evidence room, he retrieves the burnt pink letter bag. Though it needs the chairman's consent, he impulsively starts opening it. Giving in to curiosity, he tears the document apart. The shredded, glowing pieces swirl as if being restored. Moments later, he stands in the doorway looking pleased with his work. A colleague enters, asking why he is sitting there in the dark. Smiling awkwardly, he greets her while hiding the now whole letter. She reacts in shock at what he has done. She snatches the reconstructed letter from his hands. Furious, she yells at him for tampering with evidence. Calming down, she asks if he is not afraid of the chairman while examining it. Reading it, she realizes it is actually a heartfelt thank you fan letter to Officer Hondoryung. The revelation horrifies and overwhelms her. 2 hours later, both officers silently stare at the letter, still baffled. One finally admits that no matter how often they read it, it is clearly something specific. The thought continues that, whichever way they see it, it is a particular kind of letter. Together they conclude it is a love or fan letter. A sudden realization passes between them. One officer excitedly insists it is definitely a fan letter, while the other doubts him. She points at the pink stationery and floral design, insisting it must be a love letter. They argue, shouting fan letter versus love letter as the page flutters. Exhausted, they sit apart, panting after bickering. They wonder what to do with it, agreeing that Black Dog sent it to Hondoryung. The man muses aloud that Black Dog seems to like Hondoryung. He nervously wonders if the letter is actually one of Black Dog's traps. She smiles, saying it feels sincere and not like a trap. Laughing, she jokes that Black Dog is kind of cute, while he panics and warns her not to be fooled. She protests as he shakes her in a panic, saying she is getting dizzy. Realizing their debate is pointless, she decides they should simply give the letter to the president. The narration notes that at that very moment something else is happening. Chairman Choi Gilbei is dozing in his office chair. He suddenly rushes toward Chunhyang, exclaiming that he heard she was in danger. Overly emotional, he flings himself toward her, shouting her name. In his enthusiasm, he slips and crashes to the ground. He lies stunned, staring up in disbelief. Chunhyang peeks around a corner, unimpressed by his antics. Imagining his own collapse, she dryly wonders what his problem is. Later he sits in his office, brooding over something. He questions aloud whether there is some deeper problem. A chibi interlude announces a challenge to change Chunhyang's mind. Chunhyang walks alone in the elevator lobby. Gilbei calls out to her affectionately from behind. She turns, startled and wary. He cheerfully offers her ginseng candies as if that will win her over. She bolts away, and the gag declares his attempt a failure. Back at his desk, he decides he must approach her from a child's point of view. He wonders what someone her age is interested in. Inspiration strikes and he concludes that kids like games. He happily resolves to invite her to play a fun game with Grandpa. Chunhyang stares blankly at the game set he has prepared, feigning excitement. A moment later she flips the board and pieces in utter rejection. Gilbei watches the flying pieces, another caption marking his failure. Time skips forward with a neutral corridor shot. Chunhyang notices something unexpected. She finds a pink gift box on the floor labeled for her. Someone's gloved hand carefully pulls out an envelope. Gilbei writes a personal letter to Chunhyang, introducing himself as her grandpa. In the letter he admits he does not know why she has grown distant, and says that makes him sad. He asks her to tell him directly if he has done anything to upset her. Chunhyang reads the letter silently in the hallway, conflicted. She begins opening the ribbon on the gift box. Her eye widens as she sees what is inside. The box contains flashy children's light-up shoes, leaving her speechless. Overwhelmed, she imagines sound effects as she holds the glowing shoes. She erupts in anger, shouting that she is 16 and not a little kid. Later, still upset, she stalks down the hall while a co-worker notices. The co-worker calls out to Chunhyang and another officer, Mungryang, asking them to wait. The scene shifts to a conference room ceiling to mark a new conversation. Mungryang apologizes to their superior for using his abilities without prior permission. He and Chunhyang wait nervously for her response. Their superior yells that misuse of powers is wrong even though he helped her. She softens, giving them a small relieved smile. She reminds them how dangerous Chunhyang's leap into the fire really was. She reaches out her hands as she continues. She hugs both teens, promising to use her own special ability to protect them when they are in danger. They confirm she really will help even without asking, and she says the chairman has approved it. Chunhyang looks moved as she processes that. She remembers Gilbei sternly watching over her and realizes he was the one who asked this. Their superior admits she does not know all the details but asks Chunhyang not to give the president a hard time. She emphasizes that the president genuinely treasures Chunhyang. Outside at dusk, Gilbey sits alone on a bench, looking lonely. His expression shows lingering worry and sadness. Chun Hyang quietly sits beside him and starts reading from a workbook. Gilbey sees she has brought him a problem and calls her name. She admits she does not know how to solve the math question. He looks at her with surprise and fondness. Then he smiles gently, clearly glad she has approached him again. Looking at the textbook, he begins to respond. He frankly confesses he cannot solve it either, and they sit together peacefully. The narration declares that their reconciliation has succeeded. Elsewhere, a blond boy wearing a cap secretly watches from an alley. He watches Rosa as another man holds out something to her, clearly troubled. Back at headquarters, Gilbey sits at his desk deep in thought. He taps the desk with his gloved finger, lost in worry. Still tapping, he frowns as he considers his next move. He recalls how he fainted earlier on the bench with Chun Hyang beside him. He remembers that black dog rescued him from that perilous moment. Someone asks him what he is thinking about from the other side of his chair. Startled by subordinates bursting in, he begins to say he cannot figure something out. He flinches when they shout for him. They present the restored pink letter, explaining it came from Black Dog to Han Doryung. Gilbey is angry they meddled without permission, but they beg him to read it first. He glares silently as he takes the letter from them. Realizing it is a handwritten letter from Diana's granddaughter Black Dog to Han Doryung, he studies it. He resolves that he must discover the truth behind it. Determined, he decides to uncover Black Dog's objective at the Special Ability Headquarters. His intense expression freezes as the image grainily emphasizes his resolve. The story shifts to a school rooftop under a bright sky and rainbow. On a bench below, a blond boy laments that too many obstacles stand between him and the girl he likes. He explains she seems to like someone else, is hiding something, and older people interfere. Even so, he admits he cannot stop thinking about her. His two friends cuddle jokingly, prompting him to accuse them of being mean. They discuss the supposed relationship, with one insisting he is not actually dating Sei while telling the blonde not to make excuses. The guy with Sei apologizes, but she insists they look good together. The blonde's other friend bluntly asks if he is stupid. She says if he likes the girl he should show it and stop being pathetic. He protests that it is not easy, and his friends debate whether the other pair is truly dating. One pointedly asks if he would be fine watching the girl date someone else. He recalls past moments of seeing her with another man and sensing her secrets. He also remembers seeing her as Black Dog and realizing there is more to her life. He weakly answers yeah, trying to convince himself it is okay while friends disagree. His confused expression shows he knows it is not really okay. Sei counters that despite what he says, reality will not go the way he claims. Her words make him realize his true feelings may not simply fade. From the alley, he now tells himself she is right and questions what he is doing. Watching Rosa being approached on the street, he worries she is struggling. Seeing the man step closer to Rosa, he desperately hopes she will refuse him and reject his advance. The prosecutor tells Rosa he has been observing her. He states she has super strength, effortlessly throwing people with one hand. He adds that she can instantly teleport away, as she once did at a department store. He accuses her of constantly hanging around Han Doryung. He wonders why he did not suspect earlier. Rosa realizes in shock that the prosecutor might actually be the vigilante Black Dog. She notices he is holding out a phone toward her. She realizes he is recording their conversation. Rosa worries that any wrong answer will incriminate her, especially since he is a prosecutor. She thinks that if she is exposed as Black Dog she is in serious trouble and asserts her right to remain silent. Rosa decides to flee and sprints away from him. The prosecutor shouts after her, startling Han Doryung nearby. As Rosa and the prosecutor dash past, Han Doryung is left confused by the sudden chase. Han Doryung, who had followed Rosa earlier, is baffled by the situation. Rosa runs through alleys, trying to escape. While running, she anxiously wonders if she has shaken him off. She considers teleporting away to lose him completely. The prosecutor catches up, filming her and asking if she plans to teleport. He orders her on camera to teleport right then as proof. Rosa glances back in alarm, refusing to comply. She keeps running instead, leaving the frustrated prosecutor behind. He curses that without proof of teleportation, his recording is useless as evidence. Rosa escapes over a wall, while he clumsily follows, yelling for her to stop. He chases her across a bridge, still shouting for her to halt. The pursuit continues onto rooftops. Their chase even continues along a beach as he keeps yelling for her to stop. Han Doryung watches all this, utterly bewildered. Time passes into evening as the chase stretches on. The prosecutor, exhausted, keeps running after Rosa. He gasps for her to stop while Rosa notes, with relief, that he is wearing out. Rosa suddenly gets an idea as her eyes focus. She spots a pedestrian crossing signal turning green and thinks this is her chance. Using her speed across the crosswalk, she yells at him to stop following her. The prosecutor keeps coming despite her warning. He begins to say something but is cut off. Determined not to lose her, he sprints onto the crosswalk. He suddenly trips or is impeded, his glasses jolting as a boot lands near his face. Rosa realizes with horror that traffic is bearing down on him. The pedestrian signal switches to red, making the crossing dangerous. The prosecutor looks ahead, unaware of the immediate peril. A bus rushes toward the crosswalk at that moment. Bystanders and Rosa react in shock. Rosa's eyes widen as she sees the impending accident. She uses her ability, grabbing him and rushing him out of the bus's path at high speed. The bus driver panics and screams as he slams on the brakes. The bus grinds to a halt past where they had been standing. The crosswalk where they were is left swirling with aftereffects of Rosa's sudden movement. Rosa and the prosecutor end up on the far side of the road, surrounded by astonished onlookers. The prosecutor sits on the ground, stunned, facing Rosa. He quietly asks why she risked herself to save him. Rosa shouts back that she could not just leave him to die. He points out that she nearly lost her own life doing that. He struggles to process what happened, saying Rosa vanished from in front of him. Onlookers gossip that she must have saved him and moved so fast they barely saw it. People around them wonder aloud if Rosa has special abilities and whether anyone captured it on video. Rosa, tearful and shaken, realizes how exposed she may now be. She fixates on the danger in her eye, fearing what it reveals. Overwhelmed, Rosa abruptly runs away from the scene, leaving the prosecutor confused. Someone calls out to stop him as attention shifts briefly toward the prosecutor. Rosa sprints through the streets, replaying events in her mind. She berates herself, thinking she has really messed up. She remembers vowing never to cause any more incidents with her powers. She reflects that this time she used her ability openly without even hiding her face. Tears fall as she worries about the consequences. She imagines the scene being filmed by bystanders. She fears that if people connect this to her identity, things will go badly for her. She anxiously wonders what will happen to her future if she is exposed. Rosa walks away, weighed down by this fear. Han Do-ryung catches up and grabs her wrist just as she tries to leave. She turns back in surprise, eyes wet, at his sudden touch. Han Do-ryung looks at her seriously, having chased her down. Rosa stares at him, stunned that he came after her. Bent over and out of breath, Do-ryung admits it was hard chasing her down. Rosa nervously asks if he saw what she did, and he begins to say he knows. Do-ryung finishes that he knows about her special ability. Elsewhere, the incident spreads online as people share recordings of what happened. News reports run footage of a mysterious person suddenly appearing and saving a pedestrian from a bus. The anchor explains that a citizen with apparent special abilities rescued someone from being hit by a bus. The report notes that the rescuer seems to possess powers, prompting interest from the special ability headquarters. People watch a video of Rosa receiving an award at a school festival, recognizing her. Viewers identify her as the student who cosplayed Black Dog during the event. Students discuss that, besides Do-ryung, another student at their school has abilities. They learn from rumors that the person is Park Rosa and react in disbelief. Another classmate greets them casually while eating and using his phone. They excitedly accuse him of having been with Rosa and demand to know why he kept her from them. They scold him for not introducing her while an online article about Rosa's bravery is visible on his phone. They argue over loyalty while Rosa's award story trends on the news site. At the ceremony, a police representative announces that Rosa will receive the Brave Citizen Award. A handsome officer stands on stage to handle the official proceedings. Back in the present, Do-ryung repeats to Rosa that he knows about her ability. Rosa is shocked and wonders internally how much he understands. He says he saw her rapid movement, and interprets it as extremely high speed rather than teleportation. Rosa's mental image of herself goes blank with exaggerated shock. She hurriedly agrees with his explanation, pretending it is just high movement speed. Do-ryung asks if she remembers what he once told her. She recalls him in the past asking her to become a special police officer. Do-ryung now repeats that he wants her to join the special police. Rosa is taken aback as he asks if she can do that. Her eyes fill with complicated emotion as she considers his proposal. She apologizes and says she is not sure she deserves such a role. Rosa admits she does not want attention and lacks confidence, while he responds gently. She looks at him, surprised by his accepting attitude. Do-ryung smiles and tells her he understands her hesitation. During the award ceremony, Rosa thinks to herself in disbelief that Do-ryung really accepted her refusal. She glances toward him, wondering what he truly feels. Watching him calmly, she notes he does not seem angry with her. He simply looks back at her with a mild, unreadable expression. She later reflects that, despite her reluctance, she has now been recommended twice by him for the special police. Rosa nervously wonders if she can still decline the offer. Do-ryung senses her confusion and checks whether she is alright, and she insists she is fine. He then offers to personally show her around the special ability headquarters if she agrees. Rosa, flustered, asks if that is really okay. Soon after, he walks with her through the headquarters. She thinks that Do-ryung is acting as casually as ever around her. She remembers how awkward things felt the night she wore the Black Dog outfit in front of him. Rosa concludes that is not the only reason things feel strange now. She realizes he has been pretending not to know her secret yet still treats her kindly. Even so, she cannot figure out exactly what is going on in his head. Do-ryung stops and asks what is bothering her. He says there was something he wanted to tell her back at the festival. Rosa begins to remind him he promised to tell her later, but they are interrupted by another officer calling his name. The energetic female officer arrives, cheerfully greeting them and remarking that Rosa did make it there after all. Rosa inwardly curses the bad timing of this interruption. The woman teases them, insisting they stop pretending nothing is going on. She hints loudly about the two of them as if they are an item. Another colleague violently silences her to stop her from blurting out more. The scolded woman lies on the floor, calling the attacker crazy. The attacker yells that she just prevented a disaster and that the other should keep quiet. Smiling, the attacker then politely introduces herself to Rosa as Sei. Rosa nervously shakes her hand and introduces herself back, realizing this is Sei. Rosa remembers an article describing how much Sei seemingly hates Do-ryung. Do-ryung warns Sei not to crowd Rosa, saying Rosa will soon be their colleague and everyone will have time to know her. Rosa blanks out, stunned by the word colleague. Sei is confused, and Do-ryung hushes her, reminding her he said Rosa would become a special officer with them. Sei repeats that Do-ryung expects Rosa to join them, meaning they will all work together. Rosa reacts weakly while others excitedly talk about welcoming a new teammate. Do-ryung stands stiffly beside her, sweating as the situation escalates. Rosa internally cries out to Do-ryung as others ask when she will start, and he suggests she join after his punishment period so he can be the first to befriend her. Night falls, marking the end of the hectic day. Elsewhere, at a prosecutor's office, work continues late into the night. The prosecutor from earlier sits at his desk, reviewing files. He studies a crude sketch of a girl and is convinced the drawing depicts Black Dog. He replays Rosa's rescue in his mind, fixating on the strange movement she used. Troubled, he tries to put words to what he thinks he saw. He then sighs, dismisses his doubts, and crumples the drawing. He throws the balled-up paper away, deciding he must have misseen things. The paper lands near an unfamiliar booted figure entering his office. Startled, the prosecutor turns toward the unexpected visitor. A shadowy person swiftly approaches, and the prosecutor demands to know who they are. Facing this intruder, he exclaims in shock, asking how they got in. The muscular man slams his fist to the floor, telling the prosecutor not to give up so easily. The prosecutor panics, thinking the man is crazy and that he should call the police. The man violently grabs and slams the prosecutor's head onto the desk. The pinned prosecutor cries for help in agony as his head is crushed in the man's grip. Holding the prosecutor by the head, the man says he remembers seeing him at the incident site. The man adds, more precisely, a flashback shows the man recalling Park Rosa at a crosswalk in front of a bus. Hearing the name Park Rosa, the prosecutor realizes with horror that the infamous Black Dog's real name is Park Rosa. Looking at a crumpled sketch, the man comments that the drawing is too rough to clearly recognize her. He presses the prosecutor's head harder into the desk as the man screams in pain. Still pinning him down, the man addresses the terrified prosecutor, who stammers a reply. The man orders the prosecutor to find Ju Mongta at Special Ability Headquarters. He continues that the prosecutor must deliver an additional message. The message is that Park Rosa is actually the Black Dog. Later, Han Do-ryung stands nervously beside Rosa in a hallway, sweating. Rosa excitedly calls out to Do-ryung, asking when he will start working so she can be close to him, while he explains he is still being punished and asks her to join the unit later. Rosa grabs his hand, upset because she thought he had agreed to her earlier when she said she did not want to be a special police officer, and he asks what she means. Do-ryung reminds her she said she did not want to become a special police officer. He clarifies that he only said he understood her feelings, not that he would stop trying to persuade her. Rosa is shocked, thinking his name intensely. She yells at him, asking if he is acting like an elementary school kid. She then tells him to wait, and grabs his hand again. Rosa suddenly pulls him back and yells at him to stop. The abrupt movement throws her into Do-ryung's chest, leaving them blushing in surprise. Embarrassed, Rosa apologizes as Do-ryung, flustered, insists it is fine. Do-ryung apologizes again, still awkward. From above, he admits he rushed things and that her wishes are what matter, reflecting he went too far. He explains that he just wants her to use her ability to help people. He adds that he wishes she would become a special police officer like him. Rosa suddenly realizes that becoming a special police officer might solve her problems. She thinks that if she joins the special police, everything might work out. She still doubts herself, saying she cannot properly control her abilities yet. Imagining future missions with Do-ryung, she pictures herself fiercely protecting him in battle while calling out his name. Do-ryung, surprised, responds. Rosa declares with determination that she will join the special police. Do-ryung watches her in stunned silence. Then he breaks into a pleased smile. Elsewhere, the chairman, with a small yellow bird on his shoulder, comments that the view from his office is good. Someone announces from outside that they are entering the chairman's office. Rosa and Do-ryung stand before the chairman's desk as he acknowledges them. Rosa nervously waits as the chairman begins to address her. Still looking out the window, he confirms her name as Park Rosa. The chairman asks Do-ryung to leave them alone for a while, and Do-ryung agrees. Do-ryung glances back at Rosa encouragingly as he exits. Passing by Rosa, he quietly wishes her good luck. Rosa is left flustered and love-struck by his closeness, while the chairman observes silently. She tries to compose herself with a cough. Rosa loudly greets the chairman, bowing, and he casually returns the greeting. He begins calling her Miss Rosa. The atmosphere suddenly darkens as he sternly asks if she knows what Yudai is. Rosa says no, and he jokes if that is her grandmother's name, prompting her to answer with her grandmother's actual long name. She wonders aloud if Yudai could be her grandmother's nickname, while the chairman laughs and remarks she must not use the internet much. Rosa looks at the bird and chairman expectantly as he turns his back. She asks if he perhaps knows her grandmother, and he replies that he knows her very well. He begins to elaborate, trailing off about how her grandmother would The perspective shifts to Rosa's grandmother, who says Rosa resembles her very much. The grandmother emphasizes that Rosa's eyes are exactly like hers. Rosa thinks she has never heard this before as the chairman asks if she lives with her grandmother and where her parents are, and she replies that she does and that her parents live in America. Rosa thinks the interview is less scary than expected and wonders if it will stay this easy when the chairman calls her name again. A narration box states that because of her grandmother. The chairman bluntly tells Rosa that they cannot accept her as a special police officer. He names Black Dog as the reason. Rosa is stunned at hearing that name linked to her. She stammers at the mention of Black Dog, asking how he knows, while he slides out a blood-stained letter and tells her not to be so nervous. He says he understands she has no intention of committing crimes. He explains that anyone who cannot take responsibility for their own powers cannot become a special police officer. He lists crimes such as assaulting a special officer, shown in images of Black Dog fighting. He continues enumerating offenses like damaging public property. He adds public assault, acknowledging the target was a criminal but still a crime. Rosa, horrified, analyzes that using abilities makes it a special assault and special terrorization against citizens. Smiling, the chairman tells her she completely lacks awareness. He concludes that all of those listed crimes are actually her grandmother's. Rosa screams in disbelief that her grandmother is a criminal, while the chairman notes her grandmother kept it secret from her. Rosa recalls her grandmother once admitting she did many shameful bad things in her youth. The chairman offers to show Rosa something and holds out a tablet. The tablet shows a rough but unmistakable portrait of her grandmother, which Rosa immediately recognizes. He says the image is a police montage of Black Dog, and Rosa is confused since she believes she herself is Black Dog. The chairman admits he should be the only person in headquarters who knows that Diana, her grandmother, is still alive. He says he owes Diana and has therefore not arrested her yet, while the bird teases that he would not be able to catch her anyway. He explains that once this montage is made public, the supposedly dead you die will be hunted again. He stresses that for this reason Rosa must avoid causing any trouble, while the bird cheerfully tells her to listen to Grandpa, and Rosa reacts in shock to the talking bird. A text box says that, in any case, the point he wants to make is, if Diana's issues are not settled, the headquarters legally cannot accept Rosa as an officer. He pauses and then says but. He calls Doryung back into the office. The chairman announces that since this is an unprecedented hiring case, Doryung will be responsible for Rosa's basic training, and Doryung agrees. Doryung tries to protest, calling the chairman Grandpa, while Rosa is startled to learn their relationship. The chairman says he is already very old. He tells Rosa she must get her grandmother's permission herself because he intends to stay alive to finish his own work, and she agrees emphatically. Later, as they walk home, Doryung praises Rosa for doing well, and she replies hesitantly. He asks what is bothering her, and she admits she is unsure how to explain everything to her grandmother. Doryung adds that his grandmother has a somewhat negative opinion of the special police. Rosa recalls the chairman's question to Doryung about whether he could choose between work and Rosa. The memory continues of her grandmother asking if he could defend Rosa even if it meant abandoning his duties. Doryung looks troubled under the sunset after recalling that conversation. Rosa asks if he should talk to her grandmother instead. She is shocked when he says he has met her grandmother before and presses him for when. A caption announces it is explanation time as he begins to tell Rosa the story. The flashback shows Rosa violently bowing and apologizing to her grandmother while Doryung insists Rosa did nothing wrong. Rosa later asks Doryung if he found her grandmother frightening. He gently answers that there is nothing to fear because she is Rosa's grandmother. Rosa thinks admiringly that Doryung is amazing. She reflects that she has never met anyone who is not afraid of her grandmother. Convinced, she thinks Doryung will surely be able to persuade her grandmother. Back in the present, Rosa and Doryung rush to her grandmother, with Rosa thinking confidently that she is sure of this. Kneeling before the imposing grandmother, Doryung formally asks her to allow Rosa to join the Special Ability Headquarters. Watching, Rosa can only react with stunned disbelief. Doryung is overwhelmed by nervousness, wondering why he is suddenly so tense. Sweating and tongue-tied, he questions why he cannot speak properly. He faces Rosa's towering grandmother, who looms over him intimidatingly. She gets in his face and demands to know what he just said, while he panics that it is not what she thinks. Doryung clenches his fist on the floor nervously. He finally blurts out that Rosa is a much-needed talent for the Special Ability Headquarters. The grandmother recalls that he once asked if he could abandon his position to side with Rosa. Rosa remembers that earlier question in shock. Doryung apologizes, saying he cannot abandon his duties, but he declares that instead he will stay beside Rosa to protect her and prevent her from committing any crimes. Rosa is deeply moved by his resolve. He tries to add that if she permits, he will take Rosa to headquarters, but the grandmother begins a threatening countdown. She orders him to get lost before she finishes counting. As she says 1, Doryung begs her to listen. On 2, she clenches her fist while he hurriedly explains that Rosa's strong powers could easily cause accidents. He argues that if headquarters supervises Rosa closely, they can manage those risks. She shouts 3 and launches a devastating punch at him. The impact shakes the entire neighborhood, startling bystanders outside. Rosa suddenly appears, touching and stopping her grandmother's fist. The grandmother and Doryung are stunned that Rosa blocked the blow. Gritting her teeth, the grandmother begins to scold Rosa. She roars that Rosa must have completely lost her mind. Doryung calls out to her, begging the grandmother again, as Rosa cries his name. He confirms that as long as he reports by 8 tomorrow morning, he can still start at headquarters. Rosa grabs her grandmother's arm again. Rosa tells Doryung she will call him later, signaling him to leave things to her. Doryung reaches out, calling after her as she disappears with her grandmother. He stands frozen in shock at what just happened. He then walks determinedly into Rosa's now empty apartment, calling her name. Outside, the sun sets over the city. High above the city, Rosa and her grandmother clash midair, carried by shockwaves. The furious grandmother charges at Rosa. She grabs Rosa by the leg and swings her. Hurling Rosa like a whip, she calls her a brat. Rosa smashes into the ground with explosive force, creating a crater. Dust swirls as the grandmother says Rosa is still far too young. She yells that Rosa does not yet know right from wrong. Rosa, fist clenched, protests that she is an adult now. She shouts that she can decide right and wrong for herself. The grandmother, lifting a large rock, calls her a girl who cannot even set the table alone. As she smashes the rock, she screams at Rosa, demanding what she thinks she knows. Rosa counters with a powerful punch of her own, shattering the rock. Rosa fumes with determination, snorting angrily. Her grandmother grows stern and upset. Rosa yells that the grandmother should be happy her granddaughter wants to become a police officer. Grandma shouts her refusal. In a game-like standoff, Rosa asks why her grandmother is so against it. Grandma crushes a rock and says becoming a cop is chaining herself. She demands how a grandmother could be happy about that. Rosa activates a powerful breath attack. Her blast tears up the ground in front of Grandma. Grandma roars that as long as she is alive, Rosa becoming a cop will never be allowed. Rosa starts running and says unlike Grandma, she regrets crime and feels different. Grandma is taken aback, starting to respond. Rosa cries that she does not want to live as a criminal. She explains she wants to use her powers honorably, like Doryung. Rosa warns that if Grandma keeps blocking her dream to the end. Grandma looks stunned by her words. Rosa speeds away, leaving Grandma alone on the path. Night falls over the town. Rosa walks through the streets, heart pounding. She thinks she hates her grandmother for not understanding her feelings. Under the moon, Rosa wonders where she should go now. Someone calls Rosa's name, catching her off guard. It is Wusiop, who asks why she is wandering around so late. Later at a playground, Rosa vents that becoming a special police officer is not a bad thing. Wusiop agrees she would be respected and wonders why her grandmother opposes it. After sipping a drink, he prepares to ask her something. He scolds her for running away without even having a place to stay. He checks if she at least has somewhere to sleep that night. Rosa awkwardly says she will just stay up all night or sleep in the park, shocking him. Wusiop decides that will not do and tells her to go back and apologize. Rosa pulls away nervously as he grabs her arm. She suddenly flips him and yells that she does not want to go back. Regretting the throw, she apologizes and asks if anyone else could let her stay. She admits she has no friends and only him. Wusiop lies on the ground silently, thinking. He starts to say then, implying an idea. Turning toward her, he says that if she truly has nowhere to go, he offers to let Rosa stay at his house. Rosa repeats the offer in disbelief. She then shyly asks if he wants to stay at her place instead. Overwhelmed, Rosa tries to respond but trails off. Wusiop says it feels strange since they are only friends. Flustered, he quickly clarifies he lives with his family, and did not mean anything weird. After thinking, he suggests that if she truly has nowhere else, Wusiop advises her to talk with her grandmother first, saying the conflict might be easier to resolve than she thinks. Rosa silently considers his advice. Fired up again, she decides she will go talk to her grandmother. She dashes off, telling him to wait in the park just in case. He agrees. Rosa returns home quietly and sees Grandma sitting on the couch. She peeks nervously from behind a wall, watching Grandma. Stepping forward, she calls out to her grandmother. Grandma's eyes snap open fiercely, awakened. She reflexively unleashes a powerful attack toward the disturbance. The blast smashes into the room with immense force. Shocked, Rosa hides while Grandma asks if that presence is her. Standing ominously, Grandma questions whether Rosa actually left and came back on her own. She adds that Rosa even walked back inside unaided. Grandma opens Rosa's room, finding it empty. She looks around, realizing Rosa is still gone. Rosa, clinging to the ceiling, nervously offers to bring Grandma cosmetic powder instead of speaking. Back at the park, she collapses beside Wusiop, having failed to confront Grandma. Wusiop looks down at her, breathing hard as well. He sighs and says they should just go to his house. Arriving home, he nervously peeks inside. His sisters call the youngest brother over as he enters. One of them ominously asks why he is so late returning. The narration introduces Wusiop's 3 physically formidable older sisters as they criticize him for being late just after sending him out for ice cream. They demand the ice cream and he sheepishly hands it over. Seeing that it is melted, one sister complains, and another pointedly calls him the youngest again. The strongest sister notes it is the second time he has let the ice cream melt. She explodes in anger that her ice cream has melted again. Wusiop quickly hides behind Rosa, grabbing her shoulders. Rosa forces a nervous smile, while standing shield-like in front of him. The 3 sisters peer curiously at Rosa, who greets them timidly. Sitting with her, they gush that she is tiny and cute. They marvel over how small and delicate Rosa's hands look, worrying they might crush her. The eldest sister bluntly asks if anything romantic is happening between Rosa and their youngest brother. Rosa insists they are just friends. Off to the side, the sisters tease Woo-sub about whether Rosa dislikes him or finds him ugly, while Rosa blurts that he is actually handsome, embarrassing him. They then wonder where Rosa should sleep, noting there is no spare room. One sister suggests Rosa could share her bed. Another scolds her for making Rosa uncomfortable, while Rosa nervously says she does not mind. Someone else proposes that Rosa could sleep in Woo-sub's room, making him flustered. Woo-sub yells for his sister not to suggest that, but she wonders what is wrong with the idea. Blushing, Woo-sub insists he is fine with it but internally feels that sleeping together would be awkward even as friends. His thoughts emphasize that sharing a bed with Rosa would be too much. Time passes late into the night. Woo-sub lies awake on the living room couch, restless. A sister checks if he is uncomfortable and invites him to her bed, but he declines, saying her bed is too hard. In the guest room, Rosa reaches toward her bag. She sits up in Woo-sub's bed, wearing borrowed pajamas. She is amazed by the shelves full of his sister's trophies and awards. Lying back down, Rosa thinks his sisters are kind and very cool. Still gripping the blanket, she worries aloud whether Grandma will be alright. Time jumps forward again in the night. Half asleep, Woo-sub wanders out, mumbling about going to the bathroom. A loud sound comes from the living room. He yawns widely, still drowsy. His hand reaches for a doorknob. Suddenly he remembers Rosa is sleeping inside and panics at the awkwardness. After stepping away, he sighs in relief, thinking about how awkward the situation is. One sister catches him in the hallway and suspiciously asks what he is doing. Another sister appears as he stammers an excuse, and she casually tells the other to switch watch duty. The sisters grill him about why he is loitering, and he tries to explain he just woke up. Off-panel, they scold him loudly about his behavior, while Rosa continues sleeping peacefully in the room. Morning arrives with a bright, clear sky. Rosa sits in the living room, stunned and hesitant. She asks Woo-sub if he is alright, and he says only his shoulders are a little stiff from the couch. Rosa looks guilty and concerned. When she assumes he slept on the sofa because of her, Woo-sub jumps up and loudly denies it. He starts to recall the embarrassing nighttime hallway incident. The memory of almost entering her room while his sister confronted him flashes in his mind. Rosa, flustered, tries to say something important to him. Internally, she decides she should not trouble his family further and must handle her problems herself. She thanks Woo-sub sincerely for letting her stay over. Woo-sub asks if she is heading home and says that is a wise decision. Rosa nervously wonders where his sisters are, and he says they are out doing morning exercise. As she puts on her shoes, she asks him to thank his sisters for her, and he plans to go back to sleep. Woo-sub calls Rosa's name just before she leaves. He tells her firmly to go home and face things, asking if she understands. Rosa steels herself and agrees. She runs toward a tall official building, thinking she is sorry to Woo-sub but will not give up. Standing inside, she hesitates anxiously. She brushes her hair back, trying to calm down. She psychs herself up, saying this is fine. Rosa enters the building lobby where a blonde officer in blue uniform is waiting for her. The officer smiles warmly at Rosa. Rosa greets him politely. She tells him she will be in his care, signaling readiness to work together. Elsewhere, a female officer works at her tablet in the station. She compares a rough sketch she drew from a witness to a clear photo of Rosa, wondering who the girl is. She also wonders why the man who gave the composite sketch bolted away so quickly afterward. An eccentric scientist-like man speculates she might be a special kind of criminal. Startled by his sudden appearance, the officer asks what is wrong. He stares intensely at the picture, realizing something. He confirms the girl in the sketch is the one they are discussing. While the officer asks if he knows her or if she is a criminal, he says she does not need to know. Pointing at Rosa's photo, he focuses on her as the subject of interest. The scientist declares confidently that they should leave the matter of this girl to him. Back at headquarters, Rosa walks alongside the blonde officer. She anxiously wonders if she is really about to become a special police officer. She worries whether she will be able to do a good job, and the officer notices her concern. He glances at her thoughtfully as they continue down the hall. He asks if she managed to settle things with her grandmother. Rosa repeats the word madam and realizes he means her grandma. Remembering their huge fight, she hesitates and begins to answer. In chibi form, she panics internally about how to explain. She loudly insists she got her grandmother's permission, giving a thumbs up even though she is blushing. The officer, a bit doubtful, asks really, and she stammers that her grandmother actually likes the idea. He looks toward her bag as she holds it nervously. He points and casually asks what she is carrying inside, startling Rosa. Clutching the bag protectively, she babbles that she always carries it because she has lots of belongings. Smiling yet unconvinced, he says he understands but privately thinks her explanation is suspicious. Doryung reacts with a tense, uneasy smile. Rosa clutches her bag and wonders if Doryung really solved the problem for her. Doryung asks if there is anything about the explanation she does not understand. Rosa recites the ranks of special police, noting honorary officers are under 17. Rosa confirms Doryung is a full-time special police officer, and he answers yes. Rosa recalls that it is possible to be an official special police officer at 17. She suddenly realizes something important related to that rule. She remembers the two teenagers with powers and concludes they must be honorary special officers. Rosa voices her realization while Dorian looks at her in confusion. Dorian explains that most special officers join by passing a test, shocking Rosa. He adds that her case is different because he personally recommended her. He then slams a thick stack of papers on the desk, saying there is still a catch. Dorian insists she needs to learn the basics first. Rosa is stunned speechless by the unexpected workload. She collapses forward onto the desk in despair. Rosa groans that the material is impossibly difficult, so Dorian decides to simplify it. Dorian stares at her thoughtfully, trying to adjust his approach. Rosa laments that she must be pathetic, and he denies it. Rosa, still sprawled on the desk, asks Dorian how tall she looks. He correctly guesses her height range, leaving her surprised and asking how he knew. Dorian says he was judging her height to determine her top size, which alarms her. Realizing she is embarrassed, he wonders if the question was too personal. He clarifies he only meant the size of her police uniform, which makes her brighten. Rosa appears in a perfectly fitted blue special police uniform, admiring it. Dorian sees her in uniform, both surprised and impressed. Rosa nervously asks if she looks strange, and he reassures her that it suits her well. As she turns to leave, Dorian calls for her to wait. He steps close and begins adjusting the belt on her uniform, flustering her. Rosa panics at the sudden proximity and raises her hands in shock. She tells herself to calm down and not overthink Dorian's actions. She insists internally that Dorian has no ulterior motives and is just helping. She further convinces herself he is only doing his job as another officer enters. The other officer walks in and bluntly asks what Dorian thinks he is doing. Dorian awkwardly explains he was dealing with the belt, but is reminded assistants do not wear one. The senior officer smiles suspiciously, clearly misinterpreting the scene. She teases Dorian for being cunning, while he hastily claims he only wanted to see how Rosa would look as a future official officer, and Rosa nervously agrees. Night falls over the city. At home, Dorian dries his hair while looking out over the nighttime skyline. He sits on the bed, still toweling his hair, clearly preoccupied. Looking at his phone, he wonders to himself what Rosa might be doing now. He lies back on the bed, continuing to mull over her. Elsewhere, Rosa sleeps on the police station floor in a sleeping bag with her belongings nearby. Half asleep, she mutters that it is cold in the station. Her phone rings with a call from Dorian, waking her. Startled, Rosa jerks upright in her sleeping bag, rolling toward the phone. Dorian hears the commotion on the line, and repeatedly calls her name as he laughs. Rosa, flustered, asks why he called, and he shyly says he just felt like it. He explains that he wanted to check how she was doing, which surprises her. Rosa tells him she had fun that day, and he says he is relieved. She then asks if he will be coming to the headquarters tomorrow, and wonders why he asks. She awkwardly answers that there is no special reason, just that she would like him there. Rosa confides that she has many things she wants to learn at the headquarters. Over the phone, Dorian asks if he should come in early, which makes Rosa panic and refuse. She abruptly ends the call, saying she needs to sleep and wishing him good night. Dorian is left staring at his phone in mute surprise. He gazes upward, processing her sudden goodbye. He sets his alarm on the phone for an early time and decides he should go in early anyway. Morning arrives bright and cheerful over the headquarters building. Dorian hears music and realizes something unexpected is happening nearby. Rosa is still asleep in her sleeping bag on the station floor as her phone plays a tune. Dorian stands over the still sleeping Rosa, hearing the phone music. Rosa slowly wakes and rubs her eyes. Half asleep, she sees Dorian and thinks happily to herself that he is there. She smiles dreamily, internally swooning over how handsome he looks. Rosa suddenly recalls his full name and snaps completely awake in horror. She screams in embarrassment at having been caught sleeping there. Dorian, shocked by her shout, asks what she is doing at headquarters so early. Rosa nervously explains she is at headquarters because of circumstances at home. She finally admits she wanted to stay close to headquarters, implying she slept there intentionally. Dorian looks at her with concern and begins to question her situation. He bluntly asks if she has been kicked out of her home. Rosa averts her eyes, clearly troubled and reluctant to answer. She confesses she left home on her own, arguing she is an adult and does not need her grandmother's permission. Dorian sighs heavily, clearly distressed by her decision. Rosa assumes he blames himself for the situation. He insists it is not her fault and tells her to go home, promising to straighten things out with the special police, but she refuses. Frustrated, he asks if she intends to keep living this way. He points out sternly that sleeping at headquarters means she is basically homeless. Rosa looks down, realizing the truth in his words. Dorian regrets having let her sleep there, thinking it was a bad idea. Rosa complains that he could have at least turned on the heater, saying it was freezing at night. Both are startled by an announcement, or alarm that interrupts them. Dorian tells Rosa that Sei and Officer Ji Jungi are involved in the current incident, which shocks her. Elsewhere, two female staff members lament that something has disrupted their plans. One of them jokes that she wanted to secure Dorian as a future son-in-law. Inside, Dorian rushes toward an office, reacting quickly to the situation. He activates his power, stretching out his hand to act. He uses a glowing golden ability to slam or reinforce the office door from inside. The staff member trying the knob finds the door suddenly locked and is confused. The two women wonder aloud why the door will not open and find it strange. They then encounter Do-ryung in the hallway and comment that he arrived unusually early. He nervously greets them while still catching his breath, trying to appear casual. They chat cheerfully, noting they did not hear him approach. When they mention they could not open the office door, he hurriedly changes the subject to the autograph they had once requested. He claims he came early specifically to deliver autographs. The woman is delighted and gushes about how her niece will love them, while he offers to sign as many as needed. When she moves to open the locked door, he grabs her hand and insists she wait, saying the signing should be done now. Do-ryung awkwardly explains that he will be too busy later, trying to keep her away from the room. Meanwhile, Rosa sprints away through the office corridor. Time passes in the hallway as Do-ryung continues distracting the staff. The women happily leave with the signed papers while Do-ryung hurries away behind them. They say they cannot bother him any further since he is very busy. One of them finds the formerly locked door now opens and assumes someone else came by. Rosa, now properly dressed in uniform, exits the room and bumps into the trio. She cheerfully greets everyone with a bright good morning. Do-ryung, exhausted from his deception, politely introduces her as the new recruit. Away from them, he finally exhales in relief. Rosa walks stiffly past him, still nervous about the earlier situation. She calls out to Do-ryung just as a beeping summons them to another duty. Do-ryung rushes her to a different location, telling her to wait and that someone else will brief her while he reports to the chairman. Rosa watches from a balcony as he launches himself into action, shouting his name. Outside, a disaster unfolds with explosions and a jammed street as Do-ryung lands near the chaos. He arrives on the street, powered aura behind him, ready to respond. Seeing the destruction, he looks around tensely. Rosa uses her high speed to chase after him, yelling for him to listen. He is startled that she followed him, and warns her the scene is dangerous. He tries to send her away, saying he is busy dealing with the criminal. Rosa abruptly appears in front of him again, blocking his path and insisting he is free now that the immediate threat is handled. Onlookers stare as Do-ryung looks up at her in disbelief. Resigned, he agrees that they should talk. Later, a trainer introduces himself as the instructor in charge of special ability training. He notes that the trainee he is waiting for is late on the very first day. On a rooftop garden, Rosa asks if being effectively homeless disqualifies her from being a special police officer. She vows she will quickly earn enough rent, but Do-ryung says that is not the main issue. He shouts that he is worried about her well-being. He admits he expected her to reconcile with her teacher, not end up fighting and leaving home. Something suddenly occurs to him, and he pauses mid-complaint. He realizes the argument with her grandmother happened days ago and demands to know where she slept on the very first night. Rosa tries to brush it off, claiming she stayed safely at a friend's house. When she names Woo-sub as the friend, Do-ryung stiffens in shock. Rosa yells Woo-sub's name, confirming his identity to herself. Do-ryung angrily protests that, even if she had nowhere else, she should not have stayed with Woo-sub, while another voice tries to calm him. Rosa feels like she is being scolded and explains she left because she felt like a burden to Woo-sub. Do-ryung exclaims that of course Woo-sub could not sleep properly with her there, implying impropriety. He demands to know why she did not come to him instead. He hurtfully asks if it is easier for her to talk to Woo-sub than to him, while she says she felt awkward because he was the one who introduced Woo-sub. Overwhelmed, Do-ryung bends forward, resting his head on her shoulder. He confirms she has no intention of returning home, and she quickly admits she does not. He concludes that even if he tries to stop her, she would still go to Woo-sub for help. Rosa starts to answer when he cuts her off. Blushing but determined, Do-ryung tells her that instead of staying with Woo-sub she should come live with him. Scene shifts to a training room entrance. The instructor warns Rosa ahead of time about his expectations. He suddenly shouts that he will not excuse something, then immediately softens and says he will overlook her tardiness today. He explains that her presence matters more than punctuality and that being late for the first class is acceptable, which deeply surprises her. Rosa flashes back to an intense image of the instructor as a harsh officer. She contrasts it with memories of him looking terrifying, thinking to herself how scary he once seemed. Back in the present, she tells the trainer she has heard about him from Han Do-ryung. She confirms that he was the one who saved Do-ryung at school. Embarrassed yet pleased, Rosa downplays her achievement, while the trainer praises her incredible high movement speed. The instructor places his hand on a strength-measuring punching machine. He challenges Rosa to show her strength on the specialized punching machine. Rosa looks confused by the request. He explains the machine is a special ability strength meter and tells her to hit it as hard as she can, while she recognizes it as a punching game. Rosa steels herself and takes a fighting stance as the instructor prepares to record results. Rosa thinks she must control her strength. While rushing in to punch, she worries that if her true ability is exposed, she fears Do-ryung, who recommended her, will be blamed if her power is discovered. She remembers Do-ryung earnestly asking her to stay with him. That memory flashes in her mind, pushing her forward. Rosa's punch obliterates the floor and sends debris flying, and she covers her mouth in shock. She and the instructor stare wide-eyed at the massive tunnel she has created. The instructor leans over the deep hole to inspect the damage. Awkwardly, he tells her she did well. Outwardly, he calls the result average while taking notes. On his clipboard, he secretly writes that her strength is insane. Impressed, he comments that this power matches someone recommended by Han Do-ryung when researchers from Special Research arrive. A researcher politely asks Park Rosa to come with them for a while. As they lead Rosa away, the instructor grumbles about the timing. One researcher says class has not started yet, implying there is time for this detour. Suddenly she hears a distant scream. The scream is followed by the researchers collapsing in front of the instructor. The fallen researchers terrify him as he shrieks on the floor. Other researchers praise the two who knocked them out and call the job well done. Rosa is then asked if they should head out to the institute now. The scene shifts to the Special Research Institute facility at sunset. Inside, Rosa looks around nervously, realizing she is at the Special Research Institute. After a blood draw, she is told to press on the injection site. She asks what the test is for, and the staff say the director will explain. Elsewhere, the director watches Rosa and the labs through surveillance monitors. Back in the lab, Rosa waits, murmuring to herself. The director notes to an associate that Rosa came here voluntarily. He tosses aside an old photo of Rosa in a cap, considering it useless now. The eccentric director walks into the lab with several assistants, greeting everyone. An aide hands her Rosa's test report, confirming the subject's identity. The director reads the report with growing interest. Shocked by what she sees, the director stiffens. Rosa, now back in uniform, straightens up as the director approaches. The director scrutinizes Rosa face to face. Rosa nervously introduces herself as Park Rosa. The director suddenly asks if Rosa's grandmother is Diana. Upon confirmation, the director calls Rosa the granddaughter of that woman and says she understands now. Rosa, stunned by the insult, asks if the director knows her grandmother. With a sinister smile, the director claims she and Rosa's grandmother used to be very close. Rosa sweats uneasily at this revelation. Rosa notices the director's name tag reading Byung-gyoke. Later, Byung-gyoke broods alone in her office. She anxiously wonders what to do as she reads the report. She recounts that a prosecutor left behind Rosa's sketch and fled, but a voice off-screen tells her to stop worrying. The unseen man says Rosa came to them willingly, so everything is fine. The photograph of Rosa in disguise lies on the desk, no longer needed. A muscular man watches Byung-gyoke with a dark expression. The man approaches and addresses her as grandma. Looming over her, he reminds her to keep the promise they made. Byung-gyoke trembles in fear. She agrees to uphold the promise. She tells the man that if everything goes smoothly, Rosa will belong to him. The story cuts to the exterior of the HR department building Rosa later visits. Walking outside afterward, Rosa thinks she feels awful about the day. She replays the director's creepy claim of being close to her grandmother and doubts its truth. Rosa decides she should tell her grandmother about all this. She then remembers they recently argued and hesitates. Do-ryung appears beside her and asks what she is thinking, startling her. She brushes it off, saying it is late, while he asks about her usual bedtime. He worries her family must already be asleep when she realizes he does not know her situation. Realizing she lives only with her grandmother, he awkwardly trails off. The scene shifts to Do-ryung's apartment entryway. Rosa and Do-ryung step inside together, both flustered. Seeing the place, Rosa learns Do-ryung lives alone. The two blush as they stand close in the hallway. A door to another room opens with a creak. Do-ryung leads Rosa into the guest room where she can stay. Surrounded by his things, Rosa happily notices Do-ryung's scent everywhere. She scolds herself internally and tries to calm down. Then she gushes that the room is wonderful while Do-ryung asks if she needs anything more. Rosa quickly says the room is more than enough, turning oddly intense, which confuses him. She grips her overnight bag, determined to compose herself. She asks if he usually uses this room, and he explains colleagues sometimes sleep there. Rosa notes that others have stayed here too and tells herself not to overthink it. They walk back toward the main area side by side. Do-ryung looks back when Rosa lingers behind. He puts on a bright, reassuring smile. He tells her to relax and treat the place like home, stunning her. She protests that he should at least set some boundaries, but he insists there are none. As he mentions how another friend acts like he owns the house, that friend is shown sprawled out on the floor. Rosa asks where the bathroom is, and Do-ryung points the way. She awkwardly prepares to excuse herself. Do-ryung hurriedly announces he will go shower. Rosa anxiously checks if that is okay, and he says she should go ahead. He steadies himself at the counter, still flustered. Do-ryung internally tells himself to calm down. The sound of running water comes from the stylish bathroom. Rosa finishes washing up, hair tied back and wearing pajamas. She peeks out and shyly calls for Do-ryung. Seeing the empty living room, she realizes he is not there. She steps out, puzzled about where he went. Rosa jumps as she notices a pile of documents and ominous pamphlets on the desk. Shocked, she wonders what all these Black Dog-related materials are. She guesses Do-ryung is still agonizing over his decision about Black Dog. She recalls promising him she would stop altering Black Dog's public image and wonders if that was right. She questions whether having Black Dog vanish is truly the answer. Rosa's attention is caught by his ringing phone on the desk. She sees a call incoming from someone saved as chairman. Realizing the powerful chairman is calling, she panics. Rosa freaks out that the chairman is on the line and hesitates over what to do. As the call ends, she stares at the phone in a daze. A text from the chairman appears, saying it is an emergency and to answer. Rosa gasps at the word emergency. She fears something terrible has happened. She imagines the stern chairman angry that she became a special officer without her grandmother's consent. She also worries he might have decided not to forgive Black Dog after all. Overwhelmed, Rosa panics. Another text says the chairman is on his way to Do-ryung's place right now. Rosa sprints through the apartment screaming Do-ryung's name into the phone. She keeps shouting for Do-ryung as she rushes toward the bathroom. The bathroom door looms as she barrels toward it. She bursts in mid-shout and catches Do-ryung naked in the shower. Both freeze, blushing furiously at the accidental exposure. Rosa retreats and slams the door, mortified. Still embarrassed, she turns back as Do-ryung emerges hastily wrapped in a robe. Breathing hard, he checks on her, and she tries to explain. Rosa nervously holds out his phone, starting to say the chairman called. She shows him the still ringing screen, confirming the chairman is on the line. Do-ryung stares in shock at the sight of the chairman's name. Later, Rosa kneels rigidly while talking to the chairman, responding respectfully. She realizes the emergency is just about a child named Chunhyang's math homework and reluctantly agrees to tutor, then wishes him good night. Do-ryung walks back from outside, exhausted by what just happened. He pauses, collecting himself before going in. Inside, he finds Rosa still kneeling on the floor and asks what she is doing. Rosa declares she has committed a grave sin, dramatically blaming herself. Do-ryung says it is understandable since the chairman called. He insists the real mistake was not locking the bathroom door, and begs her not to feel too guilty. Rosa thinks she wants to say something more yet feels too mortified, while Do-ryung silently thinks he wants to crawl into a hole. Changing the subject, he suggests they sleep since it is late, and she agrees. He lies stiffly in bed, trying to rest. A noise alerts him, and he opens his eyes. From behind the door, Rosa shyly asks if she can come in. She sits by his bed after entering. Rosa thanks him for hiding from the chairman that she ran away from home. She explains she assumed the chairman called because of her situation, and he realizes that was why she panicked earlier. An awkward silence falls between them. Do-ryung then carefully asks what their friend Nam Woo-sub said about her staying here. Rosa is completely confused by the question. She realizes she never told Woo-sub and wonders why, then begins to answer. Do-ryung bluntly reveals that Nam Woo-sub likes her. Rosa is utterly stunned by this confession. She weakly protests that Woo-sub does not like her, while Do-ryung insists it is obvious. He adds that she seems oblivious to Woo-sub's feelings. Growing agitated, Do-ryung suddenly asks if she herself likes Nam Woo-sub. Rosa hastily denies having romantic feelings, saying she only sees Woo-sub as a good friend. Rosa realizes she has never viewed Do-ryung romantically before. Do-ryung confirms something about Woo-sub while Rosa awkwardly brings him up. At night, Do-ryung hides under a pillow and says he is blaming himself while Rosa questions him. Rosa asks if he avoided her because he thought she liked Woo-sub, and Do-ryung admits it. Rosa looks flustered as she processes his misunderstanding. She calls herself stupid and then insists she is actually the more foolish one for the situation. Do-ryung, embarrassed, begins to confess his true feelings. Rosa hesitates, starting to speak, overwhelmed. She admits she has quietly admired Do-ryung for a long time. Rosa explains that he once saved her life back in high school. She says that from that day she became his fan. Rosa anxiously asks if he hates her now, but Do-ryung says he understands and that her feelings are fine, though complicated. Rosa internally panics, regretting her words and thinking she is only just a fan to him. Do-ryung hurriedly insists that he never expected anything from her in return. He stresses he only supported her without ulterior motives. Rosa then brings up the poster of him she found, confusing him. Do-ryung realizes she saw his self-made promotional poster. Rosa asks if he put it up because he was his own fan, and he mutters that it is because he thinks he looks cool. Covering his face again, he promises to give her a better poster. Rosa silently absorbs this, still stunned. She thinks with relief that it is acceptable to continue being his fan. She suddenly wonders what time it is and remembers he has work tomorrow. Do-ryung also thinks he wants to stay longer but knows he must work. Rosa cheerfully says she will sleep so he can rest. As they part for the night, they awkwardly wish each other goodnight, and their hands almost touch. Rosa is startled by the sudden intimacy of the moment. Their fingers brush, heightening the tension between them. Do-ryung gazes at her, clearly affected by the contact. He panics internally. Do-ryung realizes he unconsciously reached for her hand. Rosa turns back and admits she cannot sleep. She suddenly gets an idea to help herself fall asleep. She tells him to wait as she rushes off, leaving Do-ryung nervously wondering what she plans. She lights a scented candle to create a sleepy atmosphere. Do-ryung lies in bed, watching her efforts. She plays a relaxing cat ASMR video on her phone for him. He listens, but still does not feel sleepy. Rosa checks and asks if he is still awake. Do-ryung awkwardly wonders what else he should do, criticizing himself in his thoughts. He scolds himself mentally and prepares to send her away, telling her she can go back. Instead, Rosa brightly suggests they drink alcohol to get sleepy. She insists drinking will make them drowsy, while his conscience screams to send her home. Rosa agrees happily and prepares to drink with him, her self-healing ability noted. She asks if they should drink together, and Do-ryung reluctantly agrees. Several beer cans are set out as they start drinking. After finishing the cans, Rosa cheerfully announces it is time to sleep. The narration explains that after this, Rosa's memory suddenly cut off. The scene jumps to the next day, where a city has been devastated by an attack. G.I. Jungi and his partner arrive, shocked that the destruction was caused by an origami-based ability. Jungi charges toward the chaos as debris and smoke swirl around. The warped street flings him into the air, making him scream. His partner yells in disbelief at the bizarre road-folding attack. Nearby, the origami criminal laughs menacingly. The criminal proudly tells his partner G.I. Jungi that he was the one who caused the destruction using his origami ability. While he laughs, Rosa staggers on top of a police car, clearly hungover. Rosa, in uniform and miserable, realizes she cannot remember anything after she started drinking. Jungi, dangling from the warped road, furiously prepares to fight back. Jungi's eye flashes as he shouts. He declares that his and the criminal's roles overlap, revealing himself as Special Police Officer G.I. Jungi with a transmutation ability. While Rosa wonders how she got home, Rosa notes how the enemy keeps folding the city over and over. Jungi accuses the criminal of copying his style. He moves to arrest the villain, but is suddenly grabbed by a huge plant. Giant vines hoist Jungi helplessly into the air as he screams and the criminals mock his carelessness. A second criminal called Cactus appears, explaining Jungi's power cannot affect living things and revealing his giant plant manipulation ability. The two criminals coordinate, preparing another attack while Jungi shouts at them to release him. As Rosa watches, cracks appear in the road beneath her. A massive plant spike erupts from the ground, lifting Jungi higher. Jungi sees the spike coming toward him and realizes the danger. A girl named Sei intervenes, swinging in and grabbing the attacking plant. Jungi, blushing, calls out to Sei in relief. She catches him midair, leaving him upside down against her. Watching from afar, Rosa feels strangely uneasy and wonders if anything embarrassing happened while she was drunk. She narrows her eyes, starting to recall something. Sei observes that the plant criminals are escaping. The giant carnivorous plants rampage down the street with the criminals riding on top. The two villains gloat that Jungi will be stuck for a while, so no one can chase them. They brag that no one can catch them as Rosa silently approaches from behind. Rosa suddenly launches herself high into the air after them. One criminal reaches out in panic as they realize someone is attacking. The other criminal screams as they are thrown. Rosa uses the giant plant against them, flinging both villains violently to the ground. A bystander watching them fall curses Jungi for being useless and brags about his own boxing skills. As the falling plant shadow looms over him, he instantly panics and thinks he is going to die. A hand catches the plant just before it crushes him. Rosa stands there holding up the massive plant above his head. Still hungover, she asks if he is alright while struggling not to throw up. Rosa then drags the unconscious criminals away, casually telling the bystander to take care. The student wonders if Jungi died and begins to reassess Rosa. He ends up declaring to himself that she is incredibly cool. Police secure the area as Rosa drags the bound criminals down the road. Still dizzy, Rosa wonders why everything is so noisy. She overhears Jungi scolding Sei for kissing him even though they are not dating. Hearing this, Rosa suddenly remembers someone mentioning a kiss and realizes there might have been one. The student chases after Rosa, calling out to her. He pushes past officers to yell that from now on he is her fan. He confesses loudly that he likes her, shocking Rosa. That triggers Rosa's missing memory, drunkenly clinging to Doryung and insisting she is not merely a die-hard fan. Back in the present, she walks away mortified, thinking about what she might have done. Time shifts to that evening at headquarters. Rosa returns to the office, still embarrassed and preoccupied. Doryung greets her and asks if her first field training went well, and she answers weakly. Her fragmented memory repeats of her insisting to Doryung that she is not a die-hard fan. Rosa turns, trying to compose herself. The missing scene becomes clearer in her mind. She drunkenly shouted to Doryung that she genuinely likes him. In the present, Doryung calls her name with concern. Rosa wonders what that memory fragment was and desperately hopes it was just a dream. Doryung reaches out, asking if she is alright. She panics and bolts away from him down the hall. While fleeing, she shouts that she is busy and needs to go, leaving Doryung stunned. Rosa skids to a stop when she unexpectedly runs into her superior and his pet bird. She watches in horror as the older officer jokingly tells his bird Pippi to kiss him. The ridiculous scene jolts Rosa as she realizes what her own drunken kiss must have looked like. Her memory finally fills in. She had kissed Doryung while babbling affectionately as if he were Pippi. Back then, she collapsed to the floor from drunkenness as her superior stared. In the present, that superior laughs awkwardly and tries to brush the incident off. Rosa mentally begs everyone to pretend they saw nothing. She screams that this is far too much humiliation. Running again, she tells herself it was only a dream. She insists to herself that it must have been a dream. At the vending machine, she bumps directly into Doryung and wonders again if the kiss really happened. Doryung steadies her and asks what is wrong with her today. Rosa, sweating, asks if something happened between them. She clenches her fist and says it is only because she cannot remember anything. Nervously, she asks Doryung if she did anything wrong. Doryung studies her conflicted expression. He evasively answers that who knows what might have happened. Then he tells her she had simply been sleeping, which Rosa seizes on as proof it was all a dream. Relieved, she laughs it off and accepts his explanation. Doryung waves goodbye, saying he will see her later, while she hurries away. Left alone, Doryung blushes and tells himself it was all just a mistake. The sight of emptied beer cans reminds him of Rosa drunkenly protesting that she was not a die-hard fan. He recalls her tearfully shouting that she genuinely likes him. His memory replays the full kiss Rosa gave him that night. He remembers her hands sliding up his chest as she leaned in. He also remembers cupping her face and returning the kiss. The scene ends on their deep, mutual kiss. The camera lingers on the closed bedroom door where it all began. A close-up of Rose's relaxed arm on the table shows how vulnerable she had been. Do-ryung's eyes over Rose's shoulder show his turmoil about the situation. He looks at her in shock just after the kiss, realizing what happened. Rosa sits beside him, head lowered, in embarrassed silence. Empty dining chairs show the quiet aftermath of their drinking. Beer cans and glasses left by the sink underline how drunk they were. Rosa is shown later sleeping soundly in bed while Do-ryung tucks her in. His shadow on the floor shows him leaving her room afterward. He sits alone on the couch that night, exhausted and conflicted. A close-up reveals his guilty, troubled expression. He convinces himself she was drunk and that the kiss cannot be taken seriously. He sits in silence, dwelling on it. Finally he stands up, fists clenched, weighed down by regret over what happened. A bathroom door bursts open with a loud crash. Footsteps hurry down the stairs. Someone in black rushes past, hand braced as they move. On a rainy rooftop edge, Do-ryung is told to calm down. Later he sits alone on the rooftop, head in his hands. He berates himself for doing something to a drunk person. Calling himself crazy, he says he wants to die. He remembers drunkenly confessing that he truly likes her. Blushing, he broods over that confession. He decides to sleep and ask her about it the next day. Narration notes, he is far too wired to actually sleep. The next morning he splashes water on his face at the sink. In casual clothes he runs into Rosa and stiffens. Rosa, looking groggy, starts to say his name. She only greets him good morning and walks past. He wonders in confusion if she really does not remember. Later, in uniform at work, he spots Rosa arriving down the hall. She cheerfully asks if yesterday went well, and he awkwardly agrees. Her smile freezes as something about him shocks her. Alarmed, Do-ryung calls her name. Reaching toward her, he asks if something is wrong. She screams and bolts down the corridor. Fleeing, she shouts that she is busy and runs off. Do-ryung stands stunned, hand outstretched after her. She suddenly turns back and bumps into his chest. Clinging to him, she demands to know what is wrong with him today. Worried, she asks if something happened. Nervously gripping her sleeve, she explains she is panicking because she remembers nothing. She anxiously asks if she did something wrong while drunk. Do-ryung just stares at her in surprise. He evasively mutters that who knows. Internally he rationalizes that she had been asleep. He forces a strained smile, trying to act natural. Watching her retreat, he wonders if Rosa wants to pretend it was all a mistake. He reflects that she acted awkwardly around him all day. Resolving himself, he straightens in his uniform. That night he thinks that to him she is more than just a fan now. The scene shifts to the next day at her school. Rosa heads to campus in casual clothes, carrying a notebook. She recalls being told she must still attend school even as a special police officer. She had protested that she would rather not go. On campus she feels people whispering and staring at her. A group of students gawk at her as she passes. Rosa sweats nervously under their scrutiny. Startled, she drops her pen from the notebook she is hugging. She stoops to pick it up and thanks the stranger who grabbed it. The flustered boy blurts out a sudden "I love you" while handing it back. Rosa is left baffled as he dashes away. Elsewhere, students excitedly announce that Rosa has arrived. A crowd swarms her, calling her Park Rosa and begging for autographs. Overwhelmed, she signs papers as fans shout names and requests. While signing, she screams internally from embarrassment. Time passes and she later hides on a bench away from the crowds. Woo-sub, who had been waiting there, looks around for her. She takes off the hoodie she used as a makeshift disguise, relieved. Flustered but grateful, she tells Woo-sub she appreciated the fan attention even if it was her first time. Panicking again, she asks Woo-sub what she should do about suddenly being popular, and he tells her to enjoy it. Teasing, Woo-sub tells her she is actually quite popular. Rosa worries aloud whether that means he will stop hanging out with her. He jokes that because she is popular now she might not need him. The idea horrifies her, as if struck by lightning. She vehemently denies ever abandoning him, while he laughs, saying he was only joking. Woo-sub then asks if she has spoken with Han Do-ryung. He clarifies he means about how Do-ryung avoided her at the festival. Rosa remembers that day and wonders why Do-ryung acted that way. She recalls Do-ryung once explaining it was because Woo-sub liked her. Rosa cracks up at the memory. Woo-sub says Do-ryung must have misunderstood something. Rosa explains Do-ryung assumed Woo-sub had feelings for her. Woo-sub is taken aback by the idea that he might like her. He falls silent, processing that assumption. Rosa calls his name to see how he will respond. Instead Woo-sub laughs it off, saying Han Do-ryung is pretty funny. He keeps laughing, repeating Do-ryung's name in amusement. Laughter echoes, emphasizing how much he is joking. Later Woo-sub panics alone, realizing what his sister had told him. In the past he had thrown himself at his older sister, begging for advice. She bluntly told him to at least get Rosa's autograph before she rejects him. Then she adds that if he plans to confront Rosa he should hurry. She points at the TV, where Rosa is being reported as a rising hero. The news introduces policewoman Park Rosa as the special officer everyone is talking about. Witnesses on TV describe seeing Rosa save people from a bus accident. Another witness excitedly recounts how she captured a criminal faster than Han Do-ryung. A student survivor describes in censored language how Rosa dramatically saved him from a falling object. Rosa's new nameplate as Park Rosa shines against a blue background. Her official uniform belt and buttons are shown as she stands ready. Announcers declare that Park Rosa is now an official special police officer. During the ceremony, she is given a device to track when she uses her abilities. She is warned that despite leniency while she learns control, she must not use her powers in daily life. Her superior asks about her control training, and she replies that Officer Ji Jungi has been teaching her. She then listens as he prepares to say something important. He praises her rapid promotion, noting only Han Doryang advanced that fast before her. Rosa blushes, overwhelmed by the compliment. She thanks him while he tells her to do her best. He adds that if she works hard, even the group Black Dog will fear appearing. Rosa responds with a blank, deadpan look. She points out that she herself is Black Dog, or at least the second Black Dog, while he chides her for missing his joke. He reassures her with a pat on the shoulder. Smiling confidently, he repeats that she will do a good job. Encouraged, Rosa vows she will do her best. Later he walks down the corridor with his pet bird Thoughtful. He quietly expresses gratitude to someone as he walks. Outside with another huge man, he is told his decision about Rosa must have been difficult. The chief sighs that no granddaughter can win against her grandma, and the large man laughs about someone who can defy the infamous Judas-like elder. The man's expression darkens as he warns that if Rosa is harmed, he tells the chief he will be the first person beaten up if anything happens to her, prompting the older man to ask for mercy. The huge man is revealed to be standing casually outside the high-rise window, leaving cracks in the wall. Meanwhile, Rosa walks the office halls in uniform. She suddenly spots someone ahead and freezes. 3 junior officers, including the red-haired twin pair, approach with their mentor. Rosa remembers how she once saved the white-haired boy. She also recalls rescuing the fiery red-haired girl in battle. Realizing the twins have seen her both as Rosa and as Black Dog, she panics. Rosa worries that if they connect her to Black Dog, she will be exposed. One of the twins grabs her sleeve to stop her. Rosa gulps and turns anxious. The boy whispers in her ear that he will not tell anyone her secret. Rosa blurts out a confused what as she looks at them. Both twins give her a serious thumbs up, signaling their support. Their mentor remarks in surprise that Rosa already seems close to the usually distant twins. A female officer watching realizes who Rosa actually is. She compares Rosa's disguise photo to the crude sketch and recognizes her as the mystery savior. Her coworker sprints down the hall to share this revelation. She concludes the man had only been looking for his rescuer, while Rosa internally relaxes that she is no longer suspected of being a criminal. Narration notes that Rosa has finally made peace with the embarrassing sketch. Time passes and the scene shifts to a bright day outside a building. Rosa, now on duty, reacts tensely to a situation. She sees masked cult devotees being arrested, one shouting that a special police officer should die. One of them calls out to Rosa, addressing her as the newbie. He asks if she wants to hear a terrifying truth. During interrogation, the devotee vows she will never escape. He declares that Black Dog will hunt down and kill any enemies. Rosa sits expressionless, unimpressed by the threat. Outside, the arrested men shout slogans about fearing Black Dog forever. Rosa thinks to herself that there are still believers in Black Dog, as the narration labels her special police Park Rosa, former Black Dog. Suddenly fans nearby recognize her and call out her name. A crowd of admirers rushes her with banners and hearts, begging to shake hands. Flustered, she accepts letters and gifts, stammering her thanks. She spots a banner declaring a Park Rosa fan club and yells in shock at the sight. Mortified, she hides her red face with her hair while colleagues laugh in the background. She anxiously wonders if Doryang is watching this scene. Seeing he is busy talking by the patrol car, she relaxes a bit. Doryang, however, grumbles to a coworker about the overwhelmingly male crowd and whether such hand-holding with fans should even be allowed. The scene shifts to the exterior of a high-rise complex. Doryang walks with a man buried under a mountain of presents clearly meant for Rosa. Doryang eyes the pile of gifts with a complicated expression. When he offers to help, the man insists he must deliver them all himself. Doryang reflects softly that the presents represent everyone's heartfelt wishes for Rosa. Night falls over the city, windows glowing softly. At home, Rosa sits alone on the couch with a drink, quietly thinking about everything that has happened. A news anchor reports that new hero Park Rosa has once again saved citizens from criminals. Rosa relaxes, absent-mindedly chewing on a spoon and looking thoughtful. Alone at night, Rosa keeps chewing the spoon and groans in discomfort. Her colleague Han Doryang walks in and notices her chewing. Startled, Rosa curls up on the couch as Doryang sits beside her. When Doryang asks if being a hero is fun, Rosa nervously replies that she just gets a lot of compliments. Doryang studies her silently, idly twirling the spoon in his hand. Outside, an ominous wind sweeps through a quiet city street. The strange wind coils along another empty street. The wind circles a manhole cover in the road. A huge green claw bursts from the sewer, flinging the manhole cover aside. 3 muscular lizard-like monsters emerge together from the sewer. One monster examines his empowered hand, sensing that his newfound strength is different from before. Another credits their increased power to someone called Dr. B. The leader boasts that with this power, even famed hero Han Doryang no longer scares him. He rallies the others to move out with their new strength. The trio roar fiercely, eager for battle. They grin menacingly, confident in their upgraded forms. The leader clenches his fist and works himself up for a violent rampage. He declares that they will crush humans like insects. Rosa, now in full police uniform, senses the strange wind and looks around the street. The three monsters spot Rosa and react with surprise. Rosa casually addresses them, asking if they are who she thinks they are. Elsewhere downtown, life goes on as normal around a row of businesses. Nearby pedestrians suddenly notice something shocking and stare. Rosa marches the three monsters on leashes like dogs while waiting at a red pedestrian light. When the light turns green, she calmly tells them they can cross. She escorts the subdued monsters across the crosswalk as they shuffle along. One monster tearfully complains that Dr. B lied, promising to make them stronger. Another insists Dr. B did not lie, prompting the first to ask why they lost. He concludes that their defeat happened simply because Rosa is overwhelmingly strong. Rosa whirls on them with a terrifying expression, demanding what they just said. The monsters crawl miserably on the ground while Rosa informs them they need to turn left. Doryung arrives in uniform with a flash of light, and Rosa greets him. Seeing the monsters kneeling before Rosa, Doryung calls them criminals while Rosa looks on. Doryung praises Rosa's work and casually levitates the bound monsters away, saying he will handle things from here. He strolls off with Rosa as the monsters float helplessly behind them. Rosa, sweating, becomes anxious about how Doryung is acting. She remembers him earlier asking if being a hero is fun while she shyly downplayed it. She recalls his silent, unreadable gaze as he played with the spoon. Back on the couch, Rosa reacts nervously to his odd behavior. Watching him brood on the other end of the sofa, she wonders what is wrong with him. Doryung finally asks her what is bothering her. He falls back into pensive silence, still not explaining himself. He abruptly says it is nothing, leaving Rosa confused and uneasy. Later, in uniform again, Rosa internally freaks out, wondering what that earlier scene with Doryung meant while a captured monster complains behind her. During prisoner processing, one monster vows to kill Han Doryung, then panics as Doryung's presence looms. Doryung, sensing familiarity, tells the monster he feels like he has seen him before. The monster lies on the ground drenched in sweat, realizing Doryung really might remember him. Doryung kneels down to inspect the terrified monster more closely. He asks if he has arrested this criminal before, and the monster stammers a denial. In a flashback to when the monsters were still transformed, their leader berates the others not to be cowards because they are no longer weak humans. He rants that Dr. B has reborn them into powerful beings and charges at an opponent. Back in the present, Doryung recognizes the trio as criminals he has arrested before, while they panic over suddenly losing their transformations. As he processes this, someone off-screen cries out in alarm, startling him. Doryung notices something odd around the human criminal's neck. He reaches toward the collar-like device curiously. As he touches it, golden power crackles from his fingers into the collar. One criminal scrambles away in terror, screaming at Doryung not to do anything. Doryung stares at his own hand, surprised by what just happened. He steels himself, deciding what to do next. He gently grabs another prisoner's collar from behind, glowing power beginning to flow again. The prisoner screams that it hurts and begs him to go slower as the collar comes apart. The collar finally pops off, leaving the former monster trembling on the ground while Doryung examines the device in his hand. On a distant rooftop, a mysterious, patch-skinned man observes the situation below. The watcher looks down from the roof, his face obscured in shadow. The rooftop observer reports to someone he calls Granny that the operation has failed. When asked if the subjects should be retrieved, Granny coldly orders that they be left to be captured. From ground level, Doryung spots the dark figure on top of the Lucky 7 building and mutters about those useless underlings. Rosa looks at Doryung admiringly as they stand together, unaware of being watched. The rooftop man turns away with a faint smile, planning his next move. Time passes under a tranquil, streaked evening sky. Later, Doryung sits in a van while outside Rosa is surrounded by grateful citizens. Rosa smiles shyly as people crowd around her, praising and filming her. Watching from the van, Doryung's expression grows stiff and unreadable. He leans back, scoffing to himself that he should not be childish about the attention she is getting. Outside the van, crowds move by while Doryung remains alone inside. He wrestles with himself, wondering if he should intervene and share some of the spotlight. His eyes snap open as an idea or memory strikes him. He worries that if he acts, people's acknowledgement of him might waver and shift entirely to Rosa, just as a newly returned teammate climbs into the van. Talking with the blue-haired junior officer, he notes she was suspended about a month and she explains she got leniency because Jungi saved her. He refuses to leave the area yet when she asks, clearly wanting to stay near Rosa. At that moment in the street, a fanboy calls out to Rosa, asking if she remembers him. Rosa faces him, startled, as he runs up saying it is him. She realizes he is the student whose confession she once heard on a rooftop in the very first chapter. The fan excitedly shouts that she once confessed to him there. Inside the van, Doryung and his junior gape at this unexpected revelation, Doryung muttering that things just got interesting. In the crowd, the fan reminds Rosa of the day everything happened. He recalls walking down the school stairs after that rooftop incident. He had planned to ask for her name but hesitated. A memory of a bomb strapped to a rooftop wall shows how dangerous that day really was. The timer on the bomb ticked rapidly toward detonation. The boy remembers Rosa urgently yelling no as chaos erupted. He recalls Rosa shoving him down the stairs while screaming that someone was still trapped on the roof. In the present, he tells Rosa he searched everywhere for her after the incident but could not find her. Rosa's wide eye reflects Rosa the heroine as she hears how shocked he was to later see her again on YouTube. Determined, Do Ryung steps toward them, thinking that if it is not too late he should act. He moves Rosa away from the fan, interrupting as the boy nervously asks her to give him a chance. The onlookers stare as Do Ryung holds Rosa close in front of the rejected fan. From the van, the junior officer bluntly comments that Do Ryung is crazy for behaving like that. Rosa realizes Do Ryung did not simply fall asleep drunk that night, and that something more happened between them. She stares up at him in confusion, not remembering what she did. As they walk away arm in arm, she presses him again about that night. He tells her she wronged him while they were drinking together. Rosa, panicking, tries to recall exactly what mistake she made. A flashback shows her drunk, clinging to him and insisting she is not just a die-hard fan. In that memory she blurts out that she genuinely likes him. She then impulsively kissed him, shocking him. Back in the present, Rosa mentally screams at herself that she must be crazy. She forces herself to calm down, hoping desperately that he might mean something else. Rosa decides to pretend she remembers nothing and timidly asks him to explain what she did wrong. Do Ryung coolly asks whether she really does not remember what she did afterward. Internally annoyed, he thinks her forgetting is upsetting while Rosa whimpers that he is being mean. She chases after him, demanding to know what he is talking about, but he just says he does not know. Rosa finally yells his name in frustration, desperate for clarification. She screams that he should just tell her, while he keeps walking with a small, secretive smile. Later in the van, his junior watches him fume as he broods. When she asks what he is doing, he casually answers that he is plotting revenge. A narrator introduces the focus on unlucky Nam Woo-sub. Woo-sub sits with three strong women as they discuss when he started liking Rosa. Woo-sub admits it was not love at first sight, since he already knew Rosa had a crush on someone else. One woman points out that he still misunderstood Rosa's request and thought she was asking for his number. He shamefacedly admits he did in fact give her his number despite initially denying it. The women tease him loudly, saying he must have liked Rosa from the start. A new message arrives while someone off-screen laughs about how he wrote his number on Rosa's hand. Woo-sub reads his phone and his expression changes to shock. The three women look up as he calls out to his Nuna. He announces in disbelief that Rosa wants to meet up with him. Overjoyed, he bolts from the room at high speed while his sisters cheer and clap. Scene shifts to the exterior of the cafe where the meeting will take place. Inside, Rosa waits nervously alone with a cup of coffee. Woo-sub arrives at the cafe and Rosa greets him warmly by name. She watches him approach, clearly anxious. Woo-sub awkwardly greets her with a nervous hi. From the counter area, Rosa quietly calls his name, gathering her courage. She clutches her head over her coffee and asks what the worst mistake is that someone can make while drunk. Woo-sub, flustered, says he normally does not get drunk. He adds that unlike him, Rosa does wild things when intoxicated, mentioning teleportation and even throwing a motorcycle, which makes her groan. Smiling, he asks who she drank with and what exactly she did wrong, and she hesitantly answers that it was Do Ryung. A darkened close-up shows Woo-sub repeating that he drank with Do Ryung, implying he now understands the situation. Rosa despairs over what to do while narration notes that this confession deeply affected Nam Woo-sub. The narration adds that the whole talk makes Woo-sub just want to go home. Forcing a smile, he changes the subject by joking about how long it has been, praising her teleportation-like speed that day. Rosa finally admits, red-faced, that her drunken mistake was kissing Do Ryung. She insists Do Ryung is angry because of that and begs Woo-sub for advice on how she should face him now. Later in training, Woo-sub vents his feelings by screaming and attacking a punching target. His trainer praises his punches and tells him he has talent, encouraging him to cheer up. A question card asks people what they think of policewoman Park Rosa. One man answers that he is very grateful to her and mentions rumors about a figure called Black Dog. Another explains that those rumors made his father extremely anxious, but thanks to Rosa his father has been able to relax. A boy cheerfully comments that a girl looks pretty. Other fans doubt her, calling her too clingy to their idol Do Ryung. The interviewer remarks they dislike how coworkers form cliques. Asked about Jungi and Sei, a fan shrugs that their relationship is none of her concern. Rosa's fans insist they witnessed Han Do Ryung approach Rosa first. Someone concludes it is obvious that Han Do Ryung has feelings for Rosa. The interviewer urges the fans to answer objectively rather than as obsessed supporters. The two main fans of Han and Rosa fall quiet, unable to answer. They finally offer a neutral answer, saying both heroes are good and their presence makes things safer, noting Black Dog has vanished. Narration explains Black Dog's crimes have decreased and the city is peaceful, though people still wonder why the criminal has not been caught. A hooded figure, implied to be Black Dog, sits alone wondering where Black Dog went. Close-up shows this person brooding silently. The figure reaches out and grasps a gas mask, preparing to act again. Night falls over a high-rise building, setting the scene for what follows. Rosa arrives home late, nervously entering Han Do Ryung's apartment. Han, lounging on the sofa, points out that she is late. Rosa explains she met a friend, and Han asks whether she has eaten, learning she has not. Rosa internally panics because Han seems calm instead of angry, which unsettles her. She thinks Do Ryung is being too kind, reconsidering her assumption he would scold her. Water runs in the bathroom, indicating Rosa is freshening up. While washing up, Rosa reflects that she is currently staying at Han's place, and should feel ashamed of her earlier mistakes. As she folds laundry, Rosa decides she needs to make up with Han but is unsure how. Rosa prays desperately for a chance to reconcile with him, vowing she will accept any condition. At that moment he calls out asking if she is hungry. Smiling gently, Han asks Rosa if there is anything she wants to eat. Rosa realizes this invitation is the chance she had wished for. Overjoyed, she volunteers enthusiastically to cook for him. Han looks surprised by her sudden eagerness. Rosa's attempt at cooking activates her dangerous strength, triggering her wrist device to warn of special ability usage. Her uncontrolled power causes ingredients to explode, with the device repeatedly sounding its warning. The chaos escalates until something crashes, and the system begs her to stop. Han, alarmed by the mess, asks what is happening as Rosa frantically apologizes and promises to pay for any damage. He stares in shock, starting to speak. Han rushes in and restrains Rosa from behind, yelling for her to stop using her strength in the kitchen. Holding her tightly, he pleads that the disaster is enough, while the kitchen is left in smoky disarray. Blushing and flustered, Han begs Rosa to let him handle the cooking instead. Afterwards he quietly prepares food while Rosa, mortified, crouches off to the side. They sit down together to eat the meal Han cooked. Rosa timidly checks if he has finished eating, and he confirms he has. Suddenly Rosa jumps up, shouting Doryung's name and startling him. Crying dramatically, Rosa repeatedly apologizes and tells him to get up. Han, confused by her tears, wonders why she is apologizing, and narration notes he had forgotten the incident she is fixated on. He hesitates, starting to say something. Han kneels in front of Rosa and asks what exactly she feels sorry for, leaving her baffled. Rosa stammers, unable to express herself. Han, blushing, begins to explain his own feelings, saying it is because he. Rosa, flustered, assumes he is referring to the kiss they once shared. She hastily insists her guilt is for another reason, shocking herself by saying there is something else. Rosa nervously debates internally whether she should confess her true feelings. Han decides to be honest too, reminding her he is her fan while thinking it is time to stop joking around. Rosa gathers her courage, tearfully confessing that she likes him. Han stares at her in stunned silence, blushing. The scene shifts to a correctional facility at night, ominously quiet. A guard patrols the stairwell with a flashlight. The guard looks up, sensing something unusual above. He discovers a large hole torn through the facility ceiling, indicating an intrusion. An alarm light begins flashing. Prisoners inside their cells react as the emergency alarm blares. Other inmates also notice the disturbance and look toward the cell doors. Outside, a masked, hooded figure stands dragging an unconscious guard, startling onlookers. Someone recognizes the masked intruder as Black Dog. Inside the prison corridors, Black Dog coolly asks the inmates whether he should release them. Back to earlier, Han admits again he is Rosa's fan as he prepares to respond to her confession. Rosa repeats her confession more firmly, saying she likes him. Han blushes deeper, absorbing her words. The two sit facing each other in silence, tension hanging between them. Rosa waits anxiously for his reaction. Overwhelmed, Han covers his face and sighs. Sitting on the floor, he struggles to address Rosa, starting to speak her name. He asks if she truly does not remember everything that happened that night. Rosa's eye widens as she realizes he is referring to more than just the kiss. Panicking, she asks if there was more, and he affirms that on that night something else happened. Han reveals that she was not the only one who initiated the kiss between them. He leans in, reminding her of how their lips met, leaving her stunned. Rosa is confused and internally questions what he means as he closes the distance. They end up inches apart, both sweating and flustered. Their mutual embarrassment causes Rosa's bracelet to detect heightened ability energy again. As their devices beep, they awkwardly agree they need to head out immediately. Han, scratching his neck, prepares to change the subject and move on. Off-screen, he asks Rosa if they should leave now. Night settles over the city once more, heralding new trouble. A flashback shows criminals gleefully causing an explosion in the streets. A bald gang leader reflects that he is grateful to Black Dog for freeing them. One thug asks if Black Dog has ulterior motives, and the leader explains they must serve as Black Dog's subordinates and cause chaos in exchange for freedom. The leader smirks that such work will be easy. The released prisoners charge through the streets, shouting to rally more devotees. Police cars arrive at the now chaotic neighborhood. In one car, officers complain about being dispatched for what seems like an ordinary criminal, questioning whether it merits special police involvement. Rosa reminds her team their job is to support the police and recapture all escaped prisoners. The driver adds that if they encounter Black Dog, they must immediately engage him. Rosa reacts with shock at the mention of Black Dog. The driver realizes Rosa has not yet heard the news and prepares to explain. He informs her that Black Dog infiltrated the prison and released every inmate, leaving Rosa horrified. Another officer notes this will be Rosa's first time facing Black Dog in person. Their confident senior reassures them arrogantly that Black Dog is nothing to worry about. Their blue-haired teammate struggles not to laugh at his overconfidence. Later, the team helps round up prisoners on the street. One officer casually arranges captured inmates into a bizarre formation and deems it perfect. Another officer looks over to where the blue-haired girl is focusing seriously. He awkwardly begins a conversation asking if she wants to know something. He admits he wants her to behave more professionally during work hours, stressing they must separate personal feelings from their duties. She curtly tells him to be quiet because she is working. Realizing she is using her precognitive ability, he laughs nervously and says he keeps forgetting that. He then seriously asks her what she foresaw. Looking uneasy, he prompts her to describe what will happen today. She predicts that both Black Dog and a person named Udai will appear. He reacts with surprise at this ominous prophecy. From above, we see the two standing outside the building as he repeats his incredulous question. Elsewhere in the city, Han Doryang soars through the night sky in uniform, glowing with power. One escaping prisoner is suddenly yanked into the air by Han's telekinesis mid-boast. Multiple prisoners are thrown down and subdued by Han's powers. Civilians recognize him and excitedly shout his name. Onlookers cheer that Han Doryang has arrived and urge him on as he fights. Rosa and another officer watch from below, amazed by Han's high-flying battle. Rosa admires Han's skill yet simultaneously prays for her own safety. Motivated, she resolves to work hard so she will not burden him while escorting a captured criminal. Suddenly she senses something and turns. Rosa's eyes widen as she spots a suspicious figure. She secretly follows the hooded Black Dog imposter into a narrow alley. After landing from his aerial fight, Han stands catching his breath. He notices something off and looks around warily. Nearby, a captured criminal with an enormous protruding head sits bound and unconscious. Han asks this captive if he knows the policewoman with tremendous strength. The prisoner points Han toward the alley where Rosa went, saying she headed that way. Han rushes into the alley, following the lead. The scene cuts to a construction site building under the night sky. Inside, the Black Dog imposter stands at a bright opening, waiting. He announces that he knew Rosa would come. Rosa enters the room, and the masked figure identifies her by name. Rosa stares back at him, tense and determined. She nervously asks who he is, and he bluntly replies that he is Black Dog. The masked person insists on his identity, but Rosa calls him a liar. Rosa declares with certainty that he is not the real Black Dog. Surprised, the imposter demands to know how she figured it out as she begins to answer. Rosa straightens and proclaims that she is not only a police officer but also the true Black Dog. She recalls promising her grandfather she would never misuse Black Dog's power. Her memory shifts to her grandfather warning that those who cannot control their abilities become criminals, so she vowed not to cause trouble as Black Dog. Another memory shows her being lectured about how using abilities irresponsibly counts as special assault and terrorism. Rosa now resolves that if she fails to catch this false Black Dog, she will be breaking that promise. She worries that if she fails, her own grandfather will have no choice but to arrest her. Back in the present, she orders the imposter to surrender. The imposter begins to respond ominously. Rosa charges forward, announcing proudly that her special ability is super strength. The imposter silently evaluates her with arms crossed. Rosa smugly thinks she has startled him. Instead, he suddenly pulls out a grenade, shouting his own retort. Rosa panics and yells at him to put the grenade down immediately. She frantically tells him not to release it as he pulls out the safety pin. The grenade slips from his hand, beginning to fall. Rosa's eyes widen in horror as she realizes what is about to happen. The grenade detonates against the side of the building, blowing out windows and sending debris flying. A massive blast tears through the floor, sending debris and dust everywhere. A hooded, masked figure cracks the door open and peers through the smoke. Through the figure's mask visor we see the empty room inside. Rosa rockets forward, her punch aimed down toward the intruder. Rosa clenches her fist and singles out the intruder. She yells that they nearly got everyone killed as her punch smashes through the building and launches the intruder outside. The impact continues as the intruder's body crashes through walls and floors. Rosa, eyes blazing red, seethes with anger. She stands amid the lab, shocked at the huge hole she just punched through the wall. Looking through the multiple breaches, Rosa realizes she hit the intruder far harder than intended. Outside, the hooded intruder lies motionless in the rubble. Rosa approaches nervously, wondering if they are dead. She timidly calls out to the fallen figure, then wonders if they are a fake Black Dog. Rosa panics internally, worrying what happens if a special police officer kills a criminal. She strains to recall her training, telling herself to remember the rules if she wants to survive. Rosa focuses, sweating as she tries to think clearly. As she reaches for the body, she feels something is off about them. Inspecting the mask, she thinks this opponent feels far too durable to be an ordinary human. The supposedly unconscious intruder suddenly stirs, startling Rosa. As Rosa begins to say she is relieved they are alive, the intruder grabs her by the head. The intruder hoists Rosa up by the throat, confronting her face to face. Elsewhere, Diana works on kimchi, slapping seasoned cabbage into large red basins. Diana firmly presses the cabbages together in the basin. She stuffs the cabbage with red chili paste, seasoning it thoroughly. Narration notes that making kimjang brings a smile to Diana's face as she happily works. While she prepares kimchi, a TV broadcast announces breaking news. The news reports that Black Dog has broken into a high-security prison and freed all of the inmates. The report adds that regular and special police are now attempting to capture Black Dog and the escaped prisoners. Hearing this, Diana freezes, crushing the kimchi in her hand in shock. Enraged, Diana curses Black Dog loudly from her apartment building. Back at the earlier moment, Rosa observes again that her opponent's body is too tough to be human. She gasps as the intruder moves under her. Starting to express relief that they are alive, she is cut off when the intruder suddenly seizes her head. The masked figure lifts Rosa by the neck, holding her effortlessly in the air. The intruder pins Rosa down on top of them. A collar device snaps shut around Rosa's neck, its red light activating. Rosa frantically grabs at the collar and demands to know what was just put on her. To her confusion, the intruder easily shoves her away, leaving her wondering why she is being overpowered. The intruder's gloved hand touches her abdomen, shocking Rosa. The intruder slings Rosa over their shoulder as she kicks and screams to be put down. They threaten to let her off if she is put down within 3 seconds, and Rosa starts counting aloud. Rosa suddenly finds herself high up on a construction crane, gripping the structure in fear. The crane sways dramatically against the night sky. Rosa panics, questioning why she cannot use her teleportation ability. The intruder calmly realizes they cannot teleport either. Rosa wonders if emergencies prevent her ability from working as she clings to the railing. Thinking she should run away, Rosa is warned by the intruder that if she runs now, they will kill her. The masked figure explains that her abilities have been sealed. Rosa, stunned, mentally reacts to the claim that her powers are gone. She asks if they are completely gone, and the intruder replies that it is not exactly like that. The intruder orders Rosa to stay on the crane. She panics and protests. Rosa, sweating and afraid, demands to know why the intruder is doing all this. She questions why they are acting like the criminal Black Dog. Rosa hesitantly wonders if they might be a devotee of Black Dog. She clarifies by asking if they are a devotee, in the sense of a follower. The intruder responds with confused silence. Rosa clumsily asks if the word means being single, misunderstanding the term. Embarrassed, she corrects herself and explains that devotees are Black Dog's followers who commit crimes for him. After Rosa explains, the intruder concludes that devotees are basically fans of Black Dog and states they are not one. The intruder adds that, given a choice, they would want Black Dog erased from the world. Hearing this, Rosa vows she will blame everything that happened today on Black Dog instead. Rosa has a comedic moment of realization at the implications of that plan. The intruder thinks to himself that Rosa is actually talking about Black Dog, not him. Rosa tells herself not to get agitated and insists Black Dog's crimes have nothing to do with her, while the intruder simply agrees. Rosa determines her powers must be gone because of the collar around her neck. She reasons that if she can remove the collar, her powers might return. As she tugs at it, the collar zaps her painfully. Rosa recoils, horrified that she cannot pull it off. The intruder says that if she can remove the collar, she is free to do so, and begins to add another condition. He says that if she can also get down from the crane herself, she can go. He then teleports from the crane to the street below in a flash of light. The masked intruder surveys the street, his visor reflecting the surroundings. Another masked figure, apparently an ally, begins charging energy through their mask. A blonde special officer fires a powerful light beam that smashes the second masked figure into a wall. Up on the crane, Rosa is jolted as the whole structure shudders, making her yell in pain and fear. Looking down at the ground spinning far below, she screams and wonders what is happening. On the street, the blonde officer looks around and asks where Rosa went. The intruder suddenly lands nearby, drawing the officer's startled attention. The officer narrows his eyes, focusing on the newcomer. Facing the masked figure at close range, he asks if they are searching for someone. The officer studies him carefully, noticing something about his eyes. They stare each other down, tension rising. The officer realizes the intruder's eye level matches his memory of Black Dog. He grabs the intruder's wrist, further convinced of the resemblance. From a distance, he states he pities the intruder for going so far to imitate Black Dog. Power crackling around his fingers, the officer declares he has met the real Black Dog before. Metal beams, controlled by his power, hurtle toward the intruder. The masked figure dodges and weaves between the crashing beams. He continues to evade as the beams smash into the ground around him. Another devastating beam attack slams down the length of a building. Dust and rubble explode around the impact site where the intruder was. The officer walks toward the smoke, demanding to know the intruder's goal. From within the debris, the intruder complains about being accused of pretending to be Black Dog again. The officer looks on in surprise as something rolls toward him. A live grenade comes to rest near his foot. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the danger. He hastily shields himself with his power as the grenade detonates. Meanwhile, Rosa clings tightly to the swaying crane, chanting in her head for it not to fall apart. From the street, the officer peers past flying debris toward the crane where Rosa is. The intruder slams him into the pavement with a brutal aerial throw. The officer lies battered but struggles to get up. From his position, he sees the intruder looming above, about to kick him. The intruder pile-drives him again, leaving a deep crater in the street. The intruder then walks slowly toward the fallen officer. Standing over him, the intruder reminds him he asked about his goal. The officer, dazed, hears the intruder say another police officer once asked the same question. He angrily demands to know what the intruder did to Rosa. The intruder answers flatly that he did nothing. Realizing Rosa is probably still alive, the officer whispers that she is still safe. The intruder glances around the city, gauging the situation. High above, Rosa again screams as the crane rocks violently. The crane tilts dangerously, causing her to cry out in terror. Cracks spread along a nearby building as the crane's base grinds against it. The intruder clutches at his chest or gear, staggering from the earlier blast. The officer stands and points a glowing hand at him, preparing another attack. He announces he does not know why the intruder is posing as Black Dog, but vows to make him regret it. He declares he will arrest the intruder, as if he were Black Dog himself. The officer suddenly falters, his body shaking as he nears his power's limit. From behind, the intruder calmly points out that the officer's ability must have a limit. He then points up, telling him Rosa is over there. The officer looks and sees Rosa dangling from the dangerously swaying crane, screaming for help. The intruder adds that Rosa currently cannot use her ability at all. A voice in the officer's mind challenges him with the question of what he will do now. The intruder asks aloud whether the officer will keep chasing him instead of helping her. The officer's eye shows his dawning realization of the choice he faces. He turns and runs toward the crane while the intruder watches. The intruder follows at a slower pace as the officer races ahead. Elsewhere in time, another gas-masked figure tightens a strap at his neck. This masked man, revealed as Diana in disguise, thinks bitterly how foolish the situation is. A caption rewinds the story to explain what happened previously. It recalls Diana happily making kimchi at home. Images show Black Dog invading the prison and dragging a prisoner, setting off the crisis. Narration says Diana then saw the infuriating breaking news. We see her shocked, gripping kimchi tight in one hand. The narration clarifies the news concerned her granddaughter. Diana erupted in rage, shouting that Rosa wanted to be special police and hated crime. But she quickly calmed herself down. She meditates on the floor, centering herself despite her anger. Opening a drawer, she decides that however angry she is, Rosa is still her child. She puts on tactical gear, grumbling that Grandma has to clean up Rosa's mess again. Fully suited and masked, Diana prepares to head out. She pauses at the TV, sensing something off and saying wait. Seeing footage of Black Dog, she notes the physique does not match Rosa's usual build. On the streets, chaos erupts as police and civilians respond to escaped prisoners and destruction. A civilian girl turns and suddenly finds herself face to face with Diana in a gas mask. She screams Black Dog's name in terror. Diana, confused, wonders if she actually looks like Black Dog while nearby civilians debate running. An escaped bald prisoner confronts her group and demands to know who let them come this far. The bald prisoner threatens to kill everyone present. The civilians, relieved she seems more like a gangster than Black Dog, shout that he is definitely a gangster and run away. A bald inmate reacts in confusion to someone approaching. He confronts the masked, hooded figure and demands to know their identity. The masked person angrily shouts back, asking who the inmate thinks they are. The masked figure introduces himself as Black Dog to the stunned inmates. The watching inmates gape in shock at this introduction. The bald inmate and others mock the name Black Dog and boast arrogantly. After being effortlessly beaten, the bald inmate apologizes nervously to Black Dog, realizing their power. A girl with golden eyes asks someone what they witnessed. A young man in uniform begins recounting events that happened today. The girl predicts that both Black Dog and someone named Udai will appear today. The young man looks stunned by her prediction. From above, one of them reacts in disbelief to what was just said. The girl questions whether Black Dog is already beyond their abilities, and he agrees. He asks if she even knows what Udai looks like, and she admits it is only intuition. He complains that they would not recognize Udai and doubts her precognition, until she warns him not to cross the line and he backs down. She insists she can recognize Udai by gut feeling alone. She suddenly declares that the moment she spoke of is happening right now, startling him. She dramatically points and yells that it is happening right now. She points to a specific spot, shouting that Udai is there. At that exact moment something speeds past them, confirming her timing. The boy sees a blur rushing past behind her. She looks on, shocked by what just passed them. Black Dog smashes into a group of inmates, sending them flying. The boy and girl stare wide-eyed at the distant chaos. They turn on each other and shout simultaneously in panic. Narration explains that Diana is finally trying to find someone while dressed as Black Dog. It clarifies she is searching for the worst punk in the world who is impersonating her granddaughter. Black Dog senses something and snaps her head around. A powerful blow sends her crashing into the ground as debris explodes outward. A blonde cadet races toward a tilting construction crane she has somehow destabilized. A dark-haired cadet is flung toward the crane and struggles against the pull. As she reaches for the crane, she senses the immense strength gathering in her hand. The blonde cadet rockets upward on a beam of light toward the falling girl near the crane. The girl curls defensively as she plummets. The blonde cadet catches her and shields her with a glowing hand. Still carrying her, he reaches out to the crane with his glowing power. His power redirects the massive crane away from the city as it swings through the air. The crane crashes down safely across empty buildings and streets. The girl watches the crane streak past, realizing she was saved. The two cadets land on the street with her cradled in his arms. She buries her face against him, shaken and tearful. She pushes herself up and stares at him in shock. Realizing she is unharmed, she exclaims that she is still alive. She looks down at him in disbelief as he lies exhausted beneath her. He weakly asks if she is okay. Overcome, she throws her arms around him in a tight hug. The closeness makes him freeze, eyes wide. While hugging him, she quietly thanks Do-ryung for saving her. Still holding him, she adds that she is grateful for being rescued. He exhales in relief as he clutches a strand of her hair. He suddenly tells her to wait. Pressed close, he nervously wonders aloud what he is feeling. She jolts and smacks him in embarrassment, calling his name. She looks down, cheeks flushed. He panics upon noticing her injuries. He realizes he has not yet healed himself and is still hurt. Rosa angrily blames Black Dog for his condition and hints she is going to retaliate. With eyes blazing, she begins to vow what she will do. Rosa declares that she is going to kill Black Dog and charges off while Dorian yells for her to stop. Dorian, half dragged along, stares in confusion. As Rosa runs, he is astonished by the sheer physical power she is displaying. He reacts with alarm as something dawns on him. He notices the back of her uniform and the black belt-like device around her neck. He begins to suspect a connection, thinking to himself in disbelief. Black Dog, recovering from earlier, hears someone call out to Grandma and looks up to see Rosa approaching. Black Dog acknowledges Rosa as no ordinary person. She steps forward to confront Black Dog and demands to know what kind of person they are. Black Dog is taken aback by the question. Rosa and Dorian nervously address the masked figure as ma'am. Black Dog insists they are mistaken and that she is not who they think. She claims they have confused her with someone else. But Rosa tries to protest before Black Dog stomps the ground and cuts her off. Black Dog steadies herself, bracing for what comes next. She suddenly punches the fake Black Dog so hard that their mask shatters. Rosa stares in horror as the truth starts to show. She cries out Grandma just as the mask fully breaks, revealing the older woman beneath. The real Black Dog rushes in from behind the hulking fake. The imposter reels in shock at being attacked from behind. Rosa and Dorian stare, realizing what is happening. The exposed imposter stands with their costume shredded, revealing an older, wrinkled face. The imposter sees, starting to curse at the one who struck them. Furious, the imposter transforms and roars an insult, revealing monstrous fanged features beneath their love shirt. Rosa recoils, recognizing the terrifying strength before her. A thought balloon confirms Rosa's realization that this enraged figure truly is her grandmother. The real Black Dog stands calmly, mask hiding her expression. The imposter insists Rosa is mistaken, claiming their keen eyesight proves it cannot be Grandma. The real Black Dog notices the fake trying to flee and curses that they are running away. She addresses someone respectfully as ma'am. Dorian confronts his grandmother, asking why she came here. He also demands to know why she is dressed in the Black Dog outfit. She stares at him silently while narration begins to explain her thinking. Narration lists several impossible excuses Diana considers for wearing Black Dog's clothes and concludes she cannot come up with a convincing lie. She starts to scold him, still covering her face where she was struck. Then she turns on Rosa, yelling at her for being here when she is supposed to be elsewhere on duty. Fixating on Rosa's collar, she demands to know what that strange necklace is. Dorian hurriedly explains that Black Dog put the collar on Rosa, not their organization. Black Dog grabs the collar and orders Rosa to hold still as she prepares to remove it. Dorian shouts a warning that touching it barehanded is dangerous. He and Rosa can only utter weak sounds of shock as she effortlessly rips it off. Trying to recover, she awkwardly starts to speak to the pair. Rosa earnestly volunteers to chase down the fleeing enemy herself. Black Dog turns her back and orders Rosa to go home instead. Rosa stares, taken aback by the command. When Rosa protests, Black Dog sharply tells her not to make her repeat herself. She storms off, angrily asking if wearing these embarrassing clothes for Rosa's sake is not enough. With tears in her eyes, she admits she was only acting out of worry for her granddaughter's safety. Rosa covers her face, moved to tears by this confession. Rosa timidly asks if Grandma will really not kill her even if she returns home. And Black Dog retorts that no grandmother would do such a thing. She shouts rhetorically that no grandmother anywhere kills her own granddaughter. Rosa silently absorbs those words, clearly affected. She suddenly runs into her grandmother's arms, both of them screaming each other's names joyfully. Dorian watches as the two apologize to each other for their past fight and separation, leaving him stunned. Rosa then brightly asks if the two of them can fight alongside Grandma. Black Dog looms over her, unreadable for a moment. She rejects the idea, blasting away and again ordering them to go home. Rosa stands still, hair blowing, processing the order. Narration explains that Grandma wore the Black Dog costume only to protect Rosa if she was in danger. It adds that Diana mistakenly believed the fake Black Dog was actually her granddaughter. Rosa, thinking she cannot abandon Grandma, steels herself to help while Dorian calls her name. He interrupts and tells her directly to go home. He adds that it is best to listen to what her grandmother said. Rosa is stunned as he promises to bring her belongings from his place later. She worries about leaving work early, but he assures her he will explain everything to the chairman. She bites her lip, clearly conflicted. She finally asks if he is sending her away just because she was captured by Black Dog. He is shocked into silence by the question. She begins to blame herself for causing trouble, prompting his urgent denial. The scene shifts to a calm night sky with the moon overhead. Under that sky, Dorian pulls Rosa into a quiet embrace outside the building. As he holds her, he admits he knows she is strong but trails off. A flashback of him saving her from the crane underscores what he wants to say. His hand tightens on her shoulder as he continues. He finally confesses he is simply afraid she might get hurt. Another image of the empty street echoes his earlier command for her to go home. Meanwhile, Black Dog bounds across rooftops in pursuit of the enemy. She finally catches up to the fleeing villain, shouting that she has found them. They clash violently, smashing into the rooftop. The enemy recovers and charges through the dust, enraged and ready to continue fighting. Off-screen, someone calls out "Ma'am" in alarm. On the rooftop, Black Dog asks about Rosa, and Do-ryung reports that she has gone home. Do-ryung offers to help search for Black Dog, but Grandma says he would only get in the way and hints he has another task. She tells him there is something specific he needs to do, leaving him confused. He then rockets off the building, calling out for "Ma'am" as he heads toward another battlefield. Elsewhere, another Black Dog-clad fighter lands amid panicked civilians. The masked figure spins around, tracking the chaos. Grandma chases after this masked foe, shouting for them to stop running. The real Black Dog swoops in to pull Grandma out of harming a bystander while they crash into the street. Do-ryung, still on the rooftop, reacts to the distant crash. Two other fighters sprint toward the same disturbance. Do-ryung remembers Grandma's words about having something to do and contemplates his own role. The masked Black Dog maneuvers along a wall in midair, continuing the high-speed pursuit. A gas mask rushes toward the scene, signaling an imminent assault. Yu-dai smashes an attacker straight through the wall, launching him across the building. Onlookers panic as someone flies past, and they recognize the intruder as Black Dog. A suited man stares in shock at the chaos unfolding nearby. As someone stammers Black Dog's name, the hooded figure darts forward to attack. Yu-dai kicks another suited man out of the building with overwhelming force. Watching the man fly away, Yu-dai admits the sudden appearance startled him. Yu-dai's eyes widen as he realizes the seriousness of what is happening. Injured men on the office floor curse the attacker for the damage done. The man Yu-dai kicked plummets down the side of the tall building. Han Do-ryung leaps out and catches the falling man safely before he hits the ground. Landing with the rescued worker, Han Do-ryung orders everyone nearby to evacuate via the stairs. Looking back at the building, Han Do-ryung resolves to minimize casualties. Outside, bystanders stare up at the damaged high-rise under the bright moon. Two academy students hear the commotion, wonder if it is a terror incident, and look up in alarm. Han Do-ryung lands near fellow cadets, urgently telling them to evacuate everyone as far as possible. A terrified scream echoes, heightening the panic. Officers and civilians hustle fleeing people towards safety through the smoke. Amid the fleeing crowd, Han Do-ryung turns around, sensing something above. He spots something startling in the sky, his eye reflecting it in shock. Han Do-ryung sees a combat-suited figure flying through the night sky. Meanwhile, Yu-dai chases a hooded enemy along the side of the building. Furious, Yu-dai charges after the imposter and vows revenge. He pummels the fake Black Dog, raging that they dared impersonate Black Dog. Han Do-ryung watches wide-eyed as the brutal fight continues below. He turns, activating his power as light gathers in his outstretched hand. Han Do-ryung rockets into the air above the street, glowing as cars screech to a halt below. He then dives down like a projectile toward the ground, creating massive shockwaves. The impact triggers a huge explosion that engulfs part of the street. Shocked civilians watch as the ground cracks and buckles from the blast. Han Do-ryung shields a group of students as debris and shockwaves surge around them. He sprints toward burning cars, using his power to push one away from nearby people. The explosion's light reflects in his eye as he braces himself. His landing sends out heavy footfalls and shockwaves through the pavement. People stare at Han Do-ryung standing in front of the wrecked, smoking cars. He looks stunned by the destruction he has just caused. Han Do-ryung surveys the burning building and ruined cars, realizing the scale of the damage. Cracked pavement near the crater starts shifting ominously. The smashed fake Black Dog lies bleeding amidst the broken ground. Yu-dai approaches the downed enemy, impressed he might still be alive. When asked if the enemy survived, Yu-dai casually answers that of course he did. He looks at the unconscious foe and concludes that even this beating was not enough punishment. The rubble shifts again beside the fallen Black Dog copy. Yu-dai looks down in surprise as something moves in the debris. A smoke grenade labeled M18 rolls from the enemy's hand onto the ground. Thick smoke gushes out, engulfing the alleyway around Yu-dai. Yu-dai peers through the swirling smoke, trying to see what is happening. As the smoke clears around the crater, Yu-dai sees only the hole and scattered rubble. Elsewhere, people run and shout directions, guiding others to safety. Some evacuees run past Yu-dai, staring at him warily amid the destruction. A small crowd gathers behind Yu-dai, watching his massive back as he faces the ruined site. An older woman among them nervously insists there is no mistake about who he is. She declares to the others that the terrifying figure ahead is none other than Yu-dai. The crowd panics, shouting that Yu-dai has appeared and that they must flee. Nearby officers and civilians also react nervously to the news that Yu-dai is present. Han Do-ryung stares, murmuring Yu-dai's name in disbelief. He connects the dots, realizing his own teacher is actually the infamous Yu-dai. Memories flood back of Yu-dai once saving him from falling rubble, which he can hardly believe. Han Do-ryung recalls that this fearsome person is the teacher who once rescued him. Later, Director Choi approaches Han Do-ryung's dorm at night, where a student spots him arriving. Inside, people panic that Han Do-ryung is walking toward Yu-dai because it is too dangerous. Yu-dai stands with his back turned as Han Do-ryung calls out to his teacher. Han Do-ryung slams his fist into the ground beside Yu-dai, revealing his anger and power. He then looks up, sensing a distant roar or disturbance in the sky. The scene shifts to the Jupiter building complex under the night sky. In a back alley, the real Black Dog staggers away, hiding from pursuit. Leaning against a wall, Black Dog starts to tremble and cough. Her mask shifts as she struggles to breathe, the sound of her labored gasps echoing. A narration states that Black Dog has finally been located. A heavily armed tactical officer aims a rifle, preparing to engage Black Dog. Commanders order the squad to shoot her on sight as they surround the alley. One officer raises his rifle behind Black Dog, closing in from just meters away. The squad quickly swings their rifles into firing position. Black Dog suddenly moves, grabbing the nearest officer by the chest. A commander orders everyone to aim at Black Dog as weapons track her. The next command is to open fire, and gunshots ring out through the alley. A body falls, showing that someone has been hit. Several officers lie on the ground bleeding, victims of the chaotic firefight. Black Dog walks away from the alley, leaving the downed officers behind. Breathing heavily inside the mask, she presses on despite her injuries. A flashback shows her as a cheerful little girl playing in a sandbox. Another memory shows her as a schoolgirl, looking back with a troubled expression. Back in the present, she clutches her hood in pain or frustration. From somewhere in the city, she murmurs Park Rose's name. News reports and headlines explode with coverage of Yu Dai's destructive reappearance downtown. Other articles criticize the special police and reveal that Black Dog has escaped again. That night, Director Choi demands to know why he was summoned so late. Yu Dai, in loungewear, grumbles that it is his sleeping time as he faces his superior. Choi holds up a broken suppression choker and asks Yu Dai about it. He then asks if Yu Dai has ever seen such a device before. The researcher Byun Gyeoke recognizes the choker and reacts in shock. She panics over how the choker could have been removed, noting they have already recovered 2 of them. Choi explains that one came from a man transformed into a monster, and the other from when Rose's powers were sealed. He recalls that the second choker had been used specifically to suppress special abilities like Rose's. Byun nervously asks why he is telling her this, while he presses for answers. Choi reminds her she leads the special ability research team, and must explain what the choker is for. He adds that a captured monster admitted something important during Han Doryung's earlier case. In flashback, a hulking monster boasts that thanks to Dr. B they no longer lose to Han Doryung. The monster declares that Dr. B has essentially reborn them with new power. Byun's eyes widen as she hears this incriminating implication. When Choi questions her, she explodes, asking if he suspects her, while he says he has no choice. Choi states he hopes the mysterious Dr. B is not actually Byun Gyeoke herself. He watches her silently, clearly harboring doubts. Byun freaks out, protesting loudly that she is not involved as he addresses her calmly. Choi reminds her of their agreement to follow her instructions and share ability data only if it benefits them, then demands she explain the choker's purpose. Holding up the broken choker like evidence, he pointedly asks what it is really used for. Offended, Byun marches toward him with her cane, calling him a bastard for going too far. She accuses him of threatening her, while he begs her to calm down. She slips and falls dramatically even though Choi barely moves, leaving him baffled. Startled, he is told to look at his bare hand, which still holds the dangerous choker pieces. Byun screams for him to put away his cursed hand as he apologizes for taking off his gloves. She rants that people with special abilities cannot be trusted at all. Choi counters that she likewise should not abuse her own influence over others. She abruptly changes tone, weeping that a weak, ordinary person like her cannot sleep peacefully. She argues that if someone like her is anxious, that alone justifies her concerns about Yu Dai. Choi finally shouts that Yu Dai is alive, voicing the fear both of them share. He notes that no one clearly saw the figure, but Byun furiously insists it was definitely Yu Dai. She orders Choi to capture both Black Dog and Yu Dai, warning they will destroy the special police otherwise. She gives him 1 week to apprehend Black Dog, or she will personally take action. Leaving headquarters, Choi vows aloud that if necessary he will intervene himself. As he walks, he reflects that Rosa is clearly doing everything she can. He recalls Rosa wearing the suppression cuffs yet still working diligently under his command. Additional memories show Rosa shyly reacting to his encouragement, confirming her sincerity. A narration concludes that the right time for decisive action has not yet arrived. Choi thinks about how Black Dog's recent chaos was not Rosa's doing, but he still cannot ignore it, especially with Gyeoke and Diana in the picture. His talking bird asks where they are going as he heads off with a serious expression. Choi answers that he is going to have an important talk with Han Doryung. He assumes Doryung is home at this hour as he approaches the dorm. Just then Doryung exits the building with a bag, brushing past the startled bird. Hiding in the bushes, Choi wonders why he is sneaking around. Watching Doryung walk away, Choi wonders where he is going and notices the large bag. He leaps to the conclusion that Doryung might be running away from home because of the pressure. Choi rejects the thought yet internally fixates on the idea that Doryung cannot handle his burdens. Meanwhile at home, Yu Dai and Rosa prepare for an outing and encourage Seyun about visiting the aquarium. Rosa suddenly checks her phone and reacts to a new message. In their text conversation, she and Seyun arrange to meet outside even though her grandmother is still awake. Glancing at her watch, Rosa laments that she cannot teleport while wearing it. Yu Dai notices her heading out and asks where she is going. Rosa vaguely says she is going to pick up her things, prompting his curiosity. Yu Dai assumes she means retrieving belongings from her friend Shin Sejin and decides to accompany her. Rosa frantically argues that her grandmother is needed elsewhere and should not come along. She insists on going alone, shouting that she will be back soon as she rushes out. Yu-Dai looks after her, sensing something is off. He yells that she should call him if anything happens, repeating the demand emphatically. Turning to leave, he then notices a buzzing phone on the sofa behind him. Realizing it is Rosa's forgotten phone, he sighs over her carelessness. Rosa runs through the streets and spots Doryung waiting ahead with his bag. She calls out his name, drawing his attention as he looks up from his phone. Under the moonlight, she thanks Doryung and says she feels indebted, while he tells her not to think that way. Doryung shyly explains that he is helping her simply because he wants to. Rosa and Han Doryung stand awkwardly in the street, hesitating to part ways. As Rosa says she will leave, Han Doryung nervously grabs the hem of her shirt to stop her. She turns back, startled, and they briefly lock eyes at close distance. Still holding on to her, he shyly leads her down the street while she asks what is going on. Blushing, Han Doryung admits that now the house is empty he feels it is a shame she is leaving. His embarrassed confession is cut short as something shocks him. A muscular older woman with a love shirt stares at them in astonishment. Rosa, eyes wide, also reacts to the sudden appearance. A second older person, with a scarf over his face, looks on in equal shock. The four of them stand facing each other in the street, frozen by the unexpected encounter. A small masked chick-like creature also watches, startled. A caption identifies the production team as Special Ability Headquarters, tying the chick to that organization. Rosa and Han Doryung recognize the woman as Rosa's grandmother, who confirms Han Doryung's name. The scarfed man recognizes Han Doryung and is revealed to be his chairman, surprising everyone. Rosa panics, trying to explain the situation to her furious grandmother. Her grandmother explodes, accusing Rosa of having been at Han Doryung's place. Overwhelmed, the grandmother suddenly clutches herself in pain and starts to collapse. The chairman, horrified, begins to call out a name. He catches the falling woman and screams for Diane. As he begs Diane not to die, Rosa and Han Doryung realize in disbelief that the two elders know each other. The chairman continues wailing Diane's name while holding her limp body in the street. The chick silently hovers nearby, watching the chairman cradle unconscious Diane. The chick suddenly realizes Diane is its mother. Night falls over an apartment building, indicating time has passed and the scene has moved indoors. Rosa and Han Doryung kneel in the living room with their arms raised, being punished. Diane and the chairman sit sternly on the sofa, with the chick perched on the chairman's shoulder. Rosa, exhausted, begins to lower her aching arms. Diane yells at her to keep listening and maintain the punishment, making Rosa jerk her arms back up. The chairman, still angry, says he does not even want to look at Rosa, who sadly calls out to her grandma. Diane protests that the scolding is too harsh, but the chairman shouts her down. Rosa, pouting, complains about being treated this way while Han Doryung watches nervously. She notices Han Doryung subtly loosening his raised arm as if trying to cheat. He quickly corrects his posture, and Rosa also straightens up again. From Diane's perspective, the two kneel side by side, trying to look obedient and innocent. Diane snaps, charging at them with a stick while the chairman restrains her, and the kids scream. The chairman shouts that his warning applies to Diane as well as Rosa and Han Doryung. He scolds Han Doryung for bringing a girl to his house, insisting that men and women should not stay together like that. He says he trusted Han Doryung but now feels disappointed in his immaturity. Han Doryung responds by childishly pouting, which further frustrates the chairman. The chairman berates Rosa for acting like a child herself. Rosa blushes at being called hopeless, then the chairman orders both kids into a separate room. In the room, Rosa shivers with her arms folded, while Han Doryung still keeps one arm raised. Rosa suddenly pricks up her ears, reacting to something Han Doryung says or does. She calls his name, noticing he is frozen in the same posture. Han Doryung awkwardly admits his arms have gone numb, and he cannot lower them. Later, the two sit in chibi form as Rosa massages his stiff arms. In the living room, the chairman begins a serious explanation. Diane tells him that the earlier incident was not Rosa's fault. The chairman calmly replies that he already knows Rosa is not that kind of person. He explains that from what he has observed, Rosa is nothing like the criminal black dog. Diane agrees that the same is true of Han Doryung. She grows thoughtful, considering what else the chairman knows. In the kitchen, Diane asks whether Han Doryung knows Rosa is actually black dog, and the chairman says he is uncertain. Diane worries that if Han Doryung discovers the girl he likes is the criminal he is pursuing, it will devastate him. The chairman, remembering Han Doryung's admiration, realizes how big that shock would be. He is left speechless, sweating as he contemplates the dilemma. Diane confirms this is the first time the chairman has met Han Doryung in person. She comments that Han Doryung seems decent, but the chairman says appearances mean nothing and criticizes his attitude. The chairman reveals this is not his first encounter. He has met Han Doryung before. He abruptly realizes something, confused by his own recollection. He asks Diane when she previously met Han Doryung, suspecting there is more between them. The chairman recalls Han Doryung once telling him he became a special police officer because of Diane. He remembers the young Han Doryung looking up to a mysterious savior. Horrified, the chairman connects the dots and realizes Diane is Han Doryung's lifelong role model. In flashback, A young Han Doryang tells Diane he wants to be a special police officer because an old woman saved him. The chairman later praises Han Doryang's progress, and Han admits he still strives to match that person's strength. Now the chairman panics, imagining how crushed Han Doryang would be if he discovered his idol as the infamous criminal Yu Dai. In the present, the chairman races outside, yelling at Diane for what she is about to do. He chases after her as she stands on a ledge in uniform, staring into the night. Diane, shaken, questions what she has believed in all her life. She thinks back on her entire career, wondering if her faith has been misplaced. The chairman, drenched in sweat, reels from the realization that his protégé's beliefs hinge on this secret. He screams in despair, calling Diane crazy for wanting to reveal the truth. He insists Diane does not really understand Han Doryang. Struggling for words, he says Han Doryang is stubborn and complicated, and accuses Diane of being too harsh on him. The chairman argues that if Han Doryang's illusion about his hero is shattered, his driving sense of duty might collapse, so the truth must be hidden. Over a view of the city, the chairman resolves that Han Doryang must never learn the truth while Rosa and Han Doryang doze together in the bedroom. Rosa, wide awake with Han Doryang asleep on her shoulder, internally freaks out over ending up in such an intimate position. In her imagination, her heart races wildly as she feels mortified but overjoyed. She angrily tells her racing heart to shut up while he continues sleeping against her. She then studies his face, momentarily lost in thought. Seeing how exhausted he looks, she realizes how hard he has been working. She reflects that it is only natural he is tired after what he went through. In her mind, she pictures Han Doryang flying through the city all night arresting criminals. She also recalls him being hounded by reporters all day after the incident. Rosa wonders who the fake black dog responsible for the frame-up really was. A flashback shows the masked imposter declaring a desire to erase the real Black Dog from the world. Rosa remembers that the imposter promised to pin the blame for the incident on Black Dog. She realizes the imposter's plan is gradually ruining Black Dog's already poor reputation. She concludes that, regardless of motives, the crimes committed under Black Dog's name are real and cannot be overlooked. Rosa finally admits aloud that the Black Dog she met yesterday was an imposter. She is shocked at herself for voicing this truth. Startled, Han Doryang wakes and asks how she knows that. He recalls their first encounter, saying that from then on he felt Black Dog was not a bad person. Rosa quietly processes his words, taken aback. In chibi form, she marvels that her awkward note to him back then actually convinced him. Han Doryang asks Rosa what she herself thinks about all of this. Over a cityscape, he wonders aloud what the real Black Dog might be feeling now. Rosa hesitates, conflicted about revealing her true identity. Han Doryang begins to say he thinks something in particular about Black Dog. Rosa, flustered, suggests that maybe Black Dog just wants to become closer to him. Han Doryang looks at her, surprised by this interpretation. He repeats in disbelief that Black Dog caused such a scene just to get close to him, and Rosa awkwardly agrees. The two laugh nervously, with Rosa calling Black Dog weird. Han Doryang rests his head back on her shoulder, growing quiet. Their fingers inch closer together on the floor between them. Rosa, blushing, asks if he meant what he confessed to her earlier. He is flustered as she squeezes his hand, demanding clarification. She asks if he truly meant that he likes her as more than just a fan of his. The scene shifts to an exterior view of the Special Ability Headquarters at night. Inside a lab, a bespectacled scientist looks over his glasses, about to speak. A speech bubble shows him muttering in exasperation. He asks a heavily injured man how he survived being struck by Yu Dai. Yu Dai ignores the question and darkly asks to see the man's arm. The scientist realizes the young man does not recognize Diane's past, and says it is because of his age. While treating him, the scientist scolds him for not knowing such a notorious figure despite having fans himself. Yu Dai, thinking back to what he has heard, repeats that Diane is labeled a criminal. The real Black Dog remembers the imposter asking if he knows about the infamous attack on Special Ability Headquarters decades ago. The imposter specifically references the monster criminal Yu Dai who crashed into HQ 52 years earlier. Back in the lab, the scientist nervously repeats that reputation of Yu Dai as a monstrous criminal. Yu Dai suddenly throws the scientist to the floor, demanding to know why she is being called a criminal. Standing over him, he insists that to him that person was a hero. He emphasizes that Yu Dai saved him, making her his personal hero. Back in the bedroom, Rosa again steels herself to ask if Han Doryang was serious about what he told her. He stammers in confusion as their hands remain entangled. She clarifies that she wants to know if he truly likes her for who she is, not just as his idol. Rosa stares at him nervously, awaiting his answer. The tension builds as she anxiously watches his expression. Han Doryang begins to respond haltingly, clearly flustered. A flashback montage shows how he once intervened to protect her in a crowded street. In the present, their hands slowly separate as Rosa hesitates. At that very moment, Diane peeks through the bedroom door, spying on them. The two teens jolt in shock at being caught. Diane bursts in furiously, swinging her arm as if to smack some sense into them. The next scene shows the chairman and Han Doryang standing outside the apartment door, having been kicked out. As they wait for the elevator, the chairman presses the button and asks if something happened inside. Han Doryang stiffly answers that nothing is wrong. The chairman accepts this, and they ride down in awkward silence. Inside, Diane's voice booms through the living room as she resumes scolding Rosa. She reminds Rosa she insisted her granddaughter could not become a special police officer. Rosa sits on the bed, listening as Diane remarks that she has clearly seen through her grandmother's worries. Diane is left speechless and conflicted by Rosa's determination. Trying to change the mood, Diane awkwardly excuses herself to go peel some oranges. She loudly searches for oranges in the kitchen while Rosa curls up on the bed, still upset. Rosa sits alone, lost in thought. She looks up at a poster of Han Do-ryung in uniform saluting on her wall, remembering her admiration for him. Diane nervously eats orange slices in the hallway, realizing she may have gone too far. When Rosa appears, Diane panics and chokes on her orange. Flustered on the floor, Diane insists she was not eavesdropping on Rosa's private conversation. Instead of arguing, Rosa suddenly hugs her grandmother tightly, overwhelming Diane with emotion. Grandma holds Rosa and looks conflicted. She pats Rosa's back to comfort her. The scene shifts to their living room with the TV off. Grandma tells Rosa that people fall in love easily after seeing someone's cool side. Facing the TV with Rosa, Grandma starts to explain that her life experience gives her a different view. Rosa replies that when you really like someone, it is hard to see anything else. Grandma thinks back, growing pensive. She begins a story, saying that at Rosa's age she had feelings for a man named Choi Gilbei. Someone off-screen shouts in shock at this revelation. We see a younger, slimmer Diana described as she was when Rosa's age. A plane flies toward Korea International Airport, setting the time of the flashback. Young Choi Gilbei appears, introduced as that man from Grandma's story. Narration notes that he looks very different now compared to the past. A nervous rookie policeman approaches Gilbei claiming to be with the Korean police. Gilbei awkwardly answers in broken English, internally baffled by what the cop is saying. Back on the couch, Grandma bluntly says Gilbei used to be incompetent and foolish. In the flashback, the rookie cop races toward Gilbei, trying to stop him. Another officer jealously demands to know who this man with Diana is, though Grandma admits she still liked Gilbei. Gilbei notices the rookie and turns aside. The rookie shyly offers Gilbei a sequined love shirt as a present. Gilbei reflects that despite rejecting most things in life, when the rookie suggests they fight for justice together, Gilbei feels reborn. Returning to the present, Grandma concludes that although her romance ended badly, that is how she understands love. She then warns Rosa not to confuse mere fandom with genuine romantic feelings. Grandma adds that if Rosa truly likes Do-ryung, even ugly sides of him. Images of Do-ryung protecting people show that even his unsightly moments can look admirable. Do-ryung stands surprised after acting heroically. Rosa recalls both his panicked and composed expressions, realizing those sides of him. She thinks of the two of them quietly sitting together at night. Grandma finishes that true affection means not hating any side of the person. Rosa stares down, letting this definition of love sink in. When Grandma moves to declare Rosa ignorant of love, Rosa suddenly thanks her. Grandma is taken aback by Rosa's sudden gratitude. Rosa beams and declares that this proves she truly has feelings for Do-ryung. Grandma freezes in horror at Rosa's certainty. Rosa dashes out, promising to be right back. Grandma rockets after her, determined to stop whatever she is about to do. Outside the apartments that night, Do-ryung and the chairman stroll together. Hearing his name called, Do-ryung turns. Grandma restrains Rosa at the building entrance while she struggles to break free to reach Do-ryung. Despite being held, Rosa shouts her confession that she has liked Do-ryung. She even blurts out the exact duration of her crush, 27 months, shocking the chairman. She adds that she is also Do-ryung's fan. Overlapping memories show people assuming girls just like Han Do-ryung as a celebrity, while Rosa insists she likes him as a person, not only as a special officer. Do-ryung broods over hearing that most girls like him only because of his position. Rosa yells that she likes him simply for who he is. She charges forward again, saying there is still something she has not told him. She almost reveals a final secret before the chairman sprints in to gag her. Grandma scolds Rosa's reckless mouth while the chairman hisses that it is too soon to explain everything. Watching this chaos, Do-ryung is left stunned. After a moment, he smiles warmly. Grandma starts to speak, but Do-ryung shouts back that he likes Rosa too. Rosa, still held, hears his answer and thanks him for telling her. Once freed, she stands trembling and blushing at his confession. The grandparents and Rosa gape as Do-ryung bolts away, overwhelmed. Grandma and the chairman chase after him, yelling for him to stop. While running, Do-ryung glances back, flustered. He turns, waves with a huge grin, and wishes Rosa good night. He calls that he will see her tomorrow while Rosa collapses to her knees in a daze and her grandparents rush to her. Narration marks this as the moment when Rosa is 20 years old. Rosa kneels outside, hands over her mouth, still glowing with joy. The story notes that Park Rosa's one-sided love of 2 years and 3 months has just ended. The scene shifts to a tall corporate building in daylight, indicating a new day. At work, Rosa yawns while a twin-tailed coworker notices her. Walking together, the coworker asks if Rosa could not sleep, and Rosa admits she could not. Rosa's friend observes that despite that, Rosa looks extremely happy. When another colleague asks what is going on, Rosa flusters and says it is nothing. Rosa then notices someone approaching and reacts with surprise. Do-ryung appears in uniform, prompting Rosa to mentally exclaim that it is him. They awkwardly exchange a polite good morning. Rosa is left mentally spiraling after the brief greeting. Later outside, Rosa checks her phone. She receives a message from Doryung warning that the chairman is nearby. On a balcony, the chairman secretly observes Rosa from around a corner. He adjusts his glasses with a knowing gesture, still spying. Rosa realizes Doryung's coldness earlier was only because the chairman was watching. As Doryung walks away, he subtly signals her. With a shy smile, he tells her to meet him on the rooftop. Overhead narration from onlookers insists that Rosa and Doryung must be dating now. Doryung waits alone on the rooftop at sunset. He turns when Rosa calls his name. Rosa approaches nervously in full uniform. She admits she had feared the previous night's confession might have been only a dream. Sitting together, Doryung starts to revisit why he walked past her earlier, and Rosa explains. He confesses he deliberately restrained himself because the chairman was watching. Rosa smiles shyly at this admission. The wind blows across the glowing sky, mirroring their emotions. Both start to speak hesitantly at the same time. They stare at each other, flustered, still unable to get the words out. Overwhelmed, they suddenly spring up and run in opposite directions. The narrative cuts to a bright city street, marking the passage of time. On patrol, officers cough as a dense dust cloud sweeps through. One officer curses that he cannot open his eyes against the dust. A villain made of dust, human dust Kim Minji, taunts them for not wearing masks. Someone shouts Kim Minji's name and prepares to confront her. Rosa watches Doryung and other officers chase the dust villain and senses something odd. She wonders why the street seems strangely quiet beneath the swirling dust. As Minji mocks the blinded officers, narration explains that several escaped prisoners from the fake black dog incident remain at large. Rosa notes that until those criminals are caught, citizens will stay anxious, while colleagues wrestle Minji under a sheet. She reflects that the fake black dog caused chaos, yet the chairman has said nothing, wondering if this is her last chance to prove herself. Rosa decides she must not fall outside the chairman's notice now, just as Doryung comes to support her. She thinks she should obey the chairman carefully while Doryung peers worriedly into her face. Rosa resolves to pretend she does not like Doryung, even as he gently brushes dust from her hair. She blushes hard, startled by his closeness. Doryung innocently explains that a bit of dust was stuck in her hair. Rosa gazes up at the clear sky, realizing how impossible it is for her to stop liking him. Her thoughts explode that there is simply no way she could not like him. Night falls again over the apartment complex. Rosa sneaks into the house, trying not to be noticed. Her grandma snores loudly on the sofa in front of the TV. Believing the coast clear, Rosa tiptoes toward her room with her shoes in hand. She suddenly senses that grandma is actually still awake and listening. Rosa later curls up on her bed crying in chibi form. She mutters to herself that she failed at pretending indifference. Doryung's reassuring voice on the phone tells her they can just see how things go tomorrow. He adds that from what he saw today, she seems closer to his colleague Jungi. Rosa, flustered but happy, explains that Jungi mentors her every day. She admits she was supposed to take the initiative earlier, while he tells her not to overexert herself. His jealousy shows as he warns her not to get too close to his Hyung. He insists that she should be the one closest to him. Rosa stammers but promises cheerfully not to worry him. Doryung chants to himself that Officer Jungi is just his friend. Hearing Rosa gush more about Jungi, Doryung thinks that is not what he meant and feels guilty about his jealousy. An awkward syllable escapes him as he listens. He suddenly remembers something. Rosa recalls telling Jungi and another officer over drinks that she has never really had friends. In that memory, she explains that her shyness since childhood kept her from making friends. On the phone now, Doryung gently asks if she plans to make any friends besides Woo-sub. Rosa hesitates and starts to answer. She admits she is afraid to approach people who do not know her. Doryung listens quietly, concerned. She remembers saying she only had one friend back in elementary school. She tells how grandma ordered her to stop seeing that friend. Doryung suggests reconnecting with that old friend, making Rosa think of Jeannie. When he asks if Jeannie is a girl, Rosa casually replies that he is actually a boy, which stuns Doryung into silence. Doryung asks what kind of friend Jeannie was, and Rosa begins to describe him. She prefaces her answer by saying Jeannie was. Rosa bluntly states that Jeannie had a crush on her grandma, and probably liked her too. Doryung reacts with visible jealousy at hearing that this boy liked her. Rosa adds there is more. She sits by the window, preparing to explain the rest. Doryung waits nervously with his phone, sensing something serious. Rosa's memory shifts to a bloody schoolyard scene where a child with a brick has hurt others. The flashback shows the boy raising the bloody brick in a dark, violent moment. On the line, Doryung calls her name in worry. Rosa sits rigid with terror as that horrific memory resurfaces. A close-up shows her going quiet, signaling that she is about to reveal a dark truth. The chapter ends on an ominous image of a man changing into a blue uniform in a shadowy place. He finishes putting on the special officer uniform, hinting that this mysterious man is connected to Rosa's past. A new male officer calmly straightens his uniform, radiating a faintly ominous aura. On the phone, Rosa reacts in shock and fear to what she hears. Rosa, eyes wide, stammers in confusion. Her colleague asks what is wrong, but she hurriedly insists nothing is the matter. Rosa abruptly ends the call, pretending she just needs to go to sleep. Rosa's muscular grandmother lounges on the couch, lost in thought. The grandmother's expression grows serious as she remembers something. She recalls the rubble of the destroyed prison where Black Dog appeared. In her memory, she runs toward the chaos, calling out for her grandma. Back in the present, the grandmother wonders if the intruder was Jeannie. She questions why Jeannie had been wearing Black Dog's outfit. She wonders if Rosa already knows Black Dog was Jeannie. Deciding Rosa does not know, she reasons Jeannie would not be injured otherwise. She suddenly realizes she has forgotten an important lesson from the past. She remembers training young Jeannie in the village yard. She reminds the boy he wanted to become as strong as she is. She teaches that true strength does not come from special abilities. She explains that power comes from one's spirit, impressing the boy. Repeating the idea, she emphasizes the importance of spirit. The memory shifts to the mountains where their training continued. She tells Jeannie that with strong spirit he can do anything, and he agrees. She orders him to keep striking a rock face until it breaks, and he obeys. Later, she sits by an injured Jeannie in the hospital, peeling fruit for him. Jeannie sadly wonders why he was born without powers, and she insists spirit is enough. He lies there tearful, feeling powerless. A young Rosa peeks nervously into Jeannie's hospital room. Seeing her, Jeannie brightens and smiles with excitement. The breeze blows through the open hospital window. Rosa quietly watches Jeannie from beside his bed, deep in thought. She looks at his bandaged arm and thinks his injury must be painful. Jeannie insists to Rosa that his arm does not hurt at all, while Grandma calls that a lie. Trying to change the subject, Rosa tells Jeannie that school was fun. She admits school is also frustrating, prompting him to ask why. Rosa confesses that her classmates bully her. She suddenly reacts to someone approaching. Jeannie leans toward her and asks who has been bullying her. Determined, he calmly repeats his question about who hurt her. The scene shifts to Rosa's school on a clear day. Two boys approach Rosa on the playground, planning to harass her. One calls out Rosa's name as she walks home. A boy roughly grabs her ponytail, making her cry out. As they pull her hair and mock her style, Rosa struggles and tells them to stop. Rosa threatens to report them to her grandmother. The bullies only grin, unconcerned by her threat. Their expressions change when someone else suddenly intervenes. Jeannie appears, towering over them, forcing the bullies to freeze. Rosa, knocked to the ground, looks up in surprise at her rescuer. Horrified, she sees Jeannie about to react violently. Rosa screams for him not to do it. Jeannie, in a dark rage, raises a bloody brick as if to strike. Back in the present, Rosa wakes up sweating after reliving that memory. The next day, the exterior of the Special Police Headquarters is shown. Inside, the chairman is called upon by a veteran officer. The chairman addresses Han Doryung by name. He explains that, as usual, they must soon move to arrest Black Dog. He states they have only 5 days left to capture Black Dog. Han Doryung warns that failure will draw interference from the Special Research Institute. He recalls the institute's head giving the chairman only a week before stepping in. Han Doryung listens tensely to this reminder. He asks the chairman what exactly is worrying him. The chairman insists they will of course arrest Black Dog. He hesitates nervously, struggling to say what else is on his mind. Looking at a potted plant for courage, he begins to add a caveat. He blurts out that Black Dog might not actually be a bad person. He stiffens as his small bird reacts, realizing what he has just admitted. Han Doryung asks if this means they will not treat Black Dog as a criminal. Remembering Rosa's devotion to justice, the chairman falters as he responds. Han Doryung argues that no matter the intentions, harming people is never acceptable. The chairman agrees in principle but points out the complexity of judging such crimes. Overwhelmed, he thinks to himself that he is in serious trouble. Han Doryung concludes that the Black Dog who destroyed the prison must be arrested. He firmly reiterates that the prison-breaking Black Dog has to be captured. The chairman is left speechless at this unwavering stance. Han Doryung adds that he already knows Black Dog's approximate height and voice. He says that once fingerprints and background checks are done, identifying Black Dog will be easy. The chairman is stunned. The chairman gives a weary laugh, resigned to how far events have progressed. The two stand facing each other, tension hanging in the air. A countdown graphic announces 5 days remaining until Black Dog's arrest deadline. Later, Han Doryung begins introducing someone important to the team. The chairman presents a new recruit brought in specifically to help arrest Black Dog and asks the squad to guide him. The newcomer greets everyone politely. Rosa looks at him, unsettled and sweating. The tall man introduces himself as Young Jin. Another officer excitedly asks if everyone has heard the latest news. She explains they must arrest Black Dog within 4 days now. The others confirm they already know this, surprising her. Rosa overreacts in shock, which the others find amusing. They gossip that if Black Dog is not caught, the fearsome Grandma Geik from the institute will step in. One girl naively comments that the granny seems weak, downplaying the threat. She wonders aloud how that old woman could interfere at all. Realizing what she has said, she freezes in fear. Her teammate doubts the institute can actually do anything. Outraged, the blue-haired girl yells at her teammate to watch her mouth. Their commander walks up, scolding them for goofing off during work. He says it is convenient that everyone is present for his announcement. Han Doryung once again begins the formal introduction of the new recruit. The chairman repeats that this is the special newbie assigned to help capture Black Dog, and wants him trained. Rosa stares at Young Jin, still rattled by their earlier encounter. Young Jin calmly repeats his name to her. Two of Rosa's teammates watch this interaction in stunned silence. They shuffle nervously as the awkward mood lingers. Grandma Geik storms in, yelling that the chairman promised her 5 days. When Han Dorian complains about interference, she claims she is only expanding their reinforcements. She cuts off his objections, saying he should have worked harder to catch Black Dog from the start. She scolds Han Dorian directly for his earlier failures. Young Jin teases Rosa, asking if she dislikes the new recruit. He reminds Han Dorian that Rosa was allowed onto the team, so he brought in someone he wanted as well. Han Dorian protests that his recruit was formally approved by the chairman. He walks off with another officer, clearly frustrated. Han Dorian glances back, still uneasy about Young Jin. Grandma Geik bows slightly and apologizes to the group for the commotion. Young Jin leaves down the hallway while the others watch him go. Rosa stares after him, confused and nervous. She calls out to stop him as he is walking away. Catching up, she asks if he is Genie from her childhood. Young Jin turns, his expression unreadable. He asks playfully if she actually remembers who he is. Relieved, he says he is glad she recognizes him. Taking her hand, he confirms she is Officer Park Rosa. Rosa's eyes widen as an ominous feeling surges through her. Young Jin enthusiastically declares that he is a fan of hers. Rosa is left speechless, sweating from unease. The scene shifts to a city street in front of several businesses. A criminal named Lee Du rants that he will kill everyone who ignores him, showing off his abnormally strong biceps. Another villain, Ji Gaehee, suggests playing rock-paper-scissors with victims' lives at stake. A caption reveals Ji Gaehee's ability forces opponents to always throw scissors and rock-paper-scissors. During patrol, Se sits in a police car commenting that something about the current situation feels strange. At the crime scene, Young Jin effortlessly intercepts Lee Du's charging punch. Rosa, shaken from her thoughts, thanks Young Jin for protecting her, and he notes she was spacing out. Smiling as he walks away, Young Jin leaves a strong impression on her. Rosa, flustered by his strength, wonders aloud why he is so tough. Lee Du panics and decides to flee in search of an easier target. Another officer quickly captures him and drags him back, remarking on his speed. Their teammate approaches and asks if they have also finished handling their suspect. Someone off-screen exclaims in disbelief that the arrests are already over. The squad leader credits Se for doing most of the work, while Se modestly denies it. Se explains she simply used her special gadget called WSD. Other officers deal with the aftermath of the operation around the ambulances. Young Jin turns when someone calls to him. Se suddenly asks her senior partner what Young Jin's special ability is. She reminds her that as a special officer she must have one and presses for an answer. Young Jin cheerfully states that his power is plain super strength. Se reacts in shock to hearing his ability is super strength. Another teammate realizes that is the same type of power attributed to Black Dog. Rosa panics internally, thinking that super strength is also her own ability. She hurriedly convinces herself that Young Jin's strength is really Black Dog's power, while hers is only high movement speed. Se sidles up behind her partner, clearly scheming something. She whispers her suspicions to the partner, while eyeing Young Jin. Se marches up to Young Jin, ready to confront him. She bluntly asks if he is Black Dog, and he calmly denies it. Young Jin refuses a request, is accused of fearing someone, and calls the others interesting. Park Rosa and Young Jin head toward their patrol car. A superior stops Rosa and formally calls out Officer Park Rosa. Young Jin notes Rosa has seemed uncomfortable and asks if he did something wrong. Rosa looks back at him uneasily beside the police car. She hesitantly starts to explain how she feels. Time shifts to a bright day in the city. Rosa stiffens as Young Jin suddenly turns toward her. Young Jin wonders aloud if he really resembles someone she knows. Rosa admits he looks a bit different but has the same name, finding it remarkable. Rosa realizes she only saw him from afar before and had mistaken him for someone else. She reminds Young Jin that she is his fan. Young Jin smiles and asks if that arrangement between them is really okay. Rosa blushes as she processes his question. She enthusiastically agrees that it is fine. Young Jin opens the car door for her, acting gentlemanly. He then watches her with a faint, unreadable smile. Elsewhere, Han Dorian perches on a rooftop in uniform. Later, he buys a drink from a vending machine in the station. Dorian thinks about his 3-day deadline to catch the criminal Black Dog. He reassures himself that searching methodically from the last sighting will let him meet the deadline. He notes there is another issue complicating things. Rosa and Young Jin enter the vending area, casually arguing over how formally to speak. Dorian, still nervous, wonders if relaxing his speech so soon might be rude. Rosa spots Dorian and runs to him, happily calling his name. Dorian awkwardly returns her greeting, praising her work that day. Another officer remarks they arrived together, and Rosa proudly says Young Jin asked to be her friend, making Dorian crush his can. A colleague calls Rosa away, asking her to come over briefly. Rosa rushes off, promising the others she will be right back. Left alone, Dorian and Young Jin stand side by side, waving stiffly after her. Their smiles fade to awkward silence once she is gone. A tense mood falls between them as Young Jin averts his gaze. Dorian sighs in frustration. He decides that although he dislikes that Young Jin was brought in, he, Han Dorian, will stay fair. Kneeling by the machine, he vows not to let his bias or prejudice influence his actions. Dorian offers Young Jin a canned drink, apologizing for not greeting him properly earlier. As he introduces himself, Jin brusquely brushes past him with a curt reply. Do-ryung stares at the rejected drink, stunned. He watches Jin walk away, still shocked. Recognizing Jin's voice, he suddenly feels something is off. He studies Jin's back suspiciously as the man walks off. Night falls and the full moon rises. A quiet playground under the night sky sets the new scene. Do-ryung, now in casual clothes, nervously brings up a topic. He asks Rosa what she thinks about the new guy, Jin. Sitting with him on a bench, Rosa asks if Do-ryung finds Jin strange. Rosa looks over, curious about his concern. Do-ryung presses her to explain what she means. He asks whether Jin made her uncomfortable that morning, and she hesitates. Rosa instead asks if he remembers the childhood friend she once mentioned. In flashback, Rosa stands in uniform, recalling that conversation. She had told Jin she was shocked the new officer shared that friend's name. Rosa muses that Jin's face also seems similar to that friend's, though she is unsure. She then laughs that despite the similarities he is clearly a different person, finding it fascinating. Do-ryung, troubled, asks her what is going on. A disembodied voice asks if she plans to keep getting close to Jin, and why. Do-ryung concludes grimly in his thoughts that Jin is dangerous. He recalls first hearing Jin's voice at the vending machines. That memory blends with a past confrontation where the villain Black Dog spoke similarly. Do-ryung pictures Jin overlaid with Black Dog, drawing a sinister connection. He remembers Jin was personally brought in by the Institute head, and wonders what that implies. Leaning on Rosa's shoulder, Do-ryung admits he just wants Jin far away from her. Rosa blushes, pondering his words while he rests against her. Do-ryung weakly insists he does not believe Jin is actually a bad person, conflicted. Overwhelmed, he suddenly collapses against Rosa in embarrassment. Rosa panics and asks what is wrong as he mumbles that life feels hard. Her exaggerated reaction shows how shocked she is by his dramatic complaint. Flustered, Do-ryung backtracks, and Rosa worriedly asks if he is overworked and how she can help. She even wonders aloud if she should arrest more criminals for him, or otherwise support him. The next day, the busy street where they work is shown. Excited fans chant for Park Rosa, waving a banner shipping her with someone named Sarung. Another group chants for Han Do-ryung, waving his name on a banner. Surrounded by fans, Do-ryung and Rosa thank them and interact, Rosa even giving fist bumps. Watching nearby, their colleague comments that the pair's fanbases are always intense. She notes that this fame probably comes from their viral channel, which now has 1 million subscribers. Jin stands by the patrol van in silence, observing the excited crowd. Among the fans, a man with glasses and a rifle slung on his back edges toward Rosa. Jin watches the scene calmly, arms crossed. As Rosa greets fans, someone calls out to Officer Rosa from behind. Jin appears close behind her, inviting her to leave with him after work. Do-ryung, elsewhere on duty, sharply notices Jin with her. Put on the spot, Rosa hesitates to answer. Her phone vibrates with a message from Do-ryung saying only one thing. More urgent texts from him pile up, repeatedly telling her not to go, ever. Rosa bows deeply to Jin and apologetically declines his invitation. Jin accepts her refusal with a neutral expression, saying there is nothing to be done. Rosa hurriedly explains that it is too dangerous to be out at night. The scene shifts to a quiet residential street at dusk. Rosa questions why Do-ryung will not bring her along on a dangerous mission. He replies in thought that even with her healing power, their enemies would still kill her. Rosa walks home alone, thinking that his answer is still no. Hearing something, she turns sharply. She whirls around, ready to fight, but instead sees a familiar fan. Do-ryung's concern echoes in her head as she stiffens. He notices her dropped phone, its screen now shattered. Rosa suddenly remembers the contract she signed regarding Do-ryung's missions. She shouts at the fan that the contract says there is still plenty of time left, while he stammers. Grabbing him by the collar, she triggers her ability, causing pain and a warning of power activation. The terrified fan breaks free and runs, shouting for her to let go. Rosa demands to know how he could betray her after everything. He insists he even brought a carefully wrapped present, revealing it as a picture of himself. Rosa coldly declares that he is now a criminal misusing a special ability. He protests that she is treating a normal person like a villain instead of real criminals. He angrily brandishes his rifle and charges, asking if this is her true character. Pointing the gun, he cries that their commander is disappointed in Park Rosa, identifying himself as Jang Jungdi. Rosa realizes in horror that he is pointing a gun at her. She is stunned that anyone would fire a gun here in Korea as a shot rings out. Jin appears and seizes the weapon as the fan fires. The bullet hits Jin in the chest as he shields Rosa. Jang Jungdi stares in shock at what he has done. He then screams in despair over his precious military spec K-14 gun being damaged. Jin towers over him, having snapped the weapon. Rosa rushes up, and Jin calmly notes that thankfully the gun was only a replica. He turns his back, hiding his true condition from her. Jang Jungdi suddenly recognizes Jin and yells at him. He accuses Jin of being the guy who keeps bothering Park Rosa. Jin responds by violently punching him mid-rant. Grabbing him by the collar, Jin demands how he dares pressure Rosa. Elsewhere, Do-ryung hears Rosa scream over the phone and panics. He shouts into the phone asking what happened to her. The call disconnects, leaving him staring at the screen in alarm. He snatches up his jacket and sprints out. Do-ryung runs full speed through the corridors and out of the building. Back on the street, Rosa again calls timidly to Officer Young and hears him repeat it was only a fake gun. She wonders anxiously what might have happened if the gun had been real. Young Jin keeps his back turned, not answering that question. Jang Jungdi tries to protest that Young Jin is on Rosa's side, but Young Jin cuts him off with another blow. Young Jin berates him for daring to point a gun at Rosa at all. Rosa's eyes glow red as something inside her awakens. She remembers a past traumatic incident involving a shadowed figure grabbing someone. Snapping, Rosa launches a brutal kick at Jang Jungdi while Young Jin stands behind her. Young Jin addresses her as Officer Park, but she coldly tells Jang Jungdi to go. Facing the cowering fan, she orders him to leave and warns him sternly. Rosa threatens that if he does anything like this again she will arrest him for real, and he frantically agrees. Screaming, Jang Jungdi flees the scene. Rosa and Young Jin stand quietly together, watching him run off. From behind, she asks Young Jin why he allowed the man to leave so easily. Rosa gazes at the sunset, still conflicted. She turns to Young Jin and begins to say that if things had gone differently. She imagines that if the gun had been real, the outcome could have been terrible. Young Jin looks away, troubled by that thought. Rosa apologizes, admitting her reaction and power use went too far. She explains she was simply afraid he might get hurt and feels she was right to intervene. She then reassures him by saying this caring, reckless behavior is the Young Jin she knows. Remembering taking the bullet, Young Jin is shaken by her words. He stammers, asking why she lied about not being able to go with him. Rosa steps closer and says frankly that his self-sacrifice scared her. She insists she is not wrong to feel that way. Meanwhile, Do-ryung keeps running through the streets, desperate to reach her. He slows, looking ahead anxiously, still searching for signs that Rosa is safe. Rosa confronts him for supposedly lying about having no special ability, and he explains he awakened late like her. Remembering a past attack, he vows the previous tragedy will never be repeated. Officer Young, deeply guilty, apologizes to Rosa. Rosa silently faces him, surprised and tense. Young insists he only ever wanted to protect her. As he speaks to Rosa, someone else approaches from behind. Han Do-ryung arrives, shocked by what he sees between them. Young grabs Rosa's face, startling her. He calls Rosa's name, holding her close. Young remarks that Han Do-ryung is always late. Young claims Han can't protect her, and begins to justify himself. He reveals that he knows Rosa is Black Dog. Do-ryung recognizes Officer Young from afar and grows alarmed. He worries Rosa might be in danger. He decides he needs authorization to use his ability. Realizing he likely won't get permission to act against the special officer, he prepares to break the rules and accept punishment. Young tells Rosa he has been watching over her for a long time, even when she was unaware. He says it doesn't matter to him whether she is Black Dog or not, because she is still Park Rosa. Rosa thinks that unlike Young, Han Do-ryung is not okay with Black Dog. Young looks calmly determined in front of her. When Rosa questions whether he is really the right person for her, Young asks if she needs proof. He leans in and says he will only tell her one important thing. Do-ryung steels himself, ready to intervene. Young pulls Rosa into an embrace. Do-ryung, starting to activate his ability, hesitates as he witnesses this. Rosa watches Young's back as he walks away, and Do-ryung realizes the officer is leaving. Do-ryung runs up calling Rosa's name. He impulsively hugs Rosa tightly. He blurts out that he was worried about her and asks if she is hurt. Rosa, stunned in his arms, silently processes his concern. Do-ryung calls to her again when she doesn't respond. Rosa clings to him, returning the embrace. Do-ryung blushes and says he now understands why she had previously brought him home. He links her actions to the day Black Dog first appeared. Rosa recalls telling him then that she was afraid he would be injured. In that memory, she urged him to go home. In the present, she quietly asks him not to get hurt. Do-ryung smiles softly in response. He tells her she is healing him rather than harming him, so she need not worry. He suggests they secretly hang out together the next day. Elsewhere, a crazed scientist exults that her project is finished. Startling her colleagues, she giggles ominously as they ask what is going on. She explains she has stored Yu Dai's genetic data, though only partially thanks to Yu Dai's interference. She shows a black choker created from police DNA and other gene samples. She says the missing component needed to complete it is Black Dog, Park Rosa's genetic information. She muses that if she remodels the special police watch with a dangerous new formula, something drastic will happen. She finishes a modified watch, calling it Shackles for the special police. She demands to know where Han Do-ryung is and is told he is on his way. Another superior orders the staff to release a public statement. They are told to reassure citizens by announcing that Black Dog's arrest is imminent. The scientist comments that this will ensure many people are out on the streets. Do-ryung arrives at the lab, answering the call for additional testing. He apologizes for coming in a rush when summoned for a test, and she says it is fine. Her workstation is ready, with laptop and documents prepared. She abruptly orders Do-ryung to remove his current watch. She also makes him take off his hat, telling him he is too self-conscious. She straps the new watch onto his wrist, claiming she must check that it works. She tells him not to think of this as just a test because, as a representative of the special police, he needs to help. Do-ryung looks down uneasily at the device on his arm. The scientist hesitates for a moment, about to reveal more. Dorian apologizes for the delay in catching Black Dog but promises to narrow the investigation. She brushes off his apology, saying everyone knows he works hard. She praises Dorian as righteous. Embarrassed, he thanks her. She cheerfully sends him away, telling him to report any problems with the watch. After he leaves, an assistant asks what the new watch actually does. Smiling proudly, the scientist calls it her ultimate creation. That evening, people crowd a busy shopping street. Dorian walks through the crowd, thinking the device functions outwardly like a normal watch. He spots Rosa waiting and lights up happily. Rosa stands on the street, unaware of what is about to happen. The scientist's voiceover states that she can alter the watch's function whenever she wishes. She remotely activates the device on Dorian's wrist. Dorian's body is suddenly engulfed in a red glow as the watch takes control. Rosa recognizes Han Dorian among the crowd and is excited to see him. Admirers call out to Dorian and ask for photos, treating him like a celebrity. Rosa blushes, delighted just to look at him. Two bystanders comment that it is their first time seeing him up close. One of them notes that something about Dorian now seems off. Jung watches the city from a rooftop, recalling the warning he gave Rosa. His voice narrates that he will reveal something important to her. He says the true goal of Special Police Headquarters. Rosa remembers standing with Jung as he spoke. He confided that the organization aims to eliminate all people with special abilities. Back on the street, Dorian raises his hand toward civilians under the watch's control. Narration says that this plan is now beginning. Jung's sinister smile overlays the memory of that confession. The narration finishes that it begins with Han Dorian, as he unleashes a glowing blast from his hand. The energy swells violently in his palm. The blast fires down the crowded street, sending people scrambling. Rosa senses the surge of light and turns sharply. A nearby storefront explodes from the impact. Terrified citizens run away screaming as more blasts fire. Rosa stands amid the chaos, shocked by what Dorian is doing. With blood on her face, she thinks something about this situation feels wrong. She concludes that something is definitely off with Dorian. Her eyes widen in horror as she realizes the implication. She flashes back again to Jung holding her and warning her. Watching Dorian's attack, she wonders if this is exactly what Jean had warned her about. Fearing Dorian will be treated as a criminal, she races toward him. Rosa grabs his hand mid-blast, pleading with him to stop. Dorian, still under the watch's influence, stares blankly with glowing eyes. In the control room, the scientist is momentarily speechless. An assistant reports that Park Rosa is near Dorian, which the scientist has already noticed. Over the speakers she orders Dorian to stay away from Park Rosa. On the street, Dorian's power flares and he abruptly dashes away from her. Rosa calls after him in panic, and onlookers shout that the famous Park Rosa is here. The crowd realizes she has stopped Dorian's attack and wonders if she came to save them, questioning Dorian's intent. Rosa stands stunned as everyone stares at her. She worries that if she intervenes too much, people will misunderstand Dorian. Unsure how to help without condemning him, she asks herself what she should do. Her eyes harden as she makes a decision. Observers in the control room see a streak of light vanish from their monitors. Rosa races back home at inhuman speed. She heads straight for her room and the band-like device on her wrist. She rips the supposed suppressor off with sheer force. Determined, she stands with the broken restraint in her hand. She hears someone moving beyond her door. Her shadow shows her bracing herself as she finishes changing. Rosa emerges in full Black Dog combat gear. She puts on a gas mask, fully assuming her vigilante identity. Meanwhile, pedestrians continue their normal night elsewhere in the city. Below one street tree, Rosa as Black Dog hides, waiting. Dorian, propelled by his power, soars above the cityscape like a shooting star. People below gape as they see him glowing in the sky. Jean and another friend shield their eyes from the intense light overhead. One friend looks up in shock at the incredible display. Dorian crashes down the side of a skyscraper toward the ground. The impact detonates into a massive explosion on the building. Nearby witnesses tremble and ask what just happened. Black Dog approaches the cowering onlookers, and they hear a familiar, threatening voice. Clapping sarcastically, she praises Dorian's strength from afar. The two witnesses scream in terror at her sudden appearance. She decides to tolerate them for now and turns her attention back to Dorian. She watches Dorian blast away from the site, surprised by his sudden movement. Swearing she will not sit idle, Black Dog launches herself after him. The two witnesses remark that her voice sounds strangely familiar to them. Dorian rockets upward again, his whole body radiating golden power. Someone shouts his name from behind, catching his attention. In midair, Dorian turns, only to have Black Dog suddenly appear and rush him. She reaches out, declaring she came to stop him. Black Dog is blasted backward by his power and cries out in surprise. Her mask goes flying from the force of the hit. Dorian's energy beam smashes through the building, drilling a tunnel straight through. The same beam punches an enormous hole down into the facility below. People in the underground structure stare in shock at the smoking tunnel Dorian has created. Black Dog's limp body lies at the bottom of the crater as suited officials gather around. They recognize the fallen figure as Black Dog, wonder where she came from, and question whether she is dead while she groans in pain. Bruised inside the mask, she wonders in disbelief if Dorian was always this strong and feels humiliated. Han Dorian steps through the tunnel into the facility, leaving everyone stunned as they realize he is the one who did this. As onlookers shout for Black Dog's capture and praise Han Do-ryung, the masked Black Dog faces him. Han Do-ryung emits a glowing power from his hand toward the fallen Black Dog. He seizes Black Dog's wrist with resolve. Han Do-ryung restrains Black Dog in front of the shocked crowd. Black Dog wonders how to snap Han Do-ryung out of his state. She steels herself, revealing a glowing red eye. Noting all the witnesses, Black Dog moves away with concern. Han Do-ryung, hand glowing again, prepares to act. His power surges toward the nearby office workers. Black Dog reacts in alarm to what he is about to do. She tackles Han Do-ryung through the window, yelling to stop. The two plunge together from the high-rise building. Bystanders gasp as they see them falling. Some of the office workers cheer, believing Han Do-ryung is winning. Han Do-ryung and Black Dog tumble down the side of the skyscraper. She grabs his collar mid-air and shouts his name. Black Dog yells at Han Do-ryung, demanding if he wants to die like this. Realizing he is unresponsive, she thinks she misjudged and that he cannot hear her. Park Rosa internally laments that she does not want to do what comes next. She concludes that the only option left is drastic action, while still holding his throat. Black Dog pulls off her mask, revealing Park Rosa. Rosa, eyes blazing, apologizes to Do-ryung in her thoughts. As they near the ground, Rosa cries Han Do-ryung's name in panic. She slams him into a building wall, urging him to snap out of it. The impact leaves Han Do-ryung dazed and bleeding. A vertical shockwave from their crash tears through the streets below. Han Do-ryung hits the plaza hard, shattering the pavement. The special bracelet on his wrist breaks from the fall. He lies unconscious in a crater while bystanders gather around, stunned. Black Dog lands near him as people react in shock. One witness can only stammer in horror. Onlookers exclaim that Black Dog has finally defeated Han Do-ryung, repeating the claim excitedly. The panting Black Dog stands over the scene, shaken. Han Do-ryung lies battered and unconscious on the ground. A tall man approaches the scene as Rosa stands beside Do-ryung. Rosa watches the newcomer warily from behind her mask. A special police officer steps forward calmly from his vehicle. Bystanders recognize him as a special officer arriving to help. Rosa startles, realizing the danger his presence poses. She worries that Han Do-ryung might still be unstable but refuses to abandon him. Rosa lunges at the officer, ready to fight him off. The officer tells her firmly not to move. Han Do-ryung begins to regain consciousness. Rosa's hand slackens as she wonders in confusion what she had been doing. She hesitantly releases the officer's arm. The officer restrains her while Do-ryung watches from the crater. The officer raises his palm toward her, preparing to subdue her. His power forces Rosa's eyes shut as he touches her head. In front of the crowd, the officer forcibly unmasks Rosa, revealing her face. Rosa stands stunned and unmasked, breathing hard. The crowd stares in shock at the unmasking. People surround the crater, watching the officer holding Rosa and the recovering Do-ryung. At home, Rosa's acquaintances gape at the televised broadcast. One of them, peeling an apple, is equally stunned by what he sees. The whole group watches the live news of Rosa's arrest on TV. They exchange uneasy looks, realizing the implications. Elsewhere people gossip, accusing Han Do-ryung's friend of being a criminal and demanding answers. On scene, the special officer grips Rosa's jaw, treating her as a dangerous suspect. Rosa hears him remark in surprise that Black Dog is actually Officer Park Rosa. The officer orders her to teleport, commanding her directly. Rosa, bleeding, reflects that she made a serious mistake. She realizes with dread that Do-ryung has seen her unmasked. Do-ryung stares at her, shocked by the revelation. The officer begins to handcuff Rosa. As the cuffs click shut, he formally addresses her as Officer Park Rosa. He recites her right to remain silent while leading her away. Rosa listens, thinking whether she should fight her way out but hesitating. She concludes she cannot run. Her face is exposed and everyone now knows she is Black Dog. Her eyes widen as the reality sinks in. Later, she remembers the officer saying that everything starts with Han Do-ryung. She realizes the rescue scenario had been a setup to trap her. She reflects bitterly that the whole incident was bait to arrest her as the officer escorts her. Suddenly a hand grabs her cuffed wrist. Han Do-ryung, now in uniform, intervenes. He begins to say something decisive to Rosa. Rosa looks at him, startled by his interruption. In a flash of power, Rosa and Do-ryung vanish together from the officer's grasp. The officer slams his hand against the vehicle in frustration. Other officers react as he realizes the two have teleported away. Onlookers speculate that Han Do-ryung attacked Black Dog himself, and may be dealing with her privately. The officer comments that Han Do-ryung's actions were excessively rough. He stares darkly, thinking through what just happened. Night falls over the city in an empty parking structure. Rosa and Do-ryung reappear alone in the parking garage. Rosa nervously asks Do-ryung why he helped her escape. She watches him in confusion, still in her Black Dog outfit. Do-ryung awkwardly insists he had no bad intentions in what he did. Rosa asks why he is wearing the special police uniform despite everything. She points out that she had already found a way to keep his reputation clean. Do-ryung asks in disbelief if she had known his identity all along. In a flashback, the special officer paces the station, thinking. He recalls how Rosa had taken Do-ryung's wrist before teleporting. He reasons that the phenomenon he saw was not speed but something else. He concludes that Rosa's ability is true teleportation. The question arises of why Rosa lied about her power. At the station, the officer asks his colleague to retell the story about Black Dog from earlier. He prefaces his thoughts by saying they are only speculation. He hypothesizes that Black Dog never intended to hurt Han Do-ryung. He remembers their earlier encounter with a villain and a motorcycle. He admits to himself that, despite reluctance, the evidence pushes him toward this conclusion. He reviews Rosa's feats of super strength. He recalls her teleportation in the chaos. He notes how her height and build matched Black Dog perfectly. Han Do-ryung, back home, broods over everything. Studying his wall of clippings, he confirms to himself that Park Rosa and Black Dog are the same person. Yet he cannot stop wondering why she hides the truth. Memories surface of Rosa saving people amid explosions. He sees again how she looked back at him during that first rescue. He thinks of their time together when she acted shy and friendly. He remembers her unexpected appearance at school, standing over him. From a stadium rooftop, he wonders what all her actions toward him have meant. He stares down at the festival, lost in thought. Rosa, elsewhere, also wonders what Do-ryung really wants from her. Do-ryung questions whether she truly has no desire to harm him. During the earlier chaos, she had grabbed his arm and called his name. He acknowledges that the Rosa he knows is officially branded a criminal. That realization haunts him as he looks shaken in his uniform. Later, as Do-ryung hovers glowing above a crowd, people ask what is happening. He spots Rosa in the distance and shouts that Black Dog is there. His eyes widen as something clicks in his mind. Watching the fiery disaster below, he reconsiders his view of her. He admits to himself that Rosa's explanation had been right. Looking up at Rosa climbing a structure, he recalls her warning. He takes off into the air to follow her. From below he races upward, trying to reach her. A separate flashback shows Rosa pushing a man out of the path of a bus. She lands safely as the saved man looks up at her in awe. Rosa is left shaken, realizing how close he came to death. Another memory shows her silently assuring Do-ryung via phone that she is not a bad person. Back in the present, Do-ryung runs toward Rosa's last location, glowing with determination. He remembers once grabbing a stranger's arm to stop them just as Rosa had done. He thinks firmly that there is no way Rosa is truly bad. On the rooftop, Rosa quietly asks again if he had known her identity. Do-ryung demands to know why she hid who he was from the world. He laments that she could easily have arrested him instead. Rosa finally confesses that she protected him because she likes him. She admits she should not let emotions sway her but could not bring herself to arrest him. Do-ryung apologizes for dragging her into the role of special officer and says he only wanted to hide her. He explains that he wanted to conceal that she is Black Dog from everyone. He acknowledges that, even if unintentional, he knows about her past wrongdoings. He reasons that with her powers the authorities would never forgive her, regardless of how small the crimes. Therefore he decided to pretend ignorance of her identity for as long as possible. Rosa begins to respond, saying that otherwise. Do-ryung admits that otherwise it would mean the person he likes is a criminal. Elsewhere, the damaged plaza is cordoned off as a crime scene. Officers discuss the situation, while their superior broods silently. When asked if he is all right, the superior insists repeatedly that he is fine. He orders his subordinate to focus instead on finding Park Rosa. Back on the rooftop, Rosa tells Do-ryung that he is now a wanted man because of his actions. She adds that the special police force is already searching for him. Members of the special police stand together, preparing for action. Rosa blames herself, but Do-ryung insists he willingly made his choice. Rosa says he should have left her behind and arrested her. Do-ryung replies he could not arrest her because she was not herself earlier. He recalls sensing she was acting unlike herself, and says he could not abandon her. Do-ryung hesitates, struggling with what to say next. He calls Rosa's name to get her attention. He tells Rosa she is a good person, recalling her public image as Special Police Officer Park Rosa. Bystanders stare up in shock at the news about Rosa. Fans holding a banner also look up, stunned by the revelation. An armored officer watching the broadcast says he truly liked Rosa. Do-ryung tearfully tells Rosa to run away. Rosa looks speechless and conflicted after hearing him. Other special police on a rooftop notice a helicopter leaving the area. The group wonders if Rosa is really at that location, unsure of the intel. Rosa's instructor laments having to arrest his first student, and doubts she is truly a criminal. He admits he knew Rosa was Black Dog but still struggles to see her as bad. The others react in shock to this confession. They analyze Rosa's earlier movement, and realize it was teleportation, not mere speed. The students remark that Rosa was kind to them, and complain that they were the last to learn her identity. One officer questions how her trainer failed to notice anything strange about her. His sister teases him for being slow and questions his worth as a police officer. He yells at the sky not to bully him. The scene shifts to the empty rooftop parking lot where Rosa and Do-ryung were. Do-ryung stands alone under the moon, contemplating what has happened. Hearing footsteps, he turns as someone approaches. A special police officer bursts in, announcing himself and demanding hands up. Seeing Do-ryung alone, the team asks why he is by himself. The instructor anxiously asks Do-ryung where Black Dog is. He suspects Do-ryung might have let Rosa go. Do-ryung insists he lost Rosa rather than releasing her on purpose. He apologizes quietly. When the instructor claims they can still catch Rosa, his sister slaps him. She literally smacks him across the lot, sending him flying. She tells him to think about Do-ryung's feelings, since his girlfriend is now labeled a criminal. She then asks her brother hypothetically if he would arrest her immediately if she became a criminal. From the background, she reminds him of her question as Do-ryung starts to leave, and the older officer asks where he is going. Do-ryung explains his watch broke and says he is going to get a replacement. The scene shifts to a research facility full of satellite dishes. Scientists there panic upon hearing that Park Rosa's signal has been lost. The lead researcher complains he still needs Rosa for his experiments, while a colleague asks if their current data is not enough. He explodes, saying a single blood test is far from sufficient. Ranting obsessively, he describes the many disturbing tests he still wants to perform on Rosa, disgusting his co-workers. Another older scientist mutters that all of this is Choi Gilby's fault. She explains that Choi Gilby forced every person with special abilities into the police force. A flashback shows Choi Gilby being cursed on TV. In that flashback, Gilby argues that special abilities should be used for protection, creating a system of ability-using police. Back in the lab, some researchers nervously laugh at the situation. The older scientist notes that Rosa has become a wanted criminal, and says even Choi Gilby cannot change that. He names the place he wants her sent to, the Chamber of Truth. The Chamber of Truth is shown as a prison designed specifically for powered criminals. The scientist declares that Park Rosa absolutely must end up in prison there. A small robotic bird appears in the lab, catching his attention. Both he and the bird pause, silently regarding each other. Annoyed, he chases it off with a stick, yelling for it to scram. The story cuts to an apartment building under the moonlit sky. Special police bang on a door inside, demanding entry. They announce themselves as special police and ask for the door to be opened. Someone from inside unlocks the door, letting the officers in. An officer steps in cautiously, looking around the dark entryway. Inside, they note that this is where Rosa's tracker signal disappeared. One officer steps on a shattered tracking watch on the floor. He picks it up, realizing the broken watch must have been used to mislead them, while Woo-sub lies knocked out nearby. The room shows signs of struggle, reinforcing that Rosa escaped from here. Woo-sub later asks if the police watch's track location, having discovered the truth. At the station, a superior casually asks bruised officers where they want to go for vacation. One answers cheerfully that any place in Korea would be fine, while the beaten pair stand frozen. The huge Woo-sub grabs a terrified officer and speedruns him away, screaming. That officer is then shown alone on a beach, still shaken but seeing a beautiful view. He smiles, thinking how nice the scene is. The two battered officers whisper about how quickly they were transported and marvel at Udai's power. Woo-sub asks the next officer where he wants to go, intimidating him. Another officer stammers about wanting to visit Guam when Woo-sub suddenly thinks of Rosa. He remembers Rosa being warned not to go home and worries for her. Meanwhile, police search the streets with patrol cars and flashlights. Officers coordinate outside a building, remaining on high alert. More pairs patrol the surrounding roads, sweating nervously. Rosa's instructor furiously slams his fist on a patrol car in frustration. His face shows intense anger and stress over losing her. The older scientist refers to Rosa's grandmother as he hurries through the lab. The instructor laments that he cannot even track Do-ryung's signal now. Furious, he yells about how badly made the tracking watches must be. Back in the lab, the scientist screams that Rosa has been lost as another researcher calmly tells him to lower his voice. Grumbling, he vows that they should just wait and see, while others scold him for acting childish. He mutters that he will find a way, continuing to work at his station. Someone off-screen asks him what he plans to do next if things stay like this. He replies chillingly that they should make Han Do-ryung wanted as well. Startled, another scientist asks if he is really talking about Do-ryung. Do-ryung himself walks into the lab, greeting them. He calmly says it is interesting that they were just talking about him, and asks what is going on. Standing over the seated scientist, Do-ryung holds out his damaged watch to him. The scientist nervously identifies it as Do-ryung's tracking watch. Do-ryung states he came because the watch broke. He firmly requests a new one. The flustered scientist agrees, complaining about the device being expensive. Still laughing nervously, he straps a replacement watch onto Do-ryung's wrist. He warns Do-ryung not to break this new watch again. Do-ryung leaves the lab, walking deeper into the secure facility. The scientist calls after him, trying to stop him. He asks whether Do-ryung intends to help capture Park Rosa. He guesses mockingly that it must be difficult for Do-ryung, since he loved her. Do-ryung, back-turned, says the situation reminds him of the old days. The scientist affirms that it must indeed be hard. Confused when Do-ryung agrees, he asks what he means. Do-ryung states that precisely because he loves Rosa, he cannot help them arrest her. The scientist is left stunned as Do-ryung walks away. A close-up shows the scientist's horrified realization at losing Do-ryung's cooperation. He angrily swings his cane, shouting that this is not how things were supposed to go and that Do-ryung had promised to help. Do-ryung keeps walking resolutely as the scientist yells after him. A helicopter flies over the city, scattering Rosa's wanted posters. Police and civilians gather outside Rosa's apartment complex amid the search. Rosa secretly watches the scene from a distance, seeing the police everywhere. She concludes she cannot go home and wonders where she should flee to next. She teleports across the city, appearing in the street near another building. Spotting more special police ahead, she panics. She narrowly avoids another patrol, ducking out of sight. Rosa sees wanted posters of herself and Black Dog plastered on doors and realizes how widespread the hunt is. Shocked, she begins to think the situation is going too far. Surrounded by falling posters from the helicopter, Rosa cries out that this treatment is excessive. She considers alternative hiding spots while bystanders begin to recognize her. Someone points out where she just stood, but she has already teleported away, leaving them unsure. The view shifts to the city and Rosa's school, hinting she might go there. A quiet school hallway is shown at night. Rosa teleports into an empty lounge. She reasons that the police might overlook the school clubroom, so she chooses it as her temporary hiding spot. Inside the clubroom, she debates changing clothes but decides it is pointless since her identity is already exposed. She walks down the hallway, thinking about getting rid of her mask because it looks too suspicious. She muses that her ugly hood-style mask might draw more attention than it hides. Rosa walks pensively, lost in thought. Suddenly sensing someone nearby, she widens her eyes. She instinctively tackles and pins a man emerging from a doorway. The impact slams him into the floor. As she restrains him, Rosa realizes with surprise that she has caught Nam Wusub. Wusub yells that she is hurting him while she panics. Recognizing him fully, she is shocked to discover her schoolmate under her grip. Wusub explains he guessed she might teleport somewhere close to her grandmother, and thus check the school. He says that, knowing her personality, he was sure she would not go far, so the school was the logical place to wait. Wusub thinks for a moment, and concludes there is only one solution to help her now. Rosa watches him expectantly, unsure what he means. Moments later she is stunned by what she sees in the next room. Wusub's muscular family enthusiastically welcomes her home with a banner cheering for Black Dog's return. One sister greets Rosa warmly, guessing she has been acting as a vigilante and asking if that is how she met the special police. Wusub protests that it is not exactly like that as his sister explains Rosa was scouted while working as a vigilante. Another sibling insists Rosa is not a true criminal and urges everyone to move past the misunderstanding for now. Someone slaps a reassuring hand on Rosa's shoulder, telling her to relax. Wusub's second sister, Nam Wuri, introduces herself and promises to protect Rosa as her current bodyguard. Joking around, the siblings remark that they are now sheltering a wanted criminal, while Wusub panics and begs them to stop saying that. Rosa lowers her head, overwhelmed by their support and her situation. Thinking of her grandmother, she quietly wonders how her grandmother is doing through all of this. The chapter closes with a view of the city's high-rise buildings against a peaceful evening sky. Han Doryung sits alone on his bed, deep in troubled thought. He stares downward, clearly burdened by guilt and confusion. Earlier, an older officer confesses to a younger one that the recent disaster was his own fault. The senior explains that Rosa exposed her secret identity to fix things after he lost control. The younger officer, Han Doryung, asks what the senior means by Rosa taking care of things. Han recalls insisting that the rampage they witnessed was not actually him. He remembers coming to his senses and realizing he had attacked innocent citizens. In the flashback, Rosa intervenes in combat, confronting him while masked. The senior narrates that during that incident Rosa was injured in his place. Han thinks about the emblemed watch on his wrist connected to that event. He tells the senior he suspects the strange behavior was caused by the new watch from the director. Realizing this, Han looks shocked and unsettled. He wonders aloud why the director would have given him such a device. The senior studies him quietly, sensing his turmoil. The senior gently grips Han's clenched hand in reassurance. Smiling, the senior dismisses the matter as probably a defective watch. He adds that even capable people like Gaik make mistakes sometimes. Still, the senior promises to investigate and uncover the truth. He pauses in worried silence after making that promise. Internally he's so bewildered that his thoughts are reduced to shocked punctuation. The senior suddenly exclaims in disbelief that Han already knew Rosa was the masked vigilante Black Dog. Han averts his eyes, reluctant to answer. He begins to protest and ask why the senior never arrested Rosa. Han reflects that he ought to be a fair, just officer. But he admits he has been unfair regarding Rosa and calls himself strange. He presses his chest, asking the senior if he also thinks he is a weirdo. Overwhelmed, Han buries his face in his hands in distress. The senior looks at him with a soft, sympathetic expression. He suggests Han rest for a while before returning to work. Back on his bed in the present, Han still wrestles with everything he has heard. He recalls colleagues praising Han Doryung for always acting for justice and the greater good. More memories show people lauding him as a hero who protects citizens and catches criminals. He remembers someone telling him he truly embodies righteousness. A scientist figure also once praised Han as a fundamentally righteous person. Han fixates on the notion that he must live up to being righteous. His phone suddenly receives a call from an unknown number. At another place, Wusub, wearing a face mask, reacts in panic to the unexpected call. He and his sisters in masks freak out over the mysterious unknown caller. One sister wonders if their secret has already been exposed, shocked it could be so fast. The siblings urge Wusub to answer, saying ignoring it would look suspicious. Wusub reluctantly presses the accept button. Surrounded by his anxious family, he nervously answers the phone. He sweats as he hears who is on the other end of the line. The scene shifts to a quiet city street at night. Wusub runs outside and meets a hooded, masked Han Doryung. Wusub stops short, startled to see him there. Over the phone he stammers, asking how Han even got his number, while Han approaches. Meeting face to face, Han explains he memorized Woosub's number from a previous headquarters call. Han shyly signals for silence, clearly wanting secrecy. He casually snaps his fingers and motions for Woosub to follow. The two of them walk together through the neighborhood. Woosub worries internally about what Han wants to discuss. He panics at the thought that Han might know Rosa is staying at his house and likes her. His anxiety escalates as he wonders if Han plans to interrogate him about Rosa and Black Dog. In his imagination, Han bluntly declares he will arrest Park Rosa, leaving him thinking why he'd be told this. Riding an elevator together, Woosub decides that grim scenario is probably not right. Still on edge, he wonders what Han is really planning to tell him. Walking down a hall, Woosub yells how far Han intends to drag him. Han calmly says they are at his own home, and Woosub awkwardly compliments the place. When Han quietly calls his full name, Woosub yelps in nervous response. Han finally asks if Woosub has feelings for Rosa. Woosub freezes in stunned silence. Flustered, he gives a non-committal half yes, half no answer. Han mishears it as a strange word, and Woosub brushes it off, saying it is nothing. Woosub starts rambling that Han has misunderstood, insisting it is not what he thinks. After hesitating, he admits the truth to himself. He looks Han in the eye and simply confirms that he does like Rosa. Han sighs heavily and slumps on the couch, reacting to the confession. Woosub asks if Han hid Rosa's identity because he liked her, then says his reasons go beyond that. He begins recounting how it all started accidentally when Rosa first approached him in class. Woosub narrates in detail how Rosa gave him a handkerchief, later revealed herself unmasked, asked him to keep her identity secret in return for favors, and eventually confessed that she liked Han and wanted Woosub to keep that secret. Listening, Han internally wonders why he subjected himself to hearing such a long romantic story. Woosub then nervously asks if Han now hates Rosa because of all this. Han jumps up shouting in emphatic denial, saying he does not hate her. Woosub stares, surprised by the intensity of his reaction. Woosub comments that Han's response is very different from the stern image Rosa had described. He explains that Rosa had painted Han as someone quite unlike this flustered version. A flashback shows Rosa gushing that Han's hard-headedness is one of his charms. She further told Woosub that Han is morally honest, prioritizes citizen safety, and is admired by many. She reminisced about his voice, his changed appearance over the years, and how gentle he still seems. Back in the present, Woosub finishes recounting and awkwardly says that is all she said. A meta panel indicates some content has been intentionally omitted. Han admits he had assumed Rosa would be arrested as soon as her true identity surfaced. Woosub listens, processing Han's concern. Woosub observes aloud that Han must really care about Rosa. He pouts in comic annoyance, as if teasing Han. Han watches him stand abruptly, confused by his reaction. Woosub declares he has no intention of confessing his feelings to Rosa. He reasons that because Rosa likes Han, his own confession would only make things uncomfortable. He adds that confessing might even ruin his friendship with her. Han leaps up demanding he break off that friendship, while Woosub lazily refuses. Han shouts Woosub's name in exasperation, and Woosub jokingly asks if Han plans to hit him. Woosub taunts that Han cannot use his powers without causing trouble, exploiting that fact. Han deflates with a sigh, realizing he is stuck. Woosub smugly says he does not need Han's ability to beat him, while Han retorts that in a fair fight Woosub would still lose. They sit side by side, their rivalry turning more playful than hostile. Han reminds him that special police officers undergo rigorous physical training too. As he continues bragging about his own conditioning and his boxer sister, a phone begins vibrating on the table. Woosub answers and, after a moment, both agree to drop their petty quarrel. Han scolds himself internally for acting childish, and remembers he invited Woosub for a serious reason concerning Rosa. Realizing something from the call, Han's eyes widen in alarm. Woosub tells Rosa on the phone that nothing special is happening. Han frantically gestures that he is lost and pretends not to know where he is while Woosub watches. The call with Rosa ends, leaving her name on Woosub's phone screen. Han confirms Rosa is staying at Woosub's house, and Woosub nervously agrees. Han asks if Rosa is safe there. Woosub considers his answer carefully. He replies that his sisters are guarding Rosa, though Rosa herself is actually the strongest of them. Flustered, Woosub hurriedly clarifies he lives with his sisters, in case Han suspects anything improper. Han simply notes that Rosa currently has nowhere else to go and thanks Woosub for housing her for now. Woosub repeats the phrase, "for now," suddenly uneasy about what Han is implying. Han says the ominous wording is because he, not Woosub, initiated this contact. He reveals he has a special police friend with precognitive powers. Han identifies that friend as a popular clairvoyant YouTuber whose name he momentarily struggles to recall. A flashback shows the blue-haired seer telling Han to keep her help secret from their boss, the chairman, and all colleagues. She now urgently informs Han about Rosa's current location. Back with Han and Woosub, Han explains that the clairvoyant can see things at a distance, though not perfectly clearly. Han anxiously asks what exactly the overseer saw concerning Rosa. The seer says the hiding place Rosa is using has been discovered. She warns Han that Rosa's refuge will be found very soon. Woosub, hearing this outcome, reacts in stunned disbelief. Elsewhere, Rosa's discarded uniform lies on a cold floor, showing she has changed clothes. Rosa herself sits in a cell-like space, clutching her head in distress. She tells herself to think and remember what led to this situation. A memory surfaces of someone pushing her from a crosswalk, saving her from an oncoming bus. The hooded figure in the memory narrates that he continued tailing her afterward. Rosa and Han are shown spending time together, observed from afar. The stalker watches as Rosa walks alone toward a large gate. He recalls that he followed Rosa everywhere she went. Scenes of ruined streets and police presence show the aftermath of their encounters. Rosa appears in uniform, looking back sharply as if sensing she was watched. Another memory shows Han kneeling beside beaten thugs while Rosa looks on. Rosa smiles shyly, clearly happy to be with Han during those earlier days. Back in the present cell, the stalker suddenly remembers someone else's existence. His recollection focuses on Rosa thinking about a man whose name she is about to mention. That man is revealed to be Woo-sub, shown walking down the street with groceries. In the cell, the stalker repeats Woo-sub's name to himself. He confirms that Woo-sub is the name of the man connected to Rosa. Meanwhile, Rosa relaxes in Woo-sub's living room with his 3 sisters, watching TV. She turns towards something that has suddenly caught her attention. Rosa breaks into a bashful smile, clearly pleased by whatever she sees or hears. Back with Han and Woo-sub, Han nervously asks again what the clairvoyant specifically said about Rosa. The narrative replays the seer's warning that Rosa's hiding place is on the verge of being exposed. Han repeats that this means Rosa will be located very soon. Woo-sub is left stunned, only able to ask, "What?" As the implications sink in, dark clouds gather in the sky, signaling the coming crisis. Realizing the urgency, Woo-sub shouts that they cannot just sit there, and both prepare to act. Woo-sub hurriedly calls his house. As the call rings, Han anxiously wonders why Rosa is not answering. At Woo-sub's home, the sisters laugh at the TV while a nearby phone vibrates unanswered. Han Do-ryong decides the situation is unacceptable and says he should go home. He walks away, leaving the blonde man on the couch. The blonde man calls out for him to wait. He confronts Do-ryong, asking why he sought help and shared information despite supposedly hating him. The blonde points out that Do-ryong could have helped the girl himself. Do-ryong cheerfully says he realized the blonde is reliable. The blonde recalls Do-ryong's reputation as the strongest special police officer but insists he himself cannot act like that. Do-ryong is surprised as the blonde starts to reveal something about Rosa. The blonde bluntly states that Rosa is actually a criminal. Do-ryong is shocked and sweating at this revelation. The blonde internally admits Rosa was right that Do-ryong is morally upright. A comedic cut shows Do-ryong dumbfounded. Do-ryong asks why, if Rosa is a criminal and her location is known, the blonde has not arrested or reported her as duty requires. The blonde tensely repeats that she is still a criminal. Struggling for words, he hesitates to answer. Do-ryong is confused by his stammering. The blonde finally says Do-ryong's words and actions are inconsistent. He concludes it is natural Do-ryong did not directly help a criminal since doing so openly would be strange. The blonde calls Do-ryong a hero after all. As he leaves, he thanks Do-ryong for what he has done. Rain begins to fall outside. Standing by the window, the blonde broods over what just happened. Laughter is heard in a cozy living room. Rosa and her 3 housemates relax together, asking for more funny content. They browse video thumbnails, rejecting some and asking for baking videos. One roommate notices something unusual on the screen. She asks what the newly appeared item is. They see a video titled as a 10-minute summary of the black dog situation. The video narrator explains that while other countries have famous superheroes, Korea relies on the special police. He says the special police were formed to combat criminals with special abilities. He praises Han Do-ryong as the powerful officer who kept Korea safe from such criminals. A real-world clip of normal police chasing a suspect is shown for comparison. The narrator adds that Do-ryong is also handsome and righteous. He comments that it is reassuring to have someone like Do-ryong protecting them. Then he says an unexpected event occurred involving the masked villain Black Dog. He narrates that Black Dog has been very active over the past 3 months. The video lists Black Dog's crimes, starting with attacking the special police. It continues with an assault on a university. It mentions even blowing up a prison. The narrator says Black Dog nearly killed Han Do-ryong in the most recent incident. He hints that there is a twist to that attack. He reveals that Black Dog's true identity is Special Police Officer Park Rosa. He dramatizes the betrayal, saying a trusted ally turned out to be an enemy. He stresses that even Han Do-ryong could not stop Rosa and that no special police officer has been able to. The video cites a law allowing the death penalty for dangerous ability users whose existence threatens public safety. The narrator says that although it is sad, executing such people is the correct choice to protect citizens. He asks viewers what they think about this stance. Rosa's housemates watch in shock, wondering aloud what the YouTuber is talking about. A male streamer declares that Black Dog must be captured and agrees because her actions keep him afraid to leave home. Another commentator says her teleportation makes capture hard but credits Han Do-ryong's near-fatal effort for preventing casualties. A former Park Rosa fan now argues that death penalty might be best since she attacked Do-ryong and the fan was too shocked to eat. Yet another streamer complains that special abilities are inherently unfair, likening ability users to walking bombs and insisting they should not exist, so Rosa deserves death. Say, the blue-haired girl with pigtails, furiously rejects the call for Rosa's execution. She argues that many non-ability criminals do not receive the death penalty, so ability alone is no justification. Responding to a chat message, she says she does not casually use her precognition and only does so for work with permission. The man in the dark shirt scolds the others as mean, saying sentencing Rosa to death just because her powers are strong is excessive and noting her attack on Doryang was for a good reason. Chat messages say they have goosebumps and wonder if Doryang is the only trustworthy one, leaving Sei shaken. Someone forcefully hits the power button on the computer. The man tells Sei to stop watching those videos. Sei falls silent, brooding. He gently pats her head in reassurance. He begins to admit his true feelings. Sei confesses she actually hopes Rosa will not be caught. Rosa, sitting with the others, looks distressed by everything she has heard. The TV news reports that a massive manhunt for Black Dog is underway. Another report says the public is demanding Black Dog receive the death penalty. A debate program discusses Park Rosa's potential death sentence. Rosa's friends panic and try to turn off the TV so she does not have to see it. Rosa stares blankly as remote parts fly, revealing her stress and latent telekinesis. One sister, alarmed and sweating, prepares to act. She asks Rosa if she is okay, and Rosa, startled, replies in confusion. A close-up shows Rosa's eye widening in shock. Someone urgently grabs a door shouting Rosa's name. Doryang bursts in with another man, saying Doryang told him Rosa must escape. The long-haired man notices Rosa and wonders if Doryang is a special police officer. Doryang realizes something is wrong as he sees the man. The long-haired man suddenly smashes the wall right beside Doryang's head, startling him. The household rushes in shouting for Wusiap while debris falls, and Doryang demands to know what is happening. One sister steps forward, upset, beginning to challenge the intruder. She confronts him, asking if a special police officer is allowed to attack people like that, while Wusiap calls to stop her. Rosa faces the long-haired man, asking what he means by saying she is indeed there. He extends a hand and tells Rosa to come with him. Wusiap puts his arm out protectively in front of Rosa. He stands between them, declaring that the man cannot take Rosa away. The intruder calls Wusiap a brave kid. The man's fist suddenly moves toward Wusiap's face. Rosa intercepts the punch with intense strength, shocking both men. The intruder stares wide-eyed at her reaction. Rosa's eyes glow red as she glares. With a flash of power, she teleports herself and the man away, leaving Wusiap alone. Gasping, Wusiap processes that they have vanished. A stunned delivery driver arrives at their apartment with food. Outside under the moon, wind stirs the trees as they land elsewhere. Rosa pins the man to the forest floor by his collar. He thanks her weakly for getting them away. Rosa asks if he is no longer afraid of her. He yells that he is still scared but intervened only because she tried to hurt Wusiap and he had to save him. Rosa retorts that he should have come to her for help at the start. Smiling wryly, he asks if she is just afraid of being executed. Gripping his shirt tighter, Rosa insists she has done nothing worthy of that punishment. She demands to know if he believes the whole situation is some big misunderstanding. She recalls moments with Doryang, including when he saved her and when she attacked him. The man quietly agrees that it actually is a misunderstanding. He admits this is true. Rosa promises to help him so he will not be executed. She urges him to trust her, saying she is the only one who can help. Walking away, she reminds him he already knows Doryang refuses to help and cannot protect him. The night wind blows through the forest. Rosa asks if he can pretend he never found her instead. He tells her to kill him and escape if she wants to avoid capture. Rosa says grimly that he could allow that now. Instead, she slaps her hand to his face in frustration. She then turns her back and walks away from him. He calls after her, addressing her by name. He reminds Rosa of how many lives are endangered by everyone hiding her. He urges her to stop the ongoing chaos once and for all. Rosa listens silently, visibly moved. She makes him promise never to harm Wusiap or his sisters. He lies there stunned by her demand. He agrees, promising under the night sky. Back at home, Rosa's muscular grandmother rubs her forehead, stressed. She reacts sharply, realizing what Rosa intends. Rosa appears and calls to her grandmother. Seeing unconscious special police officers in the room, Rosa greets her grandmother, who apologizes for the mess. The grandmother announces she will surrender. Rosa and her grandmother stand facing each other in the living room. Rosa questions what her grandmother is talking about. Rosa shouts that surrendering will get her executed. She insists that if her grandmother goes in, they will execute her, but the grandmother believes they will not. Rosa yells that the previous incident was just a mistake and fears it could happen again. The grandmother says she will go tell the truth to clear Black Dog's name. Rosa asks if she is fully set on this decision. Her grandmother replies that if Rosa is determined, she must first defeat her. Rosa uses her power to hurl her grandmother away in a swirling blast. While flying through the sky, the grandmother apologizes to Rosa and shouts dramatically. Meanwhile, the special police gather in the city at night, preparing for Rosa's arrival. Doryang questions Sei to confirm she did not inform Doryang beforehand, and she nervously insists she did not. Sei starts to answer further but notices something surprising. Rosa appears nearby in her red shirt, approaching the assembled officers. Facing them, she declares that she has come to settle everything. Elsewhere, the blonde man lifts his head, reacting to news of Rosa's decision. He sits alone before a blank screen, thinking. The long-haired man lies on the forest ground where Rosa left him. He smiles peacefully as if accepting the outcome. In the city, Rosa's wanted images are displayed on a large screen above the street. Crowds and police gather around patrol cars as sirens wail. Special police officers, including Rosa's teammates, wait tensely by a police car. One red-haired officer yells that she refuses to let Rosa surrender. She throws a full tantrum on the pavement, shouting that she hates the idea and does not want to take part. A silver-haired officer deadpans and asks if she is really being serious too. A female officer asks Young if he is sure Black will show up, and he guesses only about a 50% chance. Young reminds her that Se supposedly foresaw events, then starts clarifying what that really meant. In an interrogation room, Young slams his hands on the table, beginning a forceful questioning. He demands Se reveal Rosa's location, but she insists she has no idea. Young points at a city map, indicating one possible place Rosa could be. He marks another spot on the map as a second possibility. He adds a third location on the map where Rosa might have been. Seiya watches silently as Young concludes Rosa was originally at that last marked place. Outside, another officer asks about Doryang, and Young vaguely says Doryang is just resting. Young confidently tells Se would never reveal Rosa's whereabouts to Han Doryang, while Se stays awkwardly quiet. Young suddenly suspects Se herself might have told Doryang, and she reacts nervously. Pressing close, he realizes Se did tell them where Rosa was, and she bluntly confirms it. Young remarks that Se acted like a proper police officer by doing so, which surprises her. The two walk on in uneasy silence under the darkening sky. Young again asks Se to swear she did not tell Doryang, and she hurriedly denies it. Se starts to insist she has repeated herself enough, then notices something unexpected. Rosa, in casual clothes, appears behind them, approaching the gathered officers. Facing them, Rosa calmly announces that she has come to surrender. Elsewhere, Han Doryang reacts with shock upon seeing news or signs of Rosa. He stands before a blank screen or wall, contemplating silently. On the street, Rosa walks between officers while a crowd forms and murmurs around her. A live streamer excitedly tells his viewers that Rosa Park, known as Black, has appeared. Young recognizes Rosa's arrival with surprise and concern. Young confronts Rosa, accusing her of planning an attack, but she tells him to proceed if he must. Realizing she truly came voluntarily, Young awkwardly thanks her for appearing in person. Rosa hesitantly asks if surrendering will protect those associated with her from being charged. Alarmed, she asks what he means by that condition. She recalls Jin's earlier explanation and wonders why Young seems unaware of it. Jin's stunned expression from that past encounter flashes in her memory. Giving up on complicated bargaining, Rosa tells Young to just arrest her, and he agrees. Young places handcuffs on Rosa's wrists, formally taking her into custody. The act of cuffing her jolts Young as he remembers something significant. He recalls the previous incident where he broke reinforced restraints during an arrest. Startled by the memory, Young yelps and flails, confusing Rosa. He apologizes, claiming it is nothing, and vows not to break the restraints this time. Rosa points out he cannot break them now anyway, confused by his behavior. Young explains they will also use a special collar on her. He shows the device, saying it is designed to suppress her powers. Young remembers how this collar had been used on other dangerous ability users. Rosa nervously repeats his reassurance that since it is not a normal collar she should not worry. The onlooking crowd watches tensely as events escalate. Doryang forces his way through the spectators, insisting he must get past them. Someone complains about being shoved, then realizes who Doryang is. That bystander reacts in shock and recognition at seeing Doryang. Doryang calls out to Han Doryang the officer, rushing toward the scene. Young begins fastening the suppressor collar around Rosa's neck. A close view shows the collar being closed, with Rosa sweating nervously. Doryang's eye flashes as he focuses intensely on what is happening to Rosa. Someone yells that Doryang is approaching too fast, alarming the officers. Observers assume Doryang has come to arrest Rosa himself, while officers welcome his arrival. Doryang silently assesses the situation, his attention fixed on Rosa. A memory surfaces of the sinister research director whose involvement complicates matters. Doryang recalls being bound by golden chains and addressed by that director as Han Doryang. A voice asks if he heard the announcement about Rosa's fate. The public declaration says Rosa Park is scheduled for execution. Doryang turns away, disturbed by the news. He hears people saying ordinary prison walls cannot contain Rosa and that only death will stop her, while the crowd demands her execution. He clenches his fist, clearly struggling with anger and conflict. Doryang unleashes his power and charges forward at high speed. Young notices Doryang's sudden movement and calls out to him. A golden streak of energy from Doryang's attack tears up the street and smashes into nearby cars. Young and Se narrowly avoid being hit as the vehicle crashes near them. Se looks furious and determined after realizing Doryang nearly hit Young. She shouts at Doryang for almost killing Young, while Young agrees he was genuinely targeted. Rosa also yells at Doryang, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Doryang keeps firing his power down the street directly toward Rosa. Young dashes in to intercept Doryang, preparing to strike or restrain him. Facing Doryang, Young tells him to calm down. Young warns Doryang to stop while he is still asking politely. Doryang slams his powered hand into the ground, powering himself up instead of stopping. Young curses as Doryang sprints away from him at incredible speed. Other officers throw up barriers and yell for Doryang to halt. More officers, fired up by talk of Han Doryang's abilities, charge in to try stopping him. Several ability-using officers attack Doryang together with leaps and energy ropes. Their coordinated strike still fails as Doryang blasts through their line. Jung calls desperately after Doryang, trying to reach him. Even as Jung shouts for him to stop, Doryang pushes forward through the energy walls. He hurls massive rocks or debris aside with his powers and his drive toward Rosa. Rosa sees one of his powered blows destroying a police vehicle right beside her. Her cuffs remain on as she braces herself, watching his rampage. Emotion surging, she begins to strain against the handcuffs. An officer rushes in and orders Han Doryang to stop immediately. Doryang asks the officers to back off, while they scold him for losing his mind. Onlookers question whether Doryang understands what he is doing. Someone warns him that if he does not stop, he will be committing a serious crime himself. A nearby officer hesitantly calls out to him as his hand glows with power. At that moment Rosa breaks free of her cell or restraints and appears beside an officer. The officer gapes in shock at Rosa's sudden movement. Spectators are stunned, some filming as everything escalates. Doryang softly calls Rosa's name while she moves toward him. Rosa embraces him and quietly apologizes over and over. Doryang stiffens at the hug, feeling her grip on his shoulder. Rosa says she will surrender peacefully and insists she was never truly evil. She walks away from Doryang toward custody, leaving him standing behind her. Doryang can only call her name helplessly as she departs. An officer grabs his arm and insists they must stop Han Doryang from acting further. The officer restrains Doryang and yells Rosa's full name to get her attention. Struggling, Doryang is told to calm down because everything is already decided and over. Tearfully, he begs Rosa not to go as the suppressor collar activates around his own neck. Time passes and we see a remote facility with large satellite dishes, setting the scene for Rosa's imprisonment. Inside, it is revealed to be the Prison of Truth, a special detention center. Rosa now stands behind iron bars in one of its cells. She clutches her throat in confusion, realizing something important is missing. She yells from her cell asking where the necklace is and whether they have mistaken her for Black. Two notorious special criminals in neighboring cells complain angrily about being locked up, their titles revealed. Rosa is formally welcomed by other inmates who note that Miss Rosa has finally arrived. One inmate confirms Rosa is very strong, and she simply answers yes. The annoyed inmate asks Rosa to attack an older woman he dislikes, while another taunts that Rosa's powers are sealed here. Harsh staff members tell the noisy inmate it is time for more blood tests, calling her a fraud. The older scientist curtly tells the prisoner to be quiet, while Rosa watches from her cell. Rosa recognizes the older woman as Byron Gaik, director of the Research Institute. Shocked, Rosa instinctively covers herself, realizing who is in charge here. The director greets Rosa Park with twisted enthusiasm through the bars. Rosa asks where they are, and the director explains the secret place is unlike any normal prison. The director proudly repeats that this is the Prison of Truth. She explains that every criminal held here falls completely under her control through experimentation. A glimpse of other subdued inmates shows the effect of her control. She advises Rosa to give up resisting since escape is impossible. With a chilling look, the director says Rosa deserves execution. She adds that prosecutor Choi Gilbei hesitates to enforce that sentence, creating an opening for her. The director boasts that this is where her own role begins in managing Rosa's fate. She recalls telling Choi Gilbei she would handle Rosa as though she were already executed. She predicts Gilbei, being soft-hearted, will accept that plan, while Rosa has no idea what awaits her. Rosa clenches her fist and declares that she will not let herself be executed. She insists she will convince the public tomorrow and prevent that outcome. The director skeptically asks what good talking could do. Rosa says the world will now hate and fear ability users, implying they must face that honestly. The director smirks that Rosa will not be treated as human in such a world. She reveals they tormented Rosa's grandmother Yudai in the same inhuman way. From above, the director mocks Rosa as naive for believing people will trust her. She theatrically welcomes Rosa to the Prison of Truth, claiming victory. Other prisoners nervously laugh, unsettled by the director's mania. The director triumphantly shouts that she has won. An assistant nervously interrupts the director's laughter, trying to get her attention. When asked what is wrong, the assistant points out something strange in Rosa's cell. They both see a tiny glowing chick-like figure on the cell table instead of Rosa. A close-up confirms the cute yellow chick is standing there calmly. The director stares in utter disbelief at this unexpected sight. She regains composure with a sinister smile, deciding how to respond. Muttering about birds being natural informants, she approaches the chick, intending to use it. She wonders aloud if she can make even a canary talk. Addressing the chick, she demands to know what it will do and mocks it for being powerless. At sunrise the next day, the city skyline glows, hinting that events are moving elsewhere. The little chick escapes the prison and flies out into the city. Immediately outside it is confronted by an angry cat, which startles it. The chick panics as the cat threatens it. It suddenly unleashes a powerful scream and energy burst, terrifying the cat. The blast sends the cat hurtling away into the trees. The victorious chick recovers from the exertion, hovering in the air. An older officer picks the chick up, calls it Pip, and asks what it has been doing. At sunset near a small pavilion, the wind stirs as the scene shifts to a new moment. A suited older officer tells someone they are fortunate and reveals he follows Wang Jae-soo. The officer listens and quietly acknowledges what he has just learned. Pip the canary confirms to Gaik that a woman really said something shocking, and his special skill of speaking other languages is noted. The officer thanks Pip and is asked what is troubling him as they face the sky. Seeing a falling tear, Pip silently reacts to the officer's sudden emotion. The officer breaks down crying, repeating the name Diana. As evening deepens over the city, he despairs that Diana will never forgive him. A flashback shows a cracked watch emblem on a wrist, symbolizing something broken. Alone on his sofa, a younger man in casual clothes sits with his head in his hands in distress. Close up, the young man cries while clutching the same shattered emblem watch. He continues to sit curled up on the couch, lost in painful thoughts. He stares at an image of a large court complex, foreshadowing an important case. The day of the Black/Rose judgment arrives at the towering courthouse. On public transit, people are absorbed in their phones, following news of the trial. A giant outdoor screen announces that the Black Dog trial has begun, drawing onlookers. People at home also watch TV coverage declaring the start of the Black Dog trial. In court, the defense presents a letter from Rose Park stating the accused never meant to harm anyone and thanking Officer Han Doryong for saving her life. A witness explains that Won Sang-bak used his special ability to restore this fan letter, clarifying why Rose had approached Han Doryong. The prosecutor argues the letter lacks proof Rose wrote it, so it has no legal force. Rose suddenly shouts that she herself wrote the letter but is ordered to be silent. The accused testifies that he never intended a crime and only wanted to get close to Han Doryong. From the gallery he insists he tried to help Han and never meant to threaten civilians. Rose begins to say there is more to the story. She confesses that she helped because she genuinely liked Han Doryong. Commuters gossip that Rose might be lying since no one saw her when Black attacked the prison. Someone ominously asks if Rose is innocent, where she was during that prison attack. The judge prepares to pronounce the court's decision. Observers debate whether the case will truly end in a death sentence for Black, given Udai's involvement. The verdict declares Rose Park a grave danger deserving the death penalty, and public voices echo that Black must die. The judge formally sentences Rose Park to death for special assault and special threats. In the present, the older officer solemnly pulls on his white gloves, steeling himself. Rose's execution collar activates as she realizes what is coming. Narration explains the courtroom is packed for Black's trial, so police and special police are heavily committed there. Someone watching TV sees the courthouse broadcast and reacts as the story returns to the young man's home. Startled, the young man asks if the news he hears is real. Sitting across from a huge, muscular man, he is asked if he understands what he is planning to do. The young man in a tracksuit, facing a black gas mask, shows determined resolve. He declares that he has made up his mind. A memory shows his bare gloved hands emitting a deadly black effect. He recalls accidentally killing 2 people with that power as a child and collapsing in horror. The image of his clenched gloved hands reinforces his fear of using his ability again. An interviewer once asked why he wanted to become a police officer. As a recruit, he answered that he wished to use his abilities to help others. Yet even then he was nervous and sweating under others' judgment. Fellow trainees mocked him as a murderer and warned he might kill colleagues. Despite this, he barely managed to qualify as a police officer. He was beaten and bullied during training. The bullies taunted him as a monster unfit to be police. Wounded, he heard them say people die if he touches them and feared hurting others. To ease their fear, he vowed never to use his ability. He swore he would never again use his power on humans. Bruised but upright, he continued working despite the ostracism. A senior officer called out to him in the hallway. In the office, that senior said he had asked around for information just as instructed. Later, 2 gangsters told him he still had far to go to deal with ability users. One of them mentioned there were powered people overseas as well. Hearing this, he smiled with renewed hope. Time passes and a plane departs Korea International Airport, marking the start of his journey abroad. In a foreign alley, the big gangster is surprised by something. A nervous Choi Gilbei approaches, introducing himself in awkward English as Korean police. The gangster replies in English that he is fine while thinking he cannot understand Gilbei's words. The story shifts to a rundown foreign neighborhood filled with hanging cables. Sitting with the gangster, Gilbei timidly asks if they can investigate special abilities together. The man considers his request carefully. Gilbei nervously pantomimes and stammers about Korea and working together. The gangster stares at him skeptically. He flatly refuses, saying no. He adds that he is not interested in someone weaker than himself. Gilbei looks at his own hand, thinking about how weak he still is. Determined, he rushes off towards something behind the gangster. He pulls out a thick law book he has been studying. He proposes a condition that if he can beat the gangster, he then pleads through the book's translation for the man to come back to Korea with him. The gangster reacts in surprise at this earnest challenge. Gilbei squares his shoulders, ready to act despite trembling. The scene jumps to the sky as a massive impact is implied. Gilbei ends up embedded in a wall, showing how badly the attempt went. Gasping from the beating, he asks for another chance. The gangster sighs deeply, thinking about Gilbei's persistence. Finally he agrees and tells Gilbei to come along. Bruised but beaming from the wall, Gilbei is overjoyed. He cheers loudly, even as he awkwardly pulls himself free. Narration states that Diana followed Choi Gilbei back to Korea, and the two became partners. Back at the station, Gilbei collides shoulders with a fellow officer. He apologizes, and the once bullying officers grumble in frustration. One scolds him for not watching where he was going. Diana appears behind them with a dark aura, about to intervene. The three bullies immediately fall silent in fear. Pretending nothing happened, they hurriedly flee down the hall. Diana curses under his breath at their behavior. Gilbei is shocked by his mentor's blunt language. Walking away together, Diana asks where he learned that curse, and Gilbei says coworkers use it often. Time passes. The precinct and surrounding neighborhood come into view. Gilbei reflects quietly, more thoughtful than before. The bullies are now subdued whenever he is near. Gilbei's steady footsteps show his growing confidence. Diana approaches him outside and says he has a favor to ask. He tells Gilbei he wants to become stronger like Diana. Gilbei, hand on his chest, earnestly asks Diana to train him. Training begins in the mountains, far from the city. Diana leads him to a gigantic boulder towering over them. Gilbei is ordered to hit and destroy the rock, incredulous at the command. Diana demonstrates by shattering the boulder with one punch, leaving Gilbei speechless. Gilbei, caught amid the flying rubble, calls out Diana's name. Diana tells him that nothing is impossible. Inspired, Gilbei looks at his mentor with newfound admiration. Determined, he charges forward with a loud battle cry. The next scene shows him hospitalized from the reckless attempt, while Diana sits quietly beside his bed. Diana immediately asks if Gilbei will still fight him again tomorrow. Smiling brightly with his arm in a cast, Gilbei insists he can do it. Diana doubts him, pointing out his broken arm. Gilbei calmly repeats Diana's own words that nothing is impossible. A flashback shows how Diana's overwhelming blows have repeatedly flattened him. Despite injuries, he keeps returning to the mountains to train. Narration says Diana's training was harsh. It adds that even so, Gilbei never let that stop him. Gilbei is shown climbing a sheer cliff with a massive rock tied to him, refusing to give up. This relentless effort leads to a major change in Diana's view of him. A now muscular Gilbei greets Diana enthusiastically, ready for another day's training. The story returns to the present-day police complex. Again, Gilbei bumps into someone, echoing his earlier clumsiness. But now he turns with calm authority, saying only a mild remark. Faced with frightened colleagues, he accepts their apologies. The bullies are shown sweating and backing off, no longer mocking him. Someone nervously warns others to watch their steps around him. Gilbei now stands composed and self-assured in his uniform. Nearby officers whisper but keep their distance. Narration states that something fundamental has changed inside him. It continues that later, something else would change in Choi Gilbei again. Gilbei appears cheerful during outdoor training, unaware of what is coming. At a waterfall, Diana splashes in the river, making noise. A fish flies into Diana's face as he washes, providing a brief comic respite. Watching, Diana comments how refreshing the water is. Gilbei looks on with a troubled, dawning expression. In an evaluative scene, a superior summons Choi Gilbei by name. The superior explains that, due to Gilbei's contributions, he will be highly promoted. He adds that he will increase support for Gilbei's department as a result. The superior then praises him for his good work. Narration builds to a declaration about what Gilbei has become. It concludes that Choi Gilbei is now an outstanding police officer. The view shifts to calm clouds, marking a transition. Gilbei walks confidently down the corridor after the evaluation. He thinks that everything he has achieved is thanks to Diana's guidance. Outside, other officers gossip animatedly until they notice Gilbei's approach. Someone comments that Yudai is scary and must not be offended. Gilbei listens silently, his face darkening in confusion. The officers discuss that her ability is called Superwoman and that normal people cannot hope to beat such a superhuman, so they must stay cautious around her. Gilbei interjects, asking why they are calling Diana by the name Yudai. They casually explain that her family name is Yu and that shortening Diana to Yudai is simply easier to say. A man starts to explain that the Korean nickname Yudai in English means something ominous. The explanation is that Yudai sounds like you die. Other officers gossip about Diana while Gilbei approaches, and one thinks their joke is perfect. Gilbei suddenly looms over them and orders them not to call Diana that name. Intimidated, the officers stammer an apology as he walks away. Watching him leave, one officer wonders what is wrong with Gilbei. The others whisper that even if he is rude they cannot mess with Choi Gilbei anymore, and narration notes people around Diana are scared. The narration adds that they call her Yudai purely out of fear. Gilbei reacts in shock to something he sees. He runs forward in alarm, pointing ahead. Seeing Diana walking beside a foreign-looking man, Gilbei demands to know who the guy is. Diana, annoyed, says Gilbei is only there to translate for the foreigner. Gilbei internally admits his jealousy has made him greedy. He thinks that for someone as stunning as Diana, having feelings for him would be too much. A caption identifies him formally as Choi Gilbei. Blushing, he offers Diana a gift that has the word love on it. Narration explains Gilbei simply wants Diana to walk the right path together with him. He tells her he hopes they can fight for justice side by side, and that idea alone satisfies him. Time shifts to night in the city, setting up a later incident. A police squad storms into a room, shouting that they are officers and ordering suspects to raise their hands. A brawl erupts as police try to arrest the suspects, and one cries to be released. A suspect dives behind cover with a device, trying to use it. During the scuffle, a gun or weapon case skids away as Gilbey tackles a man. Gilbey turns sharply, sensing imminent danger. An intense motion blur shows something catastrophic beginning in the city night. Gilbey sprints across the tiled floor toward the disturbance. Entering the office, he sees suspects subdued and officers restraining them. His eyes widen in panic as he realizes what just happened. Someone weakly calls out Diana's name. Gilbey lies on the floor clutching a bleeding shoulder wound. Despite the pain, he insists that he is fine. Another officer stares blankly, traumatized by what has occurred. His gaze hardens into cold resolve. Power surges as he launches a devastating punch. The blow sends enemies and objects flying in a violent shockwave. The blast overwhelms everyone nearby, faces frozen in terror. Gilbey shields his wound and braces himself in the whiteout of destruction. The attack tears through the building, pulverizing structures in a line. Gilbey staggers in front of a huge crater, gasping. Other officers look from behind him at the enormous gouge left by the strike. He stares up, horrified at what Diana has done. Gilbey later storms into a hospital, blaming the tragedy on people not being afraid enough of Diana. He yells that Diana should have used her powers, while she shouts that she cannot. She insists they must never use their abilities against ordinary people. Gilbey is taken aback by that belief. Diana explains from her hospital bed that special abilities are like bombs. She argues powers must be controlled carefully, which Gilbey angrily calls foolish. He shouts that her principles are meaningless if she dies following them. With a trembling fist, she starts to confess something about herself. Diana reveals that she accidentally killed her own parents with her cursed hand. She says such a tragedy must never be repeated. The scene shifts to a remote research base filled with giant dishes. Gilbey later arrives at that facility, wary and tense. A younger Bayan guy greets him cheerfully, noting Gilbey's troubles, and a caption dates this to 52 years ago. Gilbey coldly tells the scientist to go away, but she playfully tells him not to be so cautious. She claims she merely longs to study a special ability user like him. She explains she needs more research in order to fully understand his power. With a sly smile, she begins to propose something. She suggests conducting a starvation experiment on Diana, wondering how long a superwoman can last without food. Gilbey reacts furiously to this idea. He lashes out and slams her against the wall with his fist. He threatens that if she ever treats him like a lab rat again, he will truly kill her. Gasping and coughing, she clutches at his hand around her throat. Later, alone and shaking on the floor, Bayan Gaik's name appears as narration notes her turmoil. The narration says Bayan Gaik then devised the plan, and her expression turns maniacal. She later approaches the younger Gilbey, startled as she looks up at him. She presents him with a digital wrist device, and he wonders why it is a watch. She smiles and says she designed it specifically for Gilbey and Diana. In her lab, she tells Gilbey to touch a test plant. When he does, the plant withers in black smoke and the watch blares a special ability detected warning, pleasing her. She explains that because they never know when he will use his power, the device can track both his location and his ability usage. She proudly asks if he likes the invention. Gilbey looks uneasy, sweat running down his cheek. Later he smashes the watch with a furious punch. Seeing the shattered device, Diana panics and screams. Gilbey races down a corridor, cursing Bayan Gaik for secretly researching such tools while a colleague says the scientist has another idea. Gilbey grabs Diana's wristband and demands to know what that idea is. He angrily calls the watch a kind of shackle. He presses Diana, asking if she intends to restrain herself with it. Diana begins apologetically to say she will have to break it. Gilbey declares flatly that he intends to destroy this whole system. Diana protests that she has already explained her reasons. She argues that Bayan Gaik does not see powered people as human, while Gilbey insists it is just a misunderstanding. He defends Bayan Gaik, calling her someone who works hard for their sake. Gilbey growls, asking how Diana can side with the scientist over him. He erupts, accusing Diana of openly taking Bayan Gaik's side. Diana is left speechless and sweating at his outburst. She insists she is not taking sides, but explains that thanks to Bayan Gaik's devices they can blend into normal society. Narration states that Gilbey knows this truth as well. He quietly admits that everyone secretly calls him "you die" behind his back. He shouts that people see him as a monster. He says that if they will not recognize him as human, he would rather rise above them by force. Diana watches him go, deeply troubled. She warns that if he pursues this path she will be forced to oppose him. Gilbey pauses, listening to her ultimatum. Then he walks away in silence. Diana cries out his real name, calling for him to stop. She is left standing alone in the corridor as his presence vanishes into smoke and dust. Gilbey arrives at the mountain facility at night, facing it with grim determination. Narration notes that contrary to Bayan Gaik's claims, Diana had not attacked the scientist. It explains that Diana targeted criminals instead, and we see her intervening as they flee. The narration adds that she never hesitated to use violence against lawbreakers. Bystanders watch nervously as this fearsome enforcer passes by. She even tries to act less intimidating in public to ease their fear. But one day, everything changed. Gilbey senses disaster unfolding, eyes widening. As the number of powered people in Korea rises, officers begin beating and arresting them in front of their families. Under the guise of protecting these people, Bayan Gaik turns them all into test subjects. The narration says Diana eventually had no reason left to hide her power. It continues that there was no longer any point in keeping it suppressed. Massive devastation follows as Diana unleashes her full strength on the city. Her blast tears a huge path through buildings, confronting the authorities. Frightened officers scream that Diana has gone mad and call desperately for Choi Gilbei. In an interrogation room, someone demands to know where Gilbei is while he sits silently in a chair. He lowers his head, deep in thought. Narration states that to stop Diana they had to call in the army. Tanks rolling in and firing. Soldiers panic, shouting that they must stop her while admitting they do not want to die. Amid the chaos, narration focuses on Choi Gilbei, repeating his name as he steels himself. It says Gilbei alone knows where Diana is headed. At the base, researchers scream for everyone to run as Diana's approach sends papers flying. Senior staff order the others to drop everything and evacuate, insisting there must be no casualties. Bayan Gaik instead runs toward the danger, begging them not to destroy something. She cries that if Diana's remaining data is lost they will never again be able to recreate whatever they were making. Someone yells after Gilbei to come back. Bayan Gaik frantically reaches for him, screaming at him to return. She suddenly senses imminent disaster and turns in shock. An enormous explosion blasts outward as Gilbei carries her away from the worst of it. The destructive beam carves a blazing trench straight through the facility grounds. Smoke billows into the sky from the catastrophic impact. Scientists sit on the ground stunned, realizing they survived only because of Gilbei's intervention. A bird's-eye view shows the scorched path of destruction cutting the complex in two. Bayan Gaik, shaking, calls out Gilbei's name in disbelief. She sees him standing before her, his back suit shredded and body torn from shielding them. Gilbei turns away silently, battered but still standing. A close-up shows his determined, pained eyes. Montage images recall his history with Gilbei, from training to earlier confrontations. More memories surface of his awkward affection and the love gift he once received. She clenches her teeth, overwhelmed by emotion. Gilbei, arm tattered, yells out to Diana using her hated nickname You Die. Diana faces him, stunned to be addressed that way. Gripping Bayan Gaik's hand, Gilbei declares his intent as he steps between Diana and the base. He finishes his declaration that he will arrest her. Another huge blast rocks the area, sending rubble and smoke skyward. Civilians and officers watch the battle anxiously from a distance. Gilbei tackles Diana away from an explosion as the facility erupts behind them. Bayan Gaik watches, realizing the fight is not to the death. She observes that Diana is deliberately holding back against Gilbei. Narration over Gilbei's punch confirms Bayan Gaik's belief. She concludes that Diana truly loves Choi Gilbei. Bayan Gaik suddenly realizes that if You Die physically touches Gilbei's hand, his deadly ability could kill her. Diana fears things will get harder but insists she must continue her research. A man in a lab coat screams at Choi Gilbei not to kill a woman. He orders the agents to capture the woman alive at all costs. Diana looks up in terror as danger descends toward her. The huge agent charges at Diana, preparing to strike. A loud impact echoes as something slams down from above. Diana screams in terror as the blow falls. Realizing she is unharmed, Diana is shocked to still be alive. Blood drips around the agent's feet, revealing someone else was hit. The large man stares ahead, stunned by what just happened. It is revealed that Gilbei took the devastating blow, bleeding heavily in front of Diana. Gravely wounded, Gilbei reflects that their special abilities should never be used on ordinary people. Narration states that Diana lost her will to fight when she saw Gilbei protecting Gaik with his own body. The narration emphasizes that Gilbei fully risked his life to shield Gaik. Diana collapses over Gilbei's bloody body, screaming for him to wake up. She frantically yells at him for collapsing, knowing You Die remains a looming threat. Narration says that from that moment, events took a decisive turn. Narration explains that Diana vanished from public view after the incident in the ruins. Observers conclude the crisis has ended. Onlookers celebrate loudly that the ordeal is finally over. People cheer that You Die has disappeared. Gilbei lies motionless and bloodied, suggesting he has died from his wounds. Narration explains that after this tragedy, You Die quietly returned to America. Much later, armed guards stand watch while someone secretly surveils them from a corner. Diana races at superhuman speed across fields, leaving a shockwave behind. An elderly woman stops her sprint and asks where she is rushing off to. Diana now lives with the elderly woman, calmly eating a meal together. The old woman tells Diana she must pay for her food since nothing in life is free. She hands Diana a sequined shirt emblazoned with the word love to wear. The shirt's sparkling love logo is shown close up as part of her new life. Sitting with the old woman, Diana unexpectedly starts crying for reasons she cannot explain. A neighbor walking by reacts in surprise at seeing the scene. The neighbor praises the old woman's cooking as Diana sprints past in her gaudy pants. Joking with the neighbor, the old woman refuses to lend Diana out, insisting she is not an object. Narration states that, just as Gilbei had hoped, Diana learned to live peacefully among ordinary people. Narration then jumps ahead, noting that one day a new event began. Diana later takes work drawing lines in a small eatery, following her landlord's suggestion. The restaurant is empty as she sits alone, waiting for customers. Someone recognizes her inside and calls out her name questioningly. Elsewhere, a judge announces that a female defendant will receive the death penalty. The chairman of the special police, an older man, prepares himself somberly with white gloves. He washes his hands in a restroom, weighed down by what is about to happen. He walks through the office corridor toward a difficult meeting. He opens a door, bracing himself to speak with someone inside. Seeing who is waiting, the chairman reacts in startled recognition. Inside stands Han Do-ryung, who greets the chairman as he arrives. The chairman formally addresses Han Do-ryung by name. He reminds Han that headquarters made his special watch and that Han has already broken it twice. The chairman stresses that, worse than the damage, Han attempted to free a criminal. He tells Han he cannot protect him this time and that Han must face the consequences of his actions. The punishment is declared. Han Do-ryung is suspended from duty for 3 months. Han answers that he does not care about the suspension, surprising the chairman. A blue-haired officer bursts in, furious that he seems unconcerned, and shouts for the chairman. She panics and apologizes, asking if Rosa is really going to die. The chairman wonders aloud if Rosa will truly receive the death penalty. Han quietly asks the chairman if there is no other way to save Rosa. The blue-haired officer listens in shock to their conversation about Rosa's fate. She then runs off, declaring she is no longer a special police officer. Han storms out, telling the stunned chairman to manage without him. The chairman calls after him in dismay. Han turns back to ask what will actually happen to Rosa. The chairman hesitates, clearly conflicted about the answer. He finally says that Rosa will be dealt with strictly according to the law. Han responds that if that is true, such an outcome must be prevented. He argues that if their duty is to protect citizens, something more must be done. Han reasons further that this protection must extend even to those with special abilities. He insists that people with abilities like Rosa also deserve the chairman's protection. The chairman looks down at his gloved hand, considering Han's argument. Elsewhere, a male officer chases after the blue-haired girl, asking if she truly means to quit. She suddenly hits him away in frustration as he questions her decision. He yells that he will be lost if she leaves, but she is distracted by something. In her eye, she sees the image of a man and realizes something strange, muttering in confusion. Around the city, various people watch a broadcast announcing that Black Dog's trial is underway. Members of the masked group also pause to watch the trial on a monitor. Friends and family at home anxiously follow the same televised proceedings. Gil-bae, older and muscular, sits silently before a large screen watching as well. He turns his head, sensing someone's arrival. Han Do-ryung enters Gilby's home wearing a blue tracksuit, ready to talk. Han looks serious as he speaks with his former teacher. Gilby's gas mask lies on the floor as Han reports that Black Dog promised to handle the situation. Gil-bae answers that he is simply waiting for developments. He adds that if anything goes wrong, he intends to intervene personally. Han, clearly troubled, weighs his teacher's words. Gil-bae reveals that a whole organization seems to be working to frame Rosa. Han is surprised it is a group effort rather than the work of a single person. Gil-bae bluntly says Rosa will likely be sentenced to death, which makes Han protest. Han apologizes for answering late to Gilby's earlier question about choosing between work and Rosa. He then declares with resolve that he has chosen Rosa and will save her. Gil-bae listens gravely to his pupil's determination. Meanwhile, Rosa walks alone down a government hallway. A male officer approaches and greets her there. Rosa shyly stands before him, recalling what he once promised. She reminds him that he said he would help her avoid the death penalty. The officer seems taken aback by her reminder. Rosa insists she never lied to him and believed his promise. The memory shows him vowing warmly that he would protect her. Rosa now asks if sending her to the prison of truth is really what he calls protection. Confused, he asks what she means by that ominous place. Rosa's eyes flare red as tears fall when she realizes he may not understand. Overwhelmed, she breaks down crying uncontrollably. The officer, flustered, asks why she is suddenly crying so hard. She screams that he is a liar. Between sobs she says she will go to the prison of truth like Grandma Byung-gaik told her. The officer reacts with shocked disbelief. He warns her that in that facility she will only become a subject for experiments. Rosa, hurt and furious, shouts that she will never trust him again. Guards drag the struggling Rosa away down the corridor as he watches helplessly. He is left standing alone in the hallway, fists clenched. A close view shows his conflicted, guilty expression. The scene shifts to the imposing courthouse where Rosa's trial will take place. Police and media gather in front of the building in preparation. Outside, the officer arrives and sees Rosa, noting minors like her were not required to attend. He tells her she has suffered a lot through everything so far. Rosa stares ahead silently, processing what is happening. Surveillance monitors display different camera angles of the courthouse plaza. In a control room, a female technician notices something alarming on the feeds. Zooming in, she recognizes Rosa's appearance and reacts in shock. Rosa is escorted into the plaza by multiple officers as someone exclaims that she has arrived. Rosa, handcuffed and collared, stands before the courthouse looking resigned. She forces a faint smile, determined to face what comes. Reporters swarm, shouting questions as officers present Rosa to the media. Her shackled hands tremble as she steels herself. She clasps her hands tightly together, bracing for the worst. Suddenly a smoke grenade arcs down toward the crowd. The grenade lands and begins spewing smoke right in front of Rosa and the guards. A thick cloud of smoke explodes, engulfing Rosa and a nearby officer. Other officers panic, shouting in confusion about the sudden smoke. In the chaos, Rosa starts moving away while one officer tries to keep track of her. A masked attacker's boot slams into an officer's face. The black-clad figure assaults another guard in the confusion. A close view reveals the masked rescuer's intense eyes. Rosa recognizes something about the rescuer as she looks on in shock. The officers shout to secure Park Rosa first while charging the masked intruder. The masked person thinks they cannot use their own special powers or they will be exposed. Even so, they keep apologizing as they strike another officer unconscious. They knock aside yet another pursuing officer while shouting an apology to the manager. Continuing to apologize, the masked rescuer barrels through the remaining guards. They shove an officer aside, clearing a path. The rescuer reaches Rosa, thinking they have to break through with her now. Inside the courtroom, the judge formally announces that Rosa is sentenced to death. The chairman again appears, solemnly preparing himself, echoing his earlier inner conflict. He stands at a sink washing his hands, burdened by what has been set in motion. He walks down the corridor toward his office after the judgment. Opening the office door, he enters slowly, still heavy-hearted. Seeing who is waiting inside, he reacts with surprise. Han Doryang is there, greeting him, signaling his return. Han steps forward to speak gravely with the chairman. The chairman reproaches Han for repeatedly damaging his headquarters-issued watch. He adds that Han's worst offense was trying to free a prisoner. The chairman concludes that he dislikes it but can no longer cover for Han's actions this time. The authorities announce that a decision has been made on his misconduct. The blonde officer is punished with a 3-month suspension from duty. He replies that the punishment does not matter, shocking the chairman. A blue-haired girl bursts in angrily questioning how it cannot matter and screams for the chairman. Restrained by another officer, she frantically asks if Rosa is really going to receive the death penalty while apologizing to the chairman. The old chairman expresses disbelief at Rosa possibly being sentenced to death. The suspended officer asks how they can be so heartless about Rosa's fate. The blue-haired girl is stunned into silence by his cold attitude. She abruptly declares she is quitting as a special police officer, leaving her colleague shocked. Storming out, the suspended officer tells the chairman to manage without him. The chairman calls after him, concerned. The young man asks what will now happen to Rosa. The chairman listens gravely, not answering immediately. The young man states Rosa will probably just be processed under the law. He then insists that such an outcome cannot be allowed. He argues that the organization exists to protect citizens. He adds that protection must also extend to others. He specifically says special ability users like Rosa must be protected too. The chairman turns to look out the window, reflecting on these words. Putting on his gloves, he prepares to act on the situation. Elsewhere, a male officer chases after the blue-haired girl asking if she is truly quitting. As he tries to stop her, she elbows him painfully away. He complains about her sudden stop while she stares ahead, distracted. She is amazed as she recalls seeing the masked rescuer in Rosa's eye. Across the city, people intently watch the highly publicized trial of Black Dog. Masked conspirators in a locker room also monitor the broadcast. Rosa's acquaintances at home watch the trial nervously, sweating. A muscular older man sits alone before his TV, focused on the coverage. Hearing someone enter, he glances back. The suspended young man arrives at his home wearing a tracksuit. He looks at his master with determination. The master explains that his beloved puppy, Rosa, insisted on handling her own situation. He says he is simply waiting for Rosa to resolve it herself. He adds that if anything truly abnormal happens, he will personally intervene. The young man sits, troubled and thinking. The master reveals that a whole group is trying to frame Rosa. Shocked, the young man clarifies that it is more than a single enemy. The young man fears Rosa will likely receive the death sentence, making the master angrily tell him to watch his words. The disciple recalls being asked whether he would choose his job or Rosa, apologizes for answering so late. He then declares that he has decided to save Rosa. The master is taken aback by this firm resolve. Meanwhile, Rosa, in casual clothes, is escorted down a courthouse corridor. A tall officer meets her and greets her. Bowing her head, Rosa nervously begins to speak to him. She reminds him he once said he would help her avoid the death penalty. He looks at her gently as she brings this up. She insists he did not lie and that she believed him. Smiling, he repeats that he will protect her. Rosa bitterly asks if sending her to the feared Chamber of Truth is really his idea of protection. He is confused when she mentions the Chamber of Truth. Rosa's eyes well with tears as she realizes the betrayal. She breaks down crying openly in front of him. As she wails, he panics and asks why she is crying. She screams that he is a liar. Rosa explains, still sobbing, that another officer told her she would be sent to the Chamber of Truth. He reacts with stunned disbelief. Imagining that facility, he fears she would only be used for experiments there. In her anguish, Rosa vows never to trust him again. Other officers drag Rosa away while he watches helplessly from behind. Left alone in the hall, he stands in shock. Close up, he looks devastated and guilty. The scene shifts to the towering courthouse exterior on the day of sentencing. Police and crowds gather heavily around the courthouse entrance. Outside the building, the officer who promised Rosa confronts someone, reminding them minors are not allowed there. The blue-haired girl replies that he said he was having a hard time, implying she came to support him. She silently steels herself as she looks toward the courthouse. Inside a control room, security monitors display every angle of the courthouse grounds. A scientist at the consoles reacts in alarm to what he sees. He suddenly notices something on the feeds that shocks him. Outside, Rosa is brought out in cuffs surrounded by officers while someone shouts that she has appeared. Rosa stands before the media, chained and wearing a red shirt, her eyes gloomy. She forces herself to lift her head, determination returning to her red eyes. Reporters and onlookers converge, cameras flashing as officers form a cordon around Rosa. Rosa's shackled hands tremble slightly. She clasps her hands tightly together, as if bracing herself. Overhead, a smoke grenade is lobbed toward the courthouse steps. The grenade lands among them and begins spewing thick white smoke. Rosa and an escorting officer recoil as the cloud explodes around them. Officers shout in confusion, realizing a smoke bomb has gone off. Amid the chaos, Rosa starts moving while some officers look around in shock. A boot slams into a face as an ambusher attacks from the smoke. A masked figure in black systematically knocks out an officer with a powerful kick. The attacker is revealed as someone wearing a gas mask and hood. Rosa spots the masked figure and reacts with surprise. Officers order each other to secure Park Rosa first while confronting the masked intruder. The intruder thinks he cannot use his special ability, or others will recognize him. Apologizing mid-fight, he strikes down another officer. He shouts another apology to his superior, as he flips more officers away. He even yells an apology to the chief while continuing his assault. Still fighting through the smoke, he shoves officers aside, trying to break through with Rosa. Holding Rosa by the cuffs, he calls out that he is coming through the cordon. As the smoke swirls, his gloved hand reaches out, preparing a move. Suddenly green bindings coil around his body, restraining him. Officers rush forward yelling for everyone to capture him. More officers stare into the smoke cloud, trying to locate the intruder. One officer, realizing what is happening, exclaims that his suspicion was correct. The blue-haired girl asks what exactly he realized. He curses and sprints into the smoke to pursue the fleeing intruder. Outside the courthouse zone, another older officer calmly stands amidst the drifting smoke. A small talking bird on his shoulder addresses him as Daddy. The bird wonders if he is going to join in catching the intruder as well. The man replies from behind that he is too old. Smiling, he adds that his poor eyesight keeps him from seeing clearly now. Inside the smoke, another officer manages to tackle and pin the hooded intruder. The intruder's hands are cuffed behind his back as someone exclaims in surprise. The hooded figure decides the situation is unavoidable. He notes that the officers cannot see clearly in the smoke, so he secretly strains against the cuffs until they crack. He then blasts away the nearby officers and dashes off. Stunned officers cough in the smoke, saying the man in black suddenly threw them off and escaped. Rosa remains standing in the smoke by herself, still cuffed. The intruder quickly grabs Rosa again from behind. He notices something alarming about the control choker on her neck. Realizing the choker is dangerous, he focuses on it. He reaches toward her neck to remove the device. From Rosa's perspective, she watches him intently while still surrounded by smoke. An officer lunges in, startling them both. Rosa recognizes Yoongjin as he appears through the smoke. The intruder thinks anxiously that without his ability he cannot beat Yoongjin. Jungjin's hand reaches toward Rosa, alarming both her and the intruder. He grabs and tears off the choker, sparks flying. Yoongjin stands protectively behind Rosa holding the disabled device while she looks up at him. The masked intruder faces them, one goggle cracked open to reveal his eye. Rosa, no longer restrained by the choker's control, turns with renewed resolve. Nearby officers sprint toward the masked figure through the clearing smoke. Their leader shouts for the intruder to stop. In response, a massive stone hand erupts from the ground behind the intruder and Rosa. Rosa's eyes glow intensely red as she prepares to act. She raises her shackled arm as if triggering her power. Holding Rosa close, the masked man witnesses her power awakening. The camera pulls back to show the courthouse as the commotion continues. One officer smiles grimly, realizing what is happening. Someone proudly claims they have caught the fleeing suspect, only to reveal that an innocent officer has been trapped instead, amusingly stuck in the stone. A comical drawing of that officer's shocked face emphasizes the blunder. Yoongjin falls to his knees screaming that he has lost the intruder. He then panics more over the disciplinary written apology he will now have to submit. Later, in the office, the chairman scolds the unit for losing both Park Rosa and the mysterious man in black. Yoongjin tells his subordinates he is disappointed in all of them. The officers defend themselves, insisting the man in black was abnormally strong to defeat so many special police. Yoongjin pleads for one more chance, promising they will capture the man in black if allowed. The chairman silently reads their written apology. An aide calls to the chairman, trying not to laugh. She points out that his facial expression while reading their apology is amusingly smug. Back in the lab, the scientist erupts in disbelief. He yells at Yoongjin for having lost Park Rosa. Yoongjin stands stiffly while the scientist keeps demanding how he could let Rosa escape. The scientist brandishes Rosa's removed choker as evidence. Yoongjin stares at it in shock. The scientist explains frantically that the supposedly unbreakable choker has somehow been broken. He concludes that only individuals like Diana, Han Doryung, or Park Rosa herself would have the strength to tear the device apart. The tall special officer stands in front of his small grandmother in the lab, facing her silently. The grandmother glares at him and demands to know if he is responsible. She presses him, asking if he broke something. Growing furious, she shouts whether he let a certain woman escape. He looks away in the lab, troubled by her accusations. He recalls Rosa with red eyes and scar, looking up at him. In the memory, Rosa yells something at him, while he watches in alarm. Back in the present, he rubs his neck uneasy. The grandmother snaps that he is correct in his assumption. She angrily reminds him he once said he wanted to live with Park Rosa and demands if he still wants her. He grabs his grandmother's wrist and addresses her firmly. Holding her by the collar, he asks his grandmother if she lied to him. She sweats nervously, unable to answer. Panicking, she stammers in confusion, denying she would lie. She insists she only promised to make Rosa focus solely on him and belong to him. He retorts that she never told him Rosa would be sent to the Chamber of Truth. The grandmother freezes, shocked by his realization. As she tries to brush it off as nonsense, he slams her into the wall. He demands to know if she intended to experiment on Rosa, while she desperately denies it. She claims Rosa misunderstood and insists her intentions were not like that. He warns her again as grandmother, making her flinch. He declares he will not forgive her if she harms Rosa in any way. She nervously agrees to be careful, even though he was the one who treated Rosa harshly. He turns away, saying he and Rosa have reconciled and there should be no more misunderstandings. The grandmother watches him leave, stunned. As he pulls off his uniform jacket, she asks what he is doing and he says he is resigning as a special officer. She protests that he is still an officer and should be more responsible, but he only asks if he is allowed to quit. Reluctantly she answers that he can. Walking away loosening his tie, he tells her to do whatever she wants with Rosa. Time passes, shown by the clock in Rosa's room. Rosa now stands face to face with a masked figure who has come to her modest room. Rosa looks ahead calmly, assessing him. The stranger in the black hood and gas mask stares back at her. He glances aside, about to leave. Rosa reaches out and stops him by grabbing his arm. She then touches his gas mask, prompting him to catch her hand. Rosa thanks him sincerely for saving her life. Still holding his mask, she softly calls him Doryung. She begins removing his mask. The mask comes off, revealing Doryung's blonde face as he looks gently at Rosa. Elsewhere at night, a secure mountain facility with satellite dishes is shown. Doryung, now out of uniform, walks alone into the misty forest toward it. He suddenly senses something and his eyes widen. A massive, muscular elder woman punches him with overwhelming force. Her gigantic foot crashes down near him, showing her towering presence. Doryung recovers and looks toward her, wary. The giant woman, wearing a shirt reading love, addresses him as her grandson. She asks if he is still obsessed with Rosa. Doryung smiles bitterly, looking away. He tells her she is the one who made him this way. She answers that if she had not done what she did, things would be different. Emotionally, he begins to shout what he would have become instead. Memories flood back, reflected in his eyes. As a child in the rain, he kneels crying before his grandmother, begging forgiveness. The younger grandmother looms over him as he apologizes to her. In the present, Doryung struggles to speak further. He turns his back and orders his grandmother to go home. He adds that if she does not leave, he will have to arrest her. She is left standing speechlessly in the fog. The scene shifts to their old apartment building on a sunny day, starting a flashback. Young Doryung tugs nervously at his grandmother's grocery bag outside the building. He abruptly runs away, apologizing. She stops in the street, puzzled. Realizing something, she checks herself. She panics when she discovers her wallet is missing. Shocked and angry, she whirls around. She starts to curse the thief. Young Doryung sits alone in an alley, examining the stolen wallet. Opening it, he finds money and a photo inside. The photograph shows a little girl with red eyes hugging a teddy bear. He thinks to himself that the girl is beautiful. In another alley, a man orders the boy to hand over what he stole that day. The man takes the cash while Doryung hides the photo behind his back. The man notices the amount is short and grows suspicious. He aggressively questions the boy about what he is hiding, accusing him of keeping money. Doryung refuses to give it up even as the man grabs his shirt. The man raises his hand ready to hit him for disobeying. A rough voice interrupts, asking what he thinks he is doing. Grandma appears and angrily demands to know if the man is about to strike a child. He nervously denies it, but she says she saw everything herself. She knocks the man out, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Holding the money, she lectures Doryung that stealing is wrong, making him agree fearfully. She adds an apology of her own in a gruff tone. Softening, she asks the boy if he has eaten yet. She invites him inside, calling out happily for Rosa, her beloved puppy. Young Doryung calls out to his grandmother as he steps in. A younger Rosa peeks out joyfully, greeting him. Seeing her, the boy blushes and is struck speechless. Back in the present forest, Doryung sits alone reminiscing. He murmurs Rosa's name while leaning against a tree under the night sky. In Rosa's room, the clock shows time passing again. Doryung, now in his combat outfit, sits dejectedly on her floor while she faces him. He lifts his head, still troubled. Rosa asks why he surrendered himself to the authorities. He explains that Young Jin promised to help him avoid the death penalty. Rosa demands why he would believe that, and he says he thought it was the way to protect his people. He adds that he wanted to protect everyone, including her. Rosa clenches her fists, and says the one who hurt her grandmother was Bayan Gaik. With blazing eyes, she apologizes to Doryung and steels herself. She declares that she intends to destroy the Special Research Institute. Doryung silently takes in her resolve. Meanwhile, the special police gather in a conference room for a briefing. Their commander explains he summoned them for an important reason. He reveals the reason is the mysterious masked man now dubbed Black Hood and summarizes what little they know. Someone addresses the chairman with a question. An officer comments that the man resembles Black Dog Rosa but with some differences. The chairman notes he also differs from the gas mask cultists and asks for further input. Han Doryung is called to the front of the room. Another officer begins brainstorming a nickname based on the black gas mask and hoodie. The chairman suggests they officially call the masked man Black Hood. He approves the name with satisfaction. Later, outside, the squad congratulates their leader on something as he accepts their praise. He slams his hand down, proclaiming a new focus. He announces that from now on their main mission is investigating Black Dog and Black Hood. He reminds them that Han Doryung is suspended. He therefore orders G.I. Jungi to take the lead and work even harder. G.I. Jungi clenches his fist. He verbally accepts the responsibility. Alone in the lobby, he wonders aloud who Black Hood really is. Sitting with a colleague, he discusses how Black Hood saved Rosa and guesses the man must be close to Black Dog and similar in height. His blue-haired partner analyzes that Black Hood is strong, near 180 centimeters, and close to Rosa. They both momentarily imagine Young Jin fitting that description but dismiss it. G.I. Jungi laughs awkwardly, denying that possibility. He overacts, loudly insisting it could not be Young Jin. The idea finally hits him, and he blurts out that there is no way, startling everyone. As punishment, he ends up mopping the lobby floor. While cleaning, he remembers something and calls out to his blue-haired colleague. He asks what exactly she foresaw the last time she used her powers. Her prophetic eye reflects the silhouette of a man. G.I. Jungi leans in suspiciously, pressing her. He accuses her of knowing beforehand that Black Hood would appear. Their superior strides up angrily, demanding why the girl kept quiet. The blue-haired girl looks over, surprised. They all turn as a woman with long pink hair approaches them. Smiling, the newcomer greets them. She introduces herself as Assistant Special Police Officer Ju Ari. The two junior officers whisper that she has quite a reputation. The girl suddenly reacts with shock to something she senses. Her golden eyes widen, seeing an intense vision. In that vision, Ju Ari confesses her love. The vision shows Rosa, masked as Black Dog, holding Ju Ari in her arms. Rosa stares ahead with burning red eyes while hugging the other woman. The scene includes Doryung watching them in casual clothes. Rosa still cradles Ju Ari as the vision lingers. Back in reality, the blue-haired girl is left completely confused. Ju Ari asks the others where Officer Park Rosa is, prompting the response that she must not have seen the latest news. Ju Ari explains that Rosa was revealed to be Black Dog and arrested, which is why the unit is on emergency footing. She adds that Doryung is suspended and Rosa is gone, heightening the crisis. Shocked, G.I. Jungi shouts after Ju Ari as she casually announces she is going to quit. She walks away ignoring him, even as he calls after her in disbelief. A special police officer reacts in shock to something unexpected. Someone in gloves touches the girl's hair and comments on it. A memory shows her powers once unleashed a destructive blast in a crowded street. The gloved person asks the red-eyed girl to confirm she caused that disaster. Rosa, holding scissors, rushes off saying she is fine and already wanted to cut her hair. As she starts, he grabs her hand and scissors to intervene. He takes the scissors from her and calmly prepares to cut her hair himself. He trims her long hair with the scissors. Rosa says she even cut her bangs because of him before. He remarks he is cutting his own hair again because of her and finishes the job. Rosa shows off her new haircut and asks how it looks. He blushes hard, clearly flustered by how she looks. He awkwardly says the haircut suits her while berating himself internally. He guiltily thinks she changed her hair for him while he is having inappropriate thoughts. Feeling overwhelmed, he abruptly turns away from her. She touches his hand and calls his name, startling him. Rosa leans in close and asks what is wrong. Flustered, he stammers as he tries to respond. She looks around the modest room and asks where they are. He explains this is his grandmother's old house, a backup hideout he came to because it had not been sold yet. Rosa wanders the room, noticing a framed photo on a cabinet. She excitedly holds up flowery pajamas she found, surprising him. Night falls peacefully over the countryside house. She lies down under the blanket, her hair spread over the pillow. He sits cross-legged beside her futon while she lies tucked in. Smiling, he reminds her he told her to lie down as well. He says he is staying upright because he worries someone might come in, though she notes they are in the countryside. Rosa clutches the blanket, looking tense and embarrassed. She suddenly grabs his sleeve, startling him. He loses balance and falls onto her, ending up on top of her on the bedding. They end up in an awkward close embrace, both blushing. She hugs him tightly to sleep, paralleling a memory of her doing the same with her muscular grandmother. Lying with his face near her chest, he blushes furiously under the blanket. He internally screams, wondering how he is supposed to sleep in this situation. Elsewhere, an irate scientist yells at officials for failing to capture the criminal Black Dog. In a superior's office, she explains Black Dog can teleport, making her hard to track. The scientist is shocked Black Hood appeared at the incident, and demands to know if they have identified Black Hood. The superior says they are trying their best, but she angrily mocks their constant excuses. She shouts that merely trying is worthless. The stern chief addresses her by name, and asks how long he must keep overlooking her actions. He slams his hand on the desk to emphasize his warning. Standing over her, he calls her Nina, revealing a personal connection. She nervously asks if he remembers what happened 52 years ago. A flashback shows a younger chief rescuing her from chaos and siding with her instead of Diana. Another grim figure from that past conflict appears, heightening the memory's tension. The chief coldly says his choice back then was not for her sake. He states he acted to secure recognition and rights for people with special abilities. The scientist nervously brings up the special watch Dorian was wearing. A flashback shows that watch shattering off someone's wrist. She says she hopes he does not suspect she broke the watch on purpose. The chief replies that even he no longer knows how long he can keep letting her off easily. At home, Rosa's burly grandmother sits in pajamas, arms folded, brooding. Startled, Grandma suddenly senses something. Hearing a noise, she rushes to Rosa's room. Rosa teleports away in her pajamas just as Grandma enters. Grandma whips her head to see the now empty bed. Rosa briefly reappears floating in the doorway, then vanishes again, leaving Grandma confused. Grandma turns back to the empty doorway, realizing Rosa is gone. Rosa pops in and out once more, further bewildering her. Grandma finally exhales in relief. She thinks to herself that Rosa must be safe. Looking at Dorian's discarded uniform, she curses him affectionately for putting Rosa in danger. The next morning, Dorian and Rosa discuss whether to tell Grandma anything, and he insists he cannot let Rosa be endangered again. Dorian notices something on the floor and reacts with curiosity. He picks up a gas mask he finds among his clothes and asks what it is. Rosa panics, insisting she did not steal it and paid for it properly. In chibi form, Dorian asks if she should not cover her face when going out. Rosa replies that everyone already knows her appearance, so hiding it seems pointless. Dorian reluctantly agrees with her reasoning. Suited up with the mask and gear, Rosa says she will quickly visit the Special Research Institute. As she moves to leave, Dorian grabs her sleeve to stop her. He firmly tells her they should go together. Rosa is surprised that Dorian wants to accompany her. He reminds her he is a special police officer whose duty is to catch people like her. After a pause, he concedes she is right about his role. Still holding her arm, he says he used to be righteous. Looking at her fondly, he adds that she ruined that self-image. Rosa silently processes his words, confused. Outside, she interprets his line as meaning she ruined everything and blames herself. She spirals into guilt, apologizing and insisting she has messed up his life. Overwhelmed, she declares she will go to the lab alone despite his protests. He suddenly hugs her from behind and calls out her full name to stop her. Flushing, he says she misunderstood him and tries to clarify what he meant. He finally confesses he loves her so much he gave up everything else for her. A comedic time-skip narration shows that in the previous episode he had jumped from a rooftop to go home. Now it recounts how Dorian later sat on a building, berating himself. He stands on the edge, preparing for another jump. His foot steps off the ledge. The narration notes he jumped off the building simply to go home. Mid-fall he realizes he might actually die from this careless leap. Back in the present, the lights in his apartment click on. Junji, his colleague, enters and looks around, worried. Seeing Dorian's special watch left on the couch, Junji curses. He wonders where Dorian went after abandoning his watch. Muttering that he will scold Dorian later, Junji heads toward the window. He is stunned to see Dorian plummeting past his window. Junji's face twists in horror at the sight. As Dorian continues falling, he wonders in panic if this is how he dies. Time seems to slow as he asks himself if he has really lived a worthwhile life. He remembers his childhood and earlier heroic moments saving others using his powers. More memories flash by of him growing up and helping his grandmother while serving as an officer. Still falling, he questions whether that life was truly good. He thinks that despite his good deeds, he committed a grave sin at the end. Images of attacking agents and dragging Rosa into trouble cross his mind. He imagines his own funeral portrait as a special officer. He even wonders if Rosa would attend his funeral if he died like this. Rosa in mourning clothes shakes her head in his imagination, refusing that thought. He snaps back to the present with wide eyes, realizing how absurd his death would be. He laments how embarrassing it would be to die just trying to get home. As he nears the ground, he wishes he were at least dying in a fight against a criminal. Instinctively he reaches out his glowing hand, triggering his power. His eyes jolt with light as his abilities suddenly return. Outside the apartments, the night remains calm after his miraculous landing. At ground level, the scene shows the quiet complex where he fell. Dorian lies sprawled on the pavement, panting that he almost died. He stares up in shock, still processing the near-death experience. Junji runs over and finds him lying there. Junji bursts into tears, thinking Dorian attempted suicide. He hugs Dorian on the ground, relieved he is alive. Later, Dorian sits handcuffed in an interrogation room. He asks Junji why he was dragged there, and Junji admits he is afraid Dorian might do something reckless again. Dorian protests that he never meant to kill himself, and explains how scared Junji made him. Slamming his hand on the table, Junji says he will ask Dorian something directly. He bluntly demands to know if Dorian is actually the criminal Black Hood. In response, Dorian unconsciously snaps the handcuffs with his powers, shocking Junji. Dorian sighs in relief that his abilities are working again, while Junji panics and asks what he means. Dorian explains his powers had disappeared for a while. He says he saved Rosa because he had to but feels it was unjust of him, and believes that guilt temporarily shut down his abilities. Junji listens, thinking how big a decision all this was for Doryang, yet how uncertain he now feels. Doryang concludes that with his righteousness and powers gone, Rosa has no reason to like him. The narration notes Junji's own internal thoughts about the situation. Junji silently wonders if Doryang has just confessed to a serious crime. Then he thinks about how pathetic and pitiful Doryang looks right now. Weighing the fact that Black Hood is a criminal but also saved someone, Junji agonizes over what the right thing to do is. He finally puts a hand on Doryang's shoulder and addresses him. Calling him Black Hood, Junji makes his stance clear. He tells Doryang simply to go home. As Doryang calls after him, Junji urges him to leave quickly. Junji warns him to hurry before he changes his mind, while narration notes how surprisingly kind-hearted Junji is. Walking away, Junji thinks Doryang is a poor fool who must really love Rosa. At Rosa's countryside hideout, time passes to a tranquil sunset. Rosa teleports back into the house in full Black Hood gear. She rushes in calling for Doryang to report what she saw at the lab. She finds the room empty and is puzzled. In chibi form, she guesses he must have gone home already. Shots show her boots hitting Doryang's apartment floor. Rosa enters his empty living room and cautiously calls out for him. Meanwhile, the city bustles at dusk as people walk through downtown streets. Some passers-by spot Junji in civilian clothes and recognize him as Doryang Han's colleague. They assume he is out leisurely while actually, in disguise, he walks the streets, likely continuing his work to track Black Dog. Doryang walks through the city wondering who else could possibly stop Black Dog. From a rooftop, a muscular man watches Doryang walking below. The muscular watcher, armed and confident, prepares to act. Doryang thinks that Rosa must be near Doryang Han. The watcher notices something unexpected and reacts in confusion. Doryang spots the man and calls out his name, Doryang Han. A masked devotee recognizes Doryang as Black Dog's archenemy and prepares his clawed hands to attack. The devotee charges forward, vowing to avenge a woman. Doryang turns, his arms starting to glow as he prepares to respond. His hand reaches out, startling at what is happening. The attacker rushes toward Doryang, who advances with glowing fingers ready. Another masked figure suddenly appears, kneeling as if teleporting into the scene. This newcomer dashes at high speed straight toward Doryang. The fast attacker slaps Doryang aside with a powerful blow. Doryang looks shocked and bruised from the sudden hit. The assailant is impaled through the torso by a sharp white spike. Everyone realizes Black Dog has been stabbed from behind by the devotee. The muscular man, Jin Jong, stares in shock at the scene. Elsewhere, someone urges a friend to hurry and come see what is happening. They breathlessly explain that Black Dog is nearby, debating whether to run toward or away from the chaos. The spike sticking from Black Dog's chest is focused on as someone weakly murmurs her name. Bystanders shout that Black Dog has been attacked. People exclaim that a devoted Black Dog follower is the one who stabbed her. Black Dog coughs violently through her mask, showing how serious the wound is. The devotee panics as Black Dog collapses in front of him. Airi rushes in, shoving past others and screaming Rosa's name as she runs to her side. Airi cradles the fallen Rosa, desperately asking if she is okay while the crowd murmurs around them. Doryang is hurled through the air and crashes to the ground among onlookers. People recognize the fallen man as Doryang Han. Someone shouts that Black Dog attacked Doryang, and he cries out Rosa's name in alarm. Airi's eyes fill with tears as she realizes how close Rosa is to dying. Airi places glowing hands on Rosa's torso and begins using her healing power. Supporters reassure themselves that Airi can save her, watching anxiously from behind. Airi declares that her healing ability can still save Lord Black Dog. The story shifts to a flashback set a few months earlier. In an interview, Airi explains she used to work at a hospital and that Officer Rosa Park once saved her from a fire. Remembering that day, Airi shyly recalls the first time she saw Rosa and was captivated. She admired Rosa's powers, courage, and seeming radiance amid the blazing fire. Airi muses that Rosa seems invincible but wants to help her however she can. The interviewer reviews Airi's file and asks about the details of her special ability. Airi states that her superpower is healing other people's wounds, not her own. The interviewer casually asks which Jew family she comes from. Narration states that this is how Airi Ju's story with the SP Bureau began. It concludes that Airi Ju eventually became a junior SP officer. Later, Airi learns Rosa is secretly Black Dog and is now a fugitive. Narration says Airi started thinking hard about how she could reach Rosa. In a hideout, someone raises a drink and calls for a celebratory toast. The devotees drink to Rosa Park's safe escape, while narration notes Airi's involvement. Airi happily toasts Rosa Park, having joined the Black Dog devotees herself. A masked member asks why she does not wear a gas mask, and she jokes that she will not cover her attractive face. Posters show the cult recruiting masked members, and narration explains that devotees still have assigned duties. Airi and other masked followers walk on patrol, carrying out those duties in public. A mission screen orders Airi to attack Doryang Han, who is trying to stop Rosa Park from fleeing. The narrative returns from flashback to the present. One masked devotee commands the others to beat up the traitor who stabbed Rosa. Enraged devotees savagely kick the downed attacker, shouting at him for stabbing Rosa. Airi stares wide-eyed, stunned by the violence unfolding. Rosa coughs but starts to revive as Airi's glowing hands heal her, and Airi calls her name. Doryang pushes through the panicked crowd, insisting on getting past. Airi checks on the now standing Rosa, who is surprised that her wound no longer hurts. Doryang freezes in the street as he processes that Rosa survived. Chibi Airi, overwhelmed with emotion, murmurs that she is relieved. A simple confession bubble proclaims "I love you." In reality, Airi suddenly hugs Rosa tightly, startling the masked hero. Rosa's eyes widen in shock as she processes Airi's unexpected embrace. Doryang, battered but alive, watches the two women from nearby. Breathing hard, he looks at them with mixed relief and confusion. In a chibi gag, Rosa awkwardly asks who this crying woman is while Airi sobs and clings to her. Onlookers shout that Black Dog has awakened, and Rosa panics at the number of people staring. Rosa sees Doryang in the crowd and gasps his name in shock. Rosa quickly decides she cannot let Doryang get in trouble and abruptly thanks Airi before trying to leave. Airi opens a portal of light, and Rosa disappears through it to escape. Bystanders shout that Black Dog has fled again as Doryang stands there. People complain that Doryang has once more failed to capture Black Dog. Doryang turns and starts running off, unable to stay and face them. Others assume he is chasing after Black Dog as he sprints away. The scene cuts to the city skyline at sunset, shifting to a quieter location. In an interrogation room, an officer reminds Airi she quit the force. He points out that she then joined the extremist group known as the Black Dog Devotees. He demands to know more, but Airi stays composed despite his anger. Another superior later comments that saving a dying person is not a crime and laments losing someone with Airi's talent. A blue-haired officer listens nervously to this evaluation of Airi. The superior admits she personally dislikes Doryang but questions if exposing him publicly is acceptable. Looking at online videos blaming Doryang for losing Black Dog and almost letting Rosa die, she notes the backlash he faces. She asks if anyone knows where Doryang is right now, clearly concerned. The scene shifts to an empty residential street at sunset. Doryang finally stops running and doubles over, exhausted and dejected. Sweating and out of breath, he mutters to himself in frustration. He fixates on the memory of Rosa's stabbing and blames himself for it. He thinks that if he had blocked the attack properly, Rosa would not have been injured. He recalls people saying they were disappointed in Doryang Han. Their harsh words echo in his mind as he stares blankly. He remembers bystanders doubting his worth as an SP officer and saying he should quit. He clenches his jaw, silently absorbing their criticism. Someone yells for him to stop, snapping him out of his despair. Doryang halts and stands motionless on the sidewalk. He thinks that he cannot even fulfill the basic duties of an SP officer. He adds that he cannot even protect the person he has feelings for. He concludes he is the worst both as an officer and as a human being. He looks down at his own hand, questioning the value of his fading power. Doryang wonders aloud what purpose he has if he really has lost his ability. Standing alone in the quiet street, he questions what his purpose in life now is. A sudden gust ripples through the area as someone approaches at high speed. Doryang turns sharply, sensing danger. Jin Jong launches a powerful kick at him, initiating a fierce fight. Doryang is smashed into the ground, and Jin looms over him, panting. Struggling to rise, Doryang mutters that everything is his fault. Jin grabs Doryang by the throat, choking him. Jin yells that Rosa was hurt because of Doryang's failure. As Jin throttles him, Doryang's hand begins to shine with power again. The light flares and blows both of them apart, sending Doryang crashing into a wall. Surrounded by smoke, Jin demands to know why Doryang protected him. Jin takes a step forward through the smoke, determined to press the issue. Furious, he screams, demanding to know who Doryang thinks he is that Rosa would take a blow for him. Jin's expression changes as something about Doryang's stance or words sinks in. He then realizes Doryang has vanished from the scene, leaving only smoke behind. The story shifts to Evening Towers, moving the setting once more. Inside an upscale apartment, the camera lingers on a dining table, indicating a calm interior. Rosa sits there, relieved that the earlier incident did not end in disaster. She turns to Doryang, expressing how glad she is that he is okay. Looking at him, she is struck speechless by his changed, vulnerable appearance. From her perspective, we see battered Doryang on the couch as someone uncertainly calls his name. Doryang, bruised and nervous, faces her as if bracing for her reaction. Rosa reacts in exaggerated shock at finally recognizing Doryang. Regaining composure, she suggests they review everything he has just told her. In chibi form, she summarizes that his power kept flickering and now seems gone, which also changed his hair and eye color. She confirms this is why he can no longer use his healing ability, and he quietly agrees. Holding his aching head, Doryang admits the situation hurts him deeply. Rosa's heart races as she processes his vulnerability and her own feelings. She blurts out that it is probably just temporary, and tries to reassure him. She squeezes his hand tightly, insisting his power will return. Their hands slip apart awkwardly as the intimate moment overwhelms her. Rosa suddenly worries aloud about what happens if his powers never come back. Doryang echoes her fear, asking what he should do if they really are gone for good. Rosa thinks she has never seen Doryang this insecure before. Panicking internally, she wonders what she should do to help him. Her thoughts betray that she finds him incredibly cute in this moment. Flustered, she changes the subject, insisting they focus on treating his wounds. The scene shifts to the kitchen while she prepares medical supplies. A first aid kit is opened, showing she is ready to bandage him up. Rosa tends his injuries gently on the couch while Doryang flinches at her touch. As she works, she curses Jin Jong for hitting Doryang so hard. Applying a bandage to his cheek, she repeats how badly Jin hurt him. The view moves toward the entrance, suggesting a change of focus or the passage of time. Doryang looks thoughtful, about to say something important. A quick flashback shows an SP officer cutting Rosa's hair to disguise her in the past. Another flashback overlays Jin's furious face as he pummeled Doryang in the street. Doryang begins to speak, reminding Rosa of something she once told him. He recalls her saying over the phone that Jin Jong might have had feelings for Rosa before. Rosa sits on her bed with the phone, listening intently as that old conversation replays in her mind. Doryang hesitates, starting to say he thinks the villain probably did something. A man's boots stand amid swirling smoke and shadowy shapes as he appears. The muscular long-haired man emerges, calmly looking ahead. He stands in the alley as thick smoke and bat-like shadows swirl around him. Rosa dashes in front of the fallen Doryang, charging toward the man. Rosa glares intensely, clearly determined to confront their opponent. The long-haired man looks shocked by Rosa's sudden appearance. He lowers his gaze and quietly questions why this is happening. Rosa, confused, internally demands to know what Doryang meant he probably did. She wonders what is going on with Doryang right now. Chibi Doryang mentally asks what suddenly changed with him, feeling depressed. Rosa gently takes Doryang's hand. Smiling, Rosa suggests they go outside together for some fresh air. Surprised, Doryang asks where she is taking him. Doryang suddenly finds himself outside at sunset, stunned. He yells in confusion, realizing they are at an amusement park with a giant Ferris wheel. The two sit atop a moving Ferris wheel cabin while Doryang anxiously calls Rosa's name. Panicking about the height, Doryang insists he will die if he falls, but Rosa calmly reassures him. Rosa tells him not to worry because she is right there with him. Doryang blushes, quietly taking in her reassurance against the sunset. Rosa tells him to calm down and look at something she is pointing toward. They sit together on the cabin roof, gazing out over the glowing cityscape at sunset. Doryang begins explaining that he has followed news about her for 2 years. He says that in all that time, she always seemed busy rescuing people. Rosa notes he has probably never stopped to just enjoy a view like this. She asks him to spend the whole day hanging out with her. Later, disguised in caps and masks, they step into the city for their casual date. Rosa excitedly leads Doryang by the hand toward a food stall. While eating, Doryang overhears someone recognize him by name and stiffens. Rosa jokingly dismisses it, saying his hair color is different so they will not know. She pats his back soothingly as they stand together before the street stall. They arrive at a claw machine arcade boasting the best odds in town. Rosa intensely works a claw machine while Doryang watches from behind. The plush toy slips away, showing her attempt failed. Rosa points out a shooting range next, proposing they try that. Doryang waits outside, considering her suggestion. Rosa suddenly reacts in surprise when she sees something inside. Doryang confidently aims an air gun at the range targets. Rosa watches admiringly as he shoots, heart pounding in excitement. Night falls over the city as their date continues. Rosa hugs a large plush bear happily under the night sky. Sitting together on a rooftop, Doryang asks if she likes the prize and she enthusiastically says she loves it. Rosa, glowing, asks Doryang how the day was for him. He smiles softly, preparing to answer. Looking at the night sky with her, he says the day was really nice. Rosa admits the day was so pleasant she even forgot she had lost her superpowers. She reaches over and holds Doryang's hand while calling his name. Doryang recalls telling her powers would return, then begins a serious confession. Rosa, hugging the plush, blurts out that she likes him regardless of whether his powers come back. She clarifies she likes Doryang Han as a person, not only as an SP officer. He clasps her hand more tightly, asking in disbelief if she really means it. Still anxious, he asks if she is truly fine with him living as an ordinary civilian who cannot protect her. In chibi form, Rosa cheerfully declares that is perfectly fine and that she will be the one to protect him. Doryang stares at her, deeply moved by her words. Rosa watches him, startled, as he processes everything. He reflects that he has always been the protector, but realizes being the one protected might not be so bad. He begins to say something else, slightly embarrassed. She asks what he wants to say. Rosa blushes hard, hugging the bear, clearly nervous about what might come next. Flustered, she tries to respond, stammering. Doryang admits that although he knows she is the same Rosa, something about her feels strangely different. He wonders aloud if his feeling is just because of his new hair color. He smiles faintly, thinking more about the change in himself. Leaning close, he teasingly asks Rosa if he feels like a stranger to her now. Doryang suddenly kisses Rosa, catching her and the plush completely off guard. The two remain kissing on the rooftop ledge, city lights glowing below. Rosa squeezes her eyes shut in embarrassment as the kiss continues. She peeks one eye open at him, cheeks burning. Doryang also cracks an eye open mid-kiss, equally flustered. Rosa jerks back afterward, blushing furiously and internally screaming. She tries to speak, while Doryang, confused, asks what is wrong. Mortified, Rosa shoves him away and yells at him to go home. Someone off-screen screams Doryang's name in shock at the push. Back at his place, Doryang sits stunned on the couch, feeling abandoned after being kicked out. He wonders to himself if that kiss was really such a big deal. He points out that technically it was not even their first kiss. Narration notes that Doryang forgot something important about their history. For Rosa, now home in her small room, the moment meant something different. Wrapped in blankets, she freaks out, realizing it was their first real kiss while sober. The next morning dawns bright over the city's tall buildings. Doryang showers, still thinking about everything. He grabs his toothbrush to start his morning routine. He brushes his teeth, lost in thought. He pauses mid-brush, suddenly anxious about his future. Leaning on the sink, he wonders what he should do with his life from now on. As he walks down the hall with a towel, he contemplates learning something new outside of being an officer. His phone rings with a call from the chairman. Answering, he politely greets the chairman, who urgently asks if he is okay. Sitting on the couch and turning on the TV, Doryang asks what the chairman means and if something happened. The news reports that Doryang Han got caught in a battle between Black Dog and a BD group. The anchor explains he was sent flying by a single punch from Black Dog. The report focuses on Doryang's face, making him the talk of the incident. The chairman tells him everyone is now talking about him and Black Dog. He adds that people are starting to doubt Doryang's fitness as an SP officer, while Doryang sighs and says he wanted to discuss something. A different government building is shown as he goes to meet the chairman. The chairman anxiously awaits him, sweating over the situation. Doryang arrives with his light hair, surprising the chairman, and says he thinks the new look is not bad. He explains that with a mask on people will not recognize him easily, which he actually likes. The bewildered chairman stammers, asking how any of this happened. Setting down his coffee, the chairman asks what Doryang means by his special abilities disappearing. They sit across a conference table as the chairman asks if Doryang is really alright. Doryang insists he is fine, though the chairman cannot understand how. Doryang then calmly states that he wants to resign from the force. The chairman is stunned speechless by this request. He asks if Doryang is quitting because he lost his powers or for some other reason. The chairman presses, asking if there is another reason behind his decision. Doryang falls silent, considering how to explain. He recalls Black Dog striking at a restrained Rosa in the past. He remembers Rosa in chains during that confrontation. Back in the present, he starts to answer the chairman. Doryang finally admits he wants to quit because he no longer feels like a just person. Life in the city continues as people cross the streets unaware of his inner turmoil. Doryang walks alone through town wearing a mask, blending into the crowd. He broods while walking, lost in his thoughts. Sudden explosions shake the ground nearby. He turns toward the noise as the booming continues. Looking down the street, he sees an SP criminal using hair tentacles to hurl cars while civilians flee. Realizing what he is seeing, he identifies the attacker as an SP criminal. The villain, Hair Beast, revels in his overwhelming power granted by experiments, and declares his rebirth. From above, Hair Beast spots Doryang standing alone below. One of Hair Beast's hair tendrils lashes outward at high speed. The hair wraps tightly around Doryang's neck, yanking him into the air. Suspended beside the villain, Doryang stares at him in disbelief. Hair Beast recognizes him, incredulously asking if this is really Doryang Han. Sneering, Hair Beast mocks Doryang's new appearance. He declares that he has changed too, thanks to someone he met. Hair Beast shouts that he was transformed by Dr. B. Doryang is shocked to hear that name. Another empowered criminal appears, proclaiming they are no longer the weak humans Doryang once beat. That monster explains they were reborn by Dr. B's experiments. Doryang's eyes widen as he realizes the scale of Dr. B's influence. He notices the glowing red necklace that seems to be fueling Hair Beast's powers. Hair Beast, overflowing with power, launches a lethal hair assault aimed at killing Doryang. Doryang braces himself helplessly as the hair spear rushes toward him. Suddenly Rosa, in her Black Dog gear, kicks Hair Beast away and knocks Doryang free. Masked Rosa appears in midair, eyes blazing as she intervenes. Hair Beast panics, horrified by Black Dog's arrival. Onlookers gasp, realizing who has just appeared. The crowd screams that Black Dog is here while Rosa keeps hold of Doryang's hand. She checks if Doryang is alright, and he stammers in shock, asking how she is there. Rosa points at the villain and vows to take Hair Beast down. She looks around in confusion when Hair Beast abruptly vanishes from sight. Elsewhere in the streets, Hair Beast resumes attacking terrified civilians. He raves about the overwhelming strength coursing through him. He attributes his new might to having Black Dog's DNA inside him. Rosa flashes forward again, launching another powerful attack at Hair Beast. She demands he stop as they clash violently midair. Their battle culminates in a huge explosive impact as Rosa slams Hair into the ground. After the shockwave fades and bystanders run, Doryang rises to his knees, regaining his resolve. Staring ahead, he quietly calls out for Dr. B, ready to confront the one behind all this. Doryang's eyes widen as he pieces together a troubling realization. He recalls that Dr. B created the necklace that boosted the beast's strength. He remembers Gyoke Bayan having built the black watch that drove him berserk. Doryang wonders if Gyoke Bayan and Dr. B might actually be the same person. Shocked, he silently digests this connection. Rosa reflects bitterly that the person who tormented her grandmother was that jerk Gyoke Bayan. Rosa apologizes to Doryang. Rosa declares her resolve to destroy the Super Abilities Research Institute. Doryang listens, affected by her determination. Sitting alone on the street, he admits to himself that Rosa was right. Elsewhere, masked Rosa races through the city using her hair like appendages. chasing agents curse at Rosa for slipping away again. The enemy uses hair to hurl a city bus into the air. Rosa responds by flinging the bus down the street toward her pursuer. The target barely dodges the incoming bus. She looks back in alarm at where the bus is headed. Realizing she should have stopped the bus instead of evading, Rosa sees it headed for a child. The unaware child looks up, sensing something overhead. Doryang sees the airborne bus bearing down on the child. Rosa's eyes widen in horror as she understands what is about to happen. Doryang throws himself over the child, shielding him with his body. Rosa screams Doryang's name as the bus crashes down beside them. Blood drips onto the pavement from Doryang's injuries. Later, in his superior's office, Doryang formally requests to resign from the force. His commander reacts with visible shock and concern. The commander asks if Doryang wants to quit because he lost his abilities. Doryang wonders aloud if there is another reason behind his decision. Rosa recalls when Doryang arrested her, recognizing his conflicted expression. Doryang struggles to answer, gripping his teacup as he gathers his thoughts. He explains he wants to leave because he no longer feels like a just person. Remembering the accident, he affirms to himself that he does not regret saving Rosa. Rosa, handcuffed in that past moment, thinks she did what felt right to her. Rosa rushes toward the crash site, shouting Doryang's name. Doryang's bloodied hand stirs faintly, showing he is still alive. He resolves internally that he now understands what he must do. Bleeding on the ground, he clenches his fist with renewed determination. Rosa's attack causes a massive explosion of smoke and debris in the street. She looks on tensely, watching for the outcome. In the present, the bus that nearly killed them is now suspended harmlessly in front of Doryang and the boy. Doryang feels power surge around his bandage as he begins to speak. He vows to use his returned powers to fight for justice. Transformed and shining, he stands protectively by Rosa's side in his own memory. Masked Rosa stares at the newly empowered Doryang in astonishment. Their enemy, wearing a red crystal necklace, panics at this unexpected turn. Doryang smashes the bus aside with a glowing strike, saving everyone. The rescued boy watches him in starry-eyed awe. Doryang calmly tells the boy his name and urges him to get to safety, and the boy agrees. Doryang turns to face Rosa and the monstrous foe looming behind her. The villain wonders if Doryang has really returned to normal. Boasting that his own hair-based ability has been enhanced, the villain charges again. Doryang rushes to meet him head-on. He thrusts out his glowing hand, unleashing a powerful blast. The blast slams the villain into the ground with overwhelming force. Bystanders gape in disbelief at the sudden defeat. The villain lies battered, his red necklace still intact. Doryang tightens his glowing fist, preparing to finish it. Cracks spread through the red crystals as his power grips the necklace. The corrupted necklace shatters into countless fragments. The villain collapses, defeated, while Doryang hovers calmly above. Looking up at the sky, Doryang takes in what has just happened. Seeing his glowing hand, he realizes something vital has returned. He recognizes with amazement that his super abilities are back. Doryang's expression turns resolute as he thinks about what comes next. Floating over the cheering street, he hears people celebrating that he saved them. In the crowd, someone shouts that Doryang has always been worthy of their faith. The comment makes Rosa flinch, drawing her attention. The same voice urges Doryang to go after Black Dog next. Hearing Rosa's name, Doryang immediately thinks of her. He pivots in midair and flies off, intent on finding Rosa. He speeds away from the crowd toward another part of the city. Landing elsewhere, he anxiously wonders again where Rosa has disappeared to. Time passes, and we see the headquarters building where his actions are being reviewed. Outside that building, fans gather holding banners in support of Doryang. They excitedly gush that he saved someone even while on leave and beg to see him. In a quiet office, sunlight falls on an empty desk, signaling a calm after the crisis. Doryang's commander inspects the captured red necklace, confirming it belonged to the earlier monster. The commander groans that this new necklace is yet another headache. He notes there are already many such necklaces and worries about their growing numbers. His subordinate observes that these new models look upgraded and more luxurious. She suggests using the artifact for the bureau, but the commander dismisses it as too flashy and undecided. He leaves the necklace on his desk, saying he will consider what to do with it. The commander praises Doryang for his work, and Doryang responds politely. The commander then asks if Doryang still intends to quit the force. Doryang hesitates, thinking about everything that has happened. He answers that he will resume his duties once his leave ends. Affirming there is still much to be done, he recommits to his role. The commander smiles, clearly relieved by Doryang's decision. Later, Doryang and the female officer cross paths awkwardly in the hallway. She apologizes to him for how she acted before. She recalls restraining him under orders when he was controlled, insisting she had no choice. We glimpse that earlier confrontation where she held him back as others closed in. Now she offers her hand, wanting to reconcile. When she reaches out, she realizes Doryang has already vanished down the corridor. His hurried footsteps echo as he rushes off elsewhere in the building. Running, he anxiously wonders where Rosa went. His mind flashes back to when he last saw himself floating above the city searching for her. He remembers looking down at the cheering crowd while still unable to spot Rosa. He thinks she must have teleported away and wonders where she could have gone. Stepping outside, he is immediately mobbed by enthusiastic fans chanting his name. Overwhelmed, he hears them beg for autographs and praise how cool he is. From a distance, we see the crowd completely surrounding Doryang. Across the street, Rosa quietly watches the scene from behind a pole. She thinks to herself that Doryang truly shines in the role of an SP officer. She admits inwardly that she is glad he regained his powers. As evening falls over the city, life on the streets returns to normal. Rosa sits alone on a rooftop ledge, lost in thought. She gazes at the sunset, wrestling with her feelings. She tells herself she is a criminal who must eventually break into the lab, no matter what. Elsewhere, Doryang thinks about her while the city lights blur behind him. He remembers the crowd's cheers but focuses only on Rosa's absence. Rosa sits tensely, hands clasped, still conflicted about her future. She concludes that, however she looks at it, Doryang needs to remain an SP officer. At home, Rosa lies with her head in her massive grandfather's lap while he watches over her. He angrily demands to know what her grandmother warned her about. Rosa repeats that her grandmother said SP police are nothing but trouble. Despite her words, she absent-mindedly drools, betraying her emotional turmoil. Her grandfather clutches his chest, visibly distressed and upset. His eyes darken as painful memories surface. He recalls a younger SP officer he once cared about and a mission that turned violent. The memory ends with that officer lying dead and bloodied on the ground. Back in the present, he gently tells Rosa never to get involved with an SP cop. Stroking her hair, he warns she would only end up hurt. The doorbell rings, interrupting their serious conversation. Opening the door, he finds Doryang unexpectedly standing outside. Shocked and sweating, the grandfather stares at the visitor. Inside, Rosa jerks upright on the couch, startled by the intrusion. She anxiously asks if Doryang is looking for Rosa. Her grandfather stammers as he begins to answer. He turns to find Rosa has already disappeared from the living room. Under a starry night sky, attention shifts to Rosa's grandmother's rural house. Rosa materializes inside the house via teleportation. Exhausted, she mutters that constantly running away is wearing her out. Suddenly noticing something, she looks up in surprise. She sees the outer door standing open and wonders why. In the next room, a dark-clad figure stands behind her, unnoticed. The intruder reaches for the bedroom door where her grandmother usually stays. Rosa simultaneously reaches for the same door, overlapping his motion. As the door slides open, Rosa emerges with the unknown man right behind her. Startled, she demands to know where he has been. The man explains he visited her grandmother's home earlier, hoping to find her. He adds that he even checked his own apartment and Rosa's school in his search. He confesses that despite all this, he still could not locate her. Rosa, on the verge of tears, repeats her question about where he was. Forcing a smile, she insists she was just wandering around. He asks bluntly if she has been avoiding him, and why. Rosa steels herself, saying there is something she realized this time. Doryang tells her that if she truly decides to hide, he has no way of ever finding her, and it terrifies him. Voice shaking, he asks if she knows how scared he was while she was gone. He pleads with her to never run away from him again. Rosa stands speechless against the door, deeply moved by his words. Rosa demands an answer, cornering Doryang against the wall. Doryang, eyes watering, is stunned into silence. Rosa hesitates, trying to respond. She reminds him he is an SP officer, conflicted about his proposal. Overwhelmed, Doryang covers his face. He sighs heavily while standing with Rosa in the room. Sitting together, he tells her to listen closely and holds her hands. Rosa explains that their cautious chairman only makes decisions when he has firm evidence. She believes that even if the chairman suspects Gyoke Bayan, he will struggle to take action against him. She recalls an incident with a defective watch from the research institute head, implying the chairman misreads suspicious evidence before. Doryang says that is why Rosa is the only one he can rely on. He asks her to help him bring down Gyoke Bayan. Rosa is taken aback by his determination. She warns that doing this will make him a criminal and asks if he accepts that, and he says he does. Doryang declares that he wants to pursue justice together with Rosa. Rosa is shocked by his resolve. She asks if he plans to resign from the force, and he refuses. Smiling, Doryang adds that he will instead become a spy within the organization. Elsewhere, a scientist examines a photo of the dead Hair Beast host, Rosa Park. The scientist notes that the Hair Beast has been eliminated. He remarks it only contained part of Rosa's DNA and moves on to the next project. He decides to accelerate work on RPBV, a budget version of Rosa Park. Walking through the lab, another researcher questions whether the weaker RPBV will suffice. The lead scientist says it is insignificant if the real Rosa destroys RPBV. He reveals their true weapon, the RPD. He ominously addresses the powerful RPD, calling it Rosa. The narration transitions to what happens next. 3 months pass in the story. In that time, Officer Junji becomes the public face of the SP police and safety campaigns. Junji also stars in ads about symmetry even in outdoor fashion. Now he confidently patrols in uniform and sunglasses. Passers-by excitedly recognize and fangirl over Junji in the street. Crowds chant his name and declare their love for him. He playfully orders his admirers to align left and right, and they obey. The narration questions how Junji changed so drastically. It wonders what has happened to Junji to make him this popular. The story flashes back to 3 months earlier. A superior announces that Doryang Han is on leave and unavailable for assignments. The superior assigns extra work to Junji, expecting more effort from him. Junji clenches his gloved hand, feeling the weight of this expectation. He outwardly accepts the order, saying he understands. Later he angrily crushes a vending machine button, venting his stress. He is shocked that the superior seems to trust him with Do-ryung's responsibilities. Internally he panics that his previously comfortable life is gone, and such a big role is falling to him. Under mounting stress, he becomes visibly strained and anxious. The narration labels his state as maximum pressure. At work, Se asks what is wrong, but Junji pretends nothing is bothering him. Time passes over the city as his situation changes. Junji begins capturing criminals and standing behind them proudly. Applause from bystanders draws his surprised attention. People compliment his looks and call him handsome, startling him. Teenage girls praise him and call him Appa, leaving him flustered. An advertising rep pushes a Samjong commercial contract in front of him. The agent tells the confused Junji he only needs to sign. Another person asks for his autograph for a child fan, which astonishes him. Narration explains that until now Junji's achievements were always overshadowed by Do-ryung Han's. Now Junji is the one featured on posters as his own prominent image. Billboards across the city display his face, and everyone is focused on him. Junji realizes he is suddenly receiving enormous attention. Narration notes that he could not handle this pressure. As a result, Junji eventually has a breakdown. The story returns from flashback to the present. Now, Junji basks in fangirls' attention and casually manages his fans. Se and Do-ryung watch from a distance as people swarm Junji. Do-ryung teasingly asks Se how it feels now that Junji is the one getting all the attention. He observes that Se used to dominate the spotlight herself. Se replies that she actually likes not being the center of attention anymore. Do-ryung smiles thoughtfully at this. Se begins to answer more seriously, trailing off. She then says she hates the current situation with clear intensity. Do-ryung asks why she dislikes it so much. He thinks about her reaction. He imagines that Se loves being adored and surrounded by fans. Realizing something, his eyes widen. He jokingly asks if she is jealous and wants Junji all to herself, which she vehemently denies. Se says Do-ryung would not understand because he has always been popular, while this is Junji's first time receiving such attention. She predicts Junji will react badly when the crowd loses interest in him. Se claims he cannot handle fame the way she can, boasting as a million-subscriber YouTuber. When Do-ryung asks if people will really lose interest, she answers confidently that she has already foreseen it in a vision. The scene then moves ahead to the next day. Se looks horrified by what she now sees. She stammers in shock when she encounters Junji again. Junji stands before her in a perfectly posed, idol-like manner, prompting her outburst. She scolds him for wearing only one name tag as part of his fan service image. Junji smugly replies that he is doing it because the fans want it. Se sneaks up behind him, preparing drastic action for the sake of his fans. Junji turns, puzzled by her behavior. Later, in an interrogation-like room, Se sits ominously in front of a line of self-help books. Junji wakes with a jolt, tied to a chair with a rice cake on his head. Panicking, he asks what is happening as he sees Se across the table. He demands to be untied and accuses her of setting this up. Grinning, he assumes she is jealous and thinks he has figured out her motive. Se, expressionless, tells him he is only angry because she believes the attention has gone to his head. She interrupts his protest by lifting his chin and calling him Appa. She informs him that what he needs most right now is mental re-education. Junji looks frightened and confused by her words. She begins by telling him that she needs him. She then reveals she needs him to read all the self-help books she has gathered right away. The books include titles about being yourself and accepting obsession. Another book assures it is okay not to be as cool as Do-ryung Han. Junji incredulously reads the title about not being as cool as Do-ryung, confused by it. Se explains that the only reason Junji is popular now is because Do-ryung has been absent. He denies it emotionally. She insists this is true. She clarifies that fans turned to Junji merely because their favorite idol vanished, and they needed a replacement. Her harsh assessment leaves Junji stunned and shaken. Se shouts that it cannot stay this way, implying the situation will change soon. She adds that Do-ryung is returning soon. She asks Junji what will become of him once Do-ryung is back and the spotlight shifts again. Junji begs her to stop, thrashing in his bonds. Eventually he slumps, exhausted, while Se stands over him. She asks why he thinks she is putting him through this. Crying, Junji admits he finally gained recognition and now feels pressured to be perfect. He believes everyone expects flawlessness from him. He asks if Se would accept it if he reverted to the foolish version of himself. Struggling, he begins to answer her. Se smiles warmly and says she liked him precisely because he was a buffoon. Her words move Junji, who blushes and tears up. Seen from afar, he bows his head against her as she steadies him, completing the strange counseling session. Narration notes that events unfold just as Se's earlier vision predicted. As Do-ryung's face reappears on billboards, Junji's brief fame fades. Crowds excitedly celebrate Do-ryung Han's return. Fans swarm around Do-ryung, welcoming him back enthusiastically. Se watches fans gushing in the distance, arms crossed in annoyance. She concludes she still does not like Do-ryung despite everything. As she walks away, Junji watches her from behind. Sensing him, she turns her head in surprise. Junji shyly approaches her, calling out with the now familiar term Appa. Sei notices him, anxiously glancing around, and asks what he is looking for. Junji mutters that he suspects paparazzi are secretly watching him. Sei listens blankly as he mumbles that photographers are waiting to snap his picture. Realizing how delusional he sounds, he starts to sweat. Sei instead points her phone at him and prepares to take a photo herself. She snaps a picture, declaring it turned out well, while he panics. She tells him that she alone is interested in him now. She sternly asks if he understands, leaving him blushing. Overcome, Junji suddenly hugs Sei tightly. Doryang arrives and sees them embracing as Junji proclaims Sei is the only one for him, and she tells him to treat her well. Turning away from the scene, Doryang is stopped by someone calling out to him. At headquarters, staff excitedly inform Doryang he is officially back on duty. Outside, Sei asks Doryang to confirm that he intends to catch Black Dog. Doryang smiles confidently in response. He answers that of course he will. Later, in his Black Ops gear, Doryang suits up, ready to act. He looks back as someone reaches toward him. Rosa, also geared up, asks if he is ready to proceed. Doryang clasps Rosa's hand in agreement. A surge of power fills the room as they activate their abilities together. Wearing masks and tactical outfits, they soar through the air toward their mission objective. They descend toward a heavily fortified research complex built beside a cliff, their target in sight. Two masked operatives descend under the moonlit sky toward a target facility. The scene shifts to a large, fortified research complex with a central dish-like structure. The pair sneak inside and peek around a corner, scouting the interior. While hiding, they discuss that if their suspicion is right, Gyoke Bayan is actually the criminal scientist Dr. B and wonder if the chairman will believe them. The man steels himself, eyes sharp with determination. Rosa says they must first find proof Gyoke is Dr. B, but her partner suddenly hushes her. They spot two researchers in lab coats walking away down a corridor. The man signals a plan and Rosa nods in agreement. They crouch by a lab door, eavesdropping on the researchers inside. Inside, the green-haired researcher tells his colleague that the bioweapon RPBV will soon be released and wonders what the director intends to do with it. Hearing the term RPBV, the masked man is startled and pays close attention. The woman scientist scolds her colleague, asking if he failed to understand their superior's explanation. The memory cuts to a girl explaining that releasing RPBV is part of a plan to wipe out the SP police. Rosa realizes in horror that the plan involves using Rosa Parks' DNA, meaning her own genetic material. Flashing back, she remembers overhearing this in the lab and the girl confirming Rosa's DNA was indeed mentioned. Rosa also recalls Dr. B pointing toward her hiding place during that incident, nearly catching her. Back in the present, the man's eyes widen again as he processes this connection. He spots Rosa's distinctive red pendant necklace lying on a lab bench. He picks up the necklace, clearly recognizing it as important to Rosa. A scientist suddenly shouts demanding to know who is there, making the man jolt in surprise. Rosa bursts from hiding, sprinting toward the commotion. She grabs the bespectacled scientist Alex from behind, taking her hostage. The green-haired scientist furiously brandishes a massive weapon, yelling at Rosa for attacking Alex. The masked man charges forward, boots pounding across the lab floor. He launches himself through the air, attacking the green-haired man before the weapon can be fired. He knocks the scientist to the ground and raises the heavy gun to subdue him. With the scientist pinned, Rosa demands to know where Gyoke Bayan is, while the man groans in pain. The scientist sneers that he would never reveal Gyoke's location. The man, feigning meekness, nervously asks again for the information, then coldly demands payment if he is to cooperate. When Rosa threatens harsher methods if he refuses, the man offers to take over the interrogation. He brutally twists the scientist's arm, applying painful pressure. The scientist screams in agony as the joint is forced. The man calmly warns he will break the arm unless the scientist talks. He repeats the demand for Gyoke Bayan's whereabouts while holding the man down. Terrified, the scientist gives in and agrees to tell them everything. He explains how to reach Gyoke's location deeper in the lab, leaving Rosa impressed by her partner's intimidation skills. The man reflects that Doryang is surprisingly adept at blackmail and coercion. Rosa is confused and flustered by his self-deprecating reaction. The two scientists are left bound and sitting back-to-back on the lab floor. Later, Rosa and her partner emerge outside, heading toward the next objective under the moonlight. They enter a vast underground hall and remark that the area appears deserted. The man steps forward cautiously, boots echoing on the floor. Suddenly sensors trigger, alarming the man as he realizes something is wrong. Laser security grids ignite across the room, revealing a deadly trap. Automated turrets and cameras activate along the walls, tracking movement. A blaring announcement declares an intruder alert as Rosa and the man are caught in the laser web. Over speakers, staff identify the intruders as Black Dog and Black Hood, while Rosa wonders if this system existed before, and the man panics at the unexpected trap. Armed researchers rush in, swinging high-tech rifles to aim at the intruders. The pair find themselves surrounded at gunpoint by a ring of lab personnel. A new figure approaches, remarking that these are the rats who infiltrated her lab previously. Rosa recognizes the approaching woman as Rosa Park herself being addressed, but corrects that Black Dog stands before her instead. The twisted scientist, Dr. B, greets Black Dog by name with a sickening smile. Dr. B says she is pleased Black Hood came along as well, cackling while her people keep the guns trained on them. Rosa quietly asks if they should teleport away and retreat, but her partner immediately refuses. He insists there is no turning back from this confrontation. Before Rosa can argue, he dashes toward the gunman at blinding speed. He kicks one armed researcher, disarming him with a powerful strike. Grabbing another scientist as a shield, he holds a gun to the hostage's head and orders the others not to shoot. The remaining gunmen fire anyway, only to have their weapons shot or knocked from their hands in the chaos. One scientist wrestles desperately for control of his gun as the man closes in. Another unlucky attacker is flung bodily through the air toward his comrade. The man barrels forward, toppling more scientists like bowling pins. Rosa watches the whirlwind assault in awe, hand at her chest as she feels the rush of battle. A startled scientist falls to his knees in front of the man, overpowered. Another scientist tries to fire but has the gun ripped away while screaming. The attacker is struck in the face by his own weapon as the man counters. Dr. B watches in shock as a rifle sails toward her. Soon, all of the armed staff lie unconscious or disabled on the floor around the man. He stands amid the fallen enemies, calm and imposing. Rosa flusters internally, overwhelmed by how capable and cool he looked in battle. Dr. B staggers back to her feet, unnerved by the sudden turn of events. Her fear twists into a sinister grin as she plots her next move. Rosa's partner calls out into the room, ordering Dr. B to show herself. Dr. B emerges from a side passage, addressing Jin Jong by name with malicious familiarity. Jin Jong freezes in shock, hearing his real name spoken. Rosa also stares in disbelief at this revelation. A concealed doorway whooshes open behind Dr. B, revealing a hidden chamber. Rosa and Jin stand together as they both register the secret exit route. For a moment, everyone in the devastated lab silently regards one another. Flashing back, Dr. B screams in fury while brandishing a weapon earlier during the raid. She later lowers her head, sweating as she faces a gun now aimed at her. In the present confrontation, Jean sights Dr. B with a massive weapon, making her stumble and scream. He addresses her directly as Dr. B while keeping the gun trained on her. Terrified, she realizes Jean is the one opposing her. Her fear quickly turns into manic laughter as she responds. Jin's eye narrows with murderous intent at her reaction. A previously unseen scientist behind him levels a weapon at the back of his head. The scientist's finger begins to squeeze the trigger. An alarm erupts throughout the facility as systems react to this desperate action. News coverage later breaks, announcing a major incident. Reporters state that Black Dog and Black Hood have attacked the Super Abilities Research Institute. At home, civilians watch the broadcast as the SP police arrive. They react with fear at hearing Black Dog has struck again. Narration explains that the city lies awake in terror. It is said that Black Dog has become a symbol of fear throughout society. Sometime afterward, an ordinary student casually eats lunch in a cafeteria, seemingly unaware. A message alert startles the room as students check their phones. The disaster text warns that Black Dog has appeared nearby and orders immediate evacuation. Students panic and flee the cafeteria in all directions. At a shop, another young man shows the same alert to a stunned clerk. His phone repeats the brief order to evacuate because of Black Dog's presence. The clerk vaults over the counter to escape as well. Another compressed warning, simply reading from the BSA to run, flashes on a different device. People sprint through the streets and leap obstacles while trying to get away. Phones continue receiving terse reminders from the BSA to run. Windows shatter as someone dives through in frantic flight. Crowds on the street shout for people to stop or calm down as panic spreads, and narration says Black Dog has become a national calamity. A TV host calmly presents a daily Black Dog level rating today as level 3 and urging citizens to survive accordingly. A schoolgirl shouts to her mother that today is Black Dog level 3, and her mom reminds her to take a taser gun for protection. The girl heads out with classmates and enforcement agents, declaring she will see her family later while armed escorts surround students. She meets a helmeted friend outside a store, greeting them while holding the taser. Curious, she asks her friend why Black Dog never seems to be caught. She waves the taser around and wonders aloud why the police do not just shoot Black Dog. The helmeted friend points out that Black Dog has an overpowered ability, specifically teleportation, making her hard to hit. The girl stares at the taser, realizing how outmatched ordinary weapons might be. The two continue walking through town, chatting about the situation. The story jumps back to the earlier raid, showing again the finger pulling a weapon's trigger. The resulting emergency sirens and flashing lights from that shot cascade through the facility. The weapon discharges, leaving smoke around its muzzle. We see that Jean deliberately fired at Dr. B's feet, knocking her down instead of killing her. Dr. B, stunned and furious, cannot understand how Jean turned the situation against her. From outside, she screams Black Dog's name as Rosa and Jean rest, battered but alive near the damaged building. Rosa turns toward Jean, ready to speak now that the immediate danger has passed. She anxiously checks his head for injuries from the earlier gun threat, but he reassures her that he is fine. Blushing, she quickly pulls back and looks away. Her eyes widen again as something unexpected catches her attention. An imposing, tattooed man named Jin Jong appears before them in the present timeline. Rosa reflexively tenses, preparing herself to react. She steps protectively in front of Jean, squaring off against the newcomer. The man gazes at them with a calm, unreadable expression. Recognizing something, he peers closer at Jean. Jean is stunned when the man addresses him by his full name, Doriang Han. At that moment, A small transmitter hidden under Rosa's hair quietly activates. Back at the lab, Dr. B rants furiously that the two vigilantes have escaped again. In the present, the tattooed man asks the pair if they saw the dangerous individuals he is hunting. Through a communicator, he relays false information that the intruders are not in his area. Out loud he repeats that no suspects are nearby, effectively covering for Rosa and Jean. Jean calls after him, demanding to know why he lied to his own side. Rosa also asks why he would protect them. The man turns back and questions why Jean is going against the authorities like this. After a pause, he begins to explain his motivation. He admits he is doing this because he has romantic feelings for Rosa, shocking her. We briefly see the past moment when Black Dog saved a student from an attack, influencing his decision. He adds that he now wants to protect her, then walks away while Rosa and Jean watch in silence. Rosa stands alone for a moment, processing the confession. She then rejoins Jean, stepping beside him with renewed resolve. Elsewhere, an officer recalls being puzzled why their unit was sent to the research center that night. At the scene, the officer spots Rosa and blurts out her real name before hastily correcting himself to Black Dog. Another officer similarly calls out to Black Hood, realizing the two feared vigilantes are actually their own acquaintances. The squad confronts Rosa and Jean, shouting in disbelief that the terrorists everyone fears are actually the two of them. Rosa turns, sweating nervously as she realizes her secret identity has been exposed. Cian, wearing a mask, anxiously calls out for Junji and Cian. Apologizing, the masked attacker delivers a decisive first strike aimed to guarantee victory. The girl in the mask is stunned by what just happened. The blow sends the blue-uniformed officer skidding across the ground while the attacker stands firm. Sitting up injured, the officer hesitantly tries to speak. He angrily demands how the attacker could do that to him. A fellow officer looks on in utter confusion, unable to process the situation. The masked assailant hesitates silently, hand near their chest pouch. The assailant introduces themselves with the codename Blackhood. The bruised officer curses under his breath, furious at Blackhood. He yells that he will report Blackhood's actions and threatens further consequences. Enraged, he stomps the ground, shouting that Blackhood struck first. Blackhood reacts in alarm as the impact cracks the pavement beneath them. Two onlookers imagine a comedic sketch of Blackhood and the officer brawling violently. Cian and the other officer stare at each other in awkward silence. The female officer internally admits she is certain she will lose this upcoming fight. Cian frets about having to earn her salary despite not wanting to fight. Resolved, Cian tightens her fist and readies herself for combat. The nervous officer suggests they stop chasing and just talk because he does not want to get hurt. Cian agrees she does not want to fight either and sits down beside him. While Blackhood pummels Junji elsewhere, the seated pair casually ask about each other's well-being. The officer cheerfully asks Cian where she has been living. Cian begins to answer, about to reveal where she has been staying. Realizing her slip, Cian panics with a gasp. She confesses she almost revealed her secret, while the officer laments, almost tricking her into saying it. The officer, feeling betrayed, declares that despite trusting Cian, she is obligated to arrest her. Cian nervously laughs, sensing how serious the officer has suddenly become. Somewhere else, Blackhood is tightly restrained by a massive stone-like coil. Cian, torn, calls out to Blackhood and begs him to surrender so she can arrest him. Junji explains he has no choice, since someone reported Blackhood and duty compels him. Facing Blackhood, he asserts his role as an SP officer and labels Blackhood a criminal. Narration wonders what fate awaits Dorian after these events. Struggling in his bindings, Blackhood marvels at Junji's unexpected strength as someone calls out to the officer. Junji turns when someone shouts his name, momentarily distracted. That distraction lets an attacker smash him hard from behind. Staggering, Junji begins to say something, clearly hurt. Cian screams for her older partner as Junji slams into the ground from the blow. The other officer calls out to him, but he orders her not to get sentimental and to keep moving. Junji lies unconscious in a cratered street, while his colleague stands over him. Turning away, she insists to herself that she saw nothing and ignores what happened. In a lab flashback, an enraged scientist lashes out, screaming. The same scientist fumes alone while other researchers with their backs turned ignore him. A superior calmly announces they will accelerate their project timeline. The mad scientist orders his team to release the experimental creatures. That night, ominous figures and monsters stroll casually through a city as narration hints at tomorrow's upheaval. A sinister girl with glowing eyes declares that the world will soon be changed. Narration shifts to autumn at a school, describing fall as exam season. Yusuf studies desperately at his desk, overwhelmed by exam stress. Chunhyang, hair metaphorically on fire, also crams furiously for the tests. Mungryong silently weeps rivers of tears over his exam papers. Narration states that everyone is furious, with Yusuf wishing the school would crumble to dust. Another student vents frustration by smashing his desk in a fit of exam rage. The scene jump cuts to an actual explosion at the school, sending students fleeing. Yusuf and his friends stare in shock at the destruction unfolding before them. Realizing the exams are effectively cancelled, the trio cheer wildly in relief. Back at night, SP officers receive urgent alerts on their wrist devices. A blue-haired woman wakes to the same beeping alarm on her wristband. The alarm device lies on her bed, flashing insistently. A hand reaches down, picking up the SP wristband to answer the call. A blond man calmly dresses, readying himself for deployment. He fastens his shirt and tie, completing his uniform. He slips on his SP jacket, fully suited as an officer. Now revealed as an SP officer, he finishes buckling his belt with a determined look. Meanwhile, downtown explosions and sinkholes devastate the streets as chaos erupts. Bystanders look on in horror, asking what is happening. Their fear turns to relief as they recognize arriving reinforcements. People exclaim that the SP police have arrived on the scene. Led by the blonde officer, a squad of SP police marches forward as citizens cry that they are saved. Junji, within the squad, watches the leader thoughtfully with bruised but steady eyes. The assembled officers brace themselves as something powerful approaches. The blonde officer launches forward and blasts a group of transformed monsters away with a radiant strike. He snaps his fingers, activating his ability. The force of his power slams a green monster into the ground along with its allies. Landing in front of his team, he warns that these new criminals differ from past opponents. Holding a shattered red necklace pendant, he explains that the monster's strength comes from these jewels. He sets their mission: arrest the monsters and confiscate every power-granting necklace. The squad charges into the city streets to carry out this objective. One officer rips a glowing necklace from a criminal's neck mid-arrest. Junji cuffs another subdued criminal whose power has faded. While securing him, Junji suddenly recognizes the man. The criminal confirms Junji's memory, recalling that Junji and Sei previously arrested him. Grinning, the man says he failed to take revenge but still enjoys his role in events. He adds that a comrade named Jenny is more than capable of dealing with Sei. Junji reacts in alarm and disbelief to that revelation. Elsewhere, Jenny greets Sei with twisted politeness, acting as if they were old acquaintances. Sei, confused, asks if Jenny knows her, and Jenny reminds her that she and Junji once arrested her. Jenny sneers that Sei has somehow stayed an SP officer despite everything. She declares that Sei's career ends here. Introducing herself as Monster Jenny with a chain sickle ability, she vows to be Sei's opponent. Sei is shocked, realizing how dangerous Jenny has become. Jenny unleashes her chain sickle in a deadly sweep towards Sei. After Sei narrowly dodges, Jenny mocks her agility, comparing her to a rat. Jenny warns that despite Sei's speed, the sickle keeps closing in on her. Sei scrambles to escape, fully aware of the lethal strike coming at her. Jenny knocks Sei to the ground and laughs as she whirls her weapons. Sei gets up, insisting she is no longer afraid of Jenny's clairvoyant powers but internally panics, wondering what to do. Jenny declares it is time for Sei to disappear and hurls her chain sickles again. Footsteps thunder in as someone rushes in from behind. Jenny suddenly reacts in surprise to the new arrival. Sei looks up in astonishment toward whoever has appeared. A chibi-styled female officer places herself protectively in front of Sei, facing Jenny. Sei, flustered, mentally insults the odd-looking backup officer who came to help. That backup charges headlong at another monster in a different part of the city. She sprints toward yet another threat, determined to assist. The blonde leader, seeing this bizarre figure, asks in confusion what he is looking at. Sei turns to see what has drawn everyone's attention. Junji runs toward her, calling her name anxiously. He stops short, stunned by what he sees. Sei awkwardly jokes about her messed up hair, trying to downplay her condition. Junji hugs her tightly, reassuring her that everything is okay and he will fix her hair later. Sei, still embraced, blurts that she was worried about him. He scolds her for acting alone and not bringing a junior officer as backup. She incredulously asks if he is really lecturing her right after that hug. Flustered, Junji insists that is not what he meant, backpedaling nervously. He then notices something strange behind them and turns, questioning it. Jenny advances toward the chibi officer, chains ready, intent on attacking. Jenny angrily demands how the ugly officer dares to interfere. The officer responds with a devastating punch aimed at Jenny's necklace. The impact sends Jenny flying, her body flung backward by the powerful strike. The chibi officer uses grappling attacks to yank another monster's necklace away. She continues dismantling opponents by targeting their red jewels. Elsewhere, another combatant runs into the fray, boots pounding the pavement. Sion appears in the alleyway, facing multiple monsters and officers. We see Sion in her gas mask again, ready to act. She is suddenly leapt at from above by a uniformed officer intent on attacking her. In another street, a terrified civilian flees as a lizard-like monster lunges after him. The blonde SP officer intercepts, blasting the monster aside to protect the civilian. He powers up his glowing hand, preparing another energy strike. His attack hurls a red monster into a wall with tremendous force. The impact shatters the monster's power necklace into pieces. The broken pendant falls away as the creature's form destabilizes. The blonde officer finds himself surrounded by more bestial figures. He worries aloud that there seems to be no end to the monsters. Observing the panicking crowd, he realizes all these monsters are actually transformed criminals. He recognizes that every monster rampaging now is someone he personally arrested before. Another officer, Dorian, is urgently called over and asked if he noticed this. She questions why inmates who should still be locked in SP jail are reappearing as monsters. She adds that this is only one of several troubling signs. Looking at a swarm of monsters charging toward them, she notes there are too many to handle at once. A surveillance drone films the chaos from above, feeding data back to its controllers. In a control room, the mad scientist reviews multiple screens showing the citywide panic. Asked for a status update, a subordinate reports the SP police are tiring, and the scientist decides the time is perfect. He orders the release of additional RPBV units, escalating the operation. Cian hears the approaching RPB versus and turns sharply, alerted. Startled by an ambush, she instinctively punches 2 RPBV units that tried to jump her. A nearby bystander watches this display with wide-eyed shock. Elsewhere, a huge blue monster threatens to devour a screaming victim. The chibi officer ambushes that blue creature from behind, leaping onto it. She then slams it brutally into the ground from above. The blue monster crashes onto the pavement, defeated, while the rescued civilians and officers look on. A relieved man starts to thank someone for saving him. A creepy woman with a knife looms over him, confused. Nearby monsters menace a fallen woman who begs them to stay away. The knife-wielding woman suddenly kicks one of the monsters down the street. She finishes her powerful strike, hair flying. Bystanders gather and whisper as she stands alone in the road. Onlookers speculate she teleported, compare her to Rosa Parks, and wonder if this monster-beating figure is an ally. Some of them bluntly call her ugly, and agree she looks strange. A man points at her in shock as he recognizes something about her. He realizes the emblem on her chest is the SP Police logo. She begins to introduce herself ominously. She fully identifies herself as RPBV, a robot from the Super Abilities Research Institute. RPBV politely tells the civilians to evacuate to safety. A uniformed officer is stunned as he hears the robot's model name. A panicked citizen screams and points to the sky. Everyone sees a huge spider monster above, and RPBV locks onto it as her next target. RPBV's eyes fire lasers, initiating her attack. She teleports above the spider and dives down at it. The officer watching realizes her power is teleportation. RPBV smashes the spider monster with a devastating blow. The crowd stares, jaws dropped, at her overwhelming strength. She lands from the sky after finishing off the monster. A bystander whispers in awe, amazed by her. The crowd erupts into cheers, praising RPBV and the Super Abilities Research Institute for saving them. Suddenly Black Dog, a masked fighter, appears and kicks RPBV hard. The cheering fans freeze, shocked by the unexpected attack on their robotic hero. Black Dog relentlessly pummels the fallen RPBV. The damaged robot twitches on the ground, sputtering Rosa Parks' name. Black Dog stomps directly onto RPBV's body. In front of horrified onlookers, she keeps smashing the robot to pieces. Black Dog yells that Guy OK could not have built RPBV to protect people and vows to destroy it. Elsewhere, BD members watch her stomping the unit from a distance. 2 masked allies identify the attacker as Lord Black Dog and note she is trying to break the strange robot. They decide that if Black Dog is opposing the machine, they should help her. The BD group rushes forward with weapons to join the destruction. Together, Black Dog and her allies smash multiple RPBV units to scrap. The young SP officer who first saw RPBV clutches his head, overwhelmed by the chaos. Later, a news anchor introduces the evening broadcast. The report explains that the Super Abilities Research Institute deployed robotic SP officers called RPBVs to subdue the monsters in the city center. It adds that Black Dog and BD members then began destroying those robots. The news says BD seemed forced to retreat due to the overwhelming number of enemies. Commentators declare that people are thrilled with RPBV's apparent victory. The broadcast even singles out Sangbok, one of the Bureau of Super Abilities repair team, encouraging him. The next day, students talk about the news, admitting they are scared to go outside. Passengers on a bus reassure each other that RPBVs are keeping them safe and praise the Research Institute. Meanwhile, Black Dog sprints through the city, told she has little time left and vowing to continue the fight. Regular SP officers complain that RPBVs are doing the job they were hired for and fear for their own roles. They anxiously wonder what will happen if RPBVs replace them entirely. A peaceful shot of the sky marks the passing of time. In his office, the stern chairman questions someone about troubling information he has heard. He asks the young officer to confirm whether he recognized all the monsters from the incident. The officer reports that the monsters were actually SP criminals who should have been locked in a special jail. The chairman reacts gravely, prompting further explanation. Elsewhere, an elderly man in sandals walks into a large facility, hinting at the research center. At the institute, Dr. Guy OK cheerfully notes that RPBVs are performing better than she expected. She grudgingly admits that BD caused heavy losses to her robots. A subordinate calls out urgently to get her attention. Another scientist runs up shouting that there is an emergency. They reveal in alarm that the chairman is heading to the research center. The chairman's expression turns grim as he processes this situation. Guy OK reacts with a horrified scream when she hears the news. Back in the earlier meeting, the chairman again demands to know if the report about the monsters is true. The officer repeats the question about recognizing all the monsters. He again clarifies that they were supposed to be incarcerated SP criminals. The chairman pushes for more, saying there is an additional concern. The officer discloses that the Research Institute's head, Guy OK Bayan, is actually the notorious Dr. B. The chairman walks toward the institute, troubled by this revelation. Inside, alarms blare and an alert is issued throughout the facility. Staff nervously mutter the chairman's name as he approaches. Technicians panic over the radio, repeating that the chairman is coming to the research center. Guy OK panics theatrically, realizing her schemes may be exposed. A flustered researcher rushes to greet the chairman with exaggerated politeness. He offers to guide the chairman on a tour of the institute, and the chairman agrees. While escorting him, the guide secretly radios that the chairman is heading for Sector A. Scientists in various labs sprint around frantically to cover things up. The chairman inspects a spotless corridor and casually remarks on how clean it is. He suggests they next take a look around Sector B, startling the nearby staff. A researcher radios in terror that the chairman is now going to Sector B. More employees dash about, trying to hide incriminating materials. Another scientist urgently warns over the radio that the chairman is approaching Sector C. In that sector, people fling papers and equipment around in desperation to tidy or hide evidence. One breathless scientist runs to Gaioke's main lab calling for her. Gasping, she asks what they should do, fearing discovery at this rate. Gaioke coldly states that the chairman will learn they diverted criminals for their own experiments. She tells her subordinate they must make a decisive choice now. Smiling eerily, Gaioke insists there is always a way out of the situation. Off-panel, she admits she hoped this day would never arrive but must act regardless. The nervous guide leads the unsuspecting chairman deeper underground, who asks where they are heading. The guide announces they have reached their destination, an ominous high-tech chamber. The chairman asks where he is as heavy doors seal behind him. Gas begins hissing out across the floor toward his feet. He smells it, confused, just as something metallic locks into place. The guide dons a gas mask, revealing his betrayal. The chairman stares at him in shock and starts to protest. Surrounded by masked researchers, he demands to know what they are doing. He tries to cover his mouth as the gas envelopes him. The masked scientists watch him struggle through the fumes. Darkness falls as they continue observing their incapacitated target. The chairman awakens strapped to a vertical operating table, fully restrained. He shouts in panic, demanding to be released and asking what is happening to him. The chairman wakes up restrained on a table, shocked and sweating. The scientist Gaioke stares at him in alarm, calling his name. From above, the chairman lies in a capsule while Gaioke stands beside it and tells Gilbei to listen. The chairman states that he has always disliked SP users. Gaioke, confused, asks what he means and says he does not understand. A flashback shows a powerful man lifting Gaioke by the throat as Gaioke recalls SP users making him grovel. The man in the flashback glares fiercely as he attacks. Back in the lab, Gaioke insists they shared the goal of a peaceful world for SP users and reminds Gilbei how dangerous superpowers are. Gaioke explains he needed a long time to prepare and allowed Gilbei to act freely until now. When Gilbei asks what he means, Gaioke says he will explain because Gilbei will soon forget. Gaioke crazily declares that his true aim is to take over the world. He reveals he plans to achieve world domination using Rosa Parks' DNA. Pacing by the capsule, Gaioke adds that he first intended to use Diana's DNA. A montage shows Diana's destructive rampage as Gaioke laments he lacked sufficient DNA data after her outburst. He says that incident delayed his grand plan by 50 years. Smirking, Gaioke hints that Rosa Parks changed everything for him and asks if Gilbei knows what she did. He names the RPBV and RPD projects tied to Rosa Parks. A scene of a giant spider and a leaping figure illustrates the dangerous results of his experiments. A glowing humanoid form in a tank is shown as Gaioke repeats that it was created from Rosa Parks' DNA. Gaioke proclaims that this Rosa-based creation will finally make his dream come true. Ecstatic, he shouts again that he is going to conquer the world. Gilbei can only stare in horror while Gaioke laughs maniacally and asks if Gilbei can picture that future. Gaioke grins and says it is time. He leans in over the helpless chairman and mockingly asks if Gilbei has any last words. Gilbei's clenched fist trembles against the restraints as he struggles. Gaioke coldly tells him that events will not unfold the way Gilbei hopes. Gilbei warns that Gaioke's plan will fail because Gilbei is no longer the only SP user. Gaioke turns, unsettled by this claim. In another flashback, Gaioke watches from outside the capsule as an older scientist orders Gilbei's memory to be erased. The older scientist is introduced as Woo-young-ji of the Super Abilities Research Institute, whose power is partial memory erasure. Woo-young places his hand on Gilbei's head to activate his ability. As Gilbei loses consciousness, Woo-young apologizes to him. Gilbei's hand relaxes limply, signaling his memories being wiped. Time passes and a woman enters an office, approaching the chairman's empty desk. A narration states that Gilbei Choi has gone missing. Security staff gossip anxiously that the chairman is nowhere to be found and never leaves without informing them. Another guard frets aloud about what might have happened as Gilbei's blonde subordinate listens worriedly. The blonde subordinate silently processes the news, deeply concerned. A flashback shows that subordinate reporting that Gaioke is actually the elusive Dr. B, which Gilbei confirms. The subordinate offers to investigate despite lacking proof, but Gilbei refuses. Gilbei insists he will personally go verify the truth about Gaioke. Back in the present, the blonde subordinate clenches his fists and prepares to act. A title card announces a preview of the next episode. In the preview, a muscular white-haired man in casual clothes tells someone to guide him. Facing forward, the man vows that he will rescue Gilbei Choi. Another caption teases that Diana is on the move. The scene of worried staff about the missing chairman is reiterated. The question of whether something terrible has happened to Gilbei is repeated as the blonde subordinate looks on. A close-up shows the subordinate still troubled and determined. The briefing flashback of him confirming to Gilbey that Gyoke is Dr. B is replayed, emphasizing his connection to the case. A superior cuts off the young officer who lacks evidence and firmly refuses his offer. The chairman declares he will personally go investigate the situation. The young officer marches down the hall where other uniformed staff await. Someone realizes the missing chairman is involved. The young officer speculates that the chairman is imprisoned in a place called the Room of Truth. Rosa anxiously asks if the chairman will die, and the officer vehemently insists he will not. The officer explains to Rosa that, because of this danger, he has an idea. He turns to a muscular older woman and says they need her help. After hearing their plea, the woman agrees to assist. She stands up, saying she will help, but hints she wants something in return. She tells Rosa her price is that Rosa must go to the United States to see her parents. She repeats that Rosa must go to her mom and dad. Rosa is stunned by this unexpected demand. Rosa protests, asking why this is happening now and if they expect her to stay on the run forever. A memory surfaces of a judge warning Rosa that Gyoke Bayan turned the world against her. The memory continues, emphasizing how completely the world has been made hostile to Rosa. The officer feels awkward as this family argument escalates. Rosa interprets the demand as being told to run away and is incredulous. She angrily points out that her grandmother has also been living in hiding. Rosa accuses her grandmother of having run away herself. Rosa refuses to flee like her grandmother did and vows to fix everything with her own hands. Fired up, she decides to go rescue the chairman immediately and tells the officer they are leaving. The grandmother stops and questions whether Rosa truly thinks she ran away. With her back turned, the grandmother asks if Rosa considers her a coward. After a pause, she tells Rosa to lead the way. Rosa and the officer stare ahead, determined to move out together. The grandmother promises she will go save Gilbey Cho. A narrator notes that Diana is now in motion. An isolated, heavily fortified research facility is shown as their likely destination. Armed researchers stand guard outside the facility at sunset. The grandmother, Rosa, and the officer observe the facility from a nearby hill. Donning gas masks and gear, the trio prepare for their infiltration. Rosa says she cannot just destroy everything, since they still need to find Gilbey. The grandmother orders Rosa and the officer to slip inside to locate him, while she handles things outside. Rosa worries about leaving her, but the grandmother tells her not to and to stick to the mission. The grandmother states she will buy them time. Guards ready their weapons, unaware of the impending distraction. They turn in alarm as something unusual happens nearby. Smoke erupts, and the grandmother steps forward, prompting the guards to demand identification. Wearing her mask, she emerges from the smoke and confronts them. A frightened guard asks who she is. She introduces herself as Yudai. The guard is confused by the unfamiliar name. The guards wonder aloud if anyone has actually seen Yudai and debate her identity. One of them levels a weapon at her, demanding proof that she is genuine. She scoffs at the demand and prepares to demonstrate her power. She unleashes a massive shockwave that sends guards flying. Inside, personnel declare an emergency and race through the corridors. An announcement orders everyone to arm themselves and gather in front of the lab. As they assemble, people shout that Yudai has appeared outside the gates. The grandmother stands waiting, aware she has drawn everyone's attention. She watches as Rosa and the officer rocket over the wall into the facility. The pair land inside through teleportation or high-speed movement. They see that the lab area has indeed been left empty. The officer worries aloud whether the grandmother will be all right. Rosa reassures him, insisting her grandmother is incredibly strong. The officer recalls how powerful his grandmother is and notes the chaos feels like the old days. Outside, the grandmother taunts the gathered staff to fight her if they want to die. Panicking, the guards open fire, believing they can defeat her at range. She dashes straight at a shooter, closing the distance before he can react. She makes a quick hand gesture, focusing her power. A concentrated blast takes out another guard in a single instant. One terrified guard screams as the battle rages. Smoke and destruction surround her as she advances on that last shooter. She leaps down through the smoke to strike again. Another guard cowers, realizing he is next. Amid explosions, a scientist frantically calls his superior to report the emergency. The chief dismissively curses at the word emergency. Over the phone, she coldly tells him she is busy and that they must handle it themselves. The caller is left stunned and despairing by her refusal to help. Meanwhile, the chief smiles eerily and prepares to convene a meeting. She announces the start of an emergency meeting with her inner circle. Outside, another staff member is brutally flung aside by Yudi's attacks. The remaining man explains to the injured colleague that the chief told them to manage alone. Realizing they have no support, he decides they must use a last resort option. He pulls out a green experimental drug, acknowledging it is still untested. He arms himself with a pistol-like injector, insisting the situation justifies the risk. A dart carrying the drug shoots toward Yudai. The syringe strikes her in the neck and injects its contents. Believing he succeeded, the scientist shouts that he has hit her. Yudai briefly reacts in confusion. Her body and vision warp strangely as the drug takes effect. She yanks the syringe out, examining it with irritation. The scientist watches warily, unsure if it worked. Seeing that she is still standing, he curses that the drug must have failed. Yudai charges at him, telling him to come along. His distant scream echoes as the communication tower wobbles from the fighting. After knocking him out, she scoffs at him as a weakling. Suddenly she senses something wrong within herself. She looks down, bewildered by odd lines or energy crawling around her feet. She staggers as the drug's effects begin to set in. Elsewhere, Rosa finds the chamber door sealed and notes it is locked. The officer says they need a key card, but Rosa blasts the door open instead. They casually step through the destroyed doorway. Running inside, Rosa calls out for the chairman. The officer judges that the chairman is not in this room and suggests checking other areas. They reach a heavily reinforced circular door deeper within the facility. Moments later, the door is broken through, letting them pass. As they move on, the officer notices his phone buzzing and wonders about the call. The screen shows Officer Mongtaju calling. He answers awkwardly, asking the officer on the line where he is. The caller scolds him, explaining that Black Dog and Black Hood just invaded the research center, and he is the only one missing. Flustered, the officer tries to deny anything strange, and the caller pointedly asks if he is secretly working a second job. Under pressure, he panics and blurts that he will be there immediately. Hanging up, he is startled by something ahead. He and Rosa see an elderly researcher with a big beard standing alone in the corridor. The pair regard this lone old man warily. The gentle-looking researcher stares back at them. Whispering, Rosa and the officer realize one researcher stayed behind and wonder if they should knock him out. The old man continues to gaze at them with kind eyes. Rosa protests that he looks too sweet to hurt, while the officer warns her not to soften. The old man suddenly asks Rosa if she is indeed Rosa. Shocked, Rosa freezes at hearing her name. She asks if he really knows her, and he replies that of course he does. He says she resembles her grandmother. Rosa starts to ask how he knows her grandmother just as the officer moves to strike and she yells for him to stop. Rosa says there is little time to explain but tries to keep the peace. The old man guesses they are searching for the chairman and leads them onward, opening a hidden area. As he begins to reveal where the chairman is, a muscular guard suddenly knocks him unconscious. The old researcher lies groaning on the floor, knocked out but alive. Rosa shouts for the old man, but the guard curtly tells her to follow. He calmly promises to show them where the chairman is being held. Rosa and the officer follow him down the corridor toward a bright chamber. The officer eyes the man suspiciously from behind. The guard clenches his fists as he leads them to their destination. They finally reach the stasis-like chamber where the chairman lies restrained but alive. Rosa and the officer look down at him in concern. They rush to his side, with Rosa crying out to her grandfather. The officer checks the chairman's condition closely. He confirms that the chairman is still alive, to Rosa's great relief. Rosa admits knocking out the kindly old researcher felt cruel. As she walks away, she quietly thanks him despite what happened. Rosa reacts to some unseen bump or noise in the control room. The officer struggles out carrying the unconscious chairman on his back. Rosa insists on taking over the burden, and the officer gratefully lets her. Rosa carries the chairman on her shoulders as they exit the facility. Outside, unconscious researchers lie scattered amid broken ground from Yudi's battle. Rosa suddenly notices something alarming off-screen. She sees her grandmother collapsed on the ground and runs to her, calling out. Rosa throws herself onto Yudi's chest in despair. She clings to her and begins to cry, begging for a response. Rosa screams her grandmother's name in anguish. The officer pleads with Yudai to open her eyes. The wounded scientist asks weakly if the experimental drug actually worked. He reveals that the chief herself made the drug to erase a person's powers. He adds that Yudai will revert to her weak original state, and Rosa realizes it is a power-nullifying drug. Rosa looks from her unconscious grandmother to the scientist, trying to understand what this means. Suddenly Yudi's eyes flare with strange light. Her body rises into the air, enveloped in a glowing field. Rosa and the officer stare in shock at the mysterious light surrounding the levitating Yudai, and wonder what is happening. The muscular grandma is blasted into the air by a bright energy column as the masked girl watches in shock. The masked girl stares wide-eyed, overwhelmed by what she is witnessing. The girl wonders if the glowing, transformed figure she sees is her grandmother's true appearance. A masked soldier shields his eyes, stunned by the blinding light. The same soldier gasps in alarm at what he sees. The girl with red eyes also reacts with surprise to the spectacle. The radiant figure settles into the familiar muscular grandma in her love shirt and flowered pants. A confused soldier remarks that grandma looks unchanged despite the transformation. Rosa drops to her knees beside Gilby's prone body while another agent looks on in confusion. Rosa begins to say that her grandmother looks frail. She finishes that thought, realizing grandma is now just skin and bones. The now aged, shrunken grandma stands before them, visibly weaker. One soldier stares in dumbfounded disbelief at grandma's altered state. Rosa rushes to her staggering grandmother, calling out to her. Rosa checks if grandma is all right while grandma complains that her whole body aches. Grandma, rubbing her head, finally notices Gilbey lying in the distance. Seeing Gilbey on the ground, she calls his name in confusion. Grandma demands to know what happened to Gilbey, asking if he is dead, and Rosa hurriedly insists he is alive. Grandma tries to push past Rosa, saying she will punch Gilbey to confirm he is alive. Rosa hugs Grandma from behind, begging her not to hurt him. Grandma freezes in astonishment as Rosa clings tightly to her waist. The two stand awkwardly, Rosa still hugging her, as Grandma processes the situation. Trembling, Rosa whispers that she had suspected the truth. Rosa directly asks Grandma if her powers are gone. Grandma echoes the idea to herself, wondering if she truly has lost her powers. Abruptly energized, she orders someone to hurry and hit her hard to test whether her powers remain. The soldier protests that he cannot do that, but Grandma insists she must verify her loss of power. He points out that she is now about half her former size, evidence that something has changed. Gilbey lies unconscious on the ground in his blue suit. Gilbey's eyes slowly open, indicating he is waking up. Rosa and the other agent both react in surprise to Gilbey's movement. Rosa sprints over, asking if the sir is all right while Grandma hangs back. Gilbey, still on the ground, asks Rosa if she is talking to him. He turns his head, disoriented, as if not recognizing where he is. Grandma shouts Gilbey Choi's name, drawing his attention. Gilbey looks up at her in startled confusion. A rapid montage shows Gilbey's past, being bullied as a young officer, comforted by Grandma Diana, and training with her. Memories continue of walking with Diana, their friendship, and her risking herself to save him. Gilbey recalls more moments, including visiting Diana in the hospital and being shocked by disaster. He remembers seeing Diana grievously injured protecting him. A clear image of young Gilbey in uniform anchors these memories. In the past, a superior asks Gilbey if certain distressing news is true. Gilbey is told that Diana's body has been found. Gilbey sits outside, sobbing uncontrollably after learning of her apparent death. Blaming himself, he cries that it is his fault she died. He internally apologizes. He specifically apologizes to Diana in his thoughts. Back in the present, Gilbey weeps as the memories and guilt flood back. Grandma reacts with worried surprise to seeing him cry. She rushes over joyfully, exclaiming that he is alive, while Rosa reminds her she already said so. Gilbey, still crying, asks if Grandma was hurt, and what the villain Gaioke did to her. He remarks in disbelief that she was alive all along, unable to process it. Overcome, Gilbey suddenly embraces Grandma in a tight hug. Crying into her shoulder, he repeatedly apologizes. He tells her how deeply he regrets everything that happened. Watching, Dorian and Rosa tear up as Gilbey continues apologizing to Diana. Time passes peacefully with the two elders leaning on each other, while the younger pair keep watch nearby. Night falls at Grandma's rural house, which becomes their temporary refuge. Inside the house, Gilbey leads Diana and the kids into her old room with their photo on display. Looking around, Diana realizes this is the home where she once lived. Gilbey asks if she has been hiding out here all this time. A framed picture shows young Gilbey standing behind Diana, who was already muscular and stern. Diana scolds the memoryless Gilbey for touching things, calling him Gilbey Choi with amnesia. Holding the framed photo, Gilbey nervously asks Diana who the handsome young man beside her is. Shocked, Gilbey assumes the man is a lover, but Diana dryly corrects him that it is her son. Gilbey insists that cannot be and accuses her of lying, while she says it has been 52 years. Diana thrusts an ornate hand mirror toward him and tells him to look. Gilbey stares into the mirror, horrified at seeing his aged face. Diana asks if he finally believes her explanation about the time gap. Later, she and Gilbey talk more quietly while the kids listen from behind. Dorian and Rosa conclude that Gilbey has truly lost his memories and note he did not even react to Blackhood. Gilbey, holding the mirror, anxiously asks if the chairman will really be all right in his current state. Diana hesitantly begins to ask a personal question. She directly asks Gilbey if he ever married. Diana clarifies that the woman he mentions is just someone he met on a blind date. Exasperated, Gilbey complains that talking to the amnesiac Diana feels like dealing with a child. The two stare at each other in awkward silence after their bickering. Diana notices that Gilbey is still wearing the flashy clothes she once bought him. Gilbey protests that his outfit is new, but she accuses him of wearing the same embarrassing style. She eyes him thoughtfully, processing how much time has passed and how little has changed. She concludes that the Gilbey before her is mentally the same man from 52 years ago. Diana reasons that only Woo Young-ji could have altered someone in this way. A brief image of the small, bald Woo Young-ji walking away underscores that deduction. She realizes Woo Young-ji is still alive and responsible for Gilbey's current condition. The narrative shifts to the calm night around Grandma's secluded house. Inside, Diana keeps a quiet vigil by the window while Gilbey sleeps. Sitting on the floor, she broods over their situation and what to do next. She gazes out the window, deep in thought about the new threat. Outside, a voice wonders if bringing the chairman here was really a good idea. Rosa reassures Dorian that this place is her sanctuary. Dorian says it is fine, believing the chairman is in more danger than she is. He gently adjusts Rosa's hood or collar to keep her warm. Smiling, he tells her she will get cold if she is not careful. The two sit side by side, talking about staying outside to watch over the elders. Rosa insists Dorian should go inside and sleep while she stands guard. She quietly steels herself to stay out in the cold. They summarize the situation. The chairman has lost his memories and Grandma has lost her powers. Rosa resolves that she must protect both of them now. Dorian blushes, clearly moved by Rosa's determination. Suddenly Rosa ends up with Dorian's head resting on her lap as he lies down beside her. Flustered, she asks what he is doing as he pretends to settle in. With eyes closed, Dorian asks her to keep him safe as well. Rosa blushes even more, overwhelmed by his trust and closeness. Later, under the moonlight, Rosa muses that perhaps she really will protect him, just as Grandma slides the door open behind them. Grandma tells Dorian he should also focus on keeping himself safe, prompting his sheepish agreement. The story cuts back a few hours to the Bureau of Super Abilities during an emergency meeting. At the meeting, the scheming scientist Gyoke Byun notes Gilby's absence and seizes the moment to push her agenda. She explains to a remote superior that they now need her RP-type deployment units. She excitedly touts her RP units, stressing that they do not even require a food budget. Grinning, she asks the room how efficient her plan sounds. The senior officials nod along as she prepares to formally propose a policy change. Gyoke proposes drastically reducing the number of SP officers by replacing them with RP units. She further insists on a hiring freeze and firing every officer over the age of 30. Smiling maliciously, she notes that no one is objecting to her proposal. The room stays cowed into silence as she presses them to agree. The meeting moves on to the next agenda item. Gyoke announces a new super ability declaration law for discussion. Elsewhere, Rosa's coworker screams in fury as she reads the new wage cut announcement. She rants that they strapped a monitoring watch on her only to cut her pay further. Her colleague calculates how many years he has left before he will be forced out at 30. Slamming his fist into a wall, he despairs about being treated so poorly despite their good work. Rosa's coworker declares she would rather work with the villain group Black Dog than stay under these conditions. She stands fuming, clearly serious about defecting. She then says maybe she really will switch sides, shocking her partner. She imagines that featuring Black Dog on her channel would skyrocket her views and income. Musing aloud, she admits she has always wanted to side with evil at least once. Her partner insists the measures are for civilian safety, but she argues Rosa never truly did anything evil. Off-screen voices debate whether Rosa actually destroyed things and threatened officers. The male officer nervously questions whether their Rosa could really have been that bad. Fired up, the ponytailed girl stomps away, saying she will find Rosa. Waving goodbye, she tells him he needs to decide whose side he is on. Left alone in the hallway, he hesitates as her words sink in. He murmurs to himself, wondering whose side he truly belongs on. His thoughts turn to Black Dog, Rosa Park, recalling her masked figure. He also remembers Doryang Han as Black Hood, another supposed villain. His eyes widen as a strange realization forms. He suddenly wonders if dressing in black is simply the new trend everyone is following. A caption notes that many changes have swept through after Gyoke's emergency meeting. A scene of protesters holding signs shows public opinion shifting dramatically. Banners proclaim RPBV technology as the future. Other signs denounce SP officers as a waste of taxpayer money. At Grandma's house, someone watches a video of those protests on a phone. Diana, Gilbey, Rosa, and Doryang crowd around the screen, all shaken by the news. Outside, someone begins to summarize the situation aloud. Gilbey repeats back the explanation. There is now a Bureau of Super Abilities he chairs. Gyoke runs headquarters, and she is trying to replace SP officers with robots. Gilbey asks if Diana understands where they went wrong with Gyoke. Diana replies that his mistake was stopping her from killing Gyoke back then. Gilbey looks uneasy, realizing her grim point. He starts to object that killing someone is wrong, but Diana cuts him off sharply. Rosa watches their argument from the side, anxiously pondering what they should do next. Doryang tells the old guard and Grandma to stay behind. The old guard is flustered at being respectfully called sir. Doryang says they will return soon and asks Rosa to teleport them, and she agrees. Rosa and Doryang clasp hands to initiate teleportation. The scene shifts to a tall apartment complex where they will arrive. Rosa and Doryang materialize inside a modern apartment. Doryang looks around, startled by what he sees. Two residents in casual clothes stare in shock at the sudden appearance of the pair. The twin-tailed girl screams in terror at Doryang. Her shriek echoes outside the building. Doryang awkwardly thought she would have foreseen their visit, while she angrily insists she could not know. When he mentions her clairvoyance, she yells that she does not know everything. Her companion stops her outburst and offers to calmly hear Doryang's explanation. Doryang's friend says the situation is an emergency. They discuss that roughly 2/3 of the SP officers have been dismissed. The man adds that most were fired and the rest resigned voluntarily, leaving him stressed. He says the chairman's memory loss is an even bigger problem. He asks if Doryang is sure Dr. Byun caused it, and Doryang confirms. Doryang shows red necklaces and states that Gyoke Byun is responsible for the recent monsters wearing them. The man is shocked, and Doryang says that is why he came to ask for help. Doryang directly asks his friend to help him. The friend sits silently, thinking about the request. Sei pops up saying she is in and was going to side with Doryang and Rosa anyway. They note that Doryang being Black Hood simplifies things for their plan. Sei then tells Doryang he cannot join yet and should wait until after he graduates, confusing him. Doryang reminds Sei she still needs to finish school before joining their dangerous mission. Sei yells that school is irrelevant now, but he insists education is always important for the future. Rosa teasingly asks Sei if she really likes such an old-fashioned guy. Rosa happily admits she does like him. While Sei and Rosa bicker in the background, Doryang's friend asks if Doryang intends to fight the Bureau. Doryang replies that they are outnumbered compared to the Bureau. The friend answers no, that is not his plan. Doryang turns to listen as the friend begins to outline an alternative. Rosa says not exactly and hints at a different strategy. Elsewhere, masked Black Dog devotees relax together eating instant noodles. The group of masked followers sit around chatting when one of them reaches for a device. Sensing intrusion, The devotees loudly challenge whoever dared invade their black dog sanctuary. The pink-haired woman suddenly recognizes the intruder. Rosa appears, and they frantically correct themselves, addressing her as Lord Blackdog. They roll out a red carpet and thank her profusely for coming to their shabby hideout. Rosa tells the assembled devotees she has an important announcement, and they eagerly beg her to speak. She bluntly declares that all of them are bad people. The devotees, at first confused, ask what she means. Rosa accuses them of committing crimes in Blackdog's name and worshipping her without consent. She then orders them to spread a message to every Blackdog devotee. Rosa commands all devotees to go destroy every RPD bot at the Super Abilities Research Institute. The followers are stunned by this unexpected mission. When one man timidly questions whether that is not also wrong, the pink-haired woman smacks him quiet. Rosa smiles and tells them it is fine. She explains that it is acceptable because she herself is a bad person as well. The devotees are deeply moved, viewing her confession as noble. Fired up, they rush out cheering for Lord Blackdog. Mass devotees sprint through the city streets, vowing to spread her order to every cell. A news broadcast reports that the previously scattered Blackdog devotees have reappeared, unified by a new purpose. The same report states that Acting Bureau Chairman Gyoke Bayan has declared a war on crime. In reality, Blackdog devotees attack RP officers violently inside a building. At the RPD bot facility, alarms blare as Dr. Bayan strides into the red-lit lab. He turns with a manic grin, greeting someone who has arrived. A muscular man named Jean approaches and asks what is going on. Dr. Bayan starts to say if this is about something trivial, then announces he will introduce someone. Footsteps of a newcomer in high heels approach. Jean watches curiously as Dr. Bayan faces the newcomer. Dr. Bayan says he is introducing Jean to his new partner. A pale humanoid woman labeled BSTC is revealed as that partner. Jean is stunned when he sees the android's face. Dr. Bayan confirms that this artificial Rosa Parks stands before them. The android powers up, eyes glowing, as Bayan insists she is Rosa. Bayan tells Jean he had promised the woman would belong to him. Jean, shaken, says Bayan has kept that promise. Enraged, Jean grabs Bayan by the collar. Jean shouts that this twisted creation has nothing to do with keeping any promise. He demands how Bayan could use Rosa like this and clutches him harder. The android calmly restrains Jean's arm while Bayan laughs maniacally. Bayan declares he no longer fears Jean. He boasts that he no longer needs to fear super ability users because he now has Rosa Park on his side. Bayan exults that their new weapon will spell doom for superpowered people. He taunts Jean that there is nothing Jean can do to stop the plan now. Bayan offers Jean a deal, saying if Jean cooperates he will give him the real Rosa Park. Jean stares in shock, conflicted by the proposal. Outside, the battle between Blackdog devotees and Bureau officers continues in the streets. Two RP officers hesitate, wondering if they should help the elite RPBVs but doubting they can. A helicopter and falling boulders descend on the chaotic battlefield. Back at Doryang's apartment, the calm view out the window contrasts with the turmoil. Doryang's phone vibrates with a call from Officer Mongta Ju. Gloved fingers reject or answer the call as Doryang prepares to move. He steadies himself, gripping his chest harness. Rosa worries aloud if it is really okay for Doryang to skip his official duties. He puts on his cap and says it is fine to miss work. He notes that with many SP officers quitting, his absence will not seem suspicious. He adds that their priority is dealing with the rogue RPBVs. He starts to outline a plan to head into the city when something interrupts him. Doryang suddenly senses danger and looks up in alarm. An RPD-style android crashes through the window toward them, forcing them to dive aside. The impact explodes inside the room, showering debris everywhere. Amid the smoke, Doryang and Rosa cough and try to regain visibility. Rosa looks up in shocked recognition at their attacker. The BSDC android stands amidst the wreckage, unharmed. Her eye glows red as she locks onto a target. Through her sensors she singles out Doryang inside the apartment. In his control room, Dr. Bayan watches Doryang's image appear on a large monitor. Bayan realizes that the unknown Black Hood interfering with his plans is actually Doryang. He mutters Doryang Han's name. Then, laughing hysterically, he shouts that Doryang Han is Black Hood. Bayan raves in disbelief and delight that this revelation has come to light. Jin's boots tense as he prepares to act. He takes a decisive step forward. Jin starts walking away from Bayan, intent on intervening. Outside, the BSDC-2 android flies at high speed along the street. Rosa senses something and turns toward the arriving threat. The exterior of the Bureau building is shown as the stage of the coming clash. Rosa and the android smash out through the building's window, falling together. They plummet past the tall building, surrounded by shattering glass. Inside, Doryang runs to the broken window and screams Rosa's name. He looks out desperately, seeing the fight shifting to the street below. On the ground, the android slams Rosa into the pavement with a massive impact. Rosa lies dazed on the cracked ground as bystanders scream that Blackdog has appeared. The android seizes Rosa by the neck, causing her intense pain. Rosa realizes through touch that her attacker is robotic rather than human. Concluding that it is just a machine, she braces herself as it crushes down on her. We see BSTC-2 poised above her, its core glowing red. Rosa lashes out with a powerful attack that launches the android away. The shockwave blasts through the lab area, sending RPD bots flying. Dust clears from the building's gaping hole as the battle continues outside. BSDC-1 rockets back down toward Rosa for another strike. The android hovers in the sky, radiating power, ready to dive. A masked Black Dog devotee on the ground faces the advancing android. The android closes in on that masked fighter, preparing to attack. She unleashes a shockwave punch that sends the fighter hurtling backward. Jean arrives on the street, stepping into the battlefield. Jean looks ahead, taking in the devastation. BSDC-1 charges toward Rosa again across the road. Doryang, masked as Black Hood, shouts Rosa's name and charges an attack of glowing energy. He uses his power to stop a collapsing structure, holding it up with energy. Rosa rockets up the building's side, carrying the disabled android body. She dives back down full force to smash the android into the ground. The impact creates a colossal explosion that leaves a huge crater. The BSDC-1 android lies motionless and cracked, apparently defeated. From above we see Rosa standing over the shattered android and Doryang lying nearby. Rosa rushes to Doryang's side, panting, and asks if he is okay. He says he is fine as he looks around at the aftermath. A close-up shows his weary but relieved eyed behind the mask. Rosa turns to face the still hostile BSDC-2 approaching them. Rosa looks back at someone, shocked by what she sees. A close-up of BSDC-2's designation reveals it is the second model. Rosa's eye narrows as she steels herself. Blood drips from the android's hand, showing it has injured a human. We see BSDC-2 leaning against Jean, implying he has intervened at close range. Jean stands protectively in front of Rosa as BSDC-2 clings to his arm, and Rosa watches in disbelief. Jean looks down, conflicted over the android Rosa in his grasp. Rosa's eye fills the frame as she processes Jin's actions and what they mean. Jean grips the attacker's weapon with his bleeding arm, struggling for control. He snaps the weapon in half with brute force. Rosa yanks Jean back, seeing the bloody wound in his chest as he collapses. Rosa stands over Jin's fallen body, staring in shock. She looks down at him, horrified and on the verge of tears. Diana swings her arm, preparing to move at high speed. Diana appears beside Rosa in a blur and speaks to her. Diana drives Rosa hard into the pavement. Diana's slam shatters the ground around Rosa. Rosa drops to her knees beside Jean as he coughs blood and she cries out his name. She desperately shakes Jean, begging him to wake up. Hearing something, Rosa turns her head anxiously. She widens her eyes, alarmed by what she notices. In a flashback, young Diana walks away while adults rush toward a beaten child. Another flashback shows unconscious Rosa on the ground being checked while wearing a gas mask. Back in the present, masked civilians run past as Rosa kneels alone by Jean. Other masked students fight nearby, chaos unfolding around Rosa. Rosa promises Jean she will hold on as light begins to envelop her. She teleports away from one fight, appearing in another street battle. Rosa glances around the new scene, assessing the situation. She vanishes again in a streak of light. In another location, a stunned girl spasms with electricity after being struck down. A woman with pink hair peers down at the fallen girl, wondering if the enemy is dead. Rosa teleports in front of the pink-haired woman. Rosa, crying, calls out the woman's name, Rosa's acquaintance. The terrified woman begs Rosa for help. Jin's fading consciousness drifts upward toward the blue sky. Jean lies motionless and pale, blood still on his lips and over his chest. In memory, a kneeling boy tearfully pleads with someone behind a curtain. Another memory shows Jean as a boy watching a schoolgirl walk away down the street. Jin's eye slowly closes as his strength leaves him. Rosa teleports back to Jin's side with the pink-haired woman and screams for him to wake up. The woman begins treating Jean, assuring him he will be alright. She steels herself, focusing on what she must do for Jean. Her hand moves deliberately as she finishes checking him. Rosa stares blankly as someone tells her that Jean is gone. A masked comrade addresses someone over comms, reacting to Jin's death. In a lab, an older scientist clicks his tongue in irritation. The scientist orders Diana to retrieve Jin's body as her containment room begins to crack. Diana rockets down toward Jin's corpse while Rosa watches stunned. Rosa realizes what Diana is about to do. Rosa sprints toward them, screaming and trying to stop Diana from taking Jean. Police officers rush across a crosswalk toward the scene. Surrounded by police, Black Dog and Black Hood confront Rosa and the pink-haired woman. The officers announce that Black Dog and his ally are completely surrounded. Black Dog urgently tells Rosa they have to leave. Rosa's eyes widen as she is overwhelmed by memories. She recalls herself as a child peeking into Jin's hospital room, and Jean as a boy looking back at her. A memory shows young Jean in a hospital bed with Rosa and Black Dog visiting. Young Jean looks at Rosa, surprised as she lies exhausted on the bed. Adult Rosa, crying, begins narrating how something happened to her memories. She explains that in that moment all of her lost memories returned. A slice of cake is set down, triggering Rosa's recollection. Young Rosa stares at the cake, drooling in amazement. Young Jean is just as awestruck by the cake. Jean insists Rosa should eat the treat instead of him. Rosa smiles with cream on her face, saying she is fine sharing. Black Dog calls from the other room that it is time for school. Rosa eagerly answers while Jean nervously echoes the word school. Jean asks Rosa if she is not supposed to go to school today. Rosa hesitates, worrying aloud about facing so many people, but says Grandma insists. Rosa then asks him to make a promise. She looks at Jean expectantly, waiting for his response. Jean asks her to promise that he will always be her closest friend and that she will only play with him. Black Dog stands ready with Rosa's pink bag, dressed casually at home. An exterior shot of the playground school sets the scene. At the playground, Black Dog tells Grandma it seems Jean has attachment issues. Grandma agrees, advising Black Dog to be patient and give Jean lots of love. Nearby, Jean quietly plays in the sand while Black Dog worries about him. Narration explains that Jean increasingly refuses to be apart from Rosa. Black Dog and Grandma murmur that Jean's fixation is concerning, especially given Rosa's situation. Jean looks down sadly, overhearing their conversation. He remembers being abused by an adult man in the past. Black Dog tells Jean it is time to leave the playground. Jean looks up and declares that he wants to become strong like his grandma. Black Dog is taken aback by this sudden declaration. Later in the mountains, the two train together at dawn. Black Dog urges Jean on, saying grit can accomplish anything, and Jean shouts back in agreement. She has him strike a rock as part of his harsh training. In the hospital afterwards, Black Dog sits by bandaged Jean, peeling fruit for him. Jean, lying in bed, laments being born without super abilities while Black Dog insists he only needs grit. She gently tells him to listen carefully. She notes that his bones are unusually sturdy compared to others. She suggests that toughness itself might be his hidden ability. Jean lies awake, processing her words with a tear in his eye. Rosa peeks into Jin's hospital room again. Seeing her, Jean brightens and sits up with a big smile. A breeze blows through the hospital window, emphasizing the peaceful moment. Rosa leans on his bed, watching him quietly. She comments that his injuries must hurt a lot. Jean quickly claims they do not hurt at all while Black Dog doubts him. Rosa walks around his bed as he nervously asks about her day at school. She replies that it was fun. Jean admits school is annoying, prompting Rosa to ask why. Rosa confides that the other kids are mean to her. She suddenly looks up, startled by something. Jean leans toward her and asks who hurt her. He presses again, wanting to know who was mean to her. That night in his hospital room, Jean broods alone. Close up, he clenches his bandaged hand, clearly deciding to act. The next day he walks toward the school with a brick hidden in his hand. He recalls the bullies taunting Rosa about her hair and refusing to let go of her. Rosa yells that she will tell her grandma while the bullies mock her threat. The bullies laugh as they yank her bag to provoke her. Their expressions turn cruel as they continue tormenting her. Jean arrives behind them, raising the brick high with grim determination. Rosa, knocked to the ground, stares up in shock. Her eye widens in terror as she realizes what Jean is about to do. Jean swings the brick down with murderous rage. Rosa watches as the blow lands and the two bullies collapse. Blood stains the pavement where Jean struck them. Jean stares down, horrified by his own violence. Rosa sits bleeding from her face, touching the wound in disbelief. She looks up at Jean, shaken, as he looms over her. Jean stammers Rosa's name while she screams at him to stay away. Rosa trembles, crying and asking why he did such a thing. Black Dog arrives, seeing the two bullies lying unconscious and demanding why Jean did this. Jean can only stand there, stunned and speechless. He begins to answer, saying it is because. With tears and sweat on his face, Jean forces out the words. He confesses that he did it because he likes Rosa. Rosa, crying blood-tinged tears, is devastated by his confession. Hearing the commotion, Black Dog sprints down the path toward them. She pushes through the onlookers, urgently excusing herself. The adults stare in shock at what they find. They see the two injured boys lying in pools of blood. Rosa lies unconscious nearby, also bleeding on the ground. Jean looks back at the scene, stunned and afraid. Black Dog confronts him over Rosa's body as he quietly calls her grandma. Later, rain pours over the apartment complex where they live. Jean kneels alone in the courtyard in the storm. At home, Black Dog gently strokes bandaged Rosa's head as she sleeps. A retired super abilities officer, Weyoung-ji, sits nearby, having been called to help. He explains that he has erased Rosa's memories of the boy named Jean Jong. He adds that those memories could return if she experiences another extreme shock. Black Dog listens grimly as Weyoung adds more instructions about Diana. Weyoung warns this will be the last time he secretly helps Black Dog like this. He also erased everyone else's memories of Jean around their home, saying he can do no more. Black Dog thanks him solemnly for everything he has done. Weyoung asks where Black Dog plans to go next. Black Dog replies that she will join the Super Abilities Research Institute. Weyoung reacts with frustration while insisting he has his own reasons. He defensively says he needs work to put bread on the table. Outside in the rain, Jean sees Black Dog walking toward him. Jean falls to his knees, sobbing apologies to his grandma. He keeps shouting that he is deeply sorry. Black Dog calls his name once and prepares to cut ties. She tells Jean not to come around their home anymore. She explains she will keep caring for him but forbids him from seeing Rosa again. Jean, shattered, asks why she is saying this. Black Dog says he cannot see Rosa until he understands for himself why his actions were wrong. Someone recalls promising to make another person stronger, and intends to finally fulfill that promise. The speaker adds that this power must be used only for self-protection. Time shifts to an ordinary school afternoon as students leave campus. Rosa parts ways with her friends and starts walking home alone. She heads toward the city as evening falls. Rosa walks along a quiet street on her route home. A young man stands on a rooftop, watching from above. He looks down intently, focused on something below. A hooded figure begins to follow Rosa from behind. The stalker reaches toward Rosa just as her eye glows unnaturally. The attacker is suddenly struck away from Rosa by an unseen force. Startled, Rosa looks around the alley but sees no one. Hearing someone call her, Rosa turns toward the familiar voice. She happily runs to greet her muscular grandmother. Her grandmother affectionately asks how her day went. The grandmother's expression hardens as she senses something is wrong. Nearby, an empty back alley sets the stage for what just happened. The rooftop man brutally stomps the unconscious stalker. He turns, reacting to someone else arriving. He finds Rosa's imposing grandmother confronting him in the alley. The young man softly addresses her as his grandmother. They move to a quieter spot to talk face to face. She asks him if he has been secretly tailing Rosa. He stammers that meeting Rosa was coincidence, but she sternly rejects the excuse. She demands to know what he has been doing lurking around. He protests that he intervened because Rosa was in danger. He insists she is just a middle schooler he must protect, but she snaps back, asking who asked him to. The grandmother declares she herself will protect her granddaughter, and needs no help from him. Stunned, the young man realizes how little she trusts him. She reminds him he is an adult now. She says she has taught him all she can and tells him to go far away. He tries to object that he only wanted to help Rosa. She shouts that he is actually the greatest danger to Rosa. She orders him never to appear before Rosa again if he truly wants what is best for her. Later that rainy night, silence falls over his room. Rosa studies at her desk, unaware of what transpired. She pauses, thoughts drifting back to the alley incident. The memory of inexplicably being saved in the alley replays in her mind. She wonders what that strange event could have been. At the same time, in his small home, Jean scribbles on paper. His hand writes a letter with determination. Crying, Jean continues to write despite his despair. The letter explains that he wants to prove he is not dangerous and be accepted. A tear falls and blurs the desperate words on the page. The next morning dawns brightly over the neighborhood. Rosa's grandmother arrives at Jin's place calling out to him. She steps into the empty room, explaining she brought his favorite dish. She notices the single sheet of paper left on his desk. Reading it, she sees Jin's vow to prove he is harmless and begs her to accept him. She stands alone in his room, sighing heavily. Sometime later, explosions rock a city district as chaos erupts. Massive stone feet slam down, shaking the ground. An SP criminal called Buia rampages and rock giant form through the streets. A uniformed young man with a gun approaches the devastated area. It is Jean, now grown and fit, facing the crisis with a calm smile. As he leaps into action, he thinks that if he becomes a hero, he attacks the rock criminal, believing that heroism will make Grandma accept him. A brutal close-quarters battle with the rock giant ensues. The stone monster roars and swings a massive fist. Jean reveals bomb grenades as part of his combat gear. He hurls a grenade toward the rock criminal while springing away. The explosion shatters the rocky body, ending the threat. Jean looks back at the destruction, catching his breath. He turns, startled by something he notices among the smoke. A huge chunk of debris hurtles toward a bystander trapped below. A blonde young officer in blue charges in at super speed. The blonde hero snatches the civilian out of harm's way just in time. He lands safely, holding the dazed man in his arms. Smiling warmly, the blonde hero asks the rescued civilian if he is okay. Onlookers watch in amazement. The crowd cheers that famous hero Doryang Han has defeated the SP criminal. Standing apart, Jean watches Doryang receive all the credit. Bystanders excitedly call out to Doryang, barely noticing Jean. Surrounded by admirers of Doryang, Jean hangs his head alone on the sidewalk. Frustration and jealousy twist Jin's expression. Even Doryang seems unsettled as he notices Jin's intense gaze. Jean walks off while Doryang looks after him, puzzled by the reaction. That night, Jean curses bitterly to himself over what happened. His shadow stalks across the floor as his anger grows. Pacing at home, he mutters that he is the one who saved the man. Overwhelmed, he screams in rage and clutches his head. Anxiously biting his thumb, he worries Grandma might never realize it was him. He decides he must accomplish something far bigger and more noticeable. At that moment, a broadcast reports a group of SP criminals spotted in District 1203. Hearing the repeated alert, Jin's eyes light up as he whispers agreement. In a grimy facility, criminals pack a duffel bag while explaining their plan. One of them urges the others to hurry before SP police arrive. Jean arrives outside the building, resolved to act. Inside, a tree-like SP user lashes out with wooden limbs. Jean steps into the tiled room, his shadow falling over the criminals. Startled, they demand to know who he is and debate if he is SP police. The tree user attacks, whipping a branch toward Jean. The strike pierces his chest, but Jean barely reacts. He calmly grips the wooden limb impaled in him. The tree user panics as Jean tightens his hold. Jean wrenches the branch free and keeps his grasp firm. He then sprints forward with lethal speed toward the other foes. A glass shard user sends razor fragments flying at him. Jean shields himself, enduring the storm of shards. Steeling himself, he prepares a powerful counterpunch. He smashes through the glass barrage, charging straight ahead. A doll-like bomber villain reveals itself, readying an attack. The doll flicks a small explosive object toward Jean. A violent blast engulfs him, flames filling the room. Jean emerges burned and bleeding, his eye glowing red with resolve. The criminals shout to seize him before he can move again. Jin's eyes narrow, blood streaming as he focuses on his goal. He remembers vowing in the rain that he will earn Grandma's approval. Fueled by that vow, he keeps attacking within the ruined chamber. He lands a crushing blow on an SP criminal. Another explosion erupts as he uses his bomb power again. He repeats to himself that he will obtain Grandma's recognition no matter what. He imagines that once approved he can return to Rosa's side. Jean grabs the bomb doll in a tight hold. Holding the doll, he pulls its pin or ignites it while others watch in horror. The doll sees the flame from Jin's lighter inches away. A massive explosion obliterates the doll as a criminal screams in denial. Badly wounded but alive, Jean gasps amid smoke and blood. The scorched lighter falls from his weakening hand. A final gigantic blast consumes the room, Jean vanishing into the fire. In the aftermath he reflects that he had tried so hard. His fading consciousness lingers on the pain and light. His last thought is of Rosa. At that moment, Rosa on a distant street senses something and turns. She stands under the night sky, unknowingly facing the direction of the blast. Blinding light flashes from the building Jean was in. The structure explodes outward, flames and debris surging into the air. Later, investigators in hazmat-like gear examine the cratered site. A scientist shoves through colleagues, demanding to get outside. The lead scientist arrives, appalled at the devastation and dust. She learns that 4 SP criminals and 1 civilian were caught in the incident. Seeing a lighter on the shattered floor, she concludes the bomb user blew himself up. She orders the team to ignore the dead civilian and collect samples from the SP users. Looking more closely, the scientist realizes something disturbing about that civilian. In the lab, she stares down at Jin's pale body on a table. She coldly states that he threw his life away for nothing. Then she tells him to stop lying there and get up. Calling him Jin Jong, she indicates he somehow still lives. His lifeless face begins to stir as her words reach him. His hand twitches, showing that he is reviving. Outside, she instructs assistants to transport all SP criminals safely back to the laboratory. As they prepare to leave, Jin's damaged eye suddenly opens. The scientist notices his awakening with a shocked expression. Jin's perspective blurs as he sees her turn away. Out in the parking area, she wrestles with the realization that the civilian survived. Her expression shifts into something calculating as she processes this. Back inside, air whistles from Jin's wounded chest as his body reacts. His hand clenches again, confirming that he is regaining control. Jin slowly rises from the examination table, alive despite everything. The episode ends, signaling that this was the final chapter of the arc. Rosa and the others believe Jin Jong has died. In reality, Jin Jong actually revived. Rosa and her companions do not know he survived. Rosa breaks down crying over Jin's supposed death. Rosa sobs loudly while an older man notices her distress. The man is stunned as he hears that Jin is dead. Shocked, he freezes while Rosa cries on the floor. Elsewhere, a blonde boy blames his own weakness for Jin's death, and for Rosa almost dying. The security guard is also moved to tears. He nervously scratches his head, unsure how to react. Night falls over the house, marking the end of a painful day. The muscular elder sits outside, quietly thinking. He continues staring into the night, deep in thought. Footsteps approach him from behind. The blonde boy comes out to talk to him. He respectfully addresses the elder's wife. Sitting together outside, he begins to blame himself. He insists Jean died because he failed to protect Rosa. The elder argues the killer robots were too strong, and it was not the boy's fault. The boy reflects silently on his lips. He declares he wants to become much stronger. He explains that his goal is to better protect Rosa. The elder recalls the boy as a child asking to be taught. Remembering this, the elder softens. Under the moon, he agrees to something. Training begins the next day in a forest path. The elder calls the boy over to start a task. He orders the boy to smash a huge rock with brute force. The boy instinctively prepares to use his glowing power. The elder stops him, rejecting magic or powers. He insists the boy must rely solely on muscle. The boy protests that such a feat is impossible, but the elder says the chairman could do it. Time passes until sunset as harsh training continues. The exhausted boy still grips the rock. He collapses dramatically, claiming he is dying from the training. The elder coldly tells him to get up and continue. Later that night, quiet settles over the rural house. The boy keeps training with push-ups under the moon. Determined, he continues sweating through his exercises. He keeps remembering how he lost to the robot. He estimates that robot's strength rivals Rosa's and that close combat would be deadly. He pauses, thinking hard about this realization. The yard outside remains still and quiet. He finally heads back inside, exhausted. Everyone else is already sleeping on the floor. Hearing a sound, he turns and calls out for Rosa. Outside in the trees, something drops to the ground. It is Rosa, who has secretly slipped out of the house. She kneels facing the moonlit facility, staring with resolve. She decides she cannot let the current situation continue. She remembers Jean lying bloodied after being attacked. Rosa's eyes glow red as grief turns to rage. She recalls the cruel scientist Gyoke Bayan responsible for this. Rosa runs off vowing she will destroy that woman. Someone suddenly grabs her hand, stopping her. She turns back in surprise at being stopped. The blonde boy has chased her and calls her name. Holding her hand, he demands to know why she is outside while she tells him to release her. He realizes she too wants to end this conflict. Rosa insists she cannot keep watching people be hurt or killed. A mysterious figure falls nearby from the trees. The two teens stare at the newcomer, wary. They then watch Jean suddenly sprint away into the forest. Confused, both are left wondering what is happening. The boy spots something alarming off-screen. He sees Jean charging straight toward them at high speed. Jean looks confused and alarmed as he notices them. The boy tackles Jean in a sudden attack. Rosa cries out in shock as Jean is knocked down. She rushes in and tells the boy to stop hitting Jean. She urges him to confirm whether this is really Jean before attacking. Jean nervously peeks through his arms at them. Rosa leans in and asks Jean if he is all right. She warns the boy not to be fooled, suspecting Jean might be a robot. Rosa asks for a moment to check for herself. Jean looks up at her, bewildered and somewhat vulnerable. He suddenly grabs Rosa's arm to stop her from leaving. Rosa turns back in confusion as he holds on. Jean unexpectedly clings to her in a hug. The boy is stunned by this sight. Reacting jealously, he shoves Jean away while shouting at him. The story briefly jumps back to 30 minutes earlier. Jin's hazy perspective shows a lab ceiling and distant voices. Gaioke tells another scientist Jean will take time to fully wake. Jean, revived, orders them to erase another person's entire memory. The bald scientist asks how far back to erase those memories. Gaioke replies they should erase back to the subject's childhood to make him controllable. The scientist moves his hand to initiate the erasure. He places his hand on Jin's head to begin wiping. Jin's eyes open in confusion as the process starts. He wakes up in the lab childlike, asking where he is. Gaioke looms over him menacingly. Seeing her, Jean screams that a monster is in front of him. Offended, Gaioke glares and scolds him for calling her that. Jean impulsively punches her in the face. He then shoves other researchers aside and bolts for the exit. Staff shout orders to capture him before he reaches outside. Meanwhile, Gaioke rushes to another control room. She frantically demands to know where Jean went. A subordinate reports Jean has escaped into the forest. Gaioke assumes he will get lost soon in their controlled terrain. She orders a full search of the area. Drones are launched to scour the night sky. Several drones begin sweeping the forest paths. One operator spots Jean and alerts Gaioke. But something about what they see on the monitor surprises them. Gaioke stares at the screens in shock. The drone feed shows Jean sitting with Rosa and the boy. Another drone hovers directly above the trio. Rosa concludes the drones are here to recapture Jean and wonders why. Jean himself has no idea why he is being chased. Rosa decides they must escape immediately, and pulls Jean along. Jean asks in disbelief if they are really taking him too. Rosa hesitates, considering the risks. The boy volunteers to take responsibility for Jean. He smiles awkwardly, trying to reassure her. Back at the lab, an explosion or disturbance on the monitors alarms Gaioke. She realizes Jean has successfully escaped their control. Furious, she screams in rage at the failure. Jean is then brought to the rural house where everyone is hiding. Later, the blonde boy watches over Jean thoughtfully. Inside, Rosa tends to Jean while the elders observe. Feeling his pulse, Rosa confirms Jean is alive after all. She closely inspects his face, noticing something odd. Jean asks if Rosa has always had 2 moles, revealing a memory gap. Rosa wonders if his strange resilience is some kind of hidden superpower. She speculates his hard bones might come from multiple layers in his body. The elder studies Jean seriously, trying to understand him. He asks Jean whether he still remembers their grandmother. Jean gives a vague, uncertain response that worries them. In a comedic aside, the elder dubs him Monster 2 while Jean is confused. Rosa notes that Jean does not remember her either. They suspect Gaioke erased Jin's memories the same way she did the chairman's. The elder checks Jin's physical condition and asks if he feels sick. Something about Jin's state still puzzles the elder. He notices a device or object attached to Jin's waist. Picking it up, he asks whose item this is. The security guard sheepishly claims the device as his. The elder jokes that Jin's mind now seems like that of a young teen. Deciding they can do no more tonight, he suggests everyone get some sleep. All 5 characters lie down together on futons in the same room. The elder questions why the blonde boy is staying instead of going to his own home. The boy explains his house was attacked, then half admits it is also because of Rosa. Everyone settles back down, the boy flustered by the sleeping arrangement. Rosa pouts that Grandma gets to sleep next to the chairman while she does not. Jean lies awake staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Moonlight filters through the window as the night deepens. The boy drifts towards sleep, still thinking. He suddenly jolts awake, sensing something. He quickly sits up and looks over at the others, noticing something unusual. Jean Jong sleeps on the floor beside Rosa and Doryang in the shared room. Doryang suddenly wakes, realizes Rosa is missing, and calls out her name in alarm. Elsewhere in the house, the kitchen sits quiet under the night sky. A pale hand presses urgently against the kitchen wall. Jean grabs Rosa from behind, covering her mouth as her eyes glow red in shock. Rosa unexpectedly bites Jin's hand, leaving him startled. Jean notices that Rosa dropped her food onto the floor. While chewing, Jean nervously motions for Rosa to stay quiet. Rosa, still muffled by his hand, exhales and calms down a little. Jean slowly removes his hand from her mouth. Rosa, eyes glowing, calmly asks Jean if he wants her to keep his secret. Jean looks at her with a crumb on his face, wondering what she means. Rosa hesitates, about to say something important. Jean, smiling, reassures her and lightly touches her shoulder. He leans in close, cupping her face as if about to kiss her. Rosa's eyes widen in panic at his sudden closeness. Doryang bursts in and catches them in this intimate pose, horrified. Doryang angrily shoves Jean back over some boxes, pulling Rosa away. Standing protectively in front of Rosa, Doryang yells at Jean to stay away from her. Doryang, flushed with jealousy, shouts that Rosa belongs to him. The scene shifts to the Bureau's towering headquarters building in daylight. A garish portrait introduces Gyoke Bayan as the new chairman. A nameplate on a large desk confirms Gyoke Bayan's position as chairman. In the chairman's office, Gyoke giggles to herself while staring out the window. She erupts into maniacal laughter, reveling in her promotion. She exclaims that she has at last become head of the Bureau of Super Abilities. Gyoke triumphantly declares that the new chairman is herself. She boasts further, praising her own greatness. She formally announces herself as the wonderful chairman Gyoke Bayan. She continues shouting that she is the chairman while staff look on. Later, an aide asks Gyoke how to handle Jean Zhang's situation. Gyoke orders that a warrant be issued so SP cops can track Jean, recalling that one of them should foresee the future. She specifically wonders why they cannot use a future seer among the SP cops. Elsewhere, SP cop Se walks down a corridor holding an envelope, heading for Gyoke's office. Gyoke hears a knock and tells the visitor to enter. Seeing Se, Gyoke casually fumbles her name, showing little respect. Se steps forward firmly, prepared to deliver her news. As Gyoke starts to say she had planned to summon her, Se suddenly slaps a document against her chest. The envelope tumbles to the floor, revealing it is a letter of resignation. Se informs Gyoke that she is resigning from the SP police force. As Se walks out casually, Gyoke sputters in outrage at her rudeness. Gyoke furiously shouts after her, demanding she come back. Something wet splats onto Gyoke's head from above. A giant yellow bird, Peep Peep, lies sprawled on her desk after dropping something on her. Peep Peep looks down innocently from where it landed. Covered in the mess, Gyoke angrily curses the bird. Se, leaving with Peep Peep, ignores Gyoke's distant order to stop, telling the bird they should escape. In the hallway, Se passes a tilted poster of Gyoke while Peep Peep trails behind. Se dramatically punches the poster, proclaiming the birth of the villain Bashsiai. Back at the remote facility, Rosa and Doryang walk together outside the greenhouses. Doryang asks if nothing really happened last night, and Rosa explains Jean only panicked about being caught eating. In a chibi exchange, Doryang complains Rosa is taking Jin's side, confused. Rosa reminds Doryang that she recently regained her memories. Doryang asks if Jean had truly been that precious a friend to her. Doryang admits Jean was his only friend, making Jean important to him. Doryang places his hands on Rosa's shoulders, growing serious. He asks Rosa directly where that leaves him in her life. Rosa starts to answer, ready to define their relationship. She calls Doryang her closest friend. While narration notes, he is unsure whether to be pleased or disappointed. Narration adds that Doryang freezes, torn between happiness at being called closest and sadness at still being just a friend, while Rosa smiles. Doryang begins to ask if she has forgotten something. He reminds her that he confessed feelings for her and hinted at other romantic matters. Rosa blushes furiously as the memory returns, insisting she remembers everything. The sky scene leads into Doryang preparing to speak again. He nervously asks Rosa if this means they are now dating. Rosa is stunned and flustered by his straightforward question. She repeats the word dating in disbelief, wondering if she was the only one not assuming that. Doryang, embarrassed, demands to know why she kissed him if they were not dating yet. Rosa starts to explain her reason. She shyly confesses that she likes him. Doryang stares at her in shocked silence. Rosa concludes that, with that confession, they must be an official couple now and that he had never properly asked. Doryang remains stunned by how casually she defines them as dating. Narration notes that Rosa, who once loved romance comics, is overwhelmed that this is happening to her. A caption explains that Rosa used to be an avid fan of romance comics. Flashback manga shows a delinquent fleeing and vowing revenge in a shoujo-style story Rosa once read. In the same comic, a heroine worries over an unconscious boy and urges him to wake. The heroine demands to know why the boy risked himself so much for her. The battered boy in the comic smiles and confesses he likes her. The heroine's eyes glisten as she takes in his confession. The boy then formally asks the heroine to go out with him. Narration returns, stating Rosa had never dated and only knew romance from such comics. Past Rosa decided she would someday confess using that same dramatic method, making it her plan. Back in the present, Doryang is dumbfounded realizing Rosa based everything on comic cliches. Rosa enthusiastically explains her idea of staging a huge 1 versus 17 fight before confessing, while Doryang questions the necessity of that. Doryang, in dark reflection, worries Rosa's elaborate plan might be her indirect way of rejecting him. He wonders if she is gently turning him down, which is why she wants to wait. Doryang resolves to work hard to become someone cool in her eyes. Rosa smiles and promises that once he becomes that cool person, she will be the one to ask him out. She asks him to give her a little time, and they continue walking together. Blushing, Doryang silently processes her request. Narration reveals Rosa already thinks he is cool and vows internally to wait for him as they embrace. Elsewhere, SP Officer Junji sits on a bench, troubled. He lowers his eyes, sweating, burdened by thoughts of his job. We see that he is sitting across from Se, who listens to him talk. Se shows him her phone, prompting his stunned reaction. On her screen, A news site shows a rogue D unit violently smashing a storefront. Junji insists the SP cops also fight such threats, and Sei immediately questions him by showing another image. She reveals the photo of Jean lying bloodied on the ground, implying SP cops hurt good people too. Sei demands to know if Junji still wants to remain an SP cop after what happened to Jean, though she says she understands his conflict. Junji admits he understands her criticism but says resigning is difficult, especially because of his father. A flashback shows Junji eating dinner with his intimidating father. His father praises him for settling down and acting like a responsible adult. Clenching a spoon hard enough to bend it, his father warns him darkly not to stray again. He threatens that Junji knows exactly what consequences await if he goes off track. Back in the present, Sei bluntly tells Junji he must choose. She asks whether he will choose her side or his position as an SP cop. Junji, baffled, says he does not see how those two things are connected. Stunned, Sei retorts that there is nothing between them anyway. A comedic beat shows Junji stunned into an awkward "oh" at her rejection. Flustered, Junji tries to explain he only meant she is underage, but Sei cuts him off with a dismissive whatever. Junji, embarrassed, tells her not to contact him. He scratches his head afterward, clearly regretting how badly the conversation went. A caption notes that shortly after this awkward encounter, events escalate. Sometime later, Sei stares ahead with a determined, slightly grim expression. Junji is out on city patrol when he unexpectedly spots her. He approaches, surprised, saying he thought she was not going to call him anymore. Something shocks him intensely as he reacts with alarm. We see Sei from the front, wearing her striped shirt, looking blank and unreadable. She suddenly dashes straight at him with surprising speed. Sei slams her fist into his chest, ripping off one of his name badges. Junji screams in panic as she attacks and yanks off the insignia. Sei sprints away while Junji chases after her, shouting for her to come back. Another officer stops Junji, calling out to him urgently. The officer informs Junji that the chairman wants to see him immediately. Junji is stunned to hear that the chairman, not just a superior officer, has summoned him. Cut to Gyoke sitting sternly behind her desk, waiting. Meeting with Junji, she notes his missing badge and asks if he has finally come to his senses. While he tries to explain it was torn off, she brushes that aside, saying the real reason she called him is that something has finally been completed. Meanwhile, Sei vents to an online audience via livestream, complaining how cold Junji was, and viewers comment that he is unromantic but also that she is underage. While filming, Sei hears a step behind her and wonders if her unseen companion is defending Junji. Her viewers suddenly point out that Junji himself has appeared nearby, calling him her husband, leaving her shocked. Facing the dark silhouette approaching, Sei demands to know if he is here to apologize, but senses something is wrong. The scene glitches visually as if reality, or the recording is being distorted. Back in the office flashback, Gyoke repeats her question to Junji about why he was summoned. She reiterates that the mysterious project has at last been completed. With a sinister grin, Gyoke names the finished project the JGD, hinting it is based on Junji. She explains smugly that the initials stand for Junji Deluxe Edition. Junji realizes in horror that she has created a D combat model based on him. A flash of Jin's injured image on the phone reminds him what D units can do. Gyoke instructs someone to come in so Junji can greet the new creation. A humanoid android identical to Junji's build but with silver hair steps up to him. Junji stares in disbelief at the lifelike copy. The human Junji and his android double walk side by side down the hallway. Junji thinks to himself that the robot looks disturbingly like him, and that the whole thing is creepy. As they walk, the android abruptly turns away, leaving Junji uneasy. Junji impulsively punches the android in the back, testing its strength. The blow hurts only Junji, who ends up on his knees clutching his injured hand while the android hardly reacts. The android walks away unbothered, its back bearing no visible damage. Elsewhere in the city, two young men stand at a crosswalk, unaware that the new D model and the Bureau's schemes are about to impact their world. Junji stands on the street beside a humanoid robot model of himself. The real Junji looks bored and displeased. The robot thinks resentfully about having to spend the entire day with Junji. Junji overhears someone wondering if Junji is nearby. Bystanders gossip about which Junji is real while Junji insists to himself that he is obviously the real one. Junji yells at a man not to jaywalk across the street. After shouting, Junji suddenly notices something strange. He looks around in confusion, wondering where the robot vanished to. Junji decides the robot is just a machine and dismisses it. He suddenly brightens up as something else catches his interest. Junji spots a girl leaving a cafe across the crosswalk. In a past scene, Junji nervously tells someone not to call him. On patrol, Junji idly wonders if streamer Sei is broadcasting and checks his phone. Looking at his phone, he reacts in shock to what he sees. Alarmed by the news, Junji sprints off at high speed. On a live stream, Sei complains that Junji's recent comment about her was harsh while Chat debates whether he was right. She argues with her unseen Chat about them siding with Junji as footsteps approach. Chat informs Sei that Junji has arrived, calling him her husband, and she reacts with surprise. Assuming Junji came to apologize, Sei senses something is wrong with the figure approaching her. The Junji robot suddenly attacks, and Sei barely reacts in time. In the struggle, Sei's phone crashes to the ground and shatters. The live stream glitches and viewers react in confusion as the signal cuts out. Sei yells in panic, demanding to know why the robot Junji is attacking her. Realizing something, Sei focuses intensely on the robot. She recognizes it as a dangerous D-model robot. Seeing the robot grab a car, Sei is stunned that someone made a D model based on Junji. She watches in horror as the robot begins charging the car with deadly force. The robot hurls the car at her, generating a powerful shockwave. The impact sends Sei tumbling across the ground. The robot forms a sharp spike from the car's material. It charges at Sei with the improvised spear to finish her off. Sei, dazed, realizes she has no time left to dodge. The robot lunges, thinking it is too late for her to evade the attack. Junji's boots slam down as he arrives at the scene. He leaps in and smashes the tiled ground between Sei and the robot as a barrier. The robot stares coldly at Junji, preparing to resume the fight. Junji rushes to Sei and asks if she is all right while she stammers in shock. Still confused, Junji demands to know why the robot is targeting her. Sei, shaken, tries to figure out the reason for the attack. She remembers being told that the system might classify her as a criminal. Junji shoves her towards safety, telling her to run while he buys time. Sei grabs his collar and warns that helping her will make him a criminal as well. She reminds him that he said he cannot quit the SP police and begs him to leave. Elsewhere, a stern man activates a small glowing device, suggesting a larger plan. Instead, Junji stands up in front of Sei, silently signaling her to get up. She anxiously asks what he is doing as he faces the warp barrier. Junji declares that he must fight the JGD robot himself. The robot unleashes a spinning shockwave, fracturing the ground as it advances. It surges upward, expecting another aerial attack. Junji dives down from above, kicking directly at the robot. The robot dodges and counters with a massive leaping strike, blasting the ground where Junji stood. While running, Junji realizes the robot was made with his DNA. He concludes that the robot shares his shape-shifting ability, making it even more dangerous. Sei watches intensely, determined to help however she can. She calls out directions to Junji, telling him which way to move. Junji yells back in confusion about whose left she means as she shouts again. He twists aside, trying to follow her guidance amid the chaos. Even so, another impact sends him crashing and rolling across the road. Injured but resolute, Junji forces himself up, wondering how to defeat such an opponent. He asks himself what separates him from the robot copy facing him. A sudden realization strikes him. In a flashback, Junji tests striking the robot body to gauge its limits. The attempt fails, and he ends up hurt, while the robot remains unharmed. Back in the present fight, he dashes away to test a new hypothesis. Sei clarifies loudly that she meant Junji's own left side. Using her cue, Junji pivots left and kicks the ground to redirect the robot's attack. He skids rapidly along the deforming street toward the robot. Junji uses the momentum to deliver a powerful punch to the robot's head. Smirking, he announces that he has finally caught it off guard. The robot's liquid body splashes apart as he runs through it. Junji confirms that his power can manipulate all non-living matter. Moments later, he panics as the fluid-like robot residue clings to him. Flailing around, he screams for someone to get the slimy material off him. Embarrassed, he glances back towards Sei, unsure what to say. Sei softly thanks him for saving her life. Junji, flustered, looks away as if trying to act casual. He shyly asks if he is allowed to call her now, referencing their earlier quarrel. Sei reacts with wide-eyed surprise at his sudden question. Tears of mixed emotion well up as she glares at him. She runs off angrily, shouting that he can do whatever he wants while Junji calls after her. He chases her, and a caption proclaims that Junji is now branded a villain. The scene shifts to a modern high school building framed by cherry blossoms. Students walk the corridors between classes. Class President Jia walks through the hallway with books in her arms. A classmate asks where she is headed and she replies that she is returning books to the library. They compliment her diligence and part ways. The library interior appears quiet and orderly. Browsing the shelves, Jia wonders what she should read next. She notices a pleasant fragrance nearby and looks around. On a balcony, she spots a white-haired boy reading alone. Blushing, Jia starts to say his name in awe. Overwhelmed, she mentally squeals that he looks incredibly cute. The white-haired boy senses someone watching him and looks up. He smiles faintly and closes his book. Jia panics as he starts walking away with the book under his arm. Watching his back, she sadly notes that he left before she could speak to him. Time passes, and the outside of the school is shown again. Jia walks the corridor, thinking about the white-haired boy and wondering which class he is in. In class, she realizes he might be the well-known honorary SP officer she has heard about. At P, another girl remembers that the honorary officer she saw seemed shorter and with different hair. A simplified memory illustration shows that Jia's recollection of Meng Ryong is vague and mismatched. Jia concludes it might not have been him after all. Outside later, something catches her eye and she stops in surprise. She spots the same white-haired boy walking ahead and excitedly thinks she has found him. Before she can approach, another girl runs past her toward him. Jia watches as the dark-haired girl casually chats with the white-haired boy. She assumes the other girl is his girlfriend and feels deflated. The dark-haired girl grills Mong Ryong about eating her yogurt, revealing a close, bickering relationship. A caption introduces her as Chunhyang, Mong Ryong's twin sister. Back in class, some boys chat while Jia keeps to herself, unaware of the twins' history. Jia sighs, thinking about everything she has just learned. Her friends burst in, hugging her and asking what is on her mind. Concerned, they ask if she is struggling with studying. Jia instead asks if they know the honorary SP officer in their grade, prompting them to talk about the twins' past fame. Her friend reminisces that one twin cooled classmates with water in summer, and the other warmed them in winter, teasing Jia for only ever studying. Jia asks why they speak of the twins in the past tense. Her friends realize she does not know what happened and hesitate to explain. Jia looks puzzled, waiting for an answer. A narration introduces the Super Ability Declaration System. It explains that this system was the first reform enacted by Gyoke Bayan when she became head of the Bureau of Super Abilities. Under the new rule, everyone with powers must officially declare them. Declared supers are also forced to wear ability-limiting bracelets. The narration adds that there was another major change. Gyoke's policy is shown as a girl looks at her own bracelet in disbelief. At the bureau, Mong Ryong asks a flushed Chunhyang if she is all right as the bracelet affects her. Chunhyang trembles angrily, struggling with the bracelet's suppression. She erupts in a fiery tantrum, screaming while Mong Ryong tries to calm her. Onlookers watch as she continues raging in the waiting area. Afterwards, Mong Ryong studies his own bracelet, testing whether his power still works. Realizing his ability has disappeared, he despairs over truly losing his powers. The narration reveals that Gyoke Bayan also abolished the honorary SP officer system entirely. Back in class, Jia processes this news in shock. She concludes that the white-haired boy she saw must genuinely have been Mong Ryong. Her friends add that losing his powers has left Mong Ryong in a bad state emotionally. Startled, Jia loudly demands to know why, surprising her friends. One friend nervously prepares to explain what happened. Jia hurries outside, determined to find Mong Ryong. She scans the campus anxiously, turning her head in all directions. As she walks, she recalls hearing that some students resented Mong Ryong for skipping school as an honorary officer. She also remembers that bullies especially hated his unusual hair color. Narration mentions that Chunhyang copes thanks to her fiery nature, but Mong Ryong is gentler and more vulnerable. Exhausted from searching, Jia decides that description of Mong Ryong being sweet matches the boy she saw. She steels herself, ready to step in. She then witnesses Mong Ryong being beaten by bullies now that he has no powers. The bullies mock him, saying they only feared his strength, and now see him as pathetic. They threaten worse if he does not dye his hair black by the next day. The lead bully turns, noticing something behind him. Jia, horrified, secretly raises her phone to record what is happening. The bully yells at her for taking a picture and confronts her. Pointing at Jia, he orders her to come closer, escalating the confrontation. The bullies confront the girl who filmed them, and she stands firm while the main bully grows nervous. The red-haired bully, surprised she showed up, stammers a greeting. He demands she delete the incriminating photo, but she refuses and says she will take it to the police. Angered by her defiance, he raises his hand and yells at her, asking what her problem is. He turns away, saying he does not hit girls. The bruised white-haired boy, who had been beaten, reacts quietly to this. The girl explains she reported finding many cigarette butts to the PE teacher. Worried, the bullies say the teacher will arrive soon. They protest that they do not smoke and flee while she reminds them students are not allowed to smoke. As they run, they threaten her to delete the photo or else. After they disappear, she notes to herself that they are gone. She rushes to the injured boy on the floor and asks if he is okay. When she reaches toward him, he flinches and pulls back. He suddenly bolts away from her, running as fast as he can. She interprets his reaction as a sign that he dislikes her. Walking across campus afterward, she wonders if she went too far by intervening. Time passes and the school grounds grow quiet. The boy sits alone afterward, covering his face, still shaken. Bruised and blushing, he thinks intensely about what happened. Later, the girl walks down a street, still dejected. She sighs sadly to herself. She recalls reaching toward his injured leg and his immediate recoil. She remembers him running away from her in panic. The memory weighs on her as she walks, eyes closed. Hearing someone, she looks up in surprise. The white-haired boy appears in front of her on campus. As he starts to pass, she is startled and he turns his head away. She apologizes for butting in yesterday, trying to explain, while he says it is not what she thinks. Flustered, he starts to say there is another reason. Close up, he hesitates, clearly nervous. Overwhelmed, he abruptly dashes off in the opposite direction. She is left stunned, watching him run away again. Turning, she notices a black-haired girl approaching. The serious black-haired girl strides toward her. Realizing who she is, the blonde girl thinks this must be his girlfriend. She starts to apologize for overstepping, but the black-haired girl instead identifies her as a particular someone. The black-haired girl scrutinizes her closely, while the blonde notes, she does not seem angry. The black-haired girl walks past, leaving the blonde confused. Turning back playfully, the black-haired girl tells her she is rooting for her. The encouragement leaves the blonde girl shocked and flustered. Later, the blonde calls out to her, and they awkwardly exchange greetings. Nervously fidgeting, the blonde asks if she is Mong Ryong's girlfriend. The black-haired girl is stunned into a chibi expression. She then bursts out laughing uncontrollably at the idea. In a darkly comedic flash, she warns the blonde not to anger her. She casually turns away, ending the conversation. The blonde slowly realizes the other girl is not his girlfriend and blushes with hope. She clutches her tie, thinking about what that might mean. Evening falls around the school as students head home. Mong-ryung walks outside with the black-haired girl, chatting. On their way home, she tells him she saw the girl he likes earlier. She bluntly calls Jia the girl he likes, making him blush in shock. Flustered, he denies liking Jia while his friend teases him. Jia, nearby, sees them and worries the friend may have said something odd, then calls out to Mong-ryung. Hearing his name, Mong-ryung turns around, surprised. Jia stands resolutely on the path, ready to talk. His friend runs off mischievously, leaving the two of them alone together. Mong-ryung and Jia walk toward each other, their footsteps echoing. He hesitates as he approaches her. They stop face to face, both blushing. Mong-ryung averts his eyes, clearly nervous. As they walk side by side, Jia asks if he ran away because he hates her, and he denies it. She presses him, demanding to know why he ran. Embarrassed, he admits it was because he felt ashamed. Jia insists he has nothing to be ashamed of and that the bullies are entirely at fault. Fired up, she says she should report those bullies to the school for hurting another student. He thanks her sincerely for defending him. Jia looks away, thinking about something else. She asks about his past as an SP officer, and he clarifies he was only an honorary officer. He explains he cannot do that anymore because the system was abolished. She asks why the system ended. He says the authorities decided super abilities are dangerous and shut it down. Showing his bracelet, he explains he must wear it to avoid being arrested for having powers. Jia listens in stunned silence. To change the mood, she suddenly leans forward and invites him to go eat together. They head to a busy shopping street at sunset. In a photo booth, they try on bunny ear headbands and have fun. Later, they stroll outside eating street food, chatting happily. Jia begins to explain her own perspective on everything. Mong-ryung smiles warmly as he listens to her. He gently wipes something from the corner of her mouth. He casually tells her she had something on her face. Jia blushes intensely at the intimate gesture. At that moment, yellow flowers suddenly sprout from the pavement. The flowers rapidly bloom, carpeting the street around them in blossoms. Jia panics, asking what on earth is happening. They notice a strange girl in a blue jumpsuit standing in the road ahead. The girl's red eyes glint ominously as she stares at them. A system alert declares that an unregistered superpowered person has been detected. The blue-suited girl rockets toward Jia from the sky. Mong-ryung sees this and looks upward in alarm. He grabs Jia's hand and pulls her along. He shouts for her to run as he drags her away. The attacker slams into the ground where they were moments before, sending debris flying. Mong-ryung looks back tensely after dodging the impact. Jia also looks around in shock at the near miss. Jia instead hugs the dazed blue-suited girl, calling her cute, while Mong-ryung watches. Jia treats her like an ordinary child, asking her age, but someone off-screen shouts Jia's name in warning. Mong-ryung tackles Jia out of the way as the girl's landing spot explodes behind them. Carrying Jia, he runs away, while she complains about how rude the blue-suited girl is. Vines and flowers spring up to restrain the girl as she angrily protests, saying she thought Jia was cute. Seeing she is only temporarily bound, Mong-ryung urges Jia to keep running for now. Elsewhere in town, the scene shifts to a different street as evening deepens. Inside a clothing shop, mannequins wearing coats stand quietly. Shoppers murmur uneasily as something strange happens in the store. Mong-ryung and Jia hide among mannequins, mimicking their poses. Whispering, Jia asks what is happening and what the sudden flowers were about. Mong-ryung gathers his thoughts to explain. He tells her he suspects she also has super abilities, shocking Jia. In chibi form, she is delighted by the idea, but he warns it is actually dangerous right now. He insists they must report her ability to the authorities immediately. Jia firmly refuses. She argues that the registration policy exists to oppress people with powers. She adds that she has always wanted to rebel against something like this. Mong-ryung thinks anxiously that now is not the best time for rebellion. Outside, multiple blue-suited enforcers patrol the streets as the pair escape down an alley. Hand in hand, they keep running together. Suddenly they run into the red-haired bully, who calls out in surprise. He boasts that he has been searching for them. Grinning, he says he has brought someone special. He reveals a large tracksuit-clad girl, introduced as the school's best fighter. He points at Jia and claims she hits girls, prompting the fighter to step forward confidently. The bully urges his fighter friend to attack while she warns Jia to be ready and scolds him for ordering her around. A powerful impact shakes the area, signaling the start of the confrontation. A massive blast slams into the street near them, knocking the fighter and bully back. Jia stares, stunned by the unexpected attack. The school's best fighter lies sprawled unconscious on the ground. A mysterious humanoid figure with mechanical limbs appears through the smoke. Mong-ryung's eye widens as he recognizes something about the figure. The fighter groggily gets back up, holding her head. The red-haired bully lies dazed on the pavement. The fighter slaps him awake, yelling at him to get up. He wakes in confusion, asking what just happened. Seeing the mechanical girl, he wonders aloud if she is some kind of machine. Jia, also watching, questions whether the figure is human or a robot. She asks Mong-ryung what it is, as they stand a short distance away. Mong-ryung, sweating, recognizes the figure with alarm. He realizes the robotic figure appears to be Chunhyang. He wonders why Chunhyang now looks like a robot. The bully speculates excitedly that she might be an advanced deluxe edition robot, and calls out to her. He grabs her shoulder and yells, asking if she hit him. Her eyes glow ominously as she powers up. An internal targeting system flags the bully for aggression. Chunhyang turns her head slightly, preparing to act. Mongryong tells Jia to stay put and dashes toward the imminent conflict. The bully turns in shock as a sudden rush of energy sweeps past him. Chunhyang unleashes a fiery beam, and Mongryong dives to shove the bully out of its path. Afterward, the bully sits on the ground stammering in disbelief, while Mongryong kneels, shaken. Mongryong realizes the robot just breathed fire and panics, thinking he cannot use his own powers at the moment. With his abilities suppressed, he wonders desperately what he should do next. A white-haired D-robot dives through the air toward Jia, who recoils in shock. The robot locks onto Jia as its target, seeing her reflected in its eye. Mongryong slams his fist to the ground with such force that something breaks. The impact damages the robot's collar, causing an explosive reaction at its neck. In a flashback, young Chunhyang screams while tied to a chair. Her parents pin her down as her mother approaches with scissors, preparing to cut her hair. Her father begs Chunhyang to cooperate, saying her mother is upset about her hair. The scissors snip off a large chunk of Chunhyang's bangs. Her horrified scream echoes through the apartment building. Later, Chunhyang stares blankly, now sporting short, uneven bangs. Seeing herself, she freaks out about how terrible her new hairstyle looks while her parents smile proudly. She then notices strange blue light and turns toward the window. Outside, a massive pillar of blue energy erupts over the city as Chunhyang watches from her living room. At school, a coach and a student stare wide-eyed at the same blue phenomenon. Jia shields her face, bathed in the mysterious blue light. She peeks through her hands, trying to see what is happening. Mongryong stands before the roaring blue energy pillar, fists clenched. Enveloped in blue flames, Mongryong steps forward with determination as Jia anxiously follows. The blue pillar surges down the street toward the fallen robot attacker and the two students. A classmate recognizes Mongryong and is stunned that he is behind this. The boy panics, realizing Mongryong is using banned superpowers and wondering how he could ever beat him, while the coach stammers that such powers are forbidden. The damaged robot's eyes glow red as its system reactivates. Its internal voice announces that the operation strategy has changed. A blazing arc of fire is launched toward Mongryong's back. Mongryong counters with a wave of blue water energy that collides violently with the fire. He hears something and turns in alarm. Jia and Mongryong see the robot recover and charge them again. The robot inhales and prepares another powerful fire blast from its mouth. A yellow flower suddenly sprouts from the pavement in front of it. Jia uses her plant power to trip the robot with the flower, slamming it face first into the ground. Jia seizes the moment, dragging Mongryong away and urging him to flee. As they run, another D model steps into their path, blocking their escape. The new MD robot faces the kids, calmly confronting them. It reaches out with its hand, readying an ability. Another damaged robot gets back up behind Mongryong, preparing to attack. The kids find themselves surrounded by D robots on the street. One D forms a swirling blue water orb called Bubble in its palm. The fire-breathing robot charges a fiery vortex in its mouth in response. The D with Bubble intercepts the incoming fire blast aimed at Jia and Mongryong. Mongryong hurls his own water sphere, joining the battle with the robots. A jet of fire streaks along the ground toward them. The opposing water and fire attacks explode into a huge cloud of steam and smoke. One D staggers within the thick haze, its vision obscured. Jia and Mongryong cough in confusion, wondering what just happened. Mongryong peers through the fog, bewildered. Through the clearing smoke he sees Chunhyang arrive, now with short hair and a fierce expression. Recognizing her, Mongryong calls out Chunhyang's name. His shock is comically exaggerated as he fully takes in her drastic haircut. Chunhyang begins to laugh darkly, amused by her own appearance. She erupts into maniacal laughter, declaring herself Chunhyang with a disastrous bangs score. Mongryong and Jia gape at her ruined bangs and demand to know what happened, while she yells at them not to ask. Chunhyang refocuses, confirming that their objective is simply to destroy the D units. Jia shyly asks if there is anything she can do, but Chunhyang dismisses her as an ordinary civilian. Jia insists she can help as well, clenching her fists. Another flower twines around a D robot's leg, restraining it. Chunhyang is impressed and realizes Jia's plant power is useful. A D robot reacts to being ensnared, turning its head. Chunhyang charges at it wreathed in flames, rocketing forward like a human fireball. She shouts as she leaps, preparing a headbutt. Chunhyang smashes her flaming head directly into the D unit's face. Mongryong and Jia stare in stunned disbelief at Chunhyang's reckless tactic. Chunhyang rolls on the ground clutching her head in agony while Mongryong yells at her that the opponent is a machine. Furious despite the pain, she vows revenge on the robot, even though it technically did nothing wrong. She unleashes a huge curtain of flames, shouting that she will get payback. The CD robot contemptuously sweeps her fire aside with a flaming kick. Mongryong counters by sending out a torrent of water from his hands. The water splashes everywhere, drenching the watching coach and student. While the three kids and two Ds exchange massive blows, The drenched adults awkwardly suggest they probably should not be there and consider running away. Chunhyang looks over to see if the D she attacked is still standing. One D smokes and sizzles from heat and water damage, prompting concern about whether it is still functional. The robot's damaged form is revealed, and it dryly admits that it is probably not fine. Chunhyang, delighted that her flames at least ruined its hairstyle, declares victory in the hair competition. Jia notices that Mongryong's water attacks are weakening and begins to worry. She realizes Mongryong is running out of strength and cannot maintain his power much longer. Determined to support him, Jia focuses on her flower, deciding she must help somehow. She rushes up and puts the yellow flower behind Mongryong's ear, encouraging him that he can do it. Touched, Mongryong calls Jia's name as he feels renewed resolve. Footsteps approach the battlefield, signaling someone new arriving. Mongryong and Chunhyang turn toward the voice calling them kids. A confident woman named Bashxiai, a villain with clairvoyance, appears and asks if they are having trouble. The teens stare in confusion at the unexpected newcomers. Elsewhere, another person strides purposefully, entering the scene. A D robot turns sharply, sensing this new presence. A man in an orange shirt uses a shape-shifted water attack to blast one of the Ds. The D is struck and collapses under the impact of the strange liquid. The man asks if the kids are unharmed as water drips everywhere. He introduces himself as the villain Middle Finger G, whose superpower is shape-shifting, and confirms no one is hurt. Mongryong is left speechless by the sudden appearance of two powerful villains helping them. The three teens collectively yell in confusion about what is going on now. Bashxiai calmly points out that by using illegal powers, the kids have committed crimes as well. She and Middle Finger G invite the bewildered teens to come along with them. Back at the lab, the furious director screams in frustration over the destruction of the D models. In her rage she trashes equipment, shouting in disbelief at the disaster. She smashes more objects, cursing about the expensive D units that were ruined. Photos of the melted D robots remains lie on the table as she laments how costly they were. An assistant reminds her they still have a drug that can remove super abilities, sparking a new plan. The director manically orders him to manufacture more of the anti-ability drug despite his protests. He nervously explains that their budget is already drained from building the D models, but she screams that she does not care. She commands him to somehow find the money and even suggests firing the rest of the SP cops, while he mutters that he is underpaid. Seething, she vows that Junji will pay for destroying her creations. Her inner monologue promises retribution for what he has done. The narration shifts, stating that meanwhile Rosa was elsewhere. Rosa, exhausted and muddy, bends over in a rice paddy. A blonde man lies stunned in the water, blushing as he looks up at her. The scene reveals Rosa has fallen on top of him in the paddy, leaving him flustered. Embarrassed, Rosa apologizes, insisting she slipped. The man lies in the water, face burning red as he stares at her. He replies haltingly that it is okay. Still pinned, he awkwardly asks if she could please get off him. Rosa jolts in panic, apologizing again and preparing to stand. As she tries to move, his hands grab her waist, stopping her. He helps her up from behind, steadying her in the muddy field. Facing her, he checks if she is all right and she shyly thanks him. Doryang suddenly charges toward them angrily, shouting. Rosa's grandmother casually tells Doryang to go wash up as he splashes back into the paddy. A caption announces that Doryang loses this round. The elder then tells the kids to finish up their farm work together. Nearby, the road suddenly cracks and erupts upward from underground. Mr. Kim bursts out of the ground like a mole, startling Rosa's grandmother. Introducing himself as Mr. Kim, a mole ability user, he complains about the commotion. Rosa is told Mr. Kim is an old friend of her grandmother's, and they greet him politely. When asked about his strange appearance, Mr. Kim cheerfully says his life just ended up this way. Rosa thinks to herself in disbelief that he really did become like a mole. Back with the SP authorities, the director orders her tiny SP cop robots to head to the countryside. She instructs them to arrest all unregistered super ability users who failed to report their powers. One SP unit confirms the command has been received while the director yells for verbal acknowledgement. A small SP cop rides the subway among ordinary passengers. An announcement reminds SP personnel to use public transit when not actively fighting superpowered criminals. The SP cop then travels by intercity bus, strapped into a seat. Later, it takes a local bus, still in full uniform beside an oblivious old man. The tiny officer finally arrives in Rosa's village, walking down the road at sunset. Its eyes glow red as it activates scanning mode. The scanner locks onto Mr. Kim standing outside his home. An internal message flags him as an unregistered super ability user. Unaware, Rosa's grandmother chats with Mr. Kim about old times. The SP cop rockets in from behind, closing in on Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim hears something and begins to turn. Doryang races down the road, emitting golden light as he powers up. He leaps high toward the airborne SP cop. He pile-drives the tiny officer into the road, creating a massive crater. Doryang stands over the hole while Mr. Kim looks on, confused. Mr. Kim stares blankly, trying to process what just happened. Then he explodes in anger, demanding to know what Doryang thinks he is doing. He scolds Doryang that leaving the road like that will block all traffic. The crushed SP cop lies embedded in the shattered pavement as Mr. Kim asks what they plan to do about the damage. Doryang apologizes profusely while Mr. Kim fumes that sorry is not enough. A familiar voice calls out Grandpa, drawing Mr. Kim's attention. His grandson Kyo-soo runs toward him, worried if he is okay. Narration explains that Kyo-soo Kim just happened to move back to the countryside on this exact day. Kyo-soo reaches them, confronting Doryang in surprise and setting up the next encounter. A shocked young man is recognized by someone as the famous Doryang Han. A boy excitedly tells his grandpa that Doryang Han has superpowers, while the confused old man asks what that means. The boy insists that the person they see is Doryang Han, leaving his grandpa baffled. Villagers gather around Doryang in the road, murmuring and asking what is going on. The boy reports that Doryang said he is just a drawing, which the crowd takes as an insult and provocation. Someone confronts Doryang, confirming his identity and asking for an autograph. Doryang is stunned when the person suddenly shouts the name Blackhood. Alarmed, Doryang demands the boy repeat what he just called him. The scene shifts to Seoul as the sun sets over the city. Masked followers cower before a small chibi-like heroine who has just confronted them. Two masked lackeys panic, wishing their leader Lord Blackdog were there to help. Chibi versions of the heroine rush toward them at high speed, startling the lackeys. One lackey joyfully recognizes the arriving Lord Blackdog. Their athletic leader sprints forward to engage the threat. Lord Blackdog leaps in alongside two chibi heroine copies to attack. A hand slaps down on something liquid, beginning to unleash his power. The liquid spreads dramatically, showing the extent of his ability. The lackeys watch puddles form around them and wonder if this strange liquid is Blackdog's doing. Blackdog, posing confidently, reveals that this watery devastation is indeed his power. Awestruck, the lackeys ask the hero's name as he turns to answer. He introduces himself with the bizarre alias Middle Finger G. His followers stare in stunned silence at that ridiculous name. Then they enthusiastically cheer and chant Middle Finger G's name as he walks away. G happily brags to his partner Rosa Park that his machine-related powers now surpass hers, but she warns him not to get arrogant. G wilts in cartoonish disappointment at her blunt response. G's phone blares with an alert, and he and Rosa anxiously check what it is. Across the city, everyone's phones beep simultaneously, and people wonder if it is a disaster warning. The notification is revealed as an urgent message from the Bureau of Super Abilities. The alert headline announces that the Bureau is revealing Blackhood's true identity. A news anchor breaks in with a serious bulletin. The broadcast explains that the Bureau has identified Blackhood. Doryang watches stunned, as he becomes the subject of the report. People in Rosa's village point in shock at Doryang, reacting to the news. Rosa's guardians also gape at the revelation about him. Rosa herself is horrified to learn Doryang is supposedly Blackhood. The report names Blackhood as SP Officer Doryang Han, shocking him. Fans burn Doryang's photo in the street as backlash erupts. A furious fan screams that he loved Doryang while destroying his merch. Nearby, another man watches the chaos with detached interest. Narration notes that this bystander has appeared in both Rosa Loves and People Doryang Saves stories. Crowds in Seoul gossip tensely in front of buildings about Doryang. Some citizens say that if Doryang cannot be trusted, faith in heroes is shaken. The chibi heroines worry aloud about whether everyone must now rely on machines instead of people. Rosa tells G she has been warning him that public trust in superhumans is collapsing. G urgently phones Doryang, telling him to check the news immediately. On the other end, Doryang hears his friend bluntly say he is in serious trouble. Doryang frantically reads the breaking article on his phone. His eyes widen behind his glasses as he processes the accusation. The headline clearly states that the Bureau has revealed Doryang Han to be Blackhood. Narration states that Doryang falls into panic over the revelation. Meanwhile, Rosa looks back at the agitated villagers around Doryang. Motivated by protecting her man, Rosa's mind starts racing to devise a plan. An inner monologue flashes. Wait, she remembers something important. Rosa realizes that only Kyo-soo Kim knows Blackhood has been working with villains, and she decides to exploit that. She launches Operation Make Kyo-soo look like a fool by pretending ignorance about Blackhood and asking Grandma to listen. Kyo-soo, feeling cornered, hurriedly lies that Blackhood is just a type of volunteer group. Rosa loudly calls him ridiculous, drawing the villagers' attention. She counters his claim by insisting Doryang is a good person, not a criminal. Pointing at the nervous Doryang in the distance, she asks if that face looks evil to anyone. Doryang stands alone, distressed, as all this unfolds nearby. Rosa shows the villagers online records of the many awards Blackhood has received, convincing them he has done good. Kyo-soo screams that Blackhood is actually the villain, while an elder scolds him for making such a noisy fuss. The villagers side with Rosa, telling Kyo-soo to stop yelling at them. Kyo-soo collapses into a tantrum, flailing on the ground in frustration. Rosa notes with relief that her ploy worked. She then turns her attention to Doryang, who is still muttering anxiously to himself. Doryang worries that the whole world knows his identity now and wonders what he should do. As he frets about how to fix things, Rosa approaches and calls out to him. Rosa claps to snap him out of it, shouting his name. She firmly tells him they both have to stay vigilant and think carefully. Doryang looks at her with wide, blushing eyes, moved by her support. He apologizes shyly for having panicked. Rosa suggests they sit down and work out a proper plan together. Night falls over the countryside home where they are hiding. Inside, Rosa, Doryang, and the chairman sit in a circle, wondering if they should return to Seoul. The chairman angrily argues it is too dangerous to go back right now, though Rosa worries Kyoso might call the police. Doryang says the countryside is no longer safe either given the news. He proposes that the chairman must eventually return to seize control of the situation. The chairman's aide points out that the chairman's own memory loss complicates that. He brings up Woo-young-ji's special memory-related ability. A scientist explains that Ji's memory-wiping power has one loophole. The loophole is that memories can come back if the person experiences a major shock. He compares this to how Rosa's own erased memories once returned. Doryang listens thoughtfully, realizing what this implies. Doryang suddenly asks where the chairman is, and Rosa says he went out to repair the damaged road. They rush out, declaring Operation Restore the chairman's memories. Under the moonlit sky, the chairman steps outside the house. He hears something and opens the sliding door to investigate. He looks ahead, unsuspecting of the trap about to be sprung. Inside, they stage a fake funeral with the chairman's own body in a coffin, and a girl sobs beside him. The chairman lies motionless in the coffin, playing dead. The old man enters and is stunned to see his friend laid out as if deceased. The girl tearfully addresses him, adding to the illusion. As she starts to tell him his grandmother has died, Doryang sneaks up behind with a large toy hammer. The old man drops the box he is carrying in shock at the awful news. He falls to his knees in grief. Overcome, he cries out Diana's name at the top of his lungs. Hearing the anguished wails, the chairman in the coffin opens one eye. The old man's tears abruptly stop as something stirs in his mind. He gasps, realizing his memories have come flooding back. He recognizes Doryang and Rosa, and they excitedly shout to him. Rosa exclaims that his memories have returned, startling the fully revived chairman. Doryang and Rosa hug him joyfully as he struggles to grasp what is happening. Narration announces that Operation Restore the Chairman's Memories was a success. With that done, the chairman says the next step of their plan must begin. Outside, Jean dries off after work, unaware of the scheme. He notices someone waiting for him on the porch. Jean is surprised to see who it is. A mysterious tall woman sits ominously, drawing his attention. She stands up to approach him as he comes closer. She asks if he can recognize her now that his memories have supposedly returned. Jean, still amnesiac, asks who she is. Rosa's plan backfires as the shock seems to scramble Jin's memories even more. Back inside, they conclude that their attempt actually erased more of Jin's memory. Doryang scolds Rosa for shocking Jean too much, and another ally nervously agrees. Doryang then argues this might be for the best after all. Rosa reasons that since Jean originally worked for villain Gyoke Bayan, his forgetting might keep him from reverting. Outside, Jean overhears them discussing whether it is better if his memories never return. He stands silently, troubled by what he hears. Jean walks away into the windy night, keeping his distance from the house. Rosa admits Jean would only suffer if he remembered how he once hurt her. Doryang gently suggests that letting those painful memories stay buried might indeed be kinder. Tentatively, their hands reach out and touch, signaling growing closeness. Rosa blushes as Doryang tells her she is almost too kind-hearted. The two older men silently stare at their hand-holding with dark, overprotective expressions. Alone on the foggy roadside, Jean sits brooding over everything. He looks down, wrestling with guilt and confusion. Fragments of his past as the masked Black Hood assaulting Rosa and others flash through his mind. More memories surface of him attacking a uniformed officer while masked. Sitting under the starry sky, Jean thinks to himself that of course Rosa would rather he remember nothing. Rosa calls out to Jean and approaches him. She happily says she has found him and comes closer. Jean suddenly hugs her tightly, cutting off her question about his memories. Rosa is startled and speechless in his arms. Jean apologizes sincerely while still embracing her. Rosa asks what he is apologizing for, confused by his sudden remorse. In chibi form, she realizes he must have remembered something important. Jean confesses he ate the persimmons grandma had given her, indirectly revealing some memory has returned. Rosa glares up at him angrily for this trivial confession. Furious, she stomps off down the road while Jean watches her go. Jean looks after her, worried yet oddly relieved. He smiles softly, comforted that Rosa is still herself around him. As they walk back together, Jean keeps apologizing while Rosa makes him chase after her. Later, everyone gathers, and the chairman says he has been wanting to ask how Jin's memories were erased in the first place. He presses Jean to explain exactly how such a thing happened. Suddenly remembering, the chairman shouts in realization. He declares that villain Gyoke Bayan is responsible for the memory erasure. He explains that Gyoke's ultimate goal is world domination. The group reels as he reveals that her plan involves exploiting Rosa's DNA. Jean adds that Gyoke also intends to eliminate any superpowered individuals who stand in her way. Doryang insists they must return to Seoul. Rosa excitedly asks if they are finally going to destroy Gyoke Bayan, while Doryang says they need a plan first. The old man proposes sneaking in like a spy movie, but Doryang rejects it because security cameras would catch them. Someone reminds the dejected old man that he is the one who installed all those cameras. Doryang tells everyone to listen to his idea. He begins presenting a different plan to the group. The story cuts to an image of the heavily guarded bureau facility they plan to infiltrate. A patched-up robot woman complains about her shoddy reconstruction. The scientist explains they had little funding but revived her as best they could. The head scientist yells that the result looks cheap, yet insists it should function similarly. Another scientist asks what became of Gilbei Choi and says she was about to report on him. She explains Gilbei had been hiding but recently resurfaced, handing over a document. The document shows Gilbei and masked followers running through the city, and she notes that many others also appeared. The same street is shown now empty in daylight, indicating time has passed. Rosa, masked and geared up, appears nervous. Doryang, also in gear, anxiously asks Black Hood if this mission is really okay. The four operatives stand together, Doryang uncertain as he says they might be doing the right thing. They arrive at the hideout where masked ability users are gathered. One masked man recognizes the chairman among them. The group shouts that he is the chairman of the Bureau of Super Abilities and demands to capture him. They hesitate because Black Dog and Doryang are with the chairman, debating his dual identity as Black Hood. Black Hood stays silent, watching the hostile reaction. The rescued ability users drag Black Dog away protectively, calling the others dangerous. Rosa tries to explain that Doryang and Black Dog are allies while the frightened people protest. The chairman introduces himself as the former head of the Bureau of Super Abilities. He steels himself, preparing to speak seriously. Bowing deeply, he admits that the persecution of ability users is his fault. He apologizes earnestly to all of them. Some are moved while others warn each other not to be tricked by his apology. One of them says the chairman is not their main enemy, hinting at someone worse. The chairman then humbly asks the gathered ability users to lend their power to his cause. Meanwhile, Jean stands alone outside the building. Jean decides he should hide that his memories have returned. He thinks Rosa will like him better if he pretends to still be the same. Remembering Rosa, Jean looks back with mixed emotion. Back inside, everyone happily agrees to cooperate, having been convinced. Rosa asks where Jean is and hears that he stayed outside because he dislikes crowds. She opens the door and calls Jean to come in. Stepping out, Rosa calls for Jean again but finds the area empty. Jean suddenly flashes back to when he first met the two scientists who revived him. He recalls standing in their office, freshly awakened. The scientists whisper about Jin's supposed age, agreeing he should look like an early teen. One scientist yells at the towering Jean like he is a misbehaving child. She scolds him for worrying her and playfully smacks him, calling him a bad boy while he addresses her as Granny. After calming down, she asks if his memories have returned and criticizes Woo-young's powers as useless. Woo-young looks dejected at her harsh judgment. She complains that Jean died protecting Rosa Parks and says he deserved it. She presses Jean to admit that regardless of his devotion, Rosa will always love Doryang Han instead. Jean quietly agrees with her assessment. He tells Granny she was right about that. Jean reminds her of her ambition to take over the world. He now vows to destroy Doryang Han and Rosa Parks along with everyone else. Granny is shocked by his sudden declaration. Then she becomes delighted and excited by his villainous resolve. Jean hugs her, showing their twisted but affectionate bond. Back in the present, Rosa peeks into the street searching for Jean and calls his name. She runs through the neighborhood shouting for him. She even checks inside trash bins, wondering why he would hide there. Doryang jokes that Jean might be playing hide and seek, while Rosa insists Jean is not a child. Doryang counters that mentally Jean is like one at the moment. Rosa accuses Doryang of always siding with Jean. Blushing, Doryang admits that doing so makes him jealous. Rosa stares at him in surprise, processing his feelings. She pinches his cheek to get his attention. Rosa clearly confesses that Doryang is the one she likes. She demands if he understood her confession. Flustered but happy, Doryang answers yes as Rosa cheerfully suggests they resume searching for Jean. A caption introduces Doryang as an extremely logical person. He walks along blushing, lost in thought after Rosa's words. His phone rings and he answers with a greeting. The caller shouts for him to turn around, revealing someone standing behind him. Doryang looks alarmed as he obeys. He sees two SP criminals, Middlefinger G and Bash Ci, standing confidently before him. Middlefinger G formally introduces himself. They loudly explain their edgy code names, while an inset shows those names came from online comments. Doryang turns in surprise as he realizes who is approaching. He recognizes his old acquaintance Mong Ryong. The two catch up, with Doryang remarking on how much Mong Ryong has grown. Doryang then notices a red-haired girl standing beside Mong Ryong. He is shocked by Chun Hyang's bruised face, but she tells him not to ask about it. A blonde girl clinging to Mong Ryong shyly asks who Doryang is. She introduces herself enthusiastically as Jia Li, a diligent middle school student. Grabbing Mong Ryong's arm, she prepares to add more about herself. Jia proudly announces that she is Mong Ryong's girlfriend, embarrassing him. Rosa and Bash Ci giggle in excitement over the revelation. They bombard Jia with questions about their relationship, while Doryang stands awkwardly in the background. Junji calls out to Doryang. Doryang asks Junji if he cleared everything with Sei about their upcoming operation. Junji hesitates, while Bash Ci immediately says she is eager to help with breaking into the bureau. Doryang notes that Bash Ci is fully on board and wonders what problem remains. Junji admits the problem is actually himself. He nervously says that since their group has an odd number, he is thinking of dropping out. Everyone gathers again in the hideout, now with all allies present. Junji claps to get their attention before the mission briefing. He announces that he has something important to say first. Bash Ci watches him expectantly. Rosa and Doryang also listen tensely. The rest of the team, including the chairman and new allies, look on. Junji asks who should serve as leader for the operation. Bashsiai jokingly threatens him with a toy hammer for trying to back out. Junji steels himself to continue. He declares that he wants to be the leader. Rosa protests and begs Doryang not to let Junji take on that role. Bashsiai counters that Junji has a valid point. She says, not just because she loves him, that they need someone to make decisions. She argues that their leader should be someone older and more experienced. Flashbacks highlight another older ally, suggesting the type of person she means. They also recall someone with a very powerful super ability. Images show that person using his power effectively in combat. Junji then realizes the ideal candidate. He proposes that the experienced chairman lead them. Another man reacts in disbelief to this suggestion. The chairman modestly protests that he has already fallen behind, but the others insist he is still the best suited. He calls Rosa over to speak with her. The chairman unexpectedly says he wants Rosa to take charge instead. He explains that Black Dog's followers trust Rosa and that she is the strongest among them. Rosa, flustered, is asked directly if she will accept the role. She looks to Doryang for support. Doryang silently takes her hand, reassuring her. He smiles warmly at her. Rosa blushes, heartened by his encouragement. Squeezing his hand back, she agrees to the responsibility. Rosa announces that she will act as leader. Bashsiai reacts with admiration while Junji accepts the decision. The older men grin proudly at how things turn out. Someone says okay, signaling that preparations are complete. Rosa, masked again, rallies the entire group with the order to head to the bureau. As the others rush ahead, Rosa notices something and pauses. She finds Jean waiting in the alley and calls out to him. Rushing up, she demands to know where he has been. Jean apologizes quietly. Rosa and Bashsiai both react with shock at his presence. Bashsiai dramatically points at Jean, shouting his full name. She asks Rosa to confirm that this is the infamous villain they heard about. Rosa nervously denies it while Jean stands right beside her. She insists Jean is not that kind of person. Jean listens silently, affected by her trust. Bashsiai casually greets Jean as they stand together. Rosa awkwardly tells Jean they have to go somewhere important. She adds that he does not need to join if he does not want to. Jean asks where they are planning to go. Doryang answers that they are heading to the Bureau of Super Abilities. Jean repeats Doryang's name, and hears they intend to capture Gyoke Bayan there. Doryang asks Jean if he wants to stay behind or come. Jean responds firmly that he does not want to stay. He smiles and says he wants to go with them. Elsewhere, Granny bursts into an office shouting that there is an emergency. She explains that Black Dog and Black Hood are on the move. We see Rosa and Doryang walking toward the bureau in full gear. Inside the bureau, Gyoke dismissively orders his subordinate to just deploy the robots against them. The heroes realize there are far more gas-masked enemy bots than expected. Gyoke Bayan, the scientist, reacts in shock. The bots charge toward a skyscraper, vowing to destroy everything. The bots mercilessly beat nearby people. Two heroes watch explosions and destruction erupt around the building from above. Doryang and Rosa look down, preparing to intervene. Someone announces they are about to explain the strategy. In a briefing, Doryang says they cannot fight every BV and D bot directly. He proposes everyone else distract the bots on the ground floor. Doryang declares that he and Rosa will instead go capture Gyoke Bayan. Junji listens thoughtfully. Junji questions whether Doryang should reconsider this plan. Junji argues that, since he and Sei are weaker, they should handle capturing Gyoke instead. Junji hastily clarifies he is not afraid, only concerned about power distribution. Someone asks if Rosa can simply teleport everyone there, but another reminds them they do not know her capacity. Junji lists his own weaknesses in ranged battles while others try to talk over him. Sei grabs Junji mid-ramble and shouts for him. Sei demands to know what he is so scared of, insisting he alone can annihilate the bots in an instant. The others murmur in agreement, praising Middlefinger G's overwhelming power, making him sweat. Overwhelmed, Junji struggles to respond. Junji, drenched in sweat, steels himself. He finally agrees loudly to take on the mission. A plant controller begins casting her power. Her plants sprout, wrapping up an enemy bot in flowers. She urges her power again with growing confidence. The floral bindings tighten and move more fluidly around the bot. From across the lobby, a teammate watches as more flowers appear near her feet. He gently encourages her to try growing a flower farther away. She successfully blooms a new patch of smiling flowers at a distance. Working together, he boosts her power with water as she continues. Massive vines and blossoms erupt, capturing multiple bots at once. The two are delighted, surrounded by roses as if in a romantic moment. Elsewhere, a fire user unleashes a huge blaze. Her flames send numerous bots flying and exploding down a corridor. She excitedly realizes her powers have grown stronger as burn bots panic. Another fighter brutally slams bots aside hand to hand. Panting, he muses that these foes would have been trivial in his prime. Junji, nervously clutching his tie, watches an enemy trudging away, thinking how one hit used to suffice. Sei starts a live stream mid-battle, and Junji incredulously asks if she really went live now. In a hidden lab, a subordinate panics while Gyoke orders budget bots sent downstairs and deluxe bots kept as her guard. Smirking, Gyoke says there is no need to hurry. She explains they can take their time because they have captured Jin Zhong. On the rooftop, Rosa agrees briskly with the plan in front of Jean and Doryang. Doryang says it is time for him and Rosa to go find Gyoke Bayan. Rosa asks Jean if he wants to stay behind on the roof. She reassures him with a childish promise that they will be back long before he finishes counting to a huge number. After a pause, Jean reluctantly agrees. Rosa cheerfully grabs Doriang's hand and leads him away, leaving Jean watching them go. Jean stands alone, looking conflicted and solemn. Suddenly Jean shoves Rosa and Doriang, sending them toward the roof's edge. Rosa turns, shocked by Jin's betrayal. Jean tackles Rosa off the rooftop and vanishes with her, leaving Doriang falling alone. Doriang crashes hard onto a lower surface. Doriang sits up in pain, realizing what just happened. He yells Jin's name in horror. Jean and Rosa reappear together inside an office, having teleported mid-fall. Jean reaches to remove something from Rosa's neck. Rosa slumps to the floor as Jean stands over her. Rosa later awakens groggy and sitting on the office floor. Jean casually calls Gyoke, asking where she is. Over the phone, Gyoke says she is somewhere safe and laughs maniacally. She smugly adds that it is a place their enemies will never locate. Jean calmly reveals he has Rosa Park with him. He further tells Gyoke he is currently in the chairman's office. Hearing this, Gyoke realizes Doriang must now be alone. She decides to send a D-model deluxe bot to attack him. Ecstatic, she orders her underlings to bring Rosa Park to her. Sensing danger on the roof, Doriang spins around. He sees two deluxe bots descending toward him from the sky. One of the D-bots launches itself at incredible speed. Doriang is stunned as the attack comes. Moments later, he has already smashed one deluxe bot to pieces. He stands over the fallen D unit in silence. He glances around, wondering where Rosa has gone. The remaining D grabs Doriang and throws him high into the air. A golden beam carries both of them skyward in a vertical clash. Their battle crash lands through a building, sending civilians fleeing. People recognize the fallen Doriang as Black Hood and excitedly shout his alias. Bruised, Doriang hides his face while onlookers scream that he is still as handsome as ever. Determined, he sprints toward the remaining deluxe bot in the streets. Doriang collides with the D Doriang lookalike, grappling with it. Locked in a power struggle, the D asks if people really think they look alike. Observers off to the side debate the similarity between Doriang and his deluxe copy. One bystander admits the deluxe edition might be slightly more attractive. The D smirks confidently, its neck indicator glowing. Doriang suddenly has an idea as he stares at that glowing point. He focuses power into his hand, forming an energy whip or blade. In a blur, he snaps off part of the D's body. He continues slicing through more of the D's limbs. The D is shattered apart as Doriang finishes the combo while taunting it. Exhausted, Doriang stands alone amid the wreckage, panting. He then realizes something is wrong and looks down uncertainly. A giant D leg appears in front of him, overshadowing him. Doriang stares up wide-eyed at the towering robot. The D grins triumphantly. It declares that machines still cannot surpass humans yet, revealing Doriang has actually prevailed. A caption confirms simply that Doriang won. Back in the lobby, Junji unleashes water blasts from his hands. He hurls more torrents, attacking incoming bots. Surrounded by splashes, he poses dramatically as King Middlefinger G. His teammates cheer in awe at his display. Junji basks in the praise while the others celebrate around him. Hiding nearby, two researchers see an opening and urge each other to act. One angrily aims a gun despite his trembling hands. He fires a syringe round while ranting about their hard work being destroyed. Sei senses something and turns as the shot speeds toward them. She shoves Junji out of the way, taking the fall with him. The syringe instead embeds in Junji's neck or shoulder. Sei spins in panic, realizing Junji was hit. A narration box explains Junji was shot only because the researcher's hands shook. The two researchers rejoice at the accidental hit. Junji staggers, saying he feels like he might vomit, while Sei panics for him. He collapses face down, and Sei apologizes frantically, insisting it was not on purpose. An ominous alarmed hallway is shown as footsteps approach. Jean calmly carries the unconscious Rosa down that corridor. As he holds her, he begins to speak about what he had thought. He finishes the thought, saying he had believed she was still his friend. Jin's lips curl as he prepares to shatter that assumption. He cruelly asks if she really thought he would keep a crush on her forever. Jean keeps walking down the hall with Rosa slung over his shoulder. Gyoke greets the arriving Rosa Park with manic glee. Gyoke boasts that she always knew this outcome was inevitable. Leaning in crazily, she tells Rosa that Jean wants to kill her. Gyoke further claims everything that has happened is Rosa's fault. She orders Jean to kill Rosa right then. Gyoke demands Jean do it in front of her eyes. Jean, standing behind Rosa, quietly admits to her that he lied. Electricity crackles as he breaks the control device on Rosa's neck. Gyoke stares, shocked and dumbfounded. Jean tells Rosa with a smile that he will always stand by her side. Elsewhere, Sei nearly faints from the stress. She is relieved when Junji wakes up and asks if he is okay. Junji groans that he blacked out, and she confirms he had passed out. A remaining bot suddenly rushes toward them. Junji throws up his hand, declaring that a machine opponent will be easy to handle. The bot immediately smashes him hard before he can finish. He skids across the floor again while Sei screams his nickname. Junji scrambles back up, trying to rejoin the fight. He examines his hands in confusion. Horrified, he realizes and says that his powers are gone. Sei watches, covering her mouth in shock. Junji wails dramatically that he is just a powerless civilian now. Sei internally panics over what to do now that Junji has lost his ability. In the next thought bubble, she is secretly glad it was not her who lost powers. Other teammates gossip that Middle Finger G has indeed lost his powers. They note he is no longer Middle Finger G, just plain Junji IGI. Junji sulks, and someone cruelly adds that he is now just an ordinary guy. Suddenly a bolt of energy shoots from him towards Sei. Sei, stunned, wonders what that strange phenomenon was. Back in the dungeon, Rosa and Gaioke face off in ridiculous mirrored poses, and Rosa incredulously asks what on earth is going on. Rosa yanks Jean up, insisting they leave, while he confusedly asks where they are going. Rosa tells Jean she thinks Gaioke Bayan has been found, though she does not know what is happening. Amid the ongoing battle, Jean argues about leaving the fighters behind, but Rosa says they are useless in combat right now. Rosa and Jean sprint through the chaos, breaking away from the fight. A sinister figure orders someone to kill Rosa Park right in front of them. The captor admits to having lied as they tamper with the collar on the restrained woman. The collar around the woman's neck snaps as energy crackles and she frees herself. An older scientist woman stares ahead in stunned, fearful silence. The captor gently tells the freed woman that they will always stay on her side. The panicked scientist begs them to stop whatever they are about to do. Masked Sei asks if they really intend to hit an old lady. The scientist pathetically insists she is far too precious and small to be struck. Sei gasps in disbelief at the old woman's shameless act. Jean warns Sei not to pity the scientist, asking what he should do next. Jean reminds Sei of all the cruel things the old woman did to her, shocking the scientist. Desperate, the scientist suggests they settle things with another game instead. She proposes a wager where whoever loses a round of Cham 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 gets hit, eagerly asking Sei's opinion. Sei agrees and begins the hand gesture game with the terrified scientist. Sei wins the game instantly, catching the scientist off guard. The scientist screams for a pause, but Sei calmly notes that she won. The scientist hastily suggests switching to a different children's game, Dibby Dibby Dip. They play Dibby Dibby Dip together, striking dramatic poses. The scientist again panics mid-game when the result is not in her favor. They move on to a finger-counting game, chanting together. Sei cheerfully announces she won every game, while the scientist silently fumes about modern kids. Sei clenches her fist and asks if she can finally get payback, while the scientist begs for one last chance. The scientist warns Sei not to approach and reaches into her clothes for something hidden. She pulls out a syringe and threatens to use it if Sei takes another step. Sei stares tensely at the syringe, realizing it could be dangerous. She asks what the syringe is, prompting the scientist to explain. The scientist grins and says the syringe contains a special concoction. She reveals it is filled with the combined DNA of powerful ability users, including Gilbei, Dorian, Rosa Park, Junji IGI, Sei, Mongryong, and Chun Hyang. Sei worries as the scientist boasts that possessing this power means no one will dare oppose her. Jean angrily asks if ruining their reputations as villains worldwide was not enough, shouting for her to be quiet. He declares that people with super abilities are being treated as if they must disappear. Jean continues that they are expected to be trampled and beaten down, as the scientist rants behind him. Jean turns back with a knowing look, as if an idea is forming. Sei demands to know what the scientist gains from going this far. The scientist says this power will let her defeat ability users. She exclaims that with it she will take over the world. Rosa secretly films everything on her phone, shocked by what she is capturing. The scientist suddenly notices something is wrong, still brandishing the syringe. On a live stream, the world hears Jin's earlier accusation that she made Rosa look like a villain, and viewers react in disbelief. People in public see the broadcast and are horrified that the admired chairman openly called for the disappearance of superpowered people. More bystanders watch screens replaying Sei's question about what the scientist gets out of such cruelty, stunned by the contrast with her public image. Crowds everywhere see footage of the scientist boasting that her new power will let her take over the world, whispering in shock. Passers-by excitedly tell each other to watch Sei's livestream, amazed by what is unfolding. On the street, a civilian watching the stream suddenly notices Black Hood standing behind him. Startled, the civilian shouts that Black Hood is there. Black Hood is relieved that Sei is safe, clearly referring to Rosa rather than Gaioke. With a burst of energy, Black Hood rockets into the sky toward the bureau building. The onlooker watches him vanish into the distance, stunned. The same bystander laments that he missed his chance to ask Black Hood for a photo. Back in the dungeon, the scientist sweats in terror as events close in on her. Sei, Jean, Rosa, and another ally confront the cowering scientist face to face. Narration explains that Gaioke had never actually planned to inject herself with the drug. The syringe tip glints ominously, highlighting the choice before her. Narration adds that she is now cornered by a disaster of her own making, as she trembles. In sudden desperation, Gaioke snarls and drives the syringe into her own arm. Jean recoils in alarm at what she has just done. Jean rushes forward to stop her while Sei is pulled back, but he is too late. Gaioke finishes injecting herself and squares off against Jean, ready to fight. She grins maniacally, reveling in the power she has just taken. A golden aura explodes around Jean as he tries to brace himself. The blast sends Jean flying backward, engulfed in light. Rosa shouts for everyone to run as the golden explosion swells behind them. The dungeon corridor is consumed by a blinding flash of light. Above, enemy soldiers feel the rumble and recoil in confusion. They watch the bureau building erupt and collapse, wondering what is happening. Terrified soldiers flee the scene, abandoning their positions. Their commander yells in confusion, not understanding why his men are running. 3 young ability users swoop through the sky laughing, taunting the retreating soldiers. Rosa, Sei, and Jean appear on a rooftop in a flash after escaping the blast. Sei calls out for Dorian, realizing he is no longer with them. She spins around in panic, saying he had been there a moment ago. Sei looks out over the city, worried and determined. She finds the shattered remains of the deluxe training bot, and realizes what Dorian faced. Her hand trembles as she fears Dorian fought the bot and may have perished. Close to tears, Sei struggles to hold back her emotions. Suddenly Dorian appears in front of her, glowing, and she cries out his name. He grabs her in a protective embrace, shielding her from a fall. They land together safely on the roof, still holding each other. Dorian smiles brightly, and says he is overjoyed that she is unharmed. Sei, blushing through her mask, asks if he is hurt anywhere. Overwhelmed, she suddenly erupts in chibi anger and frustration. She smacks Dorian hard, yelling that she thought he was dead. Rosa panics, assuming Sei has just killed Dorian. Dorian coughs and reassures them he is fine, while Rosa hysterically apologizes. Jean cuts in, saying they have no time for drama and need to escape immediately. Rosa and Dorian react to something shocking Jean has just noticed. Sei moves to jump off the roof, saying she has to bring Jean, the other ally, back. Jean stops her, arguing she cannot return now after barely escaping. Sei protests, but Dorian grabs her leg to stop her. She turns to him, startled by his sudden grip. Dorian calmly offers to go with her instead of letting her go alone. Deep underground, walls crack and stones begin to fall from the earlier blast. In the ruined cell, Jean lies injured and coughing among fallen debris. He slowly raises his head, sensing something ominous. A massive figure approaches Jean as he sits helpless on the floor. Jean stares up in horror at the transformed Gyoke, overwhelmed by the power she radiates. Gyoke marvels at the immense energy coursing through her new body. She wonders if this intoxicating strength is what ability users have always lived with. Concluding that she was right all along, she decides all ability users must be eliminated. Her thoughts turn vicious as she mentally labels them pests and trash, terrifying Jean. Gyoke seizes Jin's head in her huge hand, effortlessly overpowering him. She drags him like a rag doll, declaring she has no further use for him. A caption explains she is now wielding Gilbei Choi's ability. Another caption names that ability as life disintegration. Gyoke slams Jean to the floor and laughs darkly. Her distorted silhouette looms in the crumbling wall as her power shakes the dungeon. Stones thunder down the corridor as her rampage continues. Dorian slips into the dungeon through the damaged wall to investigate. Hearing the chaos, Dorian and Sei hide and whisper fears that Gyoke might still be nearby. Rosa dashes inside and finds Jean lying motionless on the floor. She kneels beside him, desperately begging him to wake up. Sei and Dorian join her, wondering if Jean has died again and reminding each other that his power is resurrection. As rocks continue to fall, Dorian suggests they move Jean somewhere safer. Outside, the devastated bureau complex looms over the city skyline. On a normal street, people go about their day unaware of the looming threat. A drink trembles in someone's hand as a distant boom shakes the ground. Birds suddenly take flight, startled into the sky. Bystanders look around in confusion, sensing something is wrong. One of them looks up in alarm as the disturbance grows stronger. A gigantic, mist-shrouded figure begins to materialize in the middle of the street, drawing gawks. Someone recognizes the aura and wonders if it is Dorian Han. Then they reconsider, guessing it might instead be Junji Igi. Finally they realize the figure's silhouette is actually that of Sei. As the mist clears, they stammer that it might be Rosa Park. The colossal form resolves into Gyoke, now in a towering hybrid body wearing Rosa's hairstyle and clothes. Nearby citizens stare in speechless shock at the transformed monster. Gyoke stands massively over the street, her mutated frame dwarfing the onlookers. The crowd breaks into panic screams, sweat running down their faces. People flee, calling her a monster even as some begrudgingly note she looks strangely attractive. Helicopters rush toward the city center in response to the emergency. News reports announce that an unidentified monster has appeared in downtown Seoul as people run screaming around her feet. Commentators add that, given the destruction of the Bureau of Super Abilities building, the monster likely emerged from there. In a helicopter, someone curses and is told to instead watch Sei's live stream to understand what is happening. The reporter on the ground says they need to issue a correction to their earlier broadcast. They reveal live that the monstrous being is in fact Gyoke Bayan. The news identifies her clearly as the chairman of the Bureau of Super Abilities, exposing her. Elsewhere, a family doing home workout stops, stunned by the breaking news on TV. The muscular parent stands up, remarking that the situation seems gravely dangerous. One of the young men asks if the danger is for them, earning a firm no. The adults declare that the real danger is for the ordinary citizens outside. Out on the streets, Rosa and Jean hear a booming sound and look up anxiously. Veteran agents and officials also look upward, bracing for confrontation. Other young ability users gaze toward the source of the disturbance, readying themselves. The titanic Gyoke strides toward Rosa's group as Sei's allies gather in front of her. Sei and Dorian arrive together, walking forward in full combat gear. The final shot shows Gaioke facing a united lineup of Sei, her friends, and senior agents, setting the stage for the showdown. Jean lies unconscious, unaware of what is happening around him. His eyes begin to open as he regains consciousness. A muscular person stands resolutely under the sky, flanked by others. Jean wakes on the ground surrounded by 4 people and wonders if he is dreaming. One of the muscular people greets Jean, noting that he is finally awake. Confused, Jean demands to know what is going on around him. Another person explains that Rosa requested them to set this all up. Someone clarifies that the arrangement was not for them. It was organized for the sake of the city's ordinary citizens. The group decides to move out together to protect the people. A woman carrying Jean rushes up to the trio and desperately begs for their help. She insists that only these 3 are capable of dealing with the coming threat. Jean, being carried, is entrusted to them and they are asked to keep him safe. Jean silently processes this request, clearly affected. One of the group relays Rosa's warning that they must be cautious because this mission could truly be fatal. Jean admits he does not understand the warning but has at least passed Rosa's message along. Elsewhere, suited allies look up, sensing the looming confrontation. 2 older men also watch from below, aware of the escalating situation. More allies glance upward, realizing a powerful opponent is approaching. The enormous Gaioke Bayan strides onto the scene, drawing everyone's attention. 2 black-clad operatives arrive together, clearly here to fight. All gathered fighters and officials focus on Gaioke as she advances menacingly. Rosa urgently orders everyone not to let Gaioke's hands touch them. An older officer explains that Gaioke shares the chairman's deadly touch ability, so physical contact means death. One agent concludes that they must avoid being touched at all costs. Sei volunteers to charge in first despite the danger. She rushes Gaioke head-on, questioned about what she can possibly accomplish. Sei screams and winds up a powerful punch using her ability. Gaioke calmly prepares her own devastating counterattack. Sei and Gaioke simultaneously extend their hands, preparing to clash. Their abilities collide in a huge shockwave that fills the street. Sei realizes that the copy cannot beat the original version of the ability, and her clairvoyance confirms it. Gaioke's massive fist comes down towards Sei with overwhelming force. Sei is swatted away, screaming as the blow sends her flying. She crashes hard onto the pavement, badly hurt, as narration likens the clash to rock beating paper. The narration completes the metaphor, stating that Gaioke's rock has defeated Sei's paper. Her partner rushes to Sei's side in panic, calling her name. Cradling her, he tearfully asks what he will do if she dies like this. Sei weakly smiles and tells him to run away instead of worrying about her. Another ally tells the couple to do whatever it takes to survive while beginning to cast a support ability. Green vines erupt and coil around Gaioke's leg, trying to hold her in place. Gaioke snaps the vines with brute strength while someone shouts in dismay. The fire user launches a stream of flames at Gaioke. Gaioke counters by spewing a torrent of water, neutralizing the flames. The fire user is left comically deflated as his attack proves useless. Gaioke, unfazed, lunges forward to resume her assault. Someone yells for everyone to run as Gaioke's sweeping attack sends them scrambling. A narrator explains that former SP officers and current criminals are desperately teaming up against Gaioke Bayan, and the citizens must root for them to survive. Someone off-panel asks the narrator to repeat what was just said, as if not following the commentary. Panicked civilians flee through the streets while wondering if all of this chaos was part of Gaioke's plan from the start. 2 arriving operatives realize they are late to the battle. One of them muses that if they could simply prevent Gaioke from using her hands, they might have a chance, sparking inspiration. He calls out to the younger trio running away to get their attention. He asks the fire user if they can somehow keep both of Gaioke's hands occupied. One of the kids plants his foot, ready to act on the request. The 2 boys confidently agree to take on the task. Gaioke notices something and turns toward the commotion. The fire user unleashes twin jets of flame from both hands. Gaioke briefly glances toward his attack, re-evaluating the threat. The water user responds by blasting a powerful stream of water. Fire and water slam into Gaioke from opposite directions, forcing her to use both hands to block. Elsewhere, people see a building wall glow and crack from another power in use. That building is ripped from its foundations and lifted into the air. The blonde telekinetic hoists the massive structure overhead with his ability. He then swings the building aside, redirecting its fall. Gaioke stands with fire and water in each hand, bracing herself as the building is redirected away. The building smashes down elsewhere in a blinding explosion. The shockwave rocks the entire cityscape with a huge blast. The blonde boy stares in shock at the devastation he just helped cause. He then uses Rosa Parks' teleportation ability to appear right near Gaioke. A fist is ready for yet another devastating strike. Rosa's super strength is highlighted as Gaioke's body slams violently into the ground while Rosa and the blonde leap clear. Civilians are hurled by the shockwave while someone urges everyone to hang on to something. An elder ally sees Rosa and the blonde thrown and reacts in alarm. He turns and calls out to Diana, clearly worried. Gaioke looms before him, claiming she has surpassed him in strength. Sei and her partner hear Gaioke's crazed laughter echoing over the battlefield. Diana looks up at her former comrade, taking in what Gaioke has become. She asks if this destructive rampage is really the kind of power Gaioke once wanted. Diana continues, questioning if trampling civilians with overwhelming abilities was truly Gaioke's dream. Inside Gyoke's mind, Diana calls out to the frail, original Gyoke, asking her to answer if she is still there. That inner Gyoke's heart beats as narration notes she, too, once had a dream. The narration states that Gyoke once dreamed of something. A flashback shows young Gyoke happily running through a flower field as a child. Another flashback shows her as a shy student looking back when someone calls to her. Young Gyoke's face is shown, emphasizing her past innocence. The narration bluntly reveals that her dream was simply to conquer the world. Back in the present, narration adds there was never any hidden twist to Gyoke's ambitions as she charges an energy attack at Diana. Diana reacts in horrified shock to the incoming blast. Gyoke drives a blazing energy attack downward with terrifying force. Rosa witnesses this in horror and cries out. Even Gyoke looks unsettled as she feels something unexpected. The explosion leaves a fiery crater where the blast hit. Diana, shaken but alive, begins to speak. She realizes Jean has taken the blast for her, seeing his burn back as he kneels in front of her. Rosa exhales in relief after realizing Jean is still alive. She approaches him and quietly calls his name. Jean asks Rosa to help him get positioning above Gyoke. Rosa protests at Jin's recklessness, and he says he has a favor to ask. Jean explains that if he pulls this off and survives, he wants her to stop hating him. He smiles and repeats his request, holding his hand out for her promise. Rosa's eyes widen as she decides how to respond. She finally takes his hand, agreeing to the pact. Rosa tells him she has only one condition for helping him, that he must not die. Meanwhile, Gyoke looks up, sensing something happening overhead. Jean propels Rosa high into the air above Gyoke using his strength. Jean then leaps himself, closing in from above the battlefield. While airborne, he shouts at Gyoke and reveals he is holding a grenade. Smoke obscures Gyoke as Jean passes by, setting up his next move. Gyoke whirls around, trying to locate him through the smoke. From Gyoke's view, Jean stands in the haze, advancing toward her. She lifts him telekinetically, but he continues his plan despite being grabbed. Jean grins and grips the grenade, preparing to sacrifice himself if necessary. Gyoke finally realizes what he is about to do. Jean pulls the pin with his teeth, committing fully to the attack. Inside, Gyoke's core self screams in rage and confusion, demanding to know why he would go this far. Rosa detonates the blast by striking Gyoke as Jean hangs onto her, and she curses his insanity. Other operatives rush civilians away from the danger zone, yelling for them to get to safety. Rosa, eyes blazing, launches another powerful strike. That blow sends both her and Gyoke crashing down from a great height. Gyoke's body plummets toward the ground, out of control. Inside, her true self shrieks in terror as the body falls. Rosa appears beside the falling Gyoke and positions herself for one last attack. She channels all her power into a final downward smash that drives Gyoke into the street. Smoke drifts over the devastated city after the impact. Rosa lands beside Gyoke's broken form as the dust settles. She turns, ready for whatever might come next. Rosa is startled by what she sees in the aftermath. Gyoke lies in the crater, realizing she can no longer move. Narration explains that Gyoke failed to account for something crucial. It states that despite her new body, her true self was still an 81-year-old woman. The narration concludes that no matter how strong a shell she made, her aged core could not endure such strain. Rosa quietly admits she expected this outcome. Gyoke raves that she always believed a powered person would eventually be the one to kill her. Another operative asks if Gyoke is satisfied or happy now, and answers for Rosa that she is not. Rosa states firmly that she does not kill people. She tells Gyoke that she herself was the one trying to murder everyone with powers. When Gyoke asks if she will now be released, Rosa replies that instead she will face justice. Rosa clarifies that Gyoke will have to answer for her crimes. As Rosa walks away taking a call, Gyoke angrily yells after her from the ground. Gyoke's vision warps and throbs as her consciousness begins to fade. She panics when her body stops responding. Rosa calmly calls the SP police to report the situation, while Gyoke screams. She informs them that an SP criminal is ready to be apprehended at her location. Elsewhere, the rest of the team watches a phone broadcast of this outcome with astonishment and relief. The blonde operative tells Rosa over the phone that the team is heading to her position. Nearby civilians cautiously peek out from hiding to see if the danger has passed. More onlookers stare at the ruined plaza, amazed by the destruction left behind. They nervously confirm with each other that the heroes must have won. Realizing the battle is over, they break into relieved, somewhat stunned smiles. Citizens cheer loudly in the streets, celebrating that Gyoke Bayan has been defeated. People in masks and a woman praise Lord Rosa for the victory, and shout her name in joy. With the danger over, two friends relax in relief while another collapses exhausted nearby. Rosa, glowing with power, looks stunned as the cheering crowd appears behind her. She calms down and stares ahead, processing what just happened. Jean lies unconscious and badly injured on the ground after the battle. Rosa walks over and stands by Jin's motionless body in the deserted street. Crying over him, Rosa thanks Jean for what he did. She begs the unconscious Jean to wake up soon. Jin's body starts to fade away as Rosa speaks. The fading continues over Jin's torso, alarming Rosa. Jin's hand suddenly grabs the back of Rosa's head. Rosa looks down in shock as Jean opens his eyes beneath her. Jean abruptly sits up, startling Rosa, and manages to address her. Smiling weakly, Jean asks Rosa if she no longer hates him. Rosa is overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. Dorian yanks Rosa away while she hurriedly denies hating Jean. Dorian looks quietly conflicted as he watches Jean. Jean looks up as a hand is extended toward him. Dorian helps Jean to his feet while Rosa watches. Dorian suddenly hugs Jean tightly in relief. Jean is shocked as Dorian, calling him grandma, refuses ever to lose him again. Grandmother Dorian yells tearfully at Jean never to risk his life like that again. Jean smiles peacefully, accepting her scolding while they embrace. Still hugging her, Jean promises not to do it again. Reporters call out to Blackhood, now known publicly as Dorian Han. A reporter rushes in, asking if the catastrophe was all caused by Gyoke Bayan. Another reporter corners Rosa Park, asking if she was falsely branded a criminal. Reporters swarm Rosa and Dorian with questions about the kidnapping, citizens' support, and their feelings. Overwhelmed by the media, Dorian asks them to speak one at a time. A hand suddenly reaches in toward Dorian from the crowd. Someone yanks Dorian down into the crowd, startling everyone. Hidden among the people, Rosa shushes the surprised Dorian. Blushing, Dorian realizes Rosa wants him to do something for her. Rosa, flustered but determined, asks him to secretly take her away at super speed. Time passes and a plane arrives at Korea International Airport. A relaxed woman adjusts her sunglasses and enjoys being back. Sean Jang and Mong Tae-ju happily remark that using all their vacation at once was great as they arrive in Korea. As they roll their suitcases out, Sean Jang wonders if something big happened while they were away, but Mong Tae dismisses it. Cameramen beg someone to look their way as they film. Chunyang basks in the camera's attention, being praised as cool. She responds with playful poses as people call her beautiful. She continues posing confidently, with onlookers calling her chic. Saemyeong strikes a precise cross-armed pose, proud of his perfect symmetry. He changes to another pose, reporters marveling that he remains symmetrical. He shows yet another symmetrical stance, still impressing them. When asked if his super ability is gone, Saemyeong turns away and tells them not to ask about it. Reporters wonder aloud where Chunhyang and Mong Ryung, meaning Rosa and Dorian, have gone. Someone clarifies that they were actually referring to Rosa and Dorian. Rosa and Dorian sit together on a rooftop, watching the sunset in peace. Dorian gazes at Rosa, nervous about what he wants to say. He starts to thank Rosa but she quickly covers his mouth. Rosa, serious, asks him to let her speak first. She brings up their past fight, insisting it was not truly 17 against 1. Holding his hand, Rosa explains it was really 10 against 1 and that she was counted among the 10. Still holding hands, she adds that despite the odds they still managed to win. Rosa shyly asks Dorian if he will go out with her. Dorian is stunned and blushing at her sudden confession. Embarrassed, he complains that she stole the chance for him to say that first. Rosa, even more flustered, asks why he is acting shyer than she is. She explains that thinking of him as her boyfriend now makes her feel fluttery. Laughing nervously, Rosa admits that the thought gives her butterflies. Dorian, blushing, looks away as he processes her words. He intertwines their gloved fingers, accepting the new relationship. Smiling, Dorian warns Rosa she will be getting many more heart-fluttering moments and asks if she can handle it. Rosa cutely tilts her head, not fully understanding what he means. Elsewhere, a small chick chirps atop a hospital bed rail. The bandaged woman in the bed laughs that the chick's misfortune serves it right, then yells angrily at it. She shouts at the chick to get out as it flies away past an older man standing by the window. The man tends a potted plant as the chick complains that Granny is venting her anger on it. The man tells Gilbey that even as a child he could never bring himself to hurt a plant. Gilbey retorts from his bed that he has actually killed many plants. Gilbey glares and tells the man to kill him as well. The man calmly replies that Gilbey has the power to do that himself. The plant says there is nothing it can do in its current weak state. Gilbey shouts that he can only talk and cannot move at all. He screams that the man wants to kill him and challenges him to go ahead. The man answers that killing him would be difficult. He explains he will never again use his ability on another person, not even on the talking plant. Turning away, he reflects that life itself is precious. Gilbey is left shocked and speechless by this declaration. As the man walks out, Gilbey furiously yells his name after him. In the corridor, the man himself suddenly shouts Gilbey's name in pent-up frustration. Later, people relax and play along a peaceful beach at sunset. Jean jogs along the shoreline in the evening light. Dorian's grandmother sits on the sand in colorful clothes, watching the sunset. Gilbey joins her on the beach and asks what she is thinking about. She says she is musing on how Rosa has grown up. Gilbey agrees that Rosa is now a full adult. Grandmother acknowledges this, still lost in thought. She contemplates returning to the countryside to live as a farmer. Gilbey asks if he can go with her, and she is surprised that he would want to. Night falls over a tall city apartment complex under the moon. Someone inside yells for something to stop in the kitchen. In Rosa's home, Dorian showers her face with kisses while she screams for him to stop. Hugging her, Dorian asks why, and Rosa says she needs alcohol first. Rosa staggers on weak legs, insisting she cannot handle this while sober. Dorian refuses to give her alcohol as they sit together on the couch. He asks if she dislikes his affection, and Rosa stammers that it is not that she dislikes it. Rosa freaks out that no one warned her dating would feel this intense and embarrassing. Curious, Doryang presses her to explain what it actually feels like. Rosa confesses that even sitting beside him is hard because her heart races so fast. Doryang admits that now that they are dating he feels shy and hyper-aware of every little thing too. He thinks deeply about her words, face reddening. Rosa looks at him nervously, waiting for his reaction. Their hands press together over his chest as they feel each other's heartbeat. Rosa blushes harder as she senses his heart pounding like hers. Doryang tells her he feels the same way, his heart racing too. Rosa falls silent, processing his heartfelt admission. She continues to feel his heartbeat under her hand. He gently squeezes her hand against his chest, not wanting to let go. Blushing, Doryang points out that she keeps staring at him. Rosa gazes at him with soft, adoring eyes. She reaches up and cups his face in her gloved hand. Her hand slides tenderly across his cheek toward his hair. Doryang blushes even more as her touch lingers. He leans toward her and hesitantly asks if he may kiss her. Rosa moves closer, hair swaying, silently giving her answer. The two finally share a deep kiss on the couch. Elsewhere, a shovel slams hard into the dirt. On their new farm, the young man digs fiercely while grandmother shouts for him to stop. She demands to know who told him to dig such a huge hole while Gilbei wonders why they are fighting again. Narration explains that ex-chairman Gilbei Choi resigned after the Bureau of Super Abilities was dissolved. It adds that before leaving he instituted policies to unite those with and without powers and then stepped down. He also merged the SP police with the regular police to create a unified force. The narration asks where and what their heroes might be doing now. It continues by wondering what their heroes' current lives look like. At a cafe, two friends happily watch something on a phone together. Their red-haired friend sits across from them, seething with jealousy as she drinks. She grumbles that she wanted them to get together but not to this lovey-dovey extent, making them apologize. The blue-haired boy changes the subject, looking outside. He sees Black Dog fans still wearing gas masks and holding support signs, wondering how long they will keep that up. The fans proudly declare themselves Black Dog devotees forever. One fan kneels and shouts his devotion until an irritated officer yells at him to be quiet. A construction sign stands as authorities order everyone to help repair the damaged city. Team leader Sangbok Won and Officer Sinyo Kim scold the heroes, saying they must take responsibility for the destruction. Sangbok warns Rosa and Doryang that he is watching them and they are here to work, not date. Wearing work coveralls, Rosa and Doryang trudge off to carry heavy cement bags. A familiar man approaches them as they work, catching their attention. Yusip gleefully points at them, saying the hard labor serves them right. Doryang coldly tells Yusip to suck it. Rosa and Doryang pity Yusip for not understanding how wonderful love is. Yusip, flustered and red-faced, screams at them to stop teasing him. Doryang laughs uproariously as Yusip stomps off, while Rosa warns this is no time for jokes. Looking over the cracked, half-repaired street, someone laments that the city restoration seems endless. Doryang admits that at moments like this he almost wishes Jean still had his destructive power. Suddenly a voice from behind asks if they were looking for him. Homicide Detective Jun Gi appears casually in street clothes. Rosa and Doryang bluntly remark that there is something oddly ordinary about him, provoking his annoyed shout. Jun Gi reminds them that detectives dress like civilians and pointedly asks if they secretly want to go back to being SP officers. A man appears downcast, as if weighed down by gloomy thoughts. Outside together, the girl sulks that she had wanted to see the boy wearing his uniform. He secretly whispers to her that he will show her the uniform later when they are alone, startling her. The boy blushes and scratches his head, embarrassed by what he just promised. The girl looks at him wide-eyed and flustered, clearly affected by his words. Elsewhere, a dark-haired girl in work clothes collapses flat on the ground from exhaustion. Two tiny stick-figure versions of her and a blonde boy comment that they have overused their abilities and are completely worn out. Lying there, the girl with red eyes regains focus, as if an idea or decision has hit her. Birds soaring freely in the bright sky mirror the sense of escape forming in her mind. The blonde boy, also lying on the ground, calls out to Doryang to get her attention. Side by side, he suggests to her with a smile that they could just run away. His eyes widen as he processes the boldness of that suggestion. Power suddenly surges nearby, whipping up dust and wind around him. He stares upward, stunned as something unexpected happens. Then he breaks into a wide, heartfelt smile, clearly pleased by what she has done. A co-worker rushes over in confusion, while the blonde boy lies there smiling to himself. Questioned about Rosa's whereabouts, the blonde boy calmly explains that she has fled. Smiling, he even offers to go after her, though he does not seem truly worried. Meanwhile Rosa, now energized, dashes high above the city with determination, embracing her escape.